everyone, Rich Hagon here, welcoming you to day 2 of Pro Tour Theros 2013. It's been an amazing day 1, and we're about to do it all over again. 3 rounds of draft, 5 rounds of standard. It's going to be absolutely tremendous. What I want to do first of all is take you to the overnight leaderboard. So let's show you what the shape of day 2 is going to start looking like. Who are we looking at as the very, very top players? So what we're going to see is at the very top of the standings, here we go. Paul Reitzel of the United States, 8-0. Sam Black of the United States at 8-0. Then you have every 7-1 in the building, all on your screen right now, headed on tie breaks, which don't mean a lot at this stage, but will eventually at the end of the day. The likes of Dazani, Makihito Mihara, the 2006 world champion, Lukas Tajak, who's a bit of an unknown from Germany, been around on the European scene, has a Grand Prix top 8 to his name. Lukas Yuklowski, top 8 from Worlds 2010. The amazing John Finkel with his 14 Pro Tour top 8s. David Kaplan, creator of Canadian Threshold in Legacy. Then you've got Pierre Dagen of France. Raymond Perez Jr., he's at his first PT. Alexei Shasov of Russia is 7-1. Our own, on coverage, Matej Zatlkaj from the Slovak Republic. Kentaro Yamamoto qualified through Magic Online, but with a tremendous record in Paper Magic as well. Carlos Duarte, relatively unknown again from Portugal. And Michael Durzo, who I believe has an amazing standard deck, which Brian David Marshall will tell you a little bit about later on today. And then John Stern, well, he heads the 6 and 2s, of which there are many, many, many on 6 and 2. So that's the leaderboard. And for those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. It's great to have you with us. We know that Magic's growing at a stupendous rate all over the world. I've been joined by Zac Hill. And Zac, let's just take people through what they're going to see today in terms of the schedule and the formats and so on. So we began yesterday with draft, of course, and they play 3 rounds of Theros. Let's take a look at the schedule and formats as we head down here for you. So it's draft, 3 rounds, then rounds 4 through 8 was standard. And then, Zac, what are we going to see today?
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to take a look at Theros Booster Draft. My favorite part is being able to actually sit and watch the draft. I believe we're going to see Paul Reitzel under the spotlight. We have to confirm that or whatever, but that should be really exciting to watch. And then we're going to see 5 whole rounds of standard.
So that's 12 to 16, yeah.
Rounds 12 to 16 of the highest performing breakout decks. And there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in the standard format that I think might take some of our viewers by surprise.
Yeah, one of the classic sort of good against evil almost thing is you've got a sort of mono red devotion deck, potentially lined up against a mono blue devotion deck, which is going to be fantastic stuff. So then on Sunday they come back, they play the best 3 out of 5. This time it's top 8, it's standard all the way down the stretch, and tomorrow best 3 out of 5 there. So that's the schedule, that's the formats. Now, what about scoring, Zac? Because it's a little bit arcane. It's not just you win, so it counts as a win. Tell us about the scoring.
Right. For those of people that have been playing tournament Magic for a long time, this will be pretty familiar. But if you're sort of new to the tournament scene, it's a little bit counterintuitive. A win is worth 3 points. So when we're talking about, this person has 24 points, 21 points, that's what we mean. If you win, you get 3 points. The goal is eventually to accumulate the most points. Now, if you draw a game, that can mean that either one person wins the first round and the second person wins the second round and then the third goes to time.
Sure.
It could mean that, players agree to intentionally draw.
Right.
And then there are some effects that damage both players. So if that keeps happening over and over again, that's another way to get a draw. Okay. That's only worth 1 point. Okay. So it's much worse.
So Rafael Levy, for example, has 5 wins, 2 losses, and a draw coming in today. So that's 16 points, 3 lots of 5, and then your 1 extra point for the draw. All right, that's fair enough. Now, what are we playing for? Talk us about the prizes, because it isn't just about pro points, it isn't just about the cup and the glory. There's some hardcore cash going on here. Let's take a look at our prize list here at Pro Tour Theros, and it stretches all the way down here to 75th place. There you see, if you finish 75th, you're going to get $1,000 for your pains, not to mention the 5 pro points. And as we head up, it starts getting pretty serious, and you see the big shelf between sort of 17th, where you're going to be $2,500, and then top 16, 5K. Once you're into the top 8, tomorrow. That is some serious money, and eventually someone will walk away with $40,000 US. And in terms of qualifications, Zach, let's just take a very quick look about how the players got here. There's a bunch of ways. Let's whistle on through them.
Yeah, so the first thing you do is win a Pro Tour qualifier. These are tournaments in your local area.
Okay, so that's about 50% of the field. Then you get a high finish at Grand Prix, and that's based on attendance. So it might be the top 4 in a small Grand Prix or top 8 in a large one.
Yeah, okay. You can get top 25 at the previous Pro Tour. We want to keep the people that are doing well on the train to see them under the lights again.
Okay, then next we have top 4 finish at the World Magic Cup. So Hungary, Iceland, Czech Republic, and France.
If you're not in the Hall of Fame, like France's captain.
Indeed.
You can win the Magic Online Championship Series. We like to bridge sort of the online world and the real world.
Sure. And you could be a Players Club member, so that basically means a Platinum, Gold, or Silver Pro, which will have different benefits, but that's a little bit arcane for 9 o'clock in the morning. What else?
And finally, you can be a member of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, who are doing very, very well at this tournament.
It turns out they really, really are. Well, Zach and I will be with you through the morning, bringing you lots of great stuff on draft. We've got a very important announcement at lunchtime with Mr. Aaron Forsyth, the Director of R&D. You won't want to miss that. Lots of good stuff from Aaron coming later. But the great news is that everyone got up bright and early here in Dublin, ready to bring you the best drafting action in the world. We are heading to Pod 1, and we are heading to one of the co-overnight leaders, Paul Reitzel of the United States. Let's get you down to the booth. It's time to draft.
Hey guys, welcome to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall.
Morning.
And it's draft time, buddy. Yeah, it's morning. We normally draft all night, but I'll accept some draft viewing early in the morning. We're getting a chance to watch Paul Reitzel draft here.
And I got to tell you, that's a tough choice because we also could have looked at Sam Black, but we're going to see what Paul Reitzel does when he opens his Theros pack right now.
It is the draft portion. So day 1 is behind us. 2 players left standing undefeated, and they're both in this draft pod. You see Paul Reitzel with his arms crossed there looking pretty stern. He's ready for business. And directly across from him is Sam Black in the same pose. They're both sitting at 8-0, and this draft is going to be a big stepping stone towards their bid for top 8 here.
And we see 3 Star City Games team members sitting at this top table. Also, notably sitting there is, Pro Tour Hall of Famer, all-time great John Finkel.
That's right. I also see Lucas Yaklovsky at the table, along with, there's David Kaplan, I believe.
Yeah.
Pretty stacked table.
Makihito Mihara, someone who was in a lot of people's Hall of Fame discussion this year.
Yeah, this is an absolutely stacked
getting
pod.
himself in a position for a 5th top 8.
Mm-hmm. Which is, that's where you start to get a little undeniable.
AKA 3,000 hits.
Yes. All right, so we're going to be watching Theros draft. This is his second draft of the weekend.
Let me ask you a question. And you're not really able to hear it on the thing, but the flick, 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 flick sound of the first round of draft, how does that sound hit you?
Oh, I love it. Let's take a look at Fall's opening. He's pulled a Heliod's Emissary to the front. I also see that there's a Polis Crusher in the pack, which is an incredibly powerful card.
2 black cards, Disciple of Phoenix and Sip of Hemlock.
Both solid cards.
Is that an Erebos' Emissary, or is that...
that is Nylea's Emissary and a Horizon Chimera, I believe. This pack is very, very strong. A lot of places to go, but I don't know, if it's me, BDM, I'm slamming that Polis Crusher. I've played against that card, and it is mean.
It's brutal. Protection from enchantments has a lot of hidden implications in this format.
It does. Things that you're like, you can't block that. What? Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, you can't kill that with your Spear of Heliod.
Yeah, yes. And
that came up the other day.
Did it? Now, interesting thing, though, is that it is a gold card, which is
red-green,
not the most desirable on your first pick, but when it's that powerful and asks that little of you, that's what you usually want to be doing.
So we see a Lash of the Whip there's the Erebos' Emissary.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Wingsteed Rider. That's a huge signal pick, too.
It can be, yeah. I mean, I assume that the rare's gone. I haven't seen the rare yet. If the rare's gone, it could be anything.
It could be anything.
Yeah,
sure,
it could be Elspeth.
It could be Elspeth. It could be Agent of Fate. It could be Fabled Hero.
Yes. Celestial Archon, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like he pulled Triton Fortune Hunter to the front. So let's see how this how things unfold here for Paul Reitzel. 3-0'd his draft pod yesterday, then went 5-0. Staying relatively open here early. Ooh.
But talk about strong signals.
Jeez, Grey Merchant of Asphodel, one of the most powerful cards in the format, really pushes you hard in a direction, and getting 1/3 pick, yeah, that is a sign.
And there's a rescue from the underworld but he shuffles it back.
See, these
looking at
Agent of Horizons to the front currently. That doesn't mean it's what he's going to take, but it is what he has pulled to the front. I'm curious, really curious to see what he takes here. Though, all right, we're going to get our floor spotter, Tim Willoughby, down there. All right, he did take Agent of Horizons.
Interesting. So that is going to be a huge. Basically the two commons that really want to drive you in the direction of a deck have gone by in previous packs. Like, what kind of signals are going downstream from Paul?
Yeah.
So there we see a Triton Wave Crasher. Wave Crasher Triton, sorry.
Yeah, Wave Crash Triton. So this could be a pretty good position to be in. If you're blue-green, you have the ability to splash quite easily.
Right.
And blue-green's a powerful component. The blue has cards, it has a lot of tempo and bounce plays that you can make, and the best time to do those is when you have big green creatures that can really capitalize and close the door before your opponent can catch up.
And you can often get late pick Centaur Battlemasters and things like that.
Yes, you can get those for sure. Also, Nessian Coursers tend to hang around a little longer than I'm comfortable with. I always take them.
There's a Sedge Scorpion in there.
I'm a big fan of Sedge Scorpion.
And there it is. Goes up to the front.
I see he's also got a Crackling Triton. If he is considering a red
I feel like blue red's right open. You see the Chimera back there too.
Uh-huh. That's a card you can get late.
Yeah. I'm just saying that blue red is certainly available.
We saw Ben Stark yesterday draft blue red. Had a pretty decent first pack, a mediocre second, and the third pack was ouch. We're going to see what happens for Paul here.
The Stymieing of Hope. There's another Agent of Horizons in this pack.
Okay.
There's a late Fanatic of Mogus.
You see that the Boros at heart, Paul Reitzel can't help but pull that Fanatic of Mogus to the front here. I would be hesitant to call that a signal at this point, but it looks like Paul thinks it is. And
he can still be green red.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah. He has a Triton Fortune Hunter, and I mean, worst case, you can go without activating your Agent of Horizons.
Yeah, it's 3 power for 3 mana. That's fine.
Yeah.
There's a Destructive Revelry.
Yeah. Looks like he's pulled that to the front. He's already passed one of them, but he's got a Commune with the Gods here.
Commune with the Gods if you want to go for a dredge-like strategy or a spider spawning-like strategy where you fill your graveyard up for recursion effects and for Nemesis of Mortals.
Yes.
That deck never works. By the way. Just an FYI.
I know that you've done the necessary research.
Yeah. You'll notice a correlation between me winning this weekend in our drafts and stopping trying to force that archetype.
You've been drafting really good decks. Here's an Omen Speaker that Paul has, but I think he's going to take a Shredding Winds here.
Yeah, just a really good sideboard card.
Yeah. And it is a sideboard card in this format.
Yeah.
There's formats where you'll play a card like that in main, but generally
M14.
speaking, you won't. Yeah, M14, you were plummeting and all that. But I think that for the most part, Shredding Winds has been relegated to the board.
There's a two-headed Cerberus.
Uh-huh. And Paul's going to take it.
Which I always want to say Cerebus because of the comic book.
Yeah, maybe that's why I always wanted to say it. Somebody finally corrected me. I was actually saying that at the GP.
Yeah, the comic was supposed to be called Cerberus, but he misspelt it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right, so Paul's got a few red cards here. Wow.
Bernard, Elmer's girlfriend there.
Yeah. I think he took the Minotaur Skullcleaver there. That's a very aggressive red card, and I think that Paul feels like red is pretty open.
Red looks wide open.
Yeah. I mean, we're not seeing lightning strikes come around, but good creatures. No. What did he take there?
He took a Portent of Betrayal.
Okay. Portent of Betrayal, totally playable card. You do need the right deck to back it up, but it does its job. Look at all these red cards left, although I wouldn't say Boulder Falls necessarily.
Somewhere LSV's like, pick. Must be nice.
Yeah. Man, LSV, we had him on camera yesterday. He had a pretty grindy blue-black deck. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, his deck yesterday looked great. Is that the other Destructive Overlord come back around the table?
Yeah, and the Chimera goes last year. So Paul, this is going to be interesting.
Which Chimera went last? Was that the
Spellheart?
The Spellheart, yeah.
So let's take a look at what Paul's got here. He's going to get a chance to thumb through his pile of cards as he hits the goods there. All right, so let's see what he's got.
Also hitting the goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polished Crusher. Green-red.
Green-red, there's a little bit of blue in there, but I really do feel like he's polarized over to green-red here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He picked up those later red cards, and I think he said, all right, I've had enough with this blue. And frankly, his blue's not that good. Wave Crash Triton, a Triton Fortune Hunter, those are fine cards, but they're not reasons to jump ship or to splash.
He needs some stuff to happen now because he does not have the foundation for some. It's not like you're like, okay, I got one Lightning Strike. Polished Crusher, obviously, just a house.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, it's a little bare bones.
He has
right
a
now.
lot of filling out to do.
Yeah,
he does. He needs.
Actually, he has a lot of the
Cyclops.
filling out already covered. Uh-huh. He needs a lot of the skeletal structure.
Yeah, I feel like he's. When you think about the staples for the green-red deck, he doesn't have that many of them. How many Nessian Apps, Ill-Tempered Cyclops? All right, let's see what he picks up.
There's a Nemesis of Mortals.
That's a very, very strong pick for his deck here.
There's
a Lightning Strike. So he's actually got a pretty tough pick between Nemesis Immortals and Lightning Strike.
He's taking Lightning Strike, right?
I think he is. I think there's an argument there, but I think I like Lightning Strike too. What would you take, BDM?
I would take Lightning Strike, but now he's flipped around to the fatty.
Yeah, this is not an easy decision. Nemesis Immortals is very, very strong and does a lot of work in the deck, and sure enough, he takes it.
And this is an interesting thing you see. Like, I think in most draft formats, that Lightning Strike would be a Windmill Slam, but the removal's really a little tricky in this format.
It really is.
Either the removals that do 4 are too expensive to deal with the small stuff. The removal that deals 3 or 2 is quite often just too small to deal with the monstrous stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
And so
Lightning Strike is one of the ones that actually lies in that middle ground where it actually hits where you can kill an Ill-Tempered Cyclops with 2 mana at instant speed. That's pretty nice.
There's some good red cards here for him. An Arena Athlete.
I see a Perforos's Emissary.
Yeah, Perforos's Emissary. That card's fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like the Emissary is what Paul's going to gravitate
towards. Oh, wait,
towards.
look at this. He's looking at the
Nylea's Disciple.
Yeah. Another Agent of Horizons, which he probably knows he can wheel.
I'm just taking that Emissary myself. Let's see what Paul thinks. He's definitely looking at all 3. The Arena Athlete's really sweet too.
And there's 2 Minotaurs in this pack also. There's one in the back, but he takes.
There it is, the Disciple. So Paul says, remember I talked to him on the desk yesterday. He said he felt really comfortable, and I felt like he knows the format pretty well here. So the tech here, Nylea's Disciple.
Yeah,
it's a good card.
People are playing it in Constructed. Titan Strength. Oh, wow.
There's Nylea's Emissary. I saw a Scorpion.
Mistcutter Hydra.
Mistcutter Hydra.
Titan Strength. Leaf Crown Dryad.
This is the one where the guy at F&M goes, can I just take this pack?
Yeah. I'll take this whole pack, I won't take any more cards this pack, okay? Which, by the way, is a draft variant that some people do.
Is it that you can just slam the pack?
Yeah.
And then you don't get to pick anything else?
You don't get to pick anything else for that pack.
That's funny. He took the Mistcutter Hydra, I believe. Mistcutter Hydra, when I first saw it, looked a little bit more like a constructed sideboard card, but it actually is perfectly efficient for limited. The can't be counter doesn't come up often. Protection from blue sometimes, but the haste and just being beefy always does. There we go. Ill-Tempered Cyclops for Paul Reitzel here. I got to figure that that's what he wants. I mean, if you're going to play the green-red monstrous deck, Ill-Tempered Cyclops is what you want to be doing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that card is just quite.
Oh, is that a time to feed too?
Yeah,
oh,
I'm taking
time to feed. Yeah, I did not see that.
I'm taking the removal spell that as long as you can go, a little bit bigger than your opponent's creatures, you can kill just about anything.
Yeah. Time to feed has proven to be a powerful card for sure, and Paul's quite low on removal.
Yeah.
He has
none.
So yeah, he's got to prioritize a card like that at this point. All right, he has. Is that a lightning strike?
Yeah, that
is.
And lightning strike and an ordeal of Perforos.
Yeah, very nice. I think lightning strike for Paul's deck.
People have really been moved ordeal ahead of it, even in non-heroic decks right now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
just because you just.
Hey, there you go. You're right, BDM. He takes the ordeal here. So
you put it on like a Sedge Scorpion on turn 1, and you end up with a 4/4 that kills something, or deals some. It's a pretty solid card, and he still might end up with something like a Staunch Heart Warrior or something like that.
That's true. You're right. We remember this is only pack 2 here. He's got Nylea's Presence pulled to the front. He still has those 2 Agent of Horizons floating around in his deck, so there's a chance he wants to have access to mana fixing for that. There's a Portent of Betrayal, but he's already got one, so I think he took the Nylea's Presence there.
He did. Well, remember, he's been keeping his eye on blue cards. He's still been willing to, still seeing himself as possibly playing, more than one color. I mean, more than 2 colors. There's the Satyr Piper.
See a Fade into Antiquity.
A Wild Celebrants.
Yeah, so nothing too exciting out of this pack for Paul. Something that might make the deck, but no windmills.
Satyr Piper feels like the type of card that Paul Reitzel will wreck you with in Limited.
He just took it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has an interesting take on this deck. He took Ordeal over Lightning Strike.
I think that's right.
Wow, yeah. Maybe I'm a step behind. I'm still taking Lightning Strike.
Yeah, I know
I'm
you.
the Lightning Strike guy. I love that card.
Wow, look at that that Minotaur Lord there.
Yeah, Kragma Warcaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a Satyr Rambler here.
How do you feel about the red-black Minotaur deck?
I played it a couple of times. I played against it, I should say. I've never played with it, and it seems sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, you need the pieces.
I think it was open at this table for sure.
Yeah, it was. There's a lot of Minotaurs. There was a Fellhide Minotaur in that last pack as well.
Wild Celebrants.
I think that's a Borderland Minotaur right there in the front, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is a Borderland Shaman, Borderland Minotaur. It's a
Speaking
Steam
of
Augury.
Minotaurs.
By the way, there's a Steam Augury that, if he's splashing, if he's going to splash. But
I would do it. I want to play Steam Augury.
I'm going to tap 4 mana. I don't want a Borderland Minotaur. I want a Steam Augury.
Yeah, Borderland Minotaur.
Wow, the Arena Athlete came around the table.
Wow, and another Borderland Minotaur. So looks like red is sufficiently open here. He took the Arena Athlete. That's really nice. He's wheeled the Athlete, and this is where like his pick of Ordeal over Lightning Strike is like, that's starting to look a little better,
There's another Portent of Betrayal. What? Look at this pack.
Yeah.
4 playables.
Prescient Chimera, and he's just gonna hate
like,
that.
No,
He's
you
like,
can't.
"You're
I'm not
getting
giving anybody this.
No. And he's in the later stages of the pack here. So this is pack 2. If you're sitting in Paul's seat, BDM, how do you feel?
I'm feeling a little better right now, just in terms of how this has gone. I think there's still, a couple of cards, you would like to have. But I mean, I feel like he's got a little more fleshed out deck here. You're probably going to look right now at his mana curve, see where, what cards he can cast on turn 2, turn 3, turn 4.
Yeah.
And figure out what he needs to make a priority here in this third pack.
All right, so he's quickly thumbing through.
So he's got 2 removal spells. He's got Time to Feed and Ordeal of Perforos.
Yeah.
Neither of which is kind of like just break the glass in case of an emergency and kill something.
Not even close.
Right? They're both like require very, very specific game states to execute upon.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're going to run the Order of Perforos, you almost are doing it because you want to have access to the counters, and if you ever crack it, you're like, sweet.
Well, he does have the Mistcutter Hydra. He can put it on.
Okay. So he'll get his Lightning Strike one way or another here.
But I bet you the card he would love to open more than anything right now is a Voyaging Satyr.
Yeah, he has not seen one.
Or
There just hasn't been
even
an
like a
option.
Sylvan Caryatid. Caryatid.
Caryatid, thank you.
Caryatid.
All right, so Paul Reitzel, he's sitting at 8-0 here. And this is the first draft of day 2. He is going to his third pack. This is going to make or break his deck.
How many
Right now,
cards
it's
do you
decent.
think? How many cards do you think he would take over Voyaging Satyr here?
Oh, there's probably a few. I mean, he still doesn't have an Ill-Tempered Cyclops or an Essien Asp. It's not like he has big mana dumps here yet.
Right.
So I'm sure there's a few, but it's high on his list.
There's a Coordinated Strike. There's another Time to Feed. There's another Lightning Strike.
Is Paul
Which would
finally going to take one? He's passed like 3 of them or something.
I don't know. I might. Is he going to?
Let's see
I mean,
what Paul wants
Time
to
to
do.
Feed is capable of going a little further up the removal chain.
It can, but you need the big monstrous
But he's
things
going
to do
to
it.
take the Lightning Strike.
All right, finally took one.
He's like, fine.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'll take it.
And we've seen the Time to Feed go pretty late. So
Yeah, there's a reasonable chance he wheels that.
I mean, it seems unlikely, but possible.
Agree. I think that Time to Feed is not an obviously good card either. Like, it does take people a little time. Unfortunately for Paul, well, I should say fortunately, he's sitting at the top table, so
Yeah.
he's not going to get a break on any latent card evaluations here at this pod. All right, couple of black cards pulled to the
There's
front.
another Time to Feed.
There's another Time to Feed. And there's the Voyaging Satyr, and there's the Nessian Asp.
Oh, boy.
So, pretty tough situation here. I mean, for me, I think I like the Asp here because he just doesn't have any of the big monstrous cards, and that's the reason I would play the deck. But he does have places to put his mana. I say the Nessian Asp certainly makes his.
That's what he's taking.
Did it? Yeah, it makes his Time to Feeds better too.
And we were asking what he would take over Voyaging Satyr. Now we know.
Yeah.
He would rather have the Ramp E than the Ramper.
Yeah. Which way do you do that? If it's early.
If it's earlier, I would
Yeah.
probably take the Voyaging Satyr and just assume that,
'Cause these are commons. It's
yeah,
not like it's hard to get.
even if it's not the Nessian Asp, there'll be something like, even like a 14th pick Wild Celebrants like we saw. You know what I mean? There's something that I can put in 5 that, and 4 that'll fill that role. It doesn't have to be specifically Nessian Asp, even though Nessian Asp is premium at that spot.
Right.
The ramp is harder to find.
It is. There's
Than the
less of
fatties.
that. Yep.
So it looks like he's going to take a Magma Jet here.
Bunch of red and green cards
There's
in
a
the pack.
Volpine Goliath that he can probably count on wheeling the way this table has gone. There's another Wingsteed Rider. Oh,
Poor
what is
BDM. Every
going
time he
on?
sees one, it just hurts him.
And a Rescue from the Underworld. That's like 3. That's like 3 Gray Merchants of Astrodel or something. I think by my math.
Yeah. All right. So Magma Jet here. Solid removal spell.
Man, what do you think's going on? Do you think people are like, everyone knows about the heroic deck?
Yeah, that's possible. That is
There's
absolutely
a Savage
possible.
Surge.
Yeah, looks like he's going to pick that up here.
There's also a Kalmetra Druid.
Acolyte.
Acolyte, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is a Druid.
It is a Druid. You can ask Rashad. He
Yeah.
can tell you. But it looks like he wants Savage Surge here. Like he's got that pulled to the front. He's thinking, though, and I see he's looking at Karametra's Acolyte as well.
But again, he still doesn't.
Oh. Yeah, he's going to go for the Acolyte.
Got to cast those Boulder Falls somehow.
I remember when he took that Disciple of Nylea's Disciple early over the, what was it, the Cyclops he took it over?
Yeah, I think so. There's a Murder King. There's another Savage. There's an Ordeal of Perforos.
And
an Opaline Unicorn.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one because it's going to give us an idea. There it is, an Ordeal of Nylea.
He's just like he doesn't have a ton of fatties, so he's building his own.
He's building his own, and he's also shifting the presence of his deck towards the early end. He's got that Arena Athlete and a few nice targets early, a Sedge Scorpion.
What are the most ordeals you've popped at the same time?
I've only popped one at once. I've had it against me. Somebody popped 2, but
look at that Voyaging Satyr.
There's a Voyaging
Satyr.
Satyr.
But now he's...
I think he's just windmilling that Satyr, but yeah.
Okay.
There he goes.
Gives
us a little
Another rescue from
Pause
the
for
underworld.
effect.
Although we've only seen the one gray merchant. Fine.
Yes. So while people have been neglecting your beloved Wingstein rider, it looks like the merchant has gotten its due respect. All right, here's Paul taking a look at, well, that's interesting.
A
Satyr Hedonist.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's in green-red, and it can certainly do things. Also, it feels like Paul wants some low drops to get those ordeals on.
A Satyr Rambler, but like the Satyr Hedonist lets him ramp into something bigger.
Yeah, he doesn't really have. I mean, I think that when we look at it, I'm going to take.
He's got. I'm just saying.
He's
like,
trying to be aggressive.
He's got like one or two guys. If he.
He did take that Nemesis Immortals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably three guys. There's another Acolyte.
Yeah, he's also got a Spark Jolt that he can consider here. And what is that a... Couldn't quite see that other green card. What is that?
That's Commune with the Gods.
Ah, okay. Spark Jolt it is. He is fairly low on removal here. He's got a Magma Jet, a Lightning Strike, and a Time to Feed, and now a Spark
And an Ordeal
Jolt.
of Porphyros.
Yes.
And a Boulder Fall.
Is that what he's going to take here?
No, I'm seeing he does have one Boulder Fall.
Oh, he's already got one.
He's already got one Boulder Fall.
No pick here for Paul's deck. He just hate drafts black card.
Yeah.
I'm
Or
not sure they're
possibly, could possibly play if he feels like he's going to be trading creatures. I mean,
For the
I
sideboard.
don't think he'll need to.
No, I see what you're saying, though. And he took a Battle-Wise Hoplite.
Wow.
That's a solid Magic card right there.
Yeah,
But since it is gold, it goes into mainly just one deck. A gold 2-drops are pretty demanding. All right, he got the two-headed Cerberus back, it looks like.
He's looking at that Fleetfoot Sandals too, but yeah, takes the Cerberus.
That one never seems to make the cut, but it feels like it would be sweet in this deck.
The Fleetfoot Sandals? Yeah.
It just never seems to make it. It's a tough
Yeah.
one to fit into your curve, but he's going to pass 2 red cards there at the end.
Takes Table Pass.
Is that how you say that? It's Catablepus.
Catablepus?
Yeah.
Catablepus?
Yeah. It's a loathsome one, too. Not a nice guy. All right, and there's a Commune with the Gods at the end. All right, so Paul's deck came out okay. I mean, there were some interesting picks there. It's fine. I wouldn't call it exciting.
No.
I don't think that Paul is going to go back fist pumping to his build table like, check this out, fellas. But at the same time, I don't think he's going to be crushed about it or anything. Though I will say that getting a 3-0 out of that deck, I'd say he'd have to run pretty good to do that.
A 3-0 at this deck with the caliber
hey guys,
players
welcome back to the booth. Marshall with
table.
my David. Marshall.
Right?
The what?
The caliber players at that table.
Yes.
Required to 3-0.
Yes.
Also is a steep hill.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, but also I usually feel like when you have a bunch of really, really good players at a draft table, interestingly, the decks end up about like Paul's. It's really tough to get a super, super good deck at those tables because everybody's kind of covering their own bases and nobody's giving anything away even during the draft portion.
And it's interesting. Like we saw the 2 Wingsteed riders go by like in packs 1 and 3, right? But do you and we saw Battle-Wise Hoplite late. But do you feel like you saw a heroic deck?
No. In fact, Paul took a couple of early heroic blue creatures, but didn't really see any others. He had been off of that plan anyway, but there wasn't really much going around as far as that goes. I'm actually kind of surprised that Battle-Wise Hoplite was still in there. It feels like somebody could have used that.
Yeah, like I don't feel like oddly the heroic deck was open.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it at all. So, we'll have to see. We're going to get a chance to watch Paul play, so maybe his opponent, will give us a hint. I'm gonna head out after we're done in the booth here and go try to find Paul and see what kind of build he comes up with. I mean, he had some. I want to hear what you guys think. On Twitter, or you can, let us know. I'm curious. There were some interesting picks there. Nylea's Disciple versus the Ill-Tempered Cyclops. What was it that he took over Lightning Strike?
He took Ordeal of Porphyros over Lightning Strike.
What do you guys think about that pick? There was some interesting stuff.
He took stuff over 2 different Lightning Strikes.
Yes, he did. So there was some. I think that there's some discussion to be had there. For sure.
Why don't you and I go head out onto the floor? I know we're going to get a chance to cover Paul Reitzel's match.
Yes.
So why don't we go talk to him, see what some of the people on either side of him were drafting, and send it back to the news desk
Let's
we can do that.
Yeah, Rich, take it away.
I'm trying to take it away, Marshall. It's just too heavy for me. I'm really sorry about that. Welcome back to the news desk. Zac Hill's with me for 35 minutes and he can't escape. Welcome back. That was pretty interesting stuff, and interesting not altogether in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, Paul knows what he's doing. He is sitting here at 8-0, but there's definitely, he passed 2 lightning strikes for other cards that I don't think a lot of players would intuitively have picked over them. But, he's got Mana Acceleration, he's got monsters. We'll have to see how it turns out.
All right, so first things first, for those of you just waking up, perhaps some of you haven't gone to bed yet, because I know it's like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 1 in the morning across the United States. So if you're with us, thanks very much. Don't forget, you can see the whole thing again at the very end of the day. We show the whole day through, sort of in a more convenient time zone for some of you. So anything you miss, you can watch again. We're also on YouTube, by the way. Now, here's what we're looking at. Let's take a look at the leaderboard overnight. Here we go. You have 2 players sitting undefeated at 8-0, and they are both from Star City Games team. They spent the week in a castle, and it turned out they didn't just sit there twiddling their thumbs and enjoying the Irish countryside. They played some Magic and they got good fast, because they have both got to 8-0, Paul Reitzel and Sam Black. All the 7-1s are on your leaderboard right now, headed on tiebreaks by Jeremy Desani of France. We might talk about him in a little bit. Makihito Mihara, your 2006 world champion. Then you've got Tajak from Europe, Yaklovsky, Europe, Finkel, USA, David Kaplan of Canada on your right. Still all these 7-1s, just separated by a few percentage points on tiebreaks. Pierre Dagen of France, Raymond Perez Jr., then you've got Alexei Shasov of Russia, Matej Zatlkaj from the Slovak Republic, Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan, Portuguese player Carlos Duarte, Michael Durzo of the United States, and John Stern of Canada. And while we've got that leaderboard up there, I just want to sort of explain that basically the way the pods work for draft on day 2 is it's pretty much in scoreboard order. So you are in fact looking at pods 1 and 2. On the left of your screen is the table that you will have just watched. Paul Reitzel was drafting with Black, Desani, Mihara, Tajak, Yaklovsky, Finkel, and Kaplan, and pod 2 is on the right of your screen. Now, it turns out, Zac, there are actually some pretty amazing draft pods elsewhere in the top tables. Why don't we just talk me through some of the names? For example, at pod 3, who have we got there?
Well, we've got Chris Calcano, we've got Luis Scott-Vargas, Ben Friedman, Uli Rade, Halshan Huang, Pat Chapin, and 2 other players sitting at 6-2, and Luke Southworth and Peter Ingram.
Yeah, well done, Luke Southworth on PT debut, 6-2, and one of his losses was to John Finkel, so no shame there, it's fair to say. So that's pod 3. Pod 4 has, amongst others, Antoine Ruel, Hall of Famer, William Jensen, new Hall of Famer, Jacob Van Lunen, Pro Tour champion, and Owen Turtenwald, Player of the Year. So there's 4 monstrous names in that one. What about pod 5? Who have we got there, big names?
Yeah, big names. We got Brad Nelson. We've got a Pro Tour champion, David Scharfman, and a little guy known as Paulo Vitor Damo de Rosa.
Yeah, lots of words there, but not as many words in his name as his top 8, which is 9. He has 9 Pro Tour top 8s, which is just phenomenal. Terrific there. You've also got Miguel Gadeca, John Larkin, accelerated back up the field to end up at 6-2. Now, the next pod, so you're thinking, these are all now 6-2 players, but you've got in this one pod, Timotei Simoneau, Team World Champion this year at the World Magic Cup. Nico Boni, 2007, Team World Champion from Switzerland. You have Pro Tour Champion from Return to Ravnica, Stanislav Sivka. Then you've got 2 Hall of Famers, Rob Doherty and Kai Budde. So, important to remember this, you can only play people within your table of 8, and you play someone on the same record. So in all these 8s that we're talking about, one person gets to 3-0. Unless there's a draw in the last round. But basically, one person gets to 3-0. All these 6-2s will be thinking, if I can 3-0 my pod, I come out of limited at 9-2, then I've still got at least one loss to give. Because if you get to X and 3 pretty much you're going to get yourself into the top 8. But if you lose a 4th match, 4 is the magic number, Zach. That's where things get very tricky.
Yes, exactly. And that's why 3-0ing a pod is so powerful, because it gives you a little bit of wiggle room in the later rounds. A lot of the time, if you have losses to give, you can intentionally draw. And, basically your tie breaks, too, matter if for, 7th and 8th place, as we frequently see it come down to. So, 3-0ing a pod, huge advantage this early on. But, every one of these pods we've gone through looks like a Pro Tour top 8.
And we've even got a couple more. Yeah. If you look at, this is now pod 7, you have Kenny Oberg, the Tesserator from Sweden. Chris Pikula is there. Guillaume Wafatapa, 2007 Pro Tour Yokohama champion. Tom the Boss Ross from top 8 of Pro Tour Honolulu, 2009. And then and we're still all these pods 6 and 2s.
Right.
So then you've got, how about Conley Woods, Reed Duke, Raf Levy, and Jonas Kussler, all in what you might call the bottom of the 6 and 2 pods. And in fact, Kussler is someone with a draw 5, 2, and 1, as is Levy.
Yeah, and what's important to remember, we've gone down pod 7, pod 8. It's like, oh, that's really deep in the field, but all of these people essentially are at 6 and 2.
Yeah.
So, there is a lot of room to climb the standings, even at these lower pods.
Yeah, and the important thing there is that, again, it's in the sort of dynamic nature of the pods,
right,
that within this top table, yes, you've got 2 8-0s and 6 7 and 1s, but remember that half of those 8 players are going to go 1 and 2 or worse. Meanwhile, at all these other pods, someone's going 3 and 0.
Right.
So you're 7 and 1, half of those will end up at 8 and 3 or maybe 9 and 2. At the 6-2s, you're going to get 6 players who win those pods and get to 9 and 2. The churn in the standings on the second morning of a Pro Tour with draft is gigantic. So watch out for that. So that's the leaderboard. We're going to tell you what pods we're going to feature later in this show. But what I want to do now is focus in on the Magic Top 25 Pro Rankings. This is new, it's just debuted. It's a combination of last season's points, which gradually decay as this season's points get given out, and they get a combined score. And it's kind of a reflection of who's hot at the moment, who you are going, if you go to a Grand Prix next week, if you go to Louisville, who are you most likely to face at 3 and 0 and go, wow, I've got to play him. So it's a combination of who's going to be there, who's on the top of their game, who's consistently putting up results over the last 12, 18, 24 months. So let's take a look at the top 25 and we'll show you how they did on day 1. You would hope most of them made it into day 2. Let's see how they did. So we start off with your number 1 ranked player. It's Josh Usher-Layton of the United States, Team Channel Fireball. How do you do?
He is at 4-4. So despite being number 1 in the world right now, essentially number 1 ranked, he's just got a 50% ranking in this Pro Tour.
Yeah, that's not super exciting. Let's take a look at number 2. It's also Channel Fireball, the smiling Ben Stark, who of course got inducted into the Hall of Fame. His record on day 1, Zach.
And he is sitting at 5-3, so a little bit better than his teammate Josh Usher-Layton, but he's going to have to work hard to pull out a top 8.
Now, the interesting thing about both of those, we said they're on Team Channel Fireball. They are on what we might call the Fireball deck, and they have very definitely come to a conclusion about the standard format. I believe, I don't want to give too much away, but I believe that they are single-coloured and feature mountains, pretty much. So that gives you some idea of where they are within the wheel. And it's pretty noticeable that neither of them have a fantastic standard record. And if they're going to win the Pro Tour, well, they're going to need to play a lot of standards. So not sure that bodes terribly well for them.
Yeah, at the same time, having talked to a lot of those guys, they're very confident in their deck. They think it was a great choice today. So, it's interesting to see the diversity of opinions and the way different players approach the field.
Okay, let's take a look at the number 3 ranked player. It's Shahar Shenhar, your world champion, of course. He went 5-3 yesterday. So he's kind of on the edge. You feel if you lose early for your 4th loss, then your tie breaks will be sufficiently bad that you're really up against it. All the 5-3s will just be sitting in pods of 8 going, I must win my draft, get to 8-3, put the limited away, get my standard deck back out, and hope to make a deep run.
Right. But like you were talking about too, it's a really tremendous opportunity to 3-0 your pod and get right back in the game.
Absolutely. So Shahar is number 3. Number 4, we go to Japan. It's Yuya Watanabe, his record.
He is also at 5-3. So
Yeah,
he's in some good company up at the top of the rankings.
Yeah, 5-3 there. And then number 5 is Mr. Reed Duke. And he is from Star City Games. And he is at 6-2. Overnight. And I think he's sort of been lost in the shuffle a little bit around the excitement of Sam Black and Paul Reitzel, both at 8-0. But Reed's done, again, a super solid job. One of the top players without a Pro Tour top 8. Seems extraordinary, but he is, of course, the runner-up from the World Championship. Who have we got next?
After Reed, we've got Willie Edel. Previously to this, 4 Pro Tour top 8s. Right now, he's sitting at 5-3.
Okay, now I think this next one is very disappointing. Number 7 ranked is Shuhei Nakamura, and he's had a terrific day in Standard yesterday, went 4-1 in Standard, but his overall record is 4-4, and that tells you that a former Player of the Year in 2008, with his 22 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 Pro Tour top 8s, went 0-3 in Theros draft. Zach, I want to ask you, just take a moment away from the rankings to ask you, with your inside R&D hat on, if you will, are there certain draft formats that, if you like, lend themselves readily to misfiring in a draft comprehensively, where it's very hard to save a draft and suddenly you go in with a plan, and if it doesn't work, you're in desperate trouble?
I think there are. I mean, there are some formats, I think Lorwyn Morningtide was this way,
right,
where like a lot of the decks that you draft hinge around like a particular piece or getting a sufficient density of a certain type of card.
Right.
And you're doing the entire draft thinking that's going to happen, but if that just never shows up, you're left with a deck that like essentially doesn't do anything. And that said, I don't know if Theros is one of those formats.
Right.
I think there's a lot of different ways to play it, but sometimes you're in on a linear strategy and it just doesn't come together.
Yeah, certainly we saw yesterday Andre Prost.
Right.
He was on our first pick, first pack wheel from the draft here, and you can see that. And his first pick was an Abhorrent Overlord in the lovely rare slot. Now, I'm not saying in any way that the Abhorrent Overlord contributed to going 0-3, but certainly, anecdotally, I'm looking forward to going back through the draft here myself and seeing, what were his picks from there, because Abhorrent Overlord's a card that's quite tough to get away from.
Exactly.
So, there we are, back with the rankings. Number 8 is Mr. Tom Martell, StarCityGames.com again, and he's 5-3. You see, first at Grand Prix Indianapolis 2012 and at Pro Tour Gatecrash in this season, 5-3. And now, you will notice so far, everyone's in. Everyone's through to day 2 so far. The top 8 are in. But here's number 9, and it's our first casualty on the current top 25 list. Number 9, Eric Froelich, 3-5. He actually got to play for day 2 at 3-4, but lost out, and obviously a pretty unexciting day for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be disappointed to be the first person in these rankings to not make day 2. On the other hand, it is a testament to the qualities of these players that, I mean, it's not until we get almost through the top 10 that we're finding someone that didn't make the second day.
Yeah. Number 10 is very much in day 2. It's Stanislav Sivka, the return of Ravnica Pro Tour champion. He is at 6-2. And then, well, a fairly astonishing one at 11. Because there's the smiling Brian Kibler. We wouldn't have got a photo quite like that round about 7 o'clock yesterday evening, because he went 1-5 and then went, yeah, you know what? That's the end for now. Don't want to play the last 2 rounds, thank you. So 1-5, and one of the biggest casualties, obviously, not just in terms of rankings, but in terms of World Magic, arguably the biggest casualty of day 1.
However, it may not be a casualty for our audience, but
he
might get to see
teased
him a little bit later.
gently. Right, okay. So Martin User is your number 12 ranked pro, and he went 5-3 from the Czech Republic, so that's another 2 Czechs in the top dozen or so right now. Martin User already 2 Pro Tour top 8s, but really looking to build on that. He's such a monster on the Grand Prix scene, and he's really trying to get all the way at a Pro Tour. And at 5-3, he really needs to win his draft pod. So does David Ochoa, our number 13 ranked pro. He's 5-3 from Team Channel Fireball. And again, this is kind of what you've already mentioned with Josh and Ben at 4-4 and 5-3. It's interesting that you say they still like their deck rather than, oh, maybe it wasn't the right choice. They still feel it was an excellent choice. So if they can get out of Limited with a 3-0 here, then maybe they can demonstrate that it was the right standard choice.
Right. I mean, I think a lot of the conversation now is around Team Star City Games because, there's 2 undefeated players and they're playing both of the Team Star City Games decks, but that's just day one. And fields in day 2 tend to look very different from fields on the first day, and so it might be an opportunity for the Channel Fireball deck to really come back with a vengeance.
Okay, now number 14 is someone who I think will be very disappointed with his day yesterday because he started off so well. I'm pretty sure he went to 3-0 and has ended up 4-4. This is Craig Wesco, if you like, the defending Pro Tour champion from Dragon's Maze. Number 15, however, had an altogether good day because not only did he go 6-2, which puts him in decent shape within the Team Channel Fireball thing, but it turns out that if you scroll down from that photo, you would get to a hand with a ring on it because Luis Scott-Vargas now is a member of the Hall of Fame, inducted in the ceremony yesterday. I hope you got a chance to see that. Always a very emotional time, and fantastic to pay our respects to one of the true greats of the game, and 3 of the greats in himself, Ben Stark and Billy Jensen. So that's Luis. Now 16, I think today could be a very big day for this young man. Owen Turtenwald currently at 6-2.
Yeah, Owen, another one of those players with tremendous Grand Prix success, former Player of the Year, but with only 1 top 8. We're seeing the potential for a breakout moment for several of these players we've gone through, and Owen at 6-2 is right there in the middle of the pack, fighting for those slots.
Now, someone who is almost out the door is our number 17 seed. This is Li Shi-chan of Hong Kong, a gold pro, so he's qualified for all the PT, so he doesn't need to be too worried about that. Won a Grand Prix in my home turf of Birmingham in 2008, but not on a great tear at the moment, and just 4-4 yesterday means that even with 8-0, he's likely, though not certain, to be on the outside looking in when it comes to tie breaks. This field in particular is very, very big, Zach, because of all the silver pros who are here with their 1 shot, so that's got to make a difference. And then we stay in Asia for number 18, and this is Su Ching Kuo. Well, Su Ching Kuo, winner of the World Magic Cup for Chinese Taipei, of course, in 2012, but he will not be making his first Pro Tour top 8. He has the highest number of pro points ever currently in this field without a Pro Tour top 8, 201 coming in, but it will only be 204 now because he is gone at 3-5. Now the next 2, Zach, pretty exciting. Tell us about them.
Yeah, so we've got the captain of the French World Magic Cup team last year, Raphael Levy. He is at 5-2-1, the only one of these players we've seen so far with a draw, which is not exactly where you want to be in a field that's this tight. But Levy, still made day 2. He's certainly ahead of the 5-3 players. He's in a position to put up yet another solid finish, which he's been doing for almost 2 decades now.
Okay, and then we've got Makihito Mihara, who's one of my absolute favorite players of all time. It will not surprise me at all to find him in the Hall of Fame, especially if that Pro Tour Top 8's 4 becomes Pro Tour Top 8's 5 later today, which, by the way, I fully expect to happen. So that's him destroyed.
I was going to say, yeah, we'll keep that on the record.
All right, who's next?
We've got Ari Lax, ranked 21. He is also at 5-3. Again, another excellent player without a Pro Tour top 8 to his resume. 9th place, kind of heartbreaking at Pro Tour return to Ravnica with really one of the best decks in the field. But again, he's kind of sitting there toward the bottom middle of the pack. Really needs to rattle off a string of wins today.
Same deal for number 22. This is Alex Hayne from Canada. He is at 5-3, which means really doesn't have a loss to give in draft. Maybe he can get away with a loss in standard. And then we get to our number 23. This is from Italy, and it's Samuele Estrati. He's down at 4-4, and so is our number 24, and that's Matt Costa from Star City Games. Had a chance to chat with Matt on the eve of the PT, and he was one of the people who felt truly blessed to be in the Star City team, just to hang out with so many great Magic players for so long. Just watch great players at work, just be part of the conversations. It isn't even, and Zach, you've been part of some terrific testing teams. In a way, it isn't even about the playing of the Magic. It's just using your ears and paying attention to what people are saying.
Yeah, oh, exactly. I mean, so many times the value of a team like that is for you to be able to sit back and really just watch playtest games, listen to how people are thinking about the format. And for Matt, Matt's still a pretty young guy. Team Star City is, stacked with Hall of Famers. The preparation he's doing is not just for an individual tournament, but for the course of his entire Magic career. And it's really amazing to be a part of such a great collective of minds.
So then we have the pair who are tied for 25th currently. Next week's rankings, not going to be the same, I guarantee, because even Floch tied for 25th. He is 5-3, looking for his first Pro Tour top 8. Who else is tied 25th? Yeah, that man, 8-0, Sam Black, 5 Grand Prix top 8s, Team World Champion, of course, with Paul Cheon and Mike Jacob at Memphis in 2008. And there, the Gold Pro is really making a run. He is joint leader at 8-0 with Paul Reitzel. Okay, so that's your top 25 coming in. The rankings will change radically. Keep your eye on MTG Daily for the update for that. I think that goes out Wednesday, maybe Thursday of each week. So, what about some of the other groups of players? How did they do yesterday? We've sort of looked at the top 25, but there are lots of sort of little subgroups, and you think, well, how did the Hall of Famers do? How did people who've played the most PTs do? Why don't we take a look at some of the groups and we'll see those now. So let's take a look. First of all, there you see, by the way, the top 25, the full order. Let's see how many people didn't make it in. Brian Kibler didn't make it in. Eric Froelich didn't make it in. Suchin Kuo at 3 and 5. Yep, I think that's it. So it turns out 22 of the 25 still alive here on day 2. So look, there's your top 10 Pro Tours played. Now, most of these are members of the Hall of Fame. In fact, every single one of them is a member of the Hall of Fame. Ralph Levy up there with a ridiculous 80 Pro Tours played. He's 5-2 and 1. Obviously, the best record there is John Finkel. DNP, by the way, down the bottom, just stands for did not play. He was not here this weekend. Jelge Wiegersma took this one off. Frank Karsten snuck in at 4 and 4. Nassif just missed out. The draw cost him 3 wins and a draw rather than 4 wins, 4 losses. Rob Dougherty did a deck tech for us yesterday at 6 and 2. Antoine and Olivier Ruel both here. It's Antoine who has the whip hand at the moment at 6 and 2. Darwin Castle, a couple of draws, and then Bram Snetvangers in at 4 and 4. So that's the top 10 Pro Tours played. What about Premier Play record? So this is a minimum of 100 matches across Grand Prix and Pro Tours. So it's a combined ranking. And you see up at the top there, he was 4 and 4 on day 1. But Zach, what a year it's been for the Rookie of the Year from Chile, Felipe Tapia Becerra.
Yeah, I mean, Felipe Tapia Becerra is 74.5% win percent. I mean, that is the mind-blowing number.
Yeah, I mean, just as a benchmark, we reckon that at 60% at either GP or PT level, that's pretty good. 60 and above in Pro Tours, definitely very good. GPs, maybe you want to be closer to sort of 63 for real excellence. But the best of all time tend to be 65, 66 in this combined ranking. So Becerra, yes, he's still young in his career, but if we look again at that graphic, 74%. He's winning 3 out of every 4. No wonder he's being successful. Also on that list, Andrew Cantillana didn't play this weekend. Jeremy Desani, you're going to see his name a lot in the next few minutes with good reason, not least because he's 7 and 1. Frank Scarron, the Grand Prix Charlotte winner, 5 and 3. The X means that they gave up at some point. So Marcio Carvalho won a match and at some point went, I'm done for the day. Kai, 6 and 2, 5-3 for Shahar, we know. Chase Kovac has a very high Grand Prix win percentage, by the way, and Seth Manfield down there at 4 and 4. So what about the formats that we're actually using? Well, how about standard? And again, Felipe Tapia Becerra right up at the top, even crazier. This is 78.8. So right now, I would suggest to you that everyone will be hoping he doesn't come out of draft 3 and 0 because he's very likely to go at least 4 and 1, if not 5 and 0, when we get back to standard. What other names there sort of stand out for you?
Well, I mean, of course, we're looking at Shahar, again, nearly 75%, kind of totally unheard of. Jeremy Desani, we see him again. He, I think, is one of the most exciting players on earth right now. Tremendous success in the Grand Prix circuit. Would love to see him do well under the lights today on the Pro Tour stage. And then I'm excited to see Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa back with a really, really solid record. Not the most exciting season last year for him, although still certainly not unreasonable. But back really with a vengeance, positioned at 6-2, very well set up for success today.
Okay, so let's move on from standard and we'll go to limited. Again, this is across Grand Prix and Pro Tours. Again, Desani is in the top 10 there. You see Frank Scarron. Kelvin Young wasn't here. Marcio Carvalho, you've already seen, dropped out. Robin Dolar as well. Yuya Watanabe makes an appearance on this top 10 list. And Zach?
And I actually want to talk about Tom Ross.
Okay.
He's sitting there at the top of this list. Tom reminds me a lot of a really good friend of mine for a long time ago named Neil Reeves.
Yep.
A kind of guy that, Tom has a top 8, but a lot of players who are really good and really know what they're doing think very highly of Tom. Perhaps more than he's been under the spotlights or perhaps more than his, Pro Tour record would attest. Rock solid player, really knows what he's talking about, and a really good guy, too. So it's, it's a testament to that ability when we see how high his limited win percentage is.
He is a terrific guy, and maybe he's one of those players who was sort of robbed of the desire in some ways because he's super smart. Magic comes pretty easily to him. And I've certainly had conversations with him where he's been like, I love Magic, but it isn't necessarily something that he needs.
Right.
And a lot of the best players need it in a super driven way. And it's very interesting. I look at Brad Nelson, who's someone I've obviously had a lot of contact with, literally wrote the book on him, where he was someone who needed it, became player of the year, stopped needing it, plummeted, and I think he's needing it again. And he's 6-2 right now, and very much has the game face on, the sort of famous Brad Nelson game face. He's someone I think to watch today as well. All right, now we've looked at limited, but what about what have you done for me lately? Let's look at 2014, as it were, the 2013-2014 Premier Play win percentage this season with a minimum of 30 matches because we're still quite young in the year. So some of these numbers are a little soft in the sense of statistically pleasing, but Neil Oliver, 87.9%. I beg your pardon. He has basically, of course, he won the largest event in Magic history at Grand Prix Las Vegas. He was also a Grand Prix runner-up. The guy is just essentially unbeatable. But at Pro Tour level, where he's making his debut this time, 5-3. Lots of 5-3s on that board. Lucas Xiao from Canada there in second place. Rasmus Björklund, Mats Torres. A lot of Europeans on this list. Alexander Hayne again from Canada. And then I love the fact that you have Josh McLean and Reed Duke nestled next to each other. Both have won a GP. Both have finished second at a GP to each other. Which is just extraordinary. And then the two Hall of Famers, Billy Jensen and Ben Stark. All right. Now, it may not have escaped your attention, those of you, pay attention to coverage, that people turn up in teams at these events. So sometimes you get 3 Brits testing together, or maybe you get the Brits and the Norwegians with a couple of Scots thrown in. Maybe you get a whole bunch of French players with some of the Belgians. They might go together. Sometimes you might have a Zac Hill and some Belgians, if you're going a little bit historic. But there's no doubt that although there are lots of teams here, there are 2 undoubted super teams, and those are Channel Fireball and StarCityGames.com. Rather pleasingly, they both have about the same number of players in each, around about 15. So we can have a little comparison at how the 2 super teams did on day 1. So up we come. Let's take a look at Team Channel Fireball. So the records: Pat Cox, 5-3. Paolo's doing nicely at 6-2. Eric Froelich gone. User 5-3. Karsten pretty much out of the running at 4-4. Brian Kibler, as we know, did not make it into day 2. Shuhei pretty much gone at 4-4. Matt Nass, David Ochoa needing wins in draft. Brock Parker pretty much gone. Luis at 6-2, which is great. Shahar 5-3. Ben Stark 5-3, both needing draft wins. Josh Utter-Layton almost out the door. And for the second Pro Tour running, not even seen Conley Woods. I haven't physically seen Conley Woods this weekend. I mean, chained to the desk. And he's 6-2 and quietly ready to make another push towards the top 8. The interesting thing there, quite a few people gone, quite a few people out of contention, and no one better than 6-2.
No one better than 6-2, but I think only 2 people who didn't make day 2. So a pretty good conversion rate for Channel Fireball, just not at the top of the standings. But today might be an opportunity to change all that.
Yeah, especially as you look at all those 5 and 3s and you think, I haven't checked exactly where the likes of Martin User and David Ochoa and Shahar and Ben Stowe, I haven't quite checked exactly where they are in terms of the list. But let's move on and take a look at StarCityGames.com. And here we go with Sam Black, 8-0. Kai, 6-2. Pat Chabin, the Innovator, 6-2. Matt Costa, 4-4, pretty much gone. Reed Duke, 6-2. John Finkel, 7-1. Billy Jensen, 6-2. Tom Martell, needing wins, 5-3. Nassif is gone. Brad Nelson, 6-2. Reitzel, 8-0. Matt Sperling, 5-3. And then Owen Turtenwald, 6-2. Now, I haven't actually counted them all up, but anecdotally, Zach, I think we can say it's advantage SCG.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. They've got both the undefeated finishers. They've got 2 extremely good decks, a lot more 6-2s, a lot more players very well positioned to make a run at the top 8. At the end of day 1, yeah, I think Star City is the pretty clear winner.
Okay, so that's just where some of the names have fallen. Of course, you can check out Daily MTG. You can find out everything about all your favorite friends from around the world, how they did on day 1. Now, it's in the nature, again, of the schedule of the PT that right now we've had slightly more standard than limited. We're about to change that over the next 3 to 4 hours, and it'll go 4-5, 5-5, and then the last round of limited will push limited ahead of standard in terms of importance. So a little balance tilting towards limited at the end of 11 rounds. But then everything from then on hinges on constructed play. So Zach, while we wait for the round to start and we're sort of heading in that direction, the players have been building their decks for the last half hour or so. We're not far away from pairings. But I want to touch on what we saw yesterday, set the scene a little bit for standard, and we looked at the 4 pillars of standard. And we're going to begin with the Selesnya deck. We've got that up on the big board. You've got the likes of Fleece Mainline, Boone Satyr, Trostani we've seen, and Advent of the Worm. What was your take on Selesnya yesterday? I think we had Rob Dougherty in to talk about green-white.
Yeah, we had Rob in. His deck was really interesting. Had a lot of 1 and 2 ups. You know, the thing about the green-white deck is that it's incredibly consistent. It has very potent threats all the way up the curve. Things to do with its mana late game and Fleece Mainline and Boone Satyr, and just a really solid choice this weekend. I think it was the 3rd or 4th most popular deck. Its weakness that normally green-white has that it can't remove permanents, Celestian Charms actually takes care of that. So I think it's a great choice for the week.
Okay, let's look at red deck wins next, which we had a chance to look at yesterday as well. You can check out all the deck techs on Daily MTG, the likes of Fire Drinker Satyr, Removal and Lightning Strike and Magma Jet, and Fanatic of Mogus. My lord, I saw that do some work yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen Fanatic deal upwards of 7 damage when cast. Interestingly, with Magma Jet, we've actually seen a lot of shocks in favor of Magma Jet because the mana efficiency has just been more important in scrying too. So not necessarily what you'd expect, but that's why you show up and actually play games and don't theory craft all day.
All right. Yeah, I don't do much theory crafting myself. So that's red deck wins. Now we get to Gruul midrange, which is a really interesting deck. You've got the likes of Ember Swallower, Sada Hedonist, Pelucranos World Eater, and Xenagos the Reveler.
Yeah, I really think Pelucranos, one of the breakout cards of the tournament. We've seen it doing great work today, especially against the Blue Devotion deck, which has a lot of small, lower toughness creatures and can't really kill a Pelucranos. Another great combo we've seen is Pelucranos with Wasteland Viper, which can give it Death Touch.
Okay, now I'm going to get you to do this slowly, because someone told me about this, and I was like, it's the what now? The what?
This card and this card.
Yeah, so do this whole thing for me.
So what you do, you attack with your Pelucranos.
Right, okay.
Your opponent may or may not block, but then you use the Blood Rush ability on Wasteland Viper to give it +1/+2, and importantly, Death Touch.
Okay, so Pelucranos now has +1/+2.
Yes.
And Death Touch.
And Death Touch.
Okay.
2 2 toughness matters because it's probably not going to die. So then you use its ability, and you just deal 1 damage to as many creatures as you can.
Right.
And that 1 damage is going to kill all of them.
Because they are all death touch damage.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's a little 2-card combo, both cards that you want to be playing anyway, that can completely turn the tide around in a creature-based mirror match. Been really powerful this weekend.
That is pretty savage, actually. Now I feel a bit sad I haven't seen that yet. Mind you, I did get to see the green-white mirror with 113 life on one side and 132 life on the other. And the player with 113 life having no chance at all because there was an Ajani about to go, I'm going to make 132 2/2 cats. Yes. Now, I'd quite like to see that on camera later, I've got to be honest. Green-white mirrors, it's the way forward.
Death by cat.
Death by cat, indeed. Meow. So then we get, that's for the friends at home. So then, let's take a look at Esper Control. And this is a kind of, I would almost call this the default deck of the format because you go, hey, what are the control colors? It's black, it's blue, it's white. Hey, what does black, blue, and white get? It gets planeswalkers, it gets quality lands, it gets removal and counter magic. And it kind of feels like a lot of the field has defaulted to this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the most popular deck on day 1. A lot of players had concerns about the deck's mana base, but in exchange you get a lot of very powerful cards. You get exactly the kind of removal you want. You get resistance to the regular blue-white decks, which sort of leaned very heavily on Detention Sphere, not a lot of other ways to remove creatures. And then one of the breakout cards of the tournament in Ashiok, a planeswalker that people were saying, when the set came out, I don't know how powerful this is, really earned a lot of respect over the last couple of weeks. So yeah, I think Esper is kind of I know all these cards are good. I was kind of playing it last year. Probably not going to go wrong by playing that deck in this tournament.
I know Christian Calcano is on that. He's at 6 and 2 overnight. Good luck to him. So let's take a look at our leaderboard one more time. This is what you're looking at. This is what's about to shift seismically over the next 3 rounds. Reitzel and Black at 8 and 0. The 7 and 1s. Dizani for Europe. Japan's Mihara. Germany's Tajak. The Czech Republic, Javier Klosky. From the United States, the greatest ever, John Finkel. Canada's David Kaplan. Pierre Dagen of France. Raymond Perez on debut. Alexei Shasov on debut. Kentaro Yamamoto, Matej Zatlkaj. Carlos Duarte on debut. Michael Durzo on debut. 4 players in Pod 2 are in their first Pro Tour. And then you've got John Stern heading the 6 and 2s, the cavalcade of legends that sit just behind our scoreboard. Who are we going to focus on in this next 3 rounds? Those 2 pods there, because the left-hand side is the pod you've already taken a look at. You've got Sam Black, Tajak, Kaplan, Finkel, Yaklowski, Paul Reitzel, who we watched draft with Dizani and Mihara. And then on the right of your screen, we are going to see who emerges from that 6 and 2 incredible bun fight, highlighted by the new Hall of Famer, Luis Scott-Vargas, plus a ton of supporting cast. Peter Ingram and Luke Southworth. You are the underdogs on that table, and no mistake. Best of luck to both of you, and best of luck to all of them, because it's time to settle down and shuffle them up, because here comes round 9 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian David Marshall.
Good morning.
Man, we just got a quick look at our feature match area here.
Unbelievable. It is stacked. So off camera, Tom Martell, Yuya Watanabe. Off camera, Luis Scott-Vargas and Patrick Chapin. On text coverage, Kai Budde and Robert Dougherty.
Yeah.
And on camera at 8 and 0 apiece, Samuel Black and Paul Reitzel.
Yeah, so we had a chance to watch Paul Reitzel draft just recently. For those of you that were with us, we have a really good idea for what his deck looks like. He's in red-green. I've had a chance to peek at Sam Black's deck. We'll let it sort of unfold for you here. But Sam Black has a really sweet deck.
My heart is with Sam's deck. Let's get down to the feature match area and take a look at that deck in action.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros here from Dublin. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Brian David Marshall, and we have the undefeateds. There will only be one left after this round. Paul Reitzel.
Maybe.
That's true, yeah. Paul Reitzel versus Sam Black. This is Theros draft. This is round 1 of day 2. So it's round 9.
Yeah.
And looks like play is underway here. They both have pretty cool decks. Sam Black's I love.
Yeah, obviously I love it too. It's Simic.
It's Simic,
It
and
is
you
straight
are
up
going to
Simic.
love this deck. Paul Reitzel's deck I like. I don't love.
Yeah. Paul seemed pretty happy with that. I had a chance
Yeah.
to talk to him about it. We watched him draft, and we were unsure about some of the things that had been happening there.
All right, so a Vaporkin to kick things off for Sam Black. You can see that he's tied for 25th in our world rankings. We have a top 25 rankings, and he is actually tied, I think, with Ivan Floch for 25.
Yes, that will change, I believe. So a couple of 2-drops.
Yeah, Seder Hedonist here for Paul Reitzel.
After a Vaporkin by Sam.
Sam's going to play a land, get in there with his Vaporkin, and pass a turn back. So Sam doesn't have a turn 3 play here. At least he hasn't had one yet.
Yeah. When we watched Paul draft, we saw card in his hand was his first overall pick, Polish Crusher. He felt like he couldn't quite get away from it. You know, he thought he said, oh, maybe I should have taken that Heliod's Emissary and been more open, and it kind of locked him in. But he likes his deck. And, he is in an interesting position. He was drafting knowing he was going to face Sam Black.
That's interesting.
Right.
That doesn't happen very often.
He knows that they're both 8-0. He knows that they're going to play round 1 of day 2. So he, while he didn't draft specifically against Sam, he had it in mind.
I see.
He did make some metagame decisions as far as how he built his deck.
And that is interesting. Not something that you get too often at this level. All right, so Vaporkin gets in. Sam Black hits his land drop and just says go. So not a whole lot going for Sam. Meanwhile, Paul Reitzel has managed to put 5 power up on the table, and in it goes.
Do you just attack into blue-green, 4 mana open, and not think about Horizon Chimera there?
I just jam it.
You just jam me.
I'm
like,
trading
right,
either
trade.
of these creatures for it. So, yeah. And here it is, turn 4 Polish Crusher. Is this going to resolve? Yeah, absolutely. And Paul Reitzel with a really nice 2-3-4 curve out here means that Sam Black is going to have a really hard time coming back into this game. Let's see what he does for his turn. I think he's got the Prophet.
Yeah, he does it. We can take a look at his hand there. You see that he's got a Prophet of Krufix, untaps everything.
And he can play his creatures at instant speed. They have as if they had flash. Yeah. But Paul Reitzel looks to have a great draw here. I think he's got his Ordeal of Perforos in his hand too.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, there it is.
Can't put it on his. He cannot put it on his Polish Crusher.
That's right.
Protection from enchantments.
So interesting decision here for Paul Reitzel. The Polish Crusher seems like an obvious attack, but he does have to consider if he wants to trade Agent of Horizons for the Prophet. And also, this is where where Prophet shines, right?
Yeah.
So he's got the Prophet, and Sam Black has 5 untapped mana, and it's not like Paul can just happily run it in. I mean, what if Sam were to flash in a Nethian Asp here? It would completely change combat.
Yeah.
Eat your Polish Crusher, thanks?
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. We know that the only thing that's going to come down for that there's nothing in Sam's hand.
There's nothing in Sam's hand,
that can come down on
Paul
5 mana.
doesn't know.
But Paul has no idea. He has to put him on
Can
that.
he really risk just running his Polish Crusher into this board?
That looks like he's going to have to.
All right, so Ordeal of Perforos. Now remember, Paul doesn't have the mana, and he does. He's just going to jam in there, and you got to feel bad for Sam Black because he could represent so many things here, and he just doesn't have them.
But next turn he will get to run a Nemesis Immortals out there at instant speed.
Okay, so that will be, unfortunately, it's just a turn late as it will actually just trade for the Agent of Horizons at that point. But it will prevent the trigger, and it will be a fine play for Sam. But ideally, you're flashing in your big guys and eating.
We've been talking about this. This is a fairly vast format. We already have a back table result. Yu Watanabe up 1-0 on Tom Martell. As we go into turn 6 here in Sam Black versus Paul Reitzel. Vaporkin gets in.
Yeah, Vaporkin's going to attack for 2. It's been doing its job, but it doesn't have a lot of backup.
So this is exciting, right? The idea that you get to main phase, play an Omen Speaker, and then untap your lands at the end of at the beginning of the next turn,
Yeah.
and put a fade into Antiquities.
He's going to fade into Antiquity here to take out the Ordeal of Perforos. So that means that Sam's actually working into a pretty decent board state where he gets to flash in a Nemesis Immortals on Paul's turn, and he can eat the Polis Crusher, or he can eat the Agent of Horizons if he thinks that Paul's going to be able to find blue mana later, because Sam Black's at 5. So Sam doing his best. He did put one of the 2 cards on top of his library as well, so he's got action. He needs to be able to survive here, though.
But
remember, Paul now
interestingly, both players have a Nemesis of Mortals.
They do, but unfortunately for Sam Black, Paul now has mana to Monstrous his Polis Crusher. It only costs 6.
Oh.
Yeah, so things could get ugly here for Sam Black, but let's see what it looks like. Paul Reitzel can't really assume that Sam has anything in his hand. He didn't last turn.
Right.
I mean, there is one more mana on the table, so cards like Nemesis Immortals come into play, but there's not a ton that he could have. He could have a Horizon Scholar, but yeah,
Paul
he just
jams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam looks at the board.
Sam's looking at that Polis Crusher, and he is in the tank. That Prophet of Crew Fixes, it messes up everything.
I love that
It's
card.
a sweet card. Polis Crusher also has a special ability that whenever it deals damage to a player, you can destroy an enchantment that player controls, though I don't think Sam has any enchantments right now. So.
No. Sam just staring at the board.
Right, so he's gonna flash in the Nemesis Immortals. So he must do this. This is stage 1. He was always doing this, and you can already see some kind of there's a chump block on the Agent. And the Nemesis looks like it's going to jump in front of Polis Crusher, but it has Monstrosity 3 for 6 mana. So Paul has just enough here to pay the Monstrosity and turn that into a 7/7 with Trample. Unfortunately, the Vaporkin can't block anything, and Sam is stuck blocking like this just so he doesn't die. So here's Paul. He's going to activate the Monstrous ability on Polis Crusher. And Sam's going to take 4 damage here and go to 1.
Right. Yeah. The trample is what really makes the math there.
Yes.
Very difficult.
Yeah. Sam was very close to stabilizing there, but that monstrous ability is going to get him. And Sam's going to be all the way down to 1. And I mean, outside of a card like Sea God's
I was just going to say Sea God's Revenge is
Yeah.
and I don't know if he has that card.
I don't know either, but Sam, he drew his card, but then he's like, well, I already know what this is, so I won't even bother.
It doesn't.
Follow the adventures of Planeswalker Dak Faden in the Magic the Gathering comic produced by IDW. A special promo card unique to the IDW comic series comes in each issue. Find out more about these comics at wizards.com/magicmerchandise.
Watch these 2 players shuffle up and think about their sideboarding. Couple more results. It looks like Luis Scott-Vargas is up 1-0 on Patrick Chapin, and Kai Budde is up 1-0 on Rob Dougherty. It's a lot of Hall of Famers.
Jeez, you could just blind pick any of these for our video feature, and I would be perfectly thrilled.
Yeah, and just I imagine there have to be some people at home who are going like, look, it's great that you have Paul Reitzel and Sam Black in the feature match area, but like how in the how in the name of Heliod can you not? How can you not have Kai Budde versus Rob Dougherty at the video table? And just so you know, traditionally what we do is when you start a Pro Tour and you go 8-0 on day 1.
Yep.
You get the first feature match of day 2.
Yes.
Then you get to look at some of the other people who are not 8-0.
This is a great
a
shot,
room
though.
full of people not 8-0.
No, but I mean, you can see so many famous and popular players there. I see Nico Boni at the bottom down there.
That's it.
No, I see others.
Is that Chris Pikula on the rail? Did he finish his match already?
No, that's not him. He's got to be in there still. He plays decided.
Not fast.
Yeah. I wouldn't call him a slow player, but he makes sure.
But here you go. The last two players in this tournament without a loss.
Yeah.
Everyone else in this room has lost at least once. Most of them more than that. These two guys who've been spent this entire week together, play testing, building. Both of them end up with Nemesis Immortals in their draft deck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny. This was a card that I kept trying to build around. And,
but you weren't happy with
drafts.
the results?
I haven't been happy with the results. Really trying to commune with the gods. Centaur cards into my graveyard.
Right. Mill myself.
Yeah, mill myself. Here you take a look at the card. It's an uncommon from the new set. It's a powerful 6-drop. I've played it for 2 mana. It's really good.
It can be. Yep.
And then
and monstrous.
And then monstrous is going to cost you 5 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, you mentioned Commune with the Gods. It says it's an anchor card. I mean, this just shows you the power of power and toughness to converted mana cost ratio, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you get this thing for 3 or 4 and it's a 5/5, and it doesn't have evasion. This thing doesn't have trample, nothing like that.
Nope.
It can become a 10/10 if you monstrous it. I mean, the thing is just huge. And when you get massive cards like this for way cheaper than you would normally get, it's just good. I mean, it just is. And it's interesting too because
he's one of the leading attorneys at the John Grisham firm of Time to Feed.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, the really cool thing about it is just that you can actually craft the board state and the game around it. Like maybe your opponent offers you a trade that you would be like, but you look down and you've got Nemesis Immortals and you're like, yeah, okay, we'll trade.
Right.
And you can get a couple of creatures in the yard that in a favorable spot where it doesn't really hurt you, and all of a sudden you can get Nemesis Immortals for 4 mana.
Sure. On turn 2, turn 3, you can just push your guys in front. They have maybe draw out some tricks even.
Yes, exactly.
And then and not find yourself. In fact, you really kind of want to draw out the tricks.
Yeah, because now your 5/5 is untouchable.
Right.
Yeah. Nemesis Immortals, an interesting example of why Death Touch is so good in this format as well.
Yeah.
He just gets blanked by a Scorpion or by a Baleful Eidolon.
Baleful Eidolon is such a good card.
He does work.
You're like the green player with it. You're like, what the hell do I do about that stupid Baleful Eidolon now?
Deck, right? You're in the green-red, and it's like, well, I guess I'll lightning strike that.
Time to feed and 3 for 1 myself.
Yeah, it just gets ugly. But thankfully for Paul, he's playing up against blue-green, which is also not really a great matchup for green-red because you get the green, like the Sedge Scorpions from the green deck, and you also get the instant speed bounce spells in Griptide and Voyage's End for the blue, and that can mess with your monstrous. But I gotta say, when you really look at Paul Reitzel's deck, he's got Anessian Asp and the Polis Crusher. I don't know that he has any other monsters besides Nemesis.
No.
Yeah, so he's not really in a position that often to commit fully to monstrous and then get blown out.
Yeah, he's more of a mid-range deck than a big fatty deck.
Yeah, you can see streaks of Paul Reitzel aggro in there. He took some aggressive cards over some more solid mid-range cards during the draft portion, and you can certainly see that he still has that worldview on each pick.
Paul Reitzel going down to 6 cards to start this. Looks like he's got a mix of land and spells. Is it the right land,
I think
though?
he's got 2 force, no mountains here, 3 red spells in hand. I'm going to keep. But he said he's just going to keep.
Okay, and then Sam Black leads off with the green Baleful Eidolon.
Oh, man. This is not great for Paul. I mean, this is a card that's going to have to be dealt with. Now, he does have Spark Jolt in his deck.
And specifically has Spark Jolt because he's playing against Sam Black.
Right.
He's like, Sam always has cards that die to Spark Jolt. Not playing Portent of Betrayal main deck card. He said he would normally main deck because he knew he was going to play Sam for round 1.
Yeah, and
although he might have brought that Portent of Betrayal in. And there's the Spark Jolt.
Spark Jolt, and
this one's
to the
just
mountain.
for you, Sam.
Yeah. And Spark Jolt actually is really good against Sam's deck. Sam has, I believe, 4 Vaporkin. He's got 3 or 4. Yeah, so it's going to hit a relevant spell every single time.
2 Vaporkins.
Oh, sorry, 2 Vaporkin.
That's like 4.
Yeah, I see.
That's like 4. In the world of magic hyperbole, 2 Vaporkins is like 4.
I wonder whose deck it was that I saw that had 4 now.
Well, don't spoil it.
I'm not going to. I'm just curious now. All right, so Sam, let's take a look at his hand. Well,
not
amazing for Sam. It's just not a great draw for him. A lot of lands. Very mediocre creature, though. I do see in his hand now he's got Thassa's Emissary, which is really one of the best uncommons in the set.
Here we get a look at Paul's hand. Not a lot of. But he does have a Borderland Minotaur that he's going to be able to play next turn if he draws a land.
And there it is, right on time, turn 4. And this is going to change the way this game plays out in a huge way. All of a sudden, Paul Reitzel has to really consider this. Now he draws a mountain. This is really key. He can play his Borderland Minotaur, which can get in the way, but he's got to feel like he's in a precarious situation.
And Sam's about to assemble the Voltron of aqueous form on...
It's... this is all I ever want to do for the rest of my life, BDM.
Really?
I just want to, like, draw
you want
cards,
to, like, attack,
decide
scry, go, I want to draw this one.
Yes! And take 3? Like, it's everything I want to do in Magic. I'm so excited for this. All right, here's Borderland Minotaur for Reitzel. It's a start. But Sam Black has to feel excited that his opponent didn't just immediately lightning strike his Thassa's Emissary. Now,
although next turn, I think what we're going to see, there's the form.
Yep, there it is.
So now you attack.
Trigger.
It's unblockable.
It is.
You get to scry 1. He's like, oh no, I don't like the card. I'm going to push it. It's probably a land.
It was a land. It was an island. Yep.
Yeah. And now he's like, draw a card. Draws a fresh card.
And it's a Voyage's End. Unbelievable. Because Reitzel, one of his plans here is to go for Ordeal.
Right.
Try to put the race to him, and then eventually kill the...
Well, look at what he can do with if he draws another land here. He can Ordeal.
Did he draw a lightning strike?
He drew lightning strike,
yeah. It must be nice to be Paul Reitzel.
Yeah.
Breaking up the party, huh? And, of course, Sam Black is going to know, or he probably is going to assume that, he's going to know that Paul just drew that lightning strike. So let's see what happens. There's actually a lot of options here for Reitzel, and also for Sam Black with 4 untapped mana currently.
Right, and you have to respect. You have to respect Voyage's End.
Yes.
You have to respect Griptide.
Yep. All right, he's going for Ordeal here. He's going to attack, and I think that we're going to see a Voyage's End right now. Wow, Voyage's End means that Paul Reitzel doesn't get to replay this Minotaur until next turn at the earliest.
But he does get a clean window. He has to assume a clean window to lightning strike that Thassa's Emissary.
That's right, and there it is. And Sam Black has to be so sad. But he did get some good value out of it. But nice draw there for Paul Reitzel to take down what was really going to... That thing was going to take over the entire game. All right, and now right off the top here, Sam Black finds... Prophet of Krufix, and that means he kind of gets to go off a little here. He's going to get
he's going to be able to play his Ferris Band Centaur as an instant here.
Boom.
Which I don't know that Paul can get his way past.
Now, is he going to do it? He's not, because he wants to use it as a removal spell.
Yeah.
Remember, I mean, he has essentially infinite mana here. He can cast whatever he wants right now.
Right. He's no reason to cast my Vaporkin. Tom Martell, by the way, has lost to Yuya Watanabe. Yuya Watanabe takes that in 2 pretty quick games.
I like this more when I had my crab friend.
What?
I like this more when I had my crab friend.
You guys can hear Sam Black say, I liked this more when I had my crab friend. Sam, I'm right there with you, buddy.
We're going to get a time defeat here.
Paul Reitzel playing fun police here by breaking up the cool
cards.
You're
going to surprise me with your Ferris Band Centaurs?
Right. And there they are. So Sam gets to dump his hand at instant speed, but in fact his Prophet dies. And, not that big of a deal at this point. He doesn't have any cards left in his hand anyway, so it was just a 2/3 body from now on. Well, I mean, the flash thing obviously still matters, but...
Oh boy!
Well, he can cast it, so
he can cast it. I think he's able to actually activate it as well.
14.
So he's got 2 creatures in the graveyard at least. No, there's 3.
Yeah.
There's the Emissary.
Yeah. He has the mana to do both.
Does he have another green source?
Not this turn.
Oh, sad. All right, well, Sam Black, though, continuing to add to the board. That was a great draw for him. And let's see what Paul can do. He has done a really great job of keeping himself in this game. He drew that lightning strike to get him out of what was going to be a game-ending combination of Aqueous Forum and Thassa's Emissary. And
didn't run into the sort of black tunnel that Wile E. Coyote painted on the cliffside to make it look like there was a road going
this
through.
direction. Yeah, he did not. And he's really, even though Sam Black has really put a lot of pressure on the board, Paul is not in an awful position. He is actually in a spot where he has draws and there are sequences that he can get out of this, even though you'd say he's behind.
Yeah, look, Paul interesting. Paul looked at attacking there, just seeing if Sam would respect the combat trick.
Yeah. I mean, what can Paul Reitzel represent there? I mean, Titanic Strength doesn't get it done.
He can represent Feral Invocation, certainly. Oh, that won't get it done. That'll be trade.
Yes.
So, just to let you know, Luis Scott-Vargas has defeated Patrick Chapin, but we are holding for you, for your viewing pleasure, Game 3 between Hall of Famer Robert Dougherty and Hall of Famer and all-time money winner.
Yes.
Kai Budde.
Still currently in the lead.
Yeah.
John Finkel closing fast.
So he does attack with the Borderline Minotaur, and Sam doesn't block. Sam's like, no, I'm not prepared to make that trade.
Yeah, Sam Black clearly wanting to keep the pressure going on his end. And that was a sweet play from Reitzel, though. Because, I mean, Reitzel is just stone bluffing here, right? He has just nothing.
Yeah.
Like, if Sam Black blocks, he's like, sure, put this in my graveyard.
Right.
Yeah. So really, really high-level stuff there from Paul Reitzel to get in that 4 damage. This is what he's known for, right? He finds ways to get in damage that other people wouldn't, and he can close out the game, and that's what he's doing here.
Although he takes a while thinking about that.
Yes.
Is that for you? I mean, he knows Sam's a very cautious player.
Yeah, when I play at local shops and stuff, if somebody just immediately jams their weaker guy into mine, I give them credit. I'm just like, I don't
but
think they're
if they think about it for a while and then attack?
I would think that they had a little less, but with Paul, I would respect them. I just don't want to get involved. All right, so here's take 10.
2.
Yeah.
I'm at 2.
And you're at 2. And that,
so
of course...
he's got it. He has to deal with that Vaporkin.
The Vaporkin, yeah. It's all down to the Vaporkin at this point. So here's the draw step. And that's not going to do it. He's got a Fanatic of Mogus.
But he doesn't have 15 red pips on the board.
Yes, he does not. And he is not going to be able to get in for the full 16 damage here. So I think that we're going to see an equalizer here, as I believe that Sam Black will have won this game. It's so tough because Nemesis Immortals gets so big. I mean, we're not just talking about, 3. It's not like Monstrosity 3. Nemesis Immortals is Monstrosity 5.
Yeah.
And it just gets huge. I think it's the second biggest monstrosity going, and Paul Reitzel concedes the game to Sam Black.
So we see these guys now going back to their sideboards for a second viewing, thinking, oh, what did I miss? What could I have done? Paul obviously thinking about, how do I get the Spark Jolt and the Portent of Betrayal into my deck?
Yes.
I need both of them.
He really
Sam.
does. They're both quite good versus Sam Black as well. We'd like to thank Gaming Etc. for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Use the promo code Dublin when ordering on GamingEtc.com to earn 10% off all singles and accessories. For more information, visit GamingEtc.com. Yeah, I think he actually does want both of those cards against Sam. They're excellent versus him. He's got multiple targets that are really an issue.
Dead Scorpion, Welcome Turns.
Yeah, there's 3 of those right there. Those are all an issue for Paul Reitzel. I mean, he's got the Nessian Asp, but a turn to Vaporkin. Did you say Welkin Turn?
Did I say? I probably did say
Welkin. The funny part
turn.
is I didn't even flinch.
Welkinkin.
Mm-hmm. The reason we're saying that it's a functional reprint. It's the same text but a different name on the card as a card from Zendikar. But anyway, those are actually kind of an issue for Paul Reitzel. He doesn't have a ton of options. All right, take a look at Fanatic of Mogus here.
This is a card
that's a sweet one.
When we were watching Paul draft, I think he was like, "Oh yeah, I guess red is open." I'll take this.
Yes.
It's, goes in a couple different decks. You could be like, you can play Devotion. It just gives you a little extra reach.
That's right.
It goes in the Minotaur deck.
Yes, it is.
We've seen it be a powerful card in Standard.
Yeah.
It was the masthead of the SS Red Deck wins that won week 1 of the new Standard format in the Star City Open. There was 4 of them in just a Red Deck wins, and Boros Reckoners and Burning Tree Emissaries. You just on turn 4, you're like, take 6.
Yeah, and we've seen it yesterday even in limited. Chris Pikula had a mono red deck, and he had a bunch of Dragon Mantles and stuff. And Fanatic of Mogus did serious work for him. I think that in a deck like Paul Reitzel's, it's a little bit more like a incidental, like it's a solid creature, and you're like, take 3. Yeah. Lightning bolt you.
Yeah. So how high do you pick that card if it had been a 3/1 for R2 and?
Oh man. But it still had that same ability.
It still has the same ability. Yeah, same card except it's a 3/1.
Can I bid you up to RR1?
Sure.
Oh man, I would take it really high. That would be amazing.
I mean, at RR1, just a 3/1 that just said deal 2 damage to your opponent when it came into play.
Would play. Yeah, that would be nice, especially in a format like this. That's one of the cool things about cards like that. It's a 4/2. You guys get a look here in Ireland at our really nice place to play Magic.
I hope we come back here.
I would love to.
I like this. I like this country, and I really like this tournament site. I've been very pleased.
Me
with
too.
it.
We've had a great time. There's a few restaurants and pubs in walking range of the site as well. A couple of them are even playing some Magic, for people that want to play, and it's been a really great event so far. Great location. One thing to remember about Paul Reitzel and Sam Black, they're teammates.
Yeah.
They tested and talked and brewed and drafted and all this stuff together. So, there is that element as well about really knowing what how the other person thinks. Though I do have to say, these two particular players offer a really interesting contrast because they're actually quite different players in the way that they approach Magic. Paul's like brutally practical. He is the most. He can strip things down to their barest parts and really just get to what's important. And Sam Black is more of this sort of mysterious. He comes up with stuff that nobody else sees.
They're both about like 20, right? Paul figures out how to deal exactly 20 damage, and Sam tries to figure out how to take exactly 20 turns.
I thought you were going to say how to get 20 cards in his graveyard. All right, so we're underway here. Sam Black, no Sedge Scorpion on turn 1. No Red Source anyway, though, for Paul Reitzel yet. And I don't think he's got one in his hand. This could get ugly. He's got all green, though. He does have a play, though. It's Agent of Horizon, so perfectly fine card on turn 3. And I believe he's going to be met with another one. Sam Black drops his own Agent Horizon. So Sam's are marginally better. His can get unblockable.
Sam's have a 00, nomenclature. They're able to... a classification, I should say. They're able to kill.
Yeah, but Sam does, in fact, trade it off. This could be a hint that he might have Nemesis Immortals in his hand.
Let's take a look. We can see what Sam is working with.
He passes a turn back, and I believe he's got a Prophet of Crew. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Oh, man, this is like the BDM hand. Look at that. Man. Horizon Chimera. End step, flash this in, draw a card, gain a life, and I'm going to start beating down. Yeah. That card is a powerhouse. I love that card.
And then we take a look at Paul's hand.
What is Paul dealing with? Red card, red card, red card.
Couple of ordeals, a Nemesis Immortals, a Destructive Rivalry,
wow.
Strike.
Look at Sam Black just going off. He has now played Prophet of Crufix, and he can play his Centaurs. I don't know if he has any other options, but poor Paul Reitzel here, no red mana. He managed to draw it in the last game, but not this time. And there it is, the 3/7. And Sam Black draws a card, gains a life, and it looks like he is in a driver's seat here thanks to Prophet of Crufix.
Yeah,
in they go.
So good.
It is. So Sam taking a little bit of risk here, playing into potentially a Savage Surge, but he doesn't care. Yeah. He's so far ahead. And he just happens to have another one. Wow. Is this a mountain? It is not. It is one of Paul Reitzel's best cards, but even at this point in the game, it's getting so far out of hand. All right, well, here we go. Nemesis Immortals for Paul Reitzel.
And that's going to get Voyages ended.
It is. Right back to the hand. Paul Reitzel extends his hand, and that's going to do it. Sam Black defeats Paul Reitzel to remain undefeated here at Pro Tour Theros. 9-0.
Yeah. Prophet of Crufix had a vision of no mountains.
Are you ready for the next step on the hero's path? Come to Theros Game Day on October 19th and 20th and put yourself to the test in the Face the Hydra Challenge. For more information, visit wizards.com/magicgameday.
Man, that's a sick
That
graphic.
is awesome artwork. I just looked
We're
up
both
too.
like,
I
wow.
was like,
Yeah,
geez.
don't normally comment on the graphics, but man, that's sick.
She looks mean.
Speaking of mean,
Yeah, speaking
there's
of
a
mean.
grizzled Rob Dougherty. Not really, a grinning Rob Dougherty.
Yeah, and we had a deck tech with him yesterday. He was great in the deck tech. And as you can see on the left, Kai Budde, all-time money leader for Magic the
All-time,
Gathering.
leader in terms of Pro Tour victories.
That's right. For those of you that haven't seen Kai play on camera, this will be a real treat for you here. This human being you're looking at right there has had the most success on most of the measured ways of Magic the Gathering.
Both of these
than
players
anybody.
are Pro Tour champions. Both of these
Yes.
guys have won Team Pro Tours.
Back when Team Pro
Yeah.
Tours happened pretty commonly, right?
Yeah, but Rob has been playing since Pro Tour 1.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, he's a lifelong gamer.
and there's a favorite hoplite to lead things off for Rob Dougherty. Rob is white blue heroic. He's got 3 of those favorite hoplites, so not exactly a surprise that he would lead off with one.
All right, so Kai Budde has the second swamp but does not play Farika's Cure. And there is a Battle-Wise hoplite. You'd think if Kai has it, he does. And he's decided what he wants to hit. He's actually going to hit the Battle-Wise hoplite here, and he's just going to just hope that favorite hoplite never gets bigger because that thing gets out of hand. If he wants to kill it, he has to do it soon because it gets out of range after just one trigger. But I think he's choosing the line of just ignoring it. I think he's just like, look, because that thing is a handful. But he's got himself a Blood Toll Harpy, and it looks like he's going to be able to start beating down, though. It doesn't feel like he really has many blocks here. I think that Rob can just keep attacking with that favorite hoplite like as many times as he wants, pretty much for the rest of the game until
Right, if Rob just attacked with the favorite hoplite here, no pre-combat
yeah, you
heroic.
just can't block.
You
Yeah,
just-
you can never block that thing. It is a really, really good one drop. I have a lot of respect for that card.
But no turn 3 play. We actually get a look at these players' hands.
Yes.
So we see that there is a Battle-Wise Valor, a Ray of Dissolution, a Sealock monster, and a couple more lands in Rob's hand. Whereas, let's take a look at what Kai is working with. He's got Fleshman's Steed. He's got a Cavern Lampad.
Ooh, Whip of Erebos.
Whip of Erebos, yeah.
But he's going to kick it off with a Cavern Lampad. He's just going to keep developing his board. It's essentially going to be unblockable for the duration of this match. I mean, there is a chance that Rob's playing an artifact creature here or there, but for the most part, it's just going to get in there.
He's not.
Okay, yep, so there you go. But
It gets
immediately,
yeah.
it gets destroyed by Ray of Dissolution.
Right. Which is such an interesting thing about this format is how meaningful the enchantment removal is.
And, you and I were chatting about this the other day, BDM, instant speed being the key.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's, Fade into Antiquity. There's a few sorcery speed options, and they're not as good. All right, favorite hoplite, again and again and again, battling. All right.
You're like, okay, hoplite. I thought you were supposed to be really
Yeah.
favored. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's not that favored this game, it turns out. But Cavalry Pegasus is, it needs friends. It's a lonely Pegasus. And right now, I mean, Rob Dougherty's aggressive blue-white deck has managed, after 5 turns, to put up two power. It's like they need assistance. And there's a Flesh-Mad Steed for Kai.
Anything dies.
And he passes the turn back. So Kai's got Boon of Erebos, Thassa's Bounty, and a Whip. A lot of Erebos action over there.
So Robin's going to be able to play his Sealock monster this turn.
Okay. It'll do a little, but yeah. Again, you see that favored hoplite go unblocked time and time again.
Well, it's flying now, right?
It is flying now. You're right. That is
Where
correct.
you at?
It is a human. There's actually quite a few humans in this set, more than I'd think. Usually centered around the blue-white or the red-white deck has the most instances of humans.
Take a look at the favorite hoplite. Why we're talking about how difficult it is to block this card.
Yes. It is so rough to actually tussle with that thing. All right, so there it is, Sealock Monster.
And the card has Island Home, and there are a couple of potential
Give you an island.
residences on Kai's side of the table, or
There
one
is.
potential residence anyway.
Yeah, and that's all it really needs. That's interesting.
So that is going to be able to go on the aggressive path.
And that's pretty sweet. I mean,
I guess it's not Island Home, right? Because Island Home is you destroy it if you don't control an island, too.
that's true, yeah. Oh, you're going old school on us there. Yeah. But really, I mean, when you look at it under this context, a 5/5 for 5 in blue-white,
Yeah.
green doesn't get that.
Yeah.
You know, that's really good. It's also got Monstrous for Monstrosity 3.
For what, 7 mana, right?
It's 7 mana, that's correct. You can turn one of your opponent's lands into an island in addition to its other types, basically just enabling it to attack. But in this case, he would just turn Kai's island into an island. All right, there's Whip of Erebos. Now, Whip is excellent. Whip is a card that is very, very difficult to deal with, but you do need creatures either on the battlefield or in your graveyard to make it work.
Terrible to me. I don't know.
Talking about how good this card is. Theoretically, that there's a Thassa's Bounty in Kai's hand, and he can draw 3 cards and mill himself for 3 cards.
That's
to
value.
potentially draw air quotes extra cards.
Love it.
With the whip.
Yep.
You
I
know,
think that's fantastic.
Rob has not been super aggressive here, although that Sealock Monster is certainly gonna be difficult for him.
Random red-green mystics that were in Chinese, and I was like, okay. I like the text.
Let me see. He's
Rob
reading.
Dougherty's getting a look at Whip of Erebos there.
Why don't we do the same thing?
Sure. You guys can get a look. It's got a lot of text on it, but it actually, when you play it, it's pretty straightforward.
Creatures you control have lifelink.
That's a big deal.
It's such a pain.
It's a big deal. It's also a new permanent type. You can see it's a legendary enchantment artifact. So it's pretty vulnerable. There's a lot of ways to destroy those type of cards, but I don't think that Rob has any of those in his hand. And it looks like he's lining up an attack here. He's going to fly in. He did not attack with his Sealock Monster. He wants to leave it back to be able to block Fleshmad Steed, I guess. I mean, he does get a head on damage doing that, although marginally. Battle-wise and Scry.
And then Erebos' Boon of Erebos is just going to be a little bit of a backbreaker here.
Yeah. I mean, they're fighting over two cards that are not super important to them.
Yeah, it's like
It's just a big life game.
Sort of a 2-for-1 too. Mm-hmm. Right, he gets both cards out of Rob for just his Boon of Erebos.
It's true. Yeah.
And gains 2 life.
Does he end up gaining 2 total out of the exchange?
I think so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What's the?
Because he gets to 4 and then he takes 2 from the boon.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Boon of Erebos regenerates.
All right, here it is.
His
Draw
heartbeat.
3. I was talking with Zac Hill about Thassa's Bounty. He thinks that people should be playing it more. I was talking to him about it, and he said the thing that people forget is that card says, and Kai Budde flips over his Kraken. He will be releasing that shortly. That was off of the mill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he gave a big thumbs up for that one, too. Shipbreaker Kraken.
Yeah.
Not bad to hit off with your Whip of Erebos. So kind of going off here. It's pretty sweet. But yeah, Zach was saying people forget that it says draw 3 cards on it. Like, just that's a powerful effect. Wow. So Rob Dougherty just hasn't been able to put up a whole lot of punch here. He's been hanging in there, but it looks like Kai is going to start being able to take over the game with the Whip of Erebos pretty soon. Rob's going to use his Nimbus Naiad's bestow ability on his favorite hoplite. I mean, he's making some darn decent threats here.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be able to race.
But he can attack for 4-9 here.
Not bad, but remember...
But then Kai gets to attack back for 4 and gain 4.
Yes, at least. And
then,
he can also
play, yeah.
he can whip back the Kraken and get 5. I mean, there's a lot of life.
He's gonna whip out his Kraken.
I did not say that.
You almost
I said
did.
whip back.
You almost did, and then I said it.
At least we know our roles, right? Yeah, but I mean, he's going to be able to gain huge amounts of life thanks to the Whip of Erebos. It's really going to take over this middle to late part of the game now. If Rob Dougherty can't either find a way to neutralize it, kill it, or basically kill all of Kai Budde's creatures forever. And that's just not going to happen. Yeah, in white blue. All right, so Kai's going to attack with his Blood Toll Harpy, gain a couple of life, jump back up to 17.
Yeah, it's not often that the game goes this many turns after a first turn favorite hoplite.
Yes, it's true.
And you're like, oh, I'm at 17.
Yeah, and Kai actually could have killed it and just didn't. And it hasn't really done a ton here. As Kai dumps his entire hand on the table, 2 return phalanx and a Vaporkin. So this represents huge life gain swings for Kai Budde, and it makes it really impossible for Rob Dougherty to race at this point. So now he's going to have to go into shields up mode. And I mean, does he have an Elspeth floating around in there sometimes? Like, he's going to need something pretty insane.
Nope. But he can get a hopeful Eidolon maybe and try to race back.
But it's just the life totals will just end up both being very high.
Yeah. And ultimately the whip is going to reign supreme here.
It will.
Oh, there is a hopeful Eidolon. Look, that's what he drew.
Hey!
So he gets to attack here for free. Like, no damage gets done
Yes.
to the favorite hoplite because it's been heroic this turn.
That's right. And even then, Kai's just got a Vaporkin.
But he's like, whatever.
Yeah. So Kai takes 6. That jumps Rob Dougherty back up to 20. But
take a look at Hopeful Eidolon. So +1/+1 plus the 1 from heroic and lifelink.
Excellent card.
Really a premium card in
is.
the heroic deck.
It really is. Anything that says bestow for 4 is a premium card. Like that is a really sweet ability to have available. All right, here's a Nimbus Naiad that's going to get bestowed onto something. It looks like on the
Fleshmad Steed.
It's the happiest horse ever, even though it's kind of deadish.
Yeah. But don't tell it. I mean, it's in such a good mood.
Yeah, I won't tell it. And so now he attacks with all of his flyers.
So that's 8.
That's 8.
And goes back up to 19.
19. And this is where they're going to run out of ink from their pen because they're going to be writing down life total switches with such regularity here.
Cards is 1.
This has been a sweet game, though.
I mean, cards in hand 1 is so misleading when you have Whip of Erebos.
Yeah, it is.
The cards only come in briefly, but they still get to do stuff. You see the Fleshmad Steed.
I think I underestimated that drawback a little. It's actually kind of annoying when you have to tap that thing.
But you can make it fly and just attack.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Look, a 4/4 flying lifelink Fleshmad Steed, I probably would have valued a lot higher. But all right, is that a Laguna Ban Elder?
Yep, gain 3 life.
Back to 15.
Yep.
And now he's just going to pass the turn back. All right, so this is where the whip usually starts taking over, but that favorite hoplite is a serious defender here. Kai Budde has a land and a coastline chimera in his hand, so not a ton of action.
Yeah. And only a plains sitting in hand for Rob Dougherty.
Right. So we've hit that late game stage where top decks matter and where the board state that you've developed is what's going to carry you to the finish. And Kai, I mean, I'm assuming, like, he's doing the math right now, but I'm assuming he doesn't have any great attacks. There's a 5/5 on the ground, plus that huge hoplite that has flying and lifelink. How do you attack into it?
Does it have...
It's got flying, lifelink, and 2 counters, plus it was a 1/2 to start with.
Right,
so, like, it feels like he's not going to have too many attacks, but we'll see what Kai comes up with. I'll let him do the heavy lifting on the mental part of this one.
Right, so it's got Nimbus Naiad and Hopeful Eidolon on it.
That's right. And, you know, that's just incredibly difficult to attack into, because right now it's, what, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 7 toughness. All right, there's the Coastline Chimera for Kai Budde. Not his best card, but ship it back. So, yeah, no available attacks here. And now we're top decking. Again, though, Kai does have the whip,
right.
which can get him ahead, but still, it can't get him that far ahead.
Well, it actually can get him pretty far ahead, right? He can, after, you know, sort of during his end step, after the beginning of end step triggers,
I think, isn't whip sorcery only?
Oh, yeah.
So there will be no such shenanigans today.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't let us have that much fun video.
Stupid Sky Games.
You'll never live Sky Games down. All right, so let's see what Rob's looking at here. He's got a Triton Fortune Hunter. Not a bad draw. I mean, it's not going to affect the board a whole lot this turn, but it can give him the potential to pick up some velocity going forward if he finds a few cards that can target it. But it's not really going to do much otherwise. Rob's taking a look more intently right now at Kai's board state, trying to figure out, am I going to be under pressure coming up here? What's going on?
How much time do we have left?
And VDM, I've only commented on Kai a couple of times, but he just asked how much time do we have left, and I think that was a subtle hint for Rob Horty to make sure that he's playing briskly here.
And then we just waited for
I double check the length of that we were held on that game, but we'll continue in the meantime.
I guess 18 minutes should be.
All right.
So they're just making sure that their time
They get their
extension
full
is
allotment of time.
correct. Yeah.
These guys were held for your viewing pleasure.
Yes,
And they want to make sure that they get that time.
that's right.
That they
Perfectly
sat on the
reasonable.
sidelines.
Yeah.
You know, they want to make sure they get the full amount of time.
Wow. All right. So Rob Dougherty is actually going to just battle here, send in the Sealock monster,
It becomes an 8-8, right?
Yep.
and it can become an 8/8. Kai confirms that. The super block here. He's paused, but it does look like he just wants to make sure he doesn't, because you can't. The thing is, Rob Dougherty can't monstrous and have a combat trick. He doesn't have enough mana.
Right.
So Rob's just going to trade off his thing for what, 3 of Kai's creatures, 2 of Kai's creatures. Yeah, it looks like 2.
Look, what do you want to kill? And we have no cards in hand, so
Yeah.
there's nothing happening.
Let's see. We'll do. 1 and 2, 3.
So you kill those 2.
Yeah.
And I gain 3, 6, 7, 11 life.
Yep.
I go to 30.
I gain 11 life. The Nimbus
By
Naiad
the way,
stays on the
by
table.
the way, I still have this flying army here.
Yeah. So Rob, whittling down the resources, but
Sort of.
remember the whip. Where is the whip? It's just off camera. Okay, I was like, did it get destroyed and I missed it somehow?
No.
I would have seen that, right? Yeah, but it is actually just over on the left there. And every creature that gets put into Kai Budde's graveyard can become a resource for later. Now, that favored hoplite, the most favored of all hoplites there, is really doing a great job of holding the fort here, though. I don't think that Kai can even just like move in and just go all in like 3 attacks in a row or something. I wonder if that hoplite still gets Rob back up ahead. It doesn't. Yeah, he just go again.
Yeah.
He's got to wait for, what Kai really needs here is like Griptide, right?
Yeah,
something like that to just get that out of the way.
So here comes a Triton Fortune Hunter for Rob.
Yep.
Interesting card in Rob's hand. We talked about Griptide. Rob is holding a Gainsay, which he sideboarded in, for this blue-on-blue matchup.
Taking a quick gander at Kai's deck list, and I don't know if he's got a lot coming that can get rid of the hoplite. He might just have to overwhelm the board here. This is a really crazy board state.
By the way, look at what's in Kai's hand.
What was it?
Gainsay. We might see a counter war, boys.
Wow. Both players going deep into the sideboard here.
So apparently someone came up to Andrew Cuneo this weekend. They're like, oh my God, it's so cool that they named a card after you.
That's funny.
Gainsay, of course, a reprint.
Right. And it's also his Magic Online game, right?
Yeah. Derived from the card, not the other way around.
Right. It says something about Cuneo that people would assume that. Let's see. Land go. So we've had a really great game here. I mean,
So
this is not a common situation in Theros. There's a Benthic Giant now for Kai. You know, and it's going to get Gainsayed. And are we going to see a re-Gainsay here?
Yes!
We are indeed. And another Gainsay fight. I did not think I would ever see that in Limited, but there it is. The full Gainsay fight.
That is as big a stack as you're going to find.
Yep. Did Kai just draw Read the Bones? Oh,
Yeah.
he did. Wow, that could be great.
By the way, I mean, Kai is very close to actually closing this game out.
Was it a Wave Crash Triton that we just saw?
Well, he can just, at some point,
Because
he's
if he
going to
can
be...
find a Wave Crash Triton, this could be over very quickly.
Also, at some point, he gets to, we said there's a Kraken in his yard, which he can whip into play and monstrous.
Yes, he can.
And just tap 4 creatures.
Yes, and he can try to do 15 damage in one hit. But the Shipbreaker Kraken costs a bunch.
A bunch to monstrous.
To monstrous, right. It costs 8.
Right. So he needs...
He needs 12 mana.
12 mana.
Yeah.
He's not far off.
He's got 7, 10. Yeah, he 7, 10, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, he's close. One away.
So Cavern Lamphead comes in, intimidates, and then gets exiled.
And that's going to bolster.
Yeah, Kai was
Kai's
worried he
life
lost
total.
2 life to Read the Bones. He's like, I need to gain that 2 life back.
Get that back. Now, was that, though, a Wave Crash Triton that we saw? Because that's going to matter.
There is one on the board.
There is
now.
one? Okay,
Yeah.
so because if he has that, then he can use it to tap down the favorite Hoplite and enable some just wreck you attacks here. He does need to find a way to target it, of course, but...
I'm really just hoping for the Kraken win here.
I'd love to see that, too. And he is 1 land away. He's sitting on 11. He needs 12.
Really cracking the whip.
Boo.
I think that's a yay.
Yeah, I'm sure Luis Scott-Vargas would approve. So,
And now the Battle-Wise Hoplite gets in. He's like,
yeah,
time for me to gain some
I've come
life.
around. That isn't a boo. That was pretty sweet. you get an A.
And then we see the reason Rob Dougherty can go on the attack is he's drawn a Divine Verdict.
Interesting. All right, there's
All
the
right,
land
there
that
is
Kai
land
Budde needed.
12.
So is he going to do this? Is he going to crack in the whip? Because I want to see it.
I have cards, too.
He says, I do have cards.
What card is that in Kai's hand?
I couldn't quite see.
It's a Baleful Eidolon.
Oh, well, that would work too. Yeah, I think he's actually going to go for that plan here because he can tap down the Hoplite with that.
Yep, says Baleful Eidolon, Triton Trigger.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge because now he gets to whip back whatever his biggest non-Kraken creature is, and he can set it up for next turn. I couldn't see
the
what
Benthic Giant back.
He got the Benthic Giant. He's going to allow his return Phalanx to attack, and in they go. And he can do this with impunity,
Right.
Because he's going to gain all this life here.
Chooses not to send in the Triton Wave Crasher.
That's an interesting decision. I think I just jam, right? Does it have summoning sickness or something? I forgot.
They've played 2 games. He might know about the Divine Verdict.
Sure.
Probably has seen it. Just like, you know what? This card is such a trump for me here.
Yeah, I mean, and it's true, and it is only getting in for 2. Interestingly, I think the one activation of it is going to be enough here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, keeping that hoplite locked down for just a turn cycle means that he's going to get 2 of these type of attacks. And again, you know, normally you're nervous during these times because you're kind of doing an alpha strike, but in reality, Kai is going to gain like 15 life this turn or just something insane. And by the way, he's already at 24. So it looks like the Whip of Erebos might power Kai to the victory here, though Rob is carefully considering what he wants to do. He does have Divine Verdict, so he's got some options.
Yeah, with the Battle-Wise Hoplite locked down for an entire turn cycle, he's not able to gain any life to sort of prolong this game.
That's right.
Oh, maybe. 7, yeah. 7, 12. And
again, 3, 7, 14.
14.
Go to 38.
43.
I have me on 38. 24 and again.
Oh, I had bad handwriting. I had it 29. I read my 24 as a 29.
Even Hall of Famers have bad handwriting sometimes. Right, everything's sorted. This thing gets exiled. Nope.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Nope.
Set.
And here's the draw step. This could be the last one for Rob Dougherty in this particular match. Remember, players are tied at 1-1. He passes the turn back. Now let's see what Kai does. He's got Rob down to 12. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, he's got the mana. He could do it.
He can absolutely do it. He's doing some math beforehand here.
That's probably. Oh.
All right, here it is. Whip. I couldn't see what he got back.
It wasn't. I think it was just.
Oh, sad.
It was just a phalanx.
All right, but he pays for it, and apparently that's enough to win the game potentially. But Divine Verdict. Will this keep Rob Dougherty alive for a turn?
That guy.
Sure. So you take 11.
You go to
You
1.
go to 1. Budde goes to 49 life. Is Whip of Erebos good?
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
But Rob does get to untap with his hoplite now. And unfortunately, I think he's got a grip of lands here. Yeah, it looks like he's got all lands in hand. Nothing going, sitting 48-2 against Kai Budde. Yeah, he forgot to exile that guy, but he does it now.
All right, come on, crack the whip. Just do it. Just do it.
He's doing some math, and he's hitting it. I mean, the thing is, Rob does have 3 cards in hand, so even though it feels like kind of a splashy win more play, he kind of needs to make sure that this happens. And there it is, cracking the whip. Tap down your team, attack with everybody. And Rob Dougherty has to extend the hand as Kai Budde defeats him 2-1 in really a great game of Magic here at Pro Tour Theros. Great stuff.
Look at this spell run coming up.
Wow, that was quite a match.
I'm pretty
or a
excited
game.
to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall, and that was awesome. I kind of felt bad for Dougherty, though. I mean, he really kind of sputtered out. He had what looked like a really strong start, hung in there, but wasn't quite able to get there.
You start your game on a turn 1.
Favorite hoplite.
Favorite hoplite. The game is
That's a
gonna,
10 out of 10 for turn 1s, by the way.
Yeah, the game is going to go 100 turns.
Yeah.
Right? Your favorite hoplite will never die. Mm-hmm. And you lose with about 60 life between you and your opponent.
Yeah. Unbelievable, really. And I mean, I think it really does show, though, Whip of Erebos, that Kai Budde was able to get that game into the later stages because Rob was stable for 4 or 5 turns in the middle part of that game thanks to the favorite hoplite with all the bestowed creatures on it. And even though Kai had 5 or 6 creatures, he couldn't actually attack, but the Whip of Erebos was a ticking, it's just tick, 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 you know, because Rob's just like, well, at some point he's going to be able to just start getting things out of the yard and getting me, and that's going to do it. All right. Studio B, we call that the news desk. They are ready for us over there, so we'll send it there. When we come back, we'll have the second round of draft here from Pro Tour Theros. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
I tell you what, we're going to be working the booth pretty hard this morning because they say we'll see you in a bit. It will not be long. The pairings are being spat out of the computer as we speak, so it will not be long before we get down to red hot drafting action. But I've got Zac Hill with me, and we're going to put the designer developer inside R&D hat on for a minute or two, Zac. And you've picked out 4 or 5 cards from Theros with a particular theme in mind. What is that theme that you've chosen?
Yeah, so a lot of Return to Ravnica block was designed to have just kind of a lot of generically good cards, usually gold cards that you could kind of slot into decks and play utility roles. But something we want to do when a new large set comes out, which is what Theros is have cards that you can build decks around. Cards that kind of loudly affect the metagame to shake things up a little bit so that you aren't just playing the same year's worth of Standard again.
Okay.
And I wanted to kind of call out what a few of those were and kind of what we were trying to do from an R&D perspective with the cards.
All right, so let's take our first card. We're going to sort of go through vaguely in color order, which means we begin with white, and we're going to go with Soldier of the Pantheon. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, so Soldier of the Pantheon, a lot of players said was one of the defining cards of the format coming in. One way that you make sure that Standard isn't just the same as it was with last year's cards is to make cards that are good against them. Soldier of the Pantheon, obviously really great against the multicolor strategies. But even in monocolor decks, you know, a lot of cards that were pretty dominant, cards like Boros Reckoner, cards like Voice of Resurgence, cards like Burning Tree Emissary, this Voice of Resurgence in a 2-color deck, but an early drop. This card is extraordinarily effective against those. And so we expected once it came in to really kind of shake up the metagame and encourage some of the newer monocolored Theros cards since, you know, people are going to play it. This is a 1-mana 2/1.
Okay, that second ability, whenever an opponent casts a multicolored spell, you gain 1 life. Anytime you gain 1 life, it feels like it should be a very minor thing. But is it designed so that, I mean, the Soldier of the Pantheon is a soldier, not the, so it's not legendary.
Right.
Is there a sense of deliberately putting yourself in a place where you can actually be gaining quite significant amounts of life, perhaps in a life gain strategy overall?
Oh, we absolutely saw that. I mean, I think it can be good as a part of an overall life gain strategy, or just sometimes you draw 2 copies. And we were watching in one of Pat Chapin's feature matches, you know, if you're up against a mono-red deck, you have 2 of those out, all of a sudden, like, casting 1 Burning Tree Emissary, casting 1 Boros Reckoner negates like an entire shock, you know, basically, or an entire attack from an Ash Zealot or something like that. So, you know, you may not gain 20 life off of these cards, but it's definitely significant.
And multicolored, protection from multicolored is an odd phrase within Magic because we don't see it very often. You know, when you say pro-red, pro-black, pro-white, we see that from time to time. Protection from multicolored, it's not something we see a lot of. Is that something that you're almost wary of inside R&D when you're sort of, anytime you write the word multicolored onto a thing? Is that something you're like, do we really want to do this?
I mean, me personally, who is not in charge of templating and is not good at templating, so take my commentary with a grain of salt, I would have said protection from multicolored spells and permanents, just because protection from multicolored sounds like an incomplete sentence. So, you know, because protection from multicolored what? You know, protection from multicolored cats. So, you know, but it is something that has the potential to be a little bit confusing. That's why we put it at rare, you know.
Right, okay, so you will actually actively look at complexity within rarity.
Oh, absolutely.
Like okay, because I look at Soldier of the Pantheon, I don't think of it as a particularly complex card, but of course, yeah, I see what you mean. All right, let's go to a blue card. Let's go to Master of Waves, and this card is really making waves this weekend.
Yeah, I'd say one of the breakout decks of the tournament is the mono blue Devotion deck.
Right.
Like the slide says, you know, really good with Tidebiter Mage, Frostburn Weird, and kind of just is a card that encourages a deck that we have not seen in a really long time, which is an aggressive blue creature deck. We knew we wanted Devotion to be a staple of the set, and to do that it has to get played in Standard.
Right.
So we made a series of cards that aggressively push Devotion. Master of Waves is one of those. And again, blue aggro was not a deck that existed before. So Master of Waves, one of the most powerful cards in the set, enabling an entirely new archetype, we figured would shake up the environment pretty well.
Yeah, you've succeeded in that admirably. There are two things I love about this card, quite beyond its sort of essential usefulness and power level. First of all, it's the idea that anyone would ever choose to make 0 toughness tokens. I mean, I don't think that ever really happens outside. I mean, obviously you make 0 zeros that come into play with X plus 1/1 counters and things like that. But
germs.
1/0 is a phenomenal thing. But even more than that, almost from our perspective on coverage, it's the fact that when Master of Waves is there and any number of tokens, there's this gigantic bullseye on the Master of Waves saying, if you can just kill me, they're done.
Yeah.
Which is wonderful in terms of shifting the way that particular game is played. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting play pattern. I also think it's pretty thematic, right? He creates creatures out of the waves, but waves breach, they're not around forever. And I think the card tells a pretty cool story.
Yeah, I really think it does. Let's move on, and we're going to go red this time. Zac's already mentioned devotion, so let's look at someone who really wants your devotion. It's Perforos, God of the Forge.
Yeah, so one way we were going to enable devotion is through specific cards that care about it, but obviously the cycle of the gods, each color gets one and they care about it in the same way. Gods obviously make you want to be devoted because they turn into giant indestructible creatures. But another thing Perforos does that I'm really excited about, it's got this pandemonium-esque ability of whenever a creature enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to an opponent. So if you're playing token-based strategies, that can turn into a lot of damage really quick. He also turns on your creatures with the fire-breathing ability. For 3 mana, all of your creatures get bigger. The thing I think is cool about this is, for 2 or 3 years in Standard, Red's 4-drops were just powerful, hasty attackers.
Okay.
You see Koth of the Hammer, Hero of Oxid Ridge, Hellrider.
Right, sure.
Right? So what we wanted to do is make a 4-mana card that was powerful in an aggressive red deck, but worked in a totally different way. It didn't just hit you immediately, but if you untapped with it, could do some serious damage. So we thought that would give red decks a kind of very different dimension, and we're seeing that in the Channel Fireball deck, that there are interesting things to do with these cards.
Yeah, there certainly are. Perforos is a really interesting card in Limited as well, because it's got such a low downside, but such a monumental upside. It's like the gulf between the best and the worst of the gods is really interesting. Let's move on to a green card, and you've chosen Boon Satyr.
Yeah, so again, talking about featuring new mechanics, one way to make sure that the environment is different is to put cards into the environment that you literally couldn't have played with before. This is one of those, because Bestow wasn't a card or a mechanic in Return to Ravnica. So Boon Satyr was the sort of premier Bestow card. We knew we wanted to give green a few more ways to interact at instant speed, to give it weapons against cards like Supreme Verdict and Detention Sphere. And the great thing about Boon Satyr is it's also really, really good in the green creature mirrors as well. We thought green mid-range would be a great strategy after the format rotated. And so if you put a card that's good in those decks against those decks, that's a great way to ensure that the new cards played and that players experience a different type of style of play from the previous year.
4 quick hits there with Zac Hill from Inside R&D. Just 4 cards that make you push you in a direction, which is always great to start deck building from. We're going to see some terrific deck techs later in the day. But right now, it's back to draft. We have Sam Black against Makihito Mihara of Japan. Black, the only remaining undefeated player. Mihara, 8-1. Alexander Hayne is up against Andrew Cuneo of the United States. They're currently at 6-3. So almost an elimination match, you might say. 7-2, John Larkin, who continues to keep on a roll from 3-2 up to 7-2. He's up against Brad Nelson, former Player of the Year. But we will begin with Adam Jansen and Ivan Floch. So let's get down once again to the feature match area. It's time for round 10 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian David Marshall. Brian, what do we have here? Ivan Floch. Now, I think we have some interesting storyline with him here.
So, yeah, Ivan Floch started out his tournament with an 0-3 in draft.
Okay, so miserable. Just
miserable.
The worst
miserable,
case.
But he's still alive for top 8.
Because
he has gone to 6-0 since
wow,
then.
just rattled them off.
So he is, he's fighting against history.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of people,
of course,
getting into the top 8 of a Pro Tour after starting out 0-3.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's playing against Adam Jansen. We'll get a look at him in a minute. But this is believable to me, though, because what could have easily happened here is Ivan sits down. He has one of those drafts, right? We've all had it where it just doesn't come together. You push hard in a direction, and the guy to your right and your left is pushing in the same direction, and it doesn't work. You 0-3, but you've got a good constructed deck, and maybe he puts together a great draft here.
Well, let's see what he drafted here. I think we're ready to go down to the floor and watch number 25 player in the world in the Magic Pro Tour Top 25 rankings. Ivan Floch tied with Samuel Black against Adam Jansen from the United States. Let's send it down to the floor.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Brian David Marshall, and we are in draft. It's the second round of the second day of draft action here in our feature match area. You get a look at the broad strokes of the feature match area as we zoom down into our video feature here. Ivan Floch on the left-hand side.
Hey, look, it's a favorite hoplite.
Oh, not again. The last time we started a game off with the favorite hoplite, it went like 30 turns, so we'll see what happens.
It's a favorite hoplite that is favored by, you got the favor of Heliod there?
Oh, okay, so this is actually a much, much more aggressive start than we saw in our last one.
Yeah.
The favorite hoplite did a couple and then ended up being a great defensive creature here. So we have Adam Jansen on the right-hand side. Yeah, chosen by Heliod. He's made his Pro Tour debut, Adam did, in 1996 BDM.
He's played in about 7 Pro Tours over the intervening 2 decades.
Mm-hmm. He finished 5th in Detroit in 2013 for GPs. He's got a pretty good GP win rate, about 60%.
And he's a little bit more of a constructed player than a limited player, it looks
he's
like.
He's a lot more of a constructed player than a limited player. I'm curious to see what he's got going on here. I like the start so far, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Fleshmade Steed from Ivan Floch, again, ranked 25th.
Yep, he's tied with Sam Black.
Yep.
There we see.
Yep.
All right, here's a scry trigger for Adam Jansen. He's going to push a card down to the bottom, but he's getting in for a bunch here. How much is this? 2, 3 for 5?
Yeah.
All right, so he's off to a really quick start, putting a lot of pressure on Ivan, and Ivan's deck looks like it's red-black aggro. So this could get interesting here when the aggro deck is forced to flip roles and play defense. Some of them do it okay, and some of them do it very poorly. Things go, sometimes your creatures must attack, or they all have like low toughness. Yeah. But sometimes you can actually put up pretty big defense, or even just bring the race to your opponent. And Ivan says, all right, I'm going to hit you for 2, and then play a Blood Toll Harpy. So, geez.
Yeah, both players, obviously split red at the table. Mm-hmm. We see one of the cards that may have pushed Jansen into red.
Which is
Hammer of Porphyros.
Oh, jeez. That is the kind of card that can just take over. Unfortunately for Adam, he does not have a second red source currently, but his hand looks pretty stacked up, and I think he's going to be able to ride this favorite hoplite to near victory.
He's got the nigh unblockable favorite hoplite.
Yeah. Now, I'm curious to see how aggressive he gets here. His opponent is tapped out and is not going to be blocking here. But he's got to be careful because he's got like a Titan strength, and he could just fire it off, and he's going to. This also lets him scry, though, to help him try to find that mountain. Yeah. He puts it back on top. It didn't get a look at what card it was.
I'm going to guess it's a mountain if he's keeping it.
I would think so, too, yeah. And another huge hit.
Any land, because, he also has a Hopeful Eidolon in his hand, which is going to be pretty big here.
Yeah, which basically means the favorite hoplite would be the one-man wrecking crew that Ivan Floch's deck probably couldn't beat outside of something like a sip of hemlock.
Right, and then you see the troubles with removal sometimes in this format. You see, looks like a Farika's Cure and a Lightning Strike.
Yes.
Which combined right now would not kill the favorite Hoplite.
Not even close. He still has
doesn't
2
deal with
toughness
the
to
7
spare.
toughness on the Hoplite.
That's right. So Ivan Floch finds himself with a grip of really nice aggressive cards, but sitting at a lowly 5 life, facing down a solitary favorite Hoplite. And that Hoplite is really threatening to start abyssing Ivan Floch,
right,
meaning that he must chump every turn.
He's a 5.
He is. He can also, I mean, this is where it gets real sketchy, right? Because if for Ivan, you start thinking about, well, if I double block and then I use my removal spells, can I kill that thing? And, Adam Jansen has, if he has any trick at all, then none of that stuff works. Let's see what Ivan comes up with. But he's got to do something because he just can't let Adam keep that on the board and just keep attacking him turn after turn. He's going to have to start chump blocking, and it's usually when the game turns in the wrong favor.
Especially when you see a card like Mogus's Marauders in his hand, which is a card that really, wants as many of your creatures to live as possible.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, the crazy thing is that Ivan has a really nice hand for an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
He's even got the Fanatic of Mogus to
you can see him
clean
going
up.
like Borderland Minotaur, next turn, play Mogus's Marauders, get in for a bunch of damage.
He doesn't attack with anything, indicating that he is lining up a block, and this could get really nasty.
He's throwing a block party.
He is. Now, I don't... Yeah, so it looks like Adam Jansen doesn't... that was a mountain, by the way. Yeah. He does not have an instant speed trick, so he doesn't get to go for the full ridiculous blowout, but he is going to force a chump block here, and he's going to gain a bunch of life as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the most favorite Hoplite.
Fleshman Steed's like, you know what?
We're good here.
I'm gonna block while the blocking's not the worst.
Yeah, or at least why it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, now that favorite Hoplite we had in our last feature match with Rob Dougherty was also a beefed up one, but this guy has done serious work. Adam Jansen has found a way to trigger that favorite Hoplite every turn.
Every turn.
Yeah.
Came down on turn 1, did something on turn 2.
Chosen of Heliod.
Yeah. Turn 3.
He did the
Titan Strength.
No, he did the white pump spell.
Oh, he did the white pump spell,
yeah,
right?
And
then he did the Titan Strength, and then turn 5, he put the Hopeful Eidolon on top of it. So that's a 5/6 base plus 2, so it's a 5/8, and now it's a 6/9.
Yes.
Lifelinker.
Is this a land here for Adam Jansen? Because Adam also has an Observant Alseid in his hand as well. Let's see what's happening. No, not a land.
Let's take a look at what he's holding. We're looking at...
Hammer, we know that one. Observant Alseid, yeah, we saw that. And then a Portent of Betrayal. He's just going to start combat off, though, because right now Ivan has no blocks that make any sense.
Right.
And he can just freely jam it in there. He can also represent any number of tricks that make... I mean, this is such a nightmare scenario for Ivan Floch. I mean, he might be forced to just go for it here. He can put 6 damage on the Hoplite, and then he can add another 5 to it, potentially, to kill it and knock it down to just the Eidolon. But if Adam Jansen has any instant speed tricks, then it doesn't work.
That looks like what's happening.
Yeah, but I don't really think he has a choice. What is he going to win this game otherwise? No.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Would you have considered Portent of Betraying your favorite Hoplite there?
Yeah.
For combat?
Yeah. That's awesome. Or maybe just the Minotaur. I mean, because right now this is interesting because Adam Jansen just says, sure, he's left up God's Willing mana, but he doesn't actually have it.
Yeah, Fox at 5.
So what we have here, no, that's still not enough, is it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that is. That's exactly enough. So Floch gets 3 for 1, basically.
Wow.
And Floch finishes off the board. Now, you got to like Adam Jansen's stance here with the Hammer of Perforos, but Floch has to have a huge sigh of relief there after facing down this massive.
And now he gets to start deploying his hand. Well, the Lightning Strike and the Freakish Cure are gone.
Right. Now, this is going to get really interesting because Adam Jansen is going to have an endless stream of threats as long as he draws lands, but he's had a hard time drawing them, is only sitting at 4 currently.
So just worth. I mean, if he had Port and Betrayal there, then he would not have been able to also do any damage. Right. All the damage done to the favorite hoplite would have been prevented this turn. So there would have been no way to block and...
he would have had to just chump.
Yeah, and it would have been a 10 toughness.
Yes, he just would have... There would have just been no combination from that point. So,
but
he also could have Port and Betrayal just to steal the Minotaur and attack with both, and then it's going to be almost impossible to get up to 9. Like, he would have to have 2... That's 3, 6... He still, even with 2 Lightning Strikes, wouldn't have been enough.
But again, Hammer of Porphyros just is going to make this Traveling Philosopher... And a tapper, a soldier shortcutter.
And I think we're going to see the
port
here.
Yeah.
Steal your guy, and that's going to do it. So Adam Jansen, he ended up losing his super creature, but he was still able to find a win.
Right. It's like when you're trying to open a jar of pickles, and someone's like, oh, and then you take it and you open it. And he's like, I loosened it up for you.
Show the world you watch the Pro Tour coverage with the Theros Tourist Achievement. Just log on to planeswalkerpoints.com and enter the redemption code IWatchedTheros to earn your reward.
I see these players. It was interesting. I really appreciate the career of someone like Adam Jansen.
Mm-hmm.
People who find a place for Magic in their lives. It's not a professional Magic player per se, but someone who's qualifies for Pro Tours from time to time. Is certainly I am sure at his local PTQs
he must be
like,
the beast.
No, come on,
Matched up against Adam Jansen.
This guy's been beating me in the last round of the Swiss so many times.
Yeah, I bet. Because it is pretty tough to get on the Pro Tour these days.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some big PTQs that go down around the country.
There were a couple like 400 person PTQs
on the East
Toronto.
Coast. Yeah, there was one in Toronto, one in Connecticut.
Yeah. Well, the Connecticut one was in the 200s.
There was a 395 over there somewhere.
That was in Toronto.
Oh, it was,
yeah.
And
they also had a 300 and something one.
Yeah, and we get a few
that.
like that at home too. And yeah, it's tough. I mean, you gotta bring the goods, and so anybody that you see on the stage here has done something worthy of accomplishment to really make it here. Ivan Floch is a professional Magic player.
Yeah,
he's one of the better players out there. Kind of a quiet guy. We don't hear a lot from him.
He does not make. A lot of Magic players are good at announcing their presence with authority.
They certainly are.
Certainly, players who play at the top level, but he's
a little more reserved.
He's very reserved, very quiet. Easy to take him for granted, actually.
I think so too. I mean, you're looking at somebody who's on the top 25 ranked players list in the world. He's tied for 25th with Sam Black. I bet you know that name. So. Yeah, this is not... When you see Ivan Floch across from you at the table, you are not happy about it.
Yeah, and I've been trying to keep his streak alive. He has rattled off 6 straight wins after going 0-3 in his opening draft.
That's right.
You're like, first Pro Tour of the season.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Rubbing your hands together.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. This is going to be the year. It all comes together. Oh, no, this draft was a disaster.
and then just 0-3.
He's like, I could have actually just slept in, showed up for Constructed, and had the same exact result.
With slightly more sleep. Yeah. That's got to be brutal. But it is, I actually think it's a testament to the split format that we have here. There is, if you go out on the floor and talk to the players, maybe they had a rough draft, they 1-2'd it or something.
There you get a look at those players.
Yeah, there they are right there. This is our tournament area here. There's a real break there between, I had 1-2 in the draft and I'm pretty unhappy about it, but now I'm going to construct it and I feel good about this deck and that whole kind of thing. So, that's I think that's a really big upside to having these split format Pro Tours, is that there's a reset button that you feel. Even though you're still just playing Magic the whole time, you can kind of leave that particular draft behind you and move on. Although you often see, Twitter posts and stuff from people saying like, I wish I could play with that draft deck all day, but
I know that
we'll move on. Yeah,
I know that feeling for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny. I saw Adam Jansen ask the judge something and then look off camera to like where the rope and stanchion is and shake his head. And I have a feeling it was one of his friends was saying, "Hey, can I come in there and watch?"
Ah, yeah. Yeah, we do have some spectators here.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not allowed in the video feature match area. Of course, this is a
all 4 matches
special
going away.
area.
Will you give us just refresh us on who we're seeing at these tables?
Oh yeah, sure. We've got Brad Nelson versus John Larkin. John Larkin, Irish player, has experienced a lot of success.
Most successful Irish Magic player of all time. He's got 3 Pro Tour top 8s. All coming more than a decade ago.
We had him on camera. Yeah, seemed like a fun guy.
Did a deck tech. He had a little bit of a stumble at the start of Constructed. He went 3-0 in Limited.
Yeah.
Lost his first 2 rounds of Constructed, but then righted the ship and won his next 3, and then he won again.
I don't know if you saw this, but he also had a fan following. He had probably 10 of his buddies on the rail watching him play. He's definitely a popular player here in Dublin. Our other feature matches, Alexander Hain versus Andrew Cuneo. Gainsay himself. And on our last one, Samuel Black, who's actually tied for 25th with Ivan Floch, who you're looking at right there, versus Makihito Mihara from Japan, who's, sitting on 24 match points.
4 top 8s in his career. It looks like Andrew Cuneo just went up 1-0 on Alexander Hain.
All right.
And those guys are sideboarding for game 2.
You can see
While
them.
the other matches, it sounds like they're still just in game 1. Sounds like we've got a couple of more deliberate matches than we've seen in the past rounds of this limited format.
Yeah, yesterday our matches ended so quickly. I was surprised. Looks like Mihara's up a game over Sam Black, 1-0. We saw Sam Black's deck in the last round. Excellent deck, really cool to watch. And here's Adam Jansen, and there it is.
Favorite, how many of those does
Do you
he
think
have?
that Ivan Floch just extends the hand here and move on to the next round? Maybe not this time.
If he's got a removal spell, this is his window.
That's right. All right, so Adam Jansen, make sure to play that mountain. You want to have Titan Strength mana available in case Ivan Floch goes for a Lightning Strike here foolishly, which he does not do.
So just give you an idea.
Traveling Philosopher for Adam?
Just the one favorite hoplite in Adam's deck. He's playing 16 lands. He's playing a very aggressive deck. Interesting, playing only 2 of 3 Hopeful Eidolons.
What?
Don't look at me like that. You frighten me.
That like hurts my feelings in some way.
I guess if you're going to play 16 lands.
Yeah, sure. I don't play 16 lands very often either.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
We've heard Paul Reitzel say that this is an 18 or 19 land format.
Wow.
He's like, sometimes you get an aggressive deck and you're only playing 18 lands.
Okay, interesting. That's really interesting because I've been playing 18 pretty consistently, 17 to 18.
Hammer of Porphyro's 16 lands is pretty aggressive.
Ambitious.
Pretty aggressive.
Speaking of pretty aggressive, Adam Jansen is off to a nice start here, though Fellhide Minotaur is threatening to put the halt to the proceedings here. Tormented Hero for Ivan Floch comes into play tapped. It's a 2-1 though, so it can block later.
Right.
Trade off for that Traveling Philosopher.
Or the Lean and Snarecaster, who's a cat and not a human.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It looks like it. All right, so 4 land drops though in a row for Jansen, so no issues with his 16 lander here. And what is he firing off here?
Is he gonna fire off the hammer?
Drop the hammer.
Dropping the hammer.
Yeah, but he has no attacks, so Fellhide Minotaur certainly doing his job, and Ivan Floch now pausing. This, if you're in Adam Jansen's seat, you should assume he has Lightning Strike, and he does, or Magma Jet.
Right.
And he does kill the Hoplite. He took a risk there. There's a couple of cards that Adam can have to protect it, but he said, look, I'm just going to go for it now and get that thing off the table.
If you have God's willing, God bless.
God bless. I think that's a reasonable read as well, because Adam showed that he was very aggressive with the Hoplite. I mean, he would burn combat tricks just to get in for damage, and get the counter going.
Let's take a look at what Floch has to work with here. And he's going to be able to set up a lot better this game. He's got that Kragma Warcaller. He's got an Erebos' Emissary, a Borderland Minotaur. Did
really?
He just play the Magus' Marauders here, though?
He did. He pointed to his 2-1, the Tormented Hero, and the other guy.
He can get,
He could do it to all of them.
He can get in with everybody. He's only got the 3 mana, so he just wants to make use of it.
All right, but it looks like he's sensitive to his defensive position right now.
Well, very, very well put.
Yes, and keeps his guys back. All right, let's see what Adam Jansen has now. He draws a land for the turn, and frankly,
AKA a 3/3.
yeah, he just takes as many of these as he can. I mean, because at this point, he doesn't actually need to cast spells if he doesn't want. As long as he draws a land, he can just say, "Yeah, look, I'm going to make a hasty 3/3 every single turn that I draw a land for the rest of this game." And beat you down with them. You know, he can also, he's going to develop his board, though, with a 2-headed Cerberus.
There we take a look at the Hammer of Perforos. So all of his creatures have haste.
They do, and he's going to attack with all of them. He's representing multiple combat tricks or removal, and he actually does have one.
We know that he drew a Battle-Wise Valor.
That's right. +2/+2 until end of turn for a creature, and he also can scry one. Ivan, he has his pen in his hand, but he's not doing the I'm going to write down my life total thing. He's doing the let me look at my life total and see how this ends up for me.
Let me spin my pen and buy some time to think.
Yeah. All right, blocks are happening. You got to feel for Ivan Floch here. He's just been in a position where he hasn't really been able to play around much. It worked out for him in game 1 when he was able to kill that hoplite somehow, but still wasn't enough to take the game.
And Ivan, if he's thinking about the top 8, he's got to win every match.
Yes, he does.
You know.
All right, but he does it. He's going to block. He says, I'll trade these 2 creatures. I'll eat your Snarecaster. I'll trade off for your Traveling Philosopher, but it is not to be. Battle-Wise Valor into the tapped out Ivan Floch. He's missed a land drop this game as well. Means that Adam Jansen's creature is going to win combat, though, and he also ships a card to the bottom, which is it's better than when your opponent puts it back on top.
Sounds like Samuel Black has tied up his match with Makihito Mihara.
Ooh, that could be a good one.
Apiece.
That could be a good one there.
I'm told that Mihara's deck is something I really want to see. Sounds like he's got multiple Grey Merchants of Asphodel that get repeatedly go to hell and get rescued.
It's Hades, BDM.
Also,
that phrase rolls off a New Yorker's tongue all too easily.
Go to hell.
All right, so what does Ivan Floch have? Well, he's got his Erebos' Emissary here. But again, that hammer is just sitting there threatening to start producing 3/3s with haste every turn whenever Adam decides he wants to turn that corner. He's been developing his board here. He's keeping the pressure on, using combat tricks. But when he runs out of gas, he can just be like, oh, a hammer. I'll turn all these useless lands into threats over and over and over again. Looks like he has a Titan Strength in his hand. A lot of combat tricks. I do like how committed Adam was to the strategy. You know, the heroic deck, he has so many combat tricks. All right, I think we're going to see our first hammer activation here. It is. He's going to sacrifice this mountain. Get a 3/3 golem. Token looks pretty sweet, too.
Yeah.
And, of course, the hammer gives all your creatures haste, so that golem counts. This is where you start really going, oh, wait, that's what that card does? And he's actually just going to attack with these 2, not going to send in the Snarecaster. Ivan Floch still at 14. He has a manageable life total here, so it's not like Ivan's going to die this turn. He puts the Emissary in front of the Golem, and this is an interesting choice here for Adam Jansen.
He's got some creatures to discard.
He's going to discard the Kragma Warcaller here. And as Adam Jansen want to actually make this into a fight here, he would be trading. He would be trading his Titan Strength for the Erebos' Emissary. He can also Titan Strength his 2-headed Cerberus and get in for a huge hit, but he doesn't want to do that. This doesn't save the Golem, though, right?
Yeah, it's fine. There's more where that came from.
He does scry off of it, but honestly, does it matter at this point? Oh, and look at this. Ivan Floch says, no, I want to keep this emissary. I'm going to pitch another card. He's using the cards in his hand as a resource without having to spend mana because he's stuck on mana.
Combat tricks.
That's right. For free.
Yeah.
Erebos' emissary is good. And he has double Farika's Cure in hand. He's trying to decide if he's... Let's see. So what does he have that he can hit with it now? He can hit the two-headed Cerberus. 1 white mana, 1 card in hand for Adam Jansen. But again, I think Ivan's past the point of playing around God's willing. So he's got the Cerberus, and he's also got the Snarecaster. But in reality, neither of them can really attack at the moment, and he's actually just going to take out the the Snarecaster here. What do you think about that, BDM?
Yeah, lets him go on the aggressive. He goes 14. He gets Adam Jansen down to 11.
I wonder if Adam Jansen would have traded there anyway.
Yeah.
But Ivan Floch decided it wasn't worth it.
We know that Adam's going to be able to hopeful Eidolon his double striking Cerberus.
And that's just obscene now.
He gets in for 4, gains 4.
And the race swings firmly back in Adam Jansen's favor with that play.
Right, gets to add an attacking mountain.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough spot. Ivan Floch decided to be the aggressor. He could have passed a turn and kept up the mana, and he potentially could have got a blowout there, but he didn't do it. Yeah, it's a tough decisions because that opened up a for sure attack this turn, and Ivan said, look, the way I'm going to win this game is by racing at this point. And unfortunately for him, now the life gain is going to offset that.
Yeah, Brad Nelson, by the way, and John Larkin. It looks like John Larkin just won game 1. And, I'm told settle in for a long, drawn-out conflict here.
Is that right?
Yeah. Seems like quite the battle.
Shields up.
So, a mountain drawn. Adam Jansen's playing draw golem at this point.
Haven't heard that.
And a Snarecaster.
And a Snarecaster to prevent any blocks, and in they go. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One short of actually killing Ivan Floch.
And he has to kill the Snarecaster, which I think Adam's perfectly happy with.
Pure misery here for Ivan Floch. He is doing everything he can to fight, but Adam Jansen has had the upper hand at every point during this match.
And his golem lived, and he's going to be able to make another golem next turn.
He is.
And a golem the turn after that, and that'll be, just on the board.
Yes. That's just on the board. Like, that's draw step independent. Yeah. Yuck. Ivan Floch taking a look here.
And any creatures he draws just go sideways.
Yes. And Ivan Floch has drawn probably the most awkward possible draw here.
Oh, what is that?
It's the 2/3 that must attack. What is it called, BDM?
Oh.
I can't remember its name off the top of my head here, but
the expendable Minotaur, I think his name is.
Yeah, it's got regeneration, which makes it seem like it might be sweet here, but fortunately, that's only going to be a turn. It's going to have to start battling.
It's the Deathbellow Raider.
Deathbellow Raider, thank you. Not to be confused with the Skull Cleaver. Yes, over its power and toughness are way above where its mana cost would be.
One of those creatures that is, very aggressive 2-drop creature.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Makihito Mihara has taken down Sam Black, putting the first mark on Sam Black's ledger in the lost column.
That's right.
So Makihito Mihara and Sam Black are at X and 1.
All right, so Ivan does have to play this thing, though. He's certainly taking his time here.
He can put the Deathbellow Raider and something in front of.
He also can save it to use it as the combat trick that we were talking about before. You could trade it off for one of the golems. And so he's just decided to pass a turn back. That makes sense. I think if he could say, discard this thing and kill a golem, he'd probably do it.
Oh.
What was that?
That looked an awful lot like Dauntless Onslaught.
Okay, well, we won't find out if that's what it was this turn because it's golem o'clock everybody into the red zone here. And even Floch is just in a brutal spot.
Got another tied up match. Alexander Hayne and Andrew Cuneo, 1 game apiece. Well, actually, that's our only tied up match.
All right, so he did it. This is a start. The Hammer of Perforos has sacked a mountain. So he's down to 1 mountain, and he manages to get rid of the two-headed Cerberus, but it was too late. That Hammer of Perforos. So we've seen the Whip of Erebos and the Hammer of Perforos do some serious work here in
just
Limited.
If you're wondering why you want to first pick those cards when you open your pack.
Yeah. So we're going to get a word with Adam Jansen down in the feature match in a second here.
And then we have 2 pretty sick feature matches to still go to. We have Andrew Cuneo versus Pro Tour Avison Restored champion Alexander Hayne we can check in. And we have John Larkin and Brad Nelson, which is where I think we're going to go.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing. Hey, welcome back to the booth, guys. Yep, Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall. And so we saw the whip. We saw the hammer. I've seen the bow do disgusting
people
things.
Actually maybe groan most playing against the bow.
Yeah, the bow's a groan
because you know what
test
it is? Like spear
passer.
comes down and you're like, oh, crud, I am going to be dead in 2 turns. Oh, the hammer comes down to me. But the bow comes down and you're like, I am going to die slowly.
I'm going to
from
die
a
in
sucking
18
chest wound.
turns.
I'm going to get an arrow right through here, and I'm just going to be breathing in and out blood, but I'm not going to be dead for like at least 8 or 9 turns.
This is, if you put on BDM glasses, this is how he views the world. Like when he's playing Magic, this is what he sees. Yeah, but great stuff down in the feature match area. I've been enjoying this limited format a heck of a lot. We've seen a ton of different archetypes represented.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And to me, that's a hallmark of a good format.
Apparently, Mihara has just a disgusting, Grey Merchant of Asphodel rescue from the Underworld deck.
That card's
multiple
nasty.
rescue from the Underworld. 3 Grey Merchants of Asphodel. Oh, and your favorite black card,
which is
Abhorrent Overlord.
Oh. I think that might be my favorite card in the whole set. Like, at least the one that I want to open up the most. Yeah, I think that card's just unbelievable on power level. But is he mono black or was he mono black? Do we know? Mihara?
It sounded like he was mono black, yeah.
Must be nice. That's a tough one. I was actually wondering if people were going to be able to get that coming in.
Hey, it sounds like we're going to get a chance. Tim Willoughby is set up to interview Adam Jansen. And he'll talk about, this is a player who's been playing on the Pro Tour sporadically for going on 17 years.
Yeah.
Started playing in 1996. Let's find out more about Adam Jansen, who just defeated Ivan Floch.
And I'm here with Adam Jansen on the floor here at Pro Tour Theros. Congratulations, Adam. You just beaten Ivan Floch in the feature match area. But you've been on the Pro Tour a while, right?
Yes, this is actually my 9th Pro Tour. It's my first one in 15 years, though. I took a bit of a break from the game for a while.
Wow, that's a really long break. So pretty much one of the first Pro Tours when you first played. And how does it compare, this one?
It's definitely a lot different. There's a lot more rounds, a lot more competitors. I think overall the power creep on the cards has kind of changed the game as well. And competitors, as a general rule, I think are all very good.
So which was your first Pro Tour?
My first Pro Tour was Pro Tour Columbus. It was Pro Tour 3.
Wow. So that was the second constructed one, right?
Yes, that's correct. It was Ice Age Alliance's block constructed.
Wowza. Now, you have a few new people cheering for you on your team this time round. I understand that you have some special tokens that you brought to this Pro Tour?
Yes, I have some soldier tokens that were made for me by my son. When a new set comes out, we'll go through and we'll write down lists of all the different tokens that are made and power toughness and creature types and such, and then he'll go and make them.
Awesome. Now, we didn't get a chance to see the Golem tokens in the feature match, but you got a couple of the soldier tokens with you now. Can we get a few of them up and see if we can get them on camera? Look at that. So, you're playing the red-white heroic deck. Is there a chance that we might be able to get a few of those tokens in play next round?
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I was really hoping to lead with an early Acheron Crusader this game, so I could get them into play. Just didn't work out like that.
Oh, well, best of luck next round for that. And in the rest of the Pro Tour, doing fantastically well after a fairly sizey break. We're going to head back to the booth now.
Hey, guys, welcome back. That's great stuff.
That's great. And, we talked yesterday about Rob Dougherty as a gamer dad. How Adam Jansen. We got another gamer dad. Speaking of players who've been playing for a while, we're going to see John Larkin. John Larkin, who has 3 Pro Tour top 8s, all more than 10 years ago.
Got some old schoolers down there.
Playing against Brad Nelson, who just a couple years ago was the player of the year. So I think we're just about ready to throw it down to the floor and see those guys in action. They're going into game 2.
All right, let's do it. All right, back down in the feature match area. Brad Nelson on the left there. Irish player on the right-hand side, John Larkin.
What
is he doing?
Wearing a Yankee
shirt. I'm from Seattle. We have no love for the Yankees.
I am from New York, and I have no love for the Yankees.
All right, well, we'll forgive John Larkin this once.
Leonin Spellcaster comes down, doesn't tap anything. Nothing to tap. John Larkin is up 1 game here. And let's take a look at what these guys are playing.
All right, there's a Viper's Kiss from Brad Nelson to neutralize that threat, send it to the graveyard.
I think you might like the deck that Brad Nelson's playing. We'll come back to that. Just take a look real quick.
3 or 4. It's 4.
Oh, and the returned Centaur actually targets John Larkin.
That's interesting. I've seen it mostly target its controller.
So Brad Nelson playing blue-black.
I do love blue-black in this format. Wow, there's 100-handed one, though, for John Larkin. Really, really powerful rare. 3/5 with Vigilance for only 3 mana with a really cool monstrosity ability. We'll get that one up on the screen for you guys in a minute here, but really cool card. In Theros here.
How do you feel about Divine Verdict as a card in this limited format?
Feel that it's underrated currently.
Okay, well, so does John Larkin. He's playing 3 of them in his red-white deck.
Yeah, I think it's good. I just think that there's so few cards that just say kill a creature.
See, Rage of Porphyros, but by the way, just killing a creature is going to take down the Prescient Chimera.
Yeah, so we've got Prescient, and Prescient.
all
we'll let you choose
all
at home.
defensible pronunciations.
All defensible, yep. And
you see him scry and see a lightning strike on top of his deck. He's like, oh, that's quite nice. Thank you.
I do like a lightning strike.
And he's about to monstrous his 100-handed one.
And let's take a look-see at old 100-handed one there. Look at that card. It has one of the coolest lines of text just ever put on a Magic card in the history of the game, which is a lot. But anytime a card says, can block an additional 99 creatures each combat, I'm on board. Also, if you just even taking the flavor aspect out, the card is just super, super cool.
There's another...
All right, so there's a Shipwreck Singer here for Brad Nelson, which has been activated to force the Laganaban Elder to attack. And I think that's going to set up a block there from the 2/4, which it does.
He has 4 of those Shipwreck Singers.
What?
4.
Brad Nelson has 4 of those?
Yeah. I mean, they're not like...
That is unbelievable. I've never seen a deck with more than 2, and I've seen a deck with 2 of them on the battlefield, and it was obscene. Okay, let's see what... Yeah, so here's the Divine Verdict we talked about. I mean, he can't be excited to have to use it here, but he did have to use it here.
Yeah.
And looking at Brad Nelson's board, I mean, he only has that Shipwreck Singer left, and he's facing down 2 pretty huge creatures here, a 3/2. Maybe that's not huge, but 3/2 and also a 3/5 that threatens to get quite a bit bigger than that.
Yeah, Shipwreck Singer is going to attack this turn. And I think we're going to see a Gray Merchant just... a
stabilizing...
gain 3 life.
This is what I pictured Gray Merchant would do when I first read the card. It's fine, right? Like, you're okay with it. It wasn't the one where you get drained for 8 that I thought of, but that happens a lot more often than I considered. Lightning Strike takes down the Shipwreck Singer.
Which feels, despite not having any specific mythological connotations, feels right to me flavor-wise.
Agree. It's also just a really cool Magic card.
Yeah.
All right, and there it is. A Monstrosity is activated. You see it gets 3 plus encounters.
Absolute greatest ping pong player.
It's a 6/8 with vigilance now. That, as we mentioned before, it can block an additional 99 creatures. For all intents and purposes and limited, it can just block as many creatures as it wants. But that's really good when you're talking about that many.
99 additional creatures, but a Storm Breath Dragon ain't one.
Yeah, that is very true. Protection from white does do that. Lucky for
Also
John,
flying.
he's not going to be facing it. Here's a benthic giant, though.
Divine Verdict this.
Yeah, it's just it's so rough for Brad because, you know, the temptation here is going to be to line up a triple block down the line here. Let's see, he's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right now. Doesn't have quite enough toughness to pull it off at the moment, so he's going to have to take another hit potentially here from John, though it could get ugly. This is going to be a big decision point for Brad Nelson because if John attacks, it could bring Brad Nelson down to 1, and with any burn or combat trick, then John could kill him. If
Such as the God's Willing in hand?
Yeah. He blocks with everything, though. Did I miscount? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, okay. I did miscount. So it was 8. It is enough to kill it. So any combat trick, anything that John has here can really destroy Brad Nelson, but he doesn't have a choice. He needs to make this move because he can't start chump blocking and he can't realistically take the damage either. And there it is. God's Willing. Give my creature protection from black or blue. You can choose. Probably choose black, and then
push a card.
Push a card too. Just gotta love that.
Kill that benthic giant.
Yep.
Kill a hexproof creature. That always feels good.
Yeah, with your white 1-drop. And here's Read the Bones. It's a desperate act here, but he's got to do it. And he does still have a little bit of play here. He's going to drop down to 5, but he has a chump block, and that Lagana Band Elder still doesn't have any attacks. Of course, any additional action from John Larkin's side of the table is going to be really tough for Brad. He's taking a look at the cards from his Read the Bones, and he decides just to draw both.
Well, it looks like one of those cards was a Voyage's End.
That's correct. And the other, I believe, is a Viper's Kiss. Is that what that is?
Right, so
BDM?
maybe he's going to get the 100-handed one and Viper's Kiss it.
Yes, that is the plan because John does not have nearly enough mana to play it and to monstrous it. So Brad Nelson looking to stabilize
here.
He
gets to swing with the Gray Merchant.
He does.
I like this.
This is a big turn here for Brad Nelson. He may have found just the exact 2 cards he needed to keep 100-handed one from being, like I mentioned earlier, an Abyss, a creature that attacks and makes you chump block turn after turn. Wow. Great stuff here.
So, 100-handed one comes down, and so does a Burnished Heart.
Mm-hmm. That's Burnished Heart's going to keep any attacking at bay, but here we go. Viper's Kiss on your 100-handed one.
So
Viper's Kiss, yeah, go ahead.
-1/-1, but it's also going to mean you can't activate the abilities on the 100-handed one, which includes
Monstrosity.
Yeah.
Small bonus additional to that, increases his devotion count for black, so any future Gray Merchants get a little bit better.
I don't believe he has any future Gray Merchants.
That was the one?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of sad.
Get a look at the Viper's Kiss.
Well, his Aborn Overlord gets a little better, doesn't he?
Does he have an Overlord?
He does.
Ooh. Well, that
not in his hand, but it is in his deck. Okay, so he's going to play the Skull Cleaver and Bash here with the whole team. And Brad should be able to survive this turn because it's only, it's 4 damage that he's going to be taking, assuming that John has nothing else. Trade that, I go to 1, and Brad Nelson must come up with something that affects the board, and he can't find it here. Passes a turn back. John Larkin does have to move in and attack with both. He likely will do so, though.
Yep.
There he goes, and
he's been
that's
playing
it.
long enough, he knows he's just going to attack.
He knows he's going to do it. John Larkin defeats Brad Nelson.
John Larkin wins.
2 games to 0.
John Larkin wins.
And it looks like we're going to get a word with John Larkin in just a minute here despite his Yankee shirt, we will take a moment to chat with him.
We'll ask him about that.
Yeah, maybe we should. Where did he find that? He must have got it for cheap at like a thrift store here in Ireland. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall. And really close stuff there. I mean, we saw, it was interesting in both matches that we just watched, we saw Ivan Floch forced to do things that you would rather not, like, okay, I got to block with all these, and if you have anything. And we saw Brad Nelson have to do that too. He had to throw all of his creatures in front of Hunter Hannewan and just say, well, look, if you got it, I can't win the game any other way.
Right.
He almost was able to stabilize off of his Read the Bones, but ultimately the Read the Bones did him in because it brought his life total enough so that the draw from Larkin was able to kill him.
Yeah, he needed to find a Bourne Overlord there at the end, and
he did.
It was lurking in some other corner of Hades.
Yeah, I really like Brad Nelson's play there, though. He bit the bullet on all of those situations where he's like, well, I got to block.
It was still live right down to the last draw of the game.
He absolutely was. If he drew any creature basically there, he could be stable. So I saw you just look at the
just like, oh, Yankee.
The disgruntled Mets fan over here is just
I mean, disgruntled non-Yankee fan, right?
Yeah, well, that's everybody.
Yeah,
we're all everybody else. But we're gonna get a chat here with John Larkin right now down in the feature match with Tim Willoughby.
Okay, we're ready down here. And welcome to the feature match area. Here I am with John Larkin. Congratulations, John, rattling off another win here. It's been a while since we last saw you on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's been since January 2004, Pro Tour Amsterdam, so 9.5 years since I last played Magic, never mind a Pro Tour. Yeah.
And it's going all right. I mean, you've got a few new fans potentially. Clearly, lots of fans, given that you're from Ireland. There's people watching at the venue. There's people watching nearby in a couple of different places. I think you may have lost a fan with the Yankees T-shirt in BDM, but all in all, it's all going pretty well, right?
Yeah, going okay. I didn't have to read as many cards this feature match, so that's a bonus. Hopefully, less hate on the interwebs, but yeah, no, it's going fine. Yep.
And of course, I mean, the deck that I really associate you with is Trinity Green, the very, very explosive mono green deck from many years ago that just dominated Replenish at Worlds one year. This year, there's all of the Devotion decks. Does it kind of feel like coming home?
Well, no, in a way, because I really didn't have any chance to practice for this tournament. But in a way, yes. I mean, Trinity Green was a great deck, but there were also a lot of other good decks along the ways, like Reanimate was probably my favorite. Extended Reanimate.
And of course, that was one of the ones where you were top 8 of the Pro Tour with, so certainly a special one for you.
Yeah, it was a special one, yeah. That and Rebels, two of my winning decks, but yeah, many there, and many to come, hopefully.
Hopefully we'll see you plenty more in the feature match area. There's still a good few rounds to go, but keep up the winning and we'll keep seeing you here.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, John.
Cheers.
We'll head back to the booth right now.
Back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall.
Could not defend the Yankee shirt.
He didn't. He just sort of let that fall to the wayside. But pretty cool to get a look at somebody who's experienced a lot of success in the early stages of Magic the Gathering and has now come back.
And so even though, like he said, he had to read some of his cards, you see that the skills of understanding what those cards are and how they interact, and like his ability to just this super steep learning curve.
Yes.
Be able to catch up and, only lose 2 matches at this Pro Tour so far.
Yeah, that's right. Really impressive stuff. All right, they are ready back at the news desk. Richard Hagon awaits. Let's send it back to him.
Thanks very much, Marshall. Thanks to Brian David Marshall as well. Great stuff as usual down in the feature match area. Let me bring you up to speed with some of the big matches. We were looking at Pod 1 and Pod 3. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Remember, there is a Pod 2 sort of sandwich between these, but let's take you on the left-hand side, Pod 1. Lucas Tajak is now down to 7-3. He has lost twice this morning. Sam Black now the top 25. You see he's tied for 25th with Even Floch at the moment, who we just saw in the feature match area. He's at 9-1 after a loss to Makihito Mihara of Japan, the number 20 ranked Mihara, now at 9-1. Also 9-1 is Jeremy Dizani. He defeated Tajak this round. And John Finkel, you see there, he is down to 7-3, winless this morning from 7-1 overnight. David Kaplan won that one to go to 8-2. Now on the right hand side, pod number 3, they were all starting out at 6-2. So now you see Peter Ingram, he is 0-2 this morning. Ola Rada is 0-2 this morning. He lost to Patrick Chapin this round. That was a great match. Chapin now at 7-3. poor old Christian Calcano, he's at 7-3, which is a very good record. 2 of his losses have been to his friend and teammate, Ben Friedman. They've played in Constructed, they've played in Limited. It's 2-0 to Friedman right now, and Friedman is 8-2 as a result of that. Haoshan Huang has had a terrific start to the morning, 8-2, and well done Luke Southworth from England. He defeated Ingram to advance to 7-3 and stay alive for top 8 contention. Luis Scott-Vargas, though, lost to Haoshan Huang that round, the number 15 ranked LSV, still in contention at 7-3. So that's where we are on our leaderboard. Plenty of results still to come in as we head towards the back end of this second round of draft. But we're going to go back to the second round of draft actually 24 hours ago, because we've got Sam Black with us. And rather than try and dissect his draft this morning, we're going to look at his winning 3-0 blue-white deck from yesterday. Because it's all very well saying, what was your first pick? What did you go next? But how does the actual deck shape up once you're sitting there with 30 minutes to build a coherent whole? We're going to find out at the video wall. It's time to go inside the deck with Sam Black and Zac Hill.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zac Hill here with Sam Black, sitting at the top of the standings right now, although unfortunately...
Not as high as I was, but still doing well.
Reasonably good. Now, we obviously don't want to give away all the secrets of the deck that you just drafted,
right?
But we're going to take a look at Sam's deck from day one. You drafted it. Can you tell us just a little bit about kind of what that deck was?
Well, I first picked Elspeth.
Oh, yeah? Is that good?
Yes, that's very good. About as good as it gets. And then just ended up drafting pretty straightforward blue-white heroic, but with a bit of a control bent because I wanted to live to cast Elspeth. Like the whole draft, I'm just like, okay, well, how do I, make sure that this is going to be happening?
Cool. So let's actually take a look at some of the cards in Sam's deck. You obviously mentioned Elspeth Sun's Champion, arguably the best card in the format. I want to be the person arguing for the fact that it's the best card in the format.
Yep.
Also, I see a Celestial Archon, another kind of big rare. How good is that card? I mean, it's kind of expensive. It's vulnerable to enchantment removal. Obviously, though, it's huge.
Yeah, it's great. Those things don't matter.
Sure.
That card's awesome. That was my first pick in pack 3.
Oh, yeah?
In the last round, I got to use those two together in a somewhat unusual way.
How's that?
I got to bestow the Celestial Archon onto my opponent's Prophet of Krufix, and then use the -3 ability on Elspeth to kill the Prophet, and then put the Archon into play on my side.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah.
Well, way to see that play. Now, obviously, Sam had good opens in pack 1 and pack 3. It's not just about opening rares, though.
No, certainly not.
Take the rest of the deck. This is kind of a little bit of a blue-white heroic deck. You've got some early drops with heroic. We see favored Hoplite there, Wingsteed Rider, Battlewise Hoplite, kind of the theme card, and then Setessan Battle Priest, who's a card people aren't generally that excited to play.
Yeah.
How would you kind of rank each of these cards, and when did you take them?
Well, those 3 are all awesome, and the Battle Priest is kind of mediocre. Oddly, all of those heroes, I think, came to me surprisingly late.
Oh, yeah?
The Wingsteed Rider was actually 8th pick in pack 3, the last one I could possibly see in the draft.
That's crazy.
I was very surprised to see it.
Would you say that card's like the best white common in the set?
By a lot. There's no.
Okay.
I don't know what other white common you could argue for. So that was quite a gift. I don't remember exactly where the Hoplites were. They weren't especially early. Both of them were like, oh, great. And then the Battle Priest, in general, I like that card more than other people do. I think that the main reason that you're playing just random idiots in your blue-white deck is to bestow things onto them.
Sure.
Because you end up with a lot of bestow stuff, and you don't always get enough heroes to bestow stuff onto all of them, and so you have to just play some cheap bodies. And the ones that cost 2, you're either looking to bestow something on later, or you're looking to put an ordeal on them. And as long as I'm planning to target it, getting the 2 life is nice, but also I like the 1/3 body more than a 2/2 body for pumping, because it's more likely to live and use those enhancements to become just a more relevant body. Also, I feel like just in terms of the other creatures in the format, there are like a reasonable number of 2/1s, such that I feel like a 1/3 before you get to the point where you're bestowing it actually matches up better against the other early creatures than a 2/2, especially given that you don't want to be trading early because you want the guy there to bestow on.
That makes total sense. And then by the time you've bestowed a bunch of things on it, you don't care.
Yeah, you
about
don't care what its original numbers were. And also, like, there are a lot. I mean, the games in this format often are like really like racy.
Yeah.
And like getting the 2 life whenever you like target it is that actually adds up.
Cool. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the bestow creatures that you were talking about. There's obviously a lot of ways to trigger heroic in this deck. We see 3 bestow cards here, and then Dauntless Onslaught is one of my favorite cards in the entire format in terms of enabling heroic cards. When did you get some of these guys, and how high do you pick them in general?
The Onslaught was my second pick after Elspeth.
Oh, okay.
It was, it's better than all the white commons except Winged Steed Rider.
Okay.
And it was like the only good white card in the pack, and just you stick with the plan. Don't want to put someone else in white behind, like, don't want to end up in a situation where I have to not play my Elspeth. That's worst case scenario.
Terrible.
So pretty easy pick there, especially since, white really wants to have heroes anyway, so might as well have a great heroic enabler. And then the 2 observant Elsiads, whatever that guy is. I think one of those was like around 3rd or 4th in pack 1, and then the other one I think was like late in pack 2. The Hopeful Eidolon, that one actually tabled.
Really?
Which that was happening a lot very early in the drafts that I was doing, but more recently I think a lot of people have learned that that guy is great and you should like take it pretty early. So I definitely wasn't expecting it to table, and that was just another good sign that white was pretty open at my table. Yeah, that was good. And then the Heliod's Emissary, I believe, was my open in pack 2.
Nice. And do you normally find yourself bestowing that, or do you hard cast that guy? Or does it just depend?
Done a little of each.
Sure.
It's certainly one of the bestow guys that you're most likely to hard cast, just because the body up front is so good and 7's a lot of mana. But it's also, it's worth waiting for if you are in his power, you can do that.
Cool. Okay, so let's look at some of the other ways that Sam's able to turn on his heroic cards. You've got 2 copies of Chosen by Heliod and 1 copy of Ordeal of Heliod. Are these kind of filler, or are these really important?
No, I see those. I like those cards a lot.
Oh, yeah?
I think all the Ordeals are pretty good. That's another one that I think that tabled fairly late that I didn't think would. But like, it's just so good if you put an Ordeal on like any 1 or 2 drop, and then if you are looking to trigger it, being able to put it on a guy with heroic that gets a counter, so you're triggering it either immediately or 1 turn later. Certainly very powerful. There was at least 1 game where the 10 life I gained was absolutely huge. And then Chosen by Heliod is just such a giant free roll. Like, the fact that you like trigger heroic and make your guy bigger and draw a card is just like, I just want a lot of that stuff in my deck. Like, it's just like, I just feel like every extra copy you have just makes your deck almost strictly better.
Awesome. Okay, so you're not actually just playing a white deck. We saw 1 blue card so far, but there's actually a lot more than that. There's a Trident Fortune Hunter that kind of continues the theme of guys that you want to target that are awesome that you play early. We see yet another one of the nymphs, Deo creature, and Fate Foretold, which is sort of like Chosen by Heliod.
Yeah, the blue Chosen by Heliod. Yeah. Definitely the Triton Fortune Hunter. Anytime I target that guy with a like Fate Foretold or a Chosen by Heliod, I believe at some point during the tournament I was like, Triton Fortune Hunter, untap, all right, go off. Like, just like draw 2, like, it's so good. Yeah.
It's like playing Turbo Land.
Yeah, and just amazing to bestow anything onto. Like, in general, like, a card is better than like a sorcery speed battle growth.
Right.
So like, and like making a guy even bigger when you're already bestowing more numbers onto it is just like, okay.
It makes total sense. You'd rather just have more cards to make sure if your guy dies.
Yeah, especially when you're in a situation where the more cards are likely to target it again and keep chaining.
Sure. Okay, so Sam's still got some more cards in his deck. He's got, obviously a few more creatures. These cards are just, I call them the supporting cast.
Yes.
You kind of have to play 23 cards. And then there's a few more effects that are just kind of good in the deck. If we can take a look at those. Beyond these creatures, we see Array of Dissolution, 2 copies of Griptide. Griptide's a card that a lot of people are talking about in this format. Can you tell us why that card is so good when we've seen it before?
Well, we have seen it before, but it's been good before.
Sure.
But also, there's just like not a lot of removal that gets any creature at instant speed in this format. Right. And by not a lot, I mean basically none. And Voyage's End is similar and very good, but like not spending a card to do it because your opponent's down a card because you put it on top of their deck instead of in their hand. It's great, and it's just a huge tempo play in a format that's really about racing. And the fact that you can do it like at instant speed when they bestow something and not get hit by the bestow guy, and then their bestow guy is like on the table by itself, is just a really like the fact that they spent that extra like yes, you didn't like counter their enchant creature the way that you would if it wasn't like a bestow guy, but the fact that they spent so much mana on it, it's a really big tempo swing in a format that's really tempo based.
Cool. So the final thing I want to talk about, Sam, is just the cards that you didn't play but that were in your pool. A lot of these cards are cards that people kind of get excited to play every once in a while. There's Last Breath, which is a removal spell, good against the fast decks. Traveling Philosopher, it's vanilla 2/2, but a lot of white decks want vanilla 2/2s. Dissolve, which is a rock-solid counterspell, and Prescient Chimera, that's a 3/4 flyer with an ability.
Yeah.
Why weren't these cards good enough to make it?
So the blue cards, a lot of the reason that they didn't make it was that I wanted, like I had a lot more white than blue in my deck, as we saw. It took a while to get to the blue cards in the slides. I wanted my mana to be 10/7, so I didn't want a 3-mana double blue spell. It was like the Dissolve was actually the last card that I cut after I started looking at my lands and saw, oh, this is pulling me to a mana base that I don't want or not fitting well with the mana base that I do want. Let's just not bother.
Awesome.
And then the Chimera, like, I didn't have a ton of things that actually cost 5, but I had a lot of guys that I wanted to be bestowing on turn 5. And I just wanted to have, like, my plan to be to play early stuff and then bestow on that turn. And he just didn't fit into, like, my game plan in the way that I was envisioning my games playing out. And again, double blue is kind of a disincentive to be playing in.
And is Last Breath just not very good?
So Last Breath is very good in the right matchups, very bad in the wrong matchups. And I actually had 2 Last Breaths, and I just felt like when I'm playing a matchup where it's good, I'll be able to side them both in. That matchup will end up being pretty good for me anyway. And since I'm playing kind of like a combo deck where I'm trying to get things that work together and build synergies and stuff, you don't want just like a card that's doing its own thing in there if it's not super powerful. And then the Traveling Philosopher, I kind of already talked about the like that guy versus the Battle Priest with like why I'd prefer 1/3 to 2/2 and stuff. And my deck was very good. Like that's a card I want to be playing, but there just wasn't anything that I just couldn't make room. The other cards were better.
Really rough problem to have. Deck's too good. Oh, cool. Sam, thank you so much. I'm Zac Hill. This is a Tournament Center. That's Sam 1's Day 1 draft deck. Sam, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Take it away. All right, thanks very much to Sam Black there. He is busy getting ready for his round. The round is just about to get underway. I can give you, we're going to tour the world. I'm going to give you Mariano Cartacchini of Argentina. Twitter's been going mental for him, getting him into the feature match area. He's coming your way against Andrew Cuneo, Owen Turtenwald against Antoine Ruel of France, Martin User against Alexander Hain, and then Chris Pikula against Guillaume Waffatapa. Tour the world, see it live. The final round of Limited is coming your way right now.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian David Marshall and Chris Pikula versus Guillaume Waffatapa. It looks like they're just about ready to go down in the feature match. You just want to head right down there, BDM?
If they are ready to go, I am ready to watch them play Magic. 2 of the game's best, a couple different eras, couple different cases to make, things to prove. Let's see them play on camera.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros from Dublin. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I am with Brian David Marshall in the commentator's booth. It's the 3rd round of draft. This is the 2nd draft of the event. It's also the last draft of the event. And we have Chris Pikula on the right-hand side of your screen. He is going to be playing against Guillaume Waffatapa. So you mentioned it before. These are 2 players. They're both excellent, and they're both from slightly different eras of the game.
Yeah. They were looking at Guillaume Wafatapa as a player. The middle of the 2000s was just one of the most dominant constructed players in the game. Four top 8s in his career, and just 63 win percentage. Chris Pikula, one of the older players in the field, 135 points. That's crucial. He needs 15 more points to get back on the Hall of Fame ballot. This is a guy who was fourth on the Hall of Fame ballot this year.
Yeah, so close.
But the point total to be on the ballot goes to 150 points next year. So he needs
this is a
top
huge tournament for
16.
him.
This is a huge tournament for him.
I mean, if he can get to a super solid finish here, he can actually do that. Now, let's take a look at the board state.
Let's take a look at what these guys are
Phalanx
playing.
leader, followed up by a Nessian courser here for Guillaume Wafatapa. Not what we're used to from Guillaume. He's known for his love of control decks in constructed, but here he is very much going to be the aggressor, facing down a Nessian courser from Chris Pikula as well. So this is where things can get really, really tricky, because if Guillaume has any instant speed tricks, it can make blocking a complete nightmare for Pikula here.
Yeah, and we see that he's holding Warrior's Lesson. He's got a Hopeful Eidolon.
So he's trying to decide if he wants to go for the Hopeful Eidolon that's going to allow attack with his Nessian courser and kind of plod things along, or if he wants to go for combat tricks. That's what he does here, though. Phalanx leader, one of the best uncommons in the set, I'd say. One of the most powerful cards. For only 2 mana, all it really asks is that you play some creatures and target it a couple times, and the game ends.
Yeah, Pikula's playing not just white-green, but he's playing white-green-blue.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he's got an island. He's got a little bit of blue in his deck to activate Agent of Horizons, to cast Voyage's End. But he's going to be hard pressed to deal with that.
All right, we have a good old-fashioned Eidolon fight here.
Yeah.
And Chris Pikula is actually going to just go ahead and attack with his Nessian courser. Wow. He knows that blocking is not going to be a fun ride for him the next turn, so he might as well just lock up that 4 life gain, take Wafatapa down a bit.
And this is just going to be the filthiest.
This is going to be disgusting.
Because despite the fact that he's green-white, Guillaume Wafatapa still could draw 2 cards this turn.
For 1 mana.
For 1 mana.
While putting put a +1/+1 counter on each of his creatures.
He can also play his Enthusa Setessan Hero, though, and set up to do some go pretty wide with his attackers on the next turn.
He has Enthusa in his hand?
Yeah. Let's take a look at what he's...
He is just going to run that out there, and he still has easy attacks this turn anyway. So 7 damage here to Chris Pikula. 3 of it's also lifelink.
So next turn he can target Enthusa and his Phalanx leader with the Warrior's Lesson, and then stack those heroic triggers.
So that his lands get the counters?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Chris Pikula has no idea what he's in for next turn, potentially.
And I have to assume that that's how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I mean... Wafatapa has a Vulpine Goliath in his hand. If he ends up having some type of attacks available and draws a land for the turn, he might just want to play that and keep it going, but this is going to get nasty.
Then you get to look at Enthusa Setessan Hero. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, say with a Warrior's Lesson, up to 3 target lands you control become 2/2 warrior creatures until end of turn. They're also lands.
Yeah, you may remember this as a pre-release card for if that's the path that you chose.
You chose the Into the Woods path.
Lost in the Woods.
Yeah, lost in the Woods, yeah.
All right, Lagana
Band Elder comes down for Chris Pikula, gains 3 life, thanks to the enchantment Hopeful Eidolon.
That's right.
So that looks
yeah. Man, Guillaume went pretty deep here. He's got a Centaur Battlemaster.
I think Green-White Heroic is an underrated archetype.
Agree 100%. Our coverage friend, Jake Van Lunen, also one of his favorite archetypes, and he's had a lot of success with it online.
So just to give you an idea, in Guillaume's deck, we see 2 Star-Chartered Warriors. We see the Enthusa. We see the Centaur Battlemaster. On the white side, he's got he's only got the Phalanx leader for white. Most of his heroic cards are green. We see Chris Pikula sitting on a couple of God's Willings and a Divine Verdict, which is not an irrelevant card here.
I mean, he's sitting on his hands now and hoping he doesn't just get destroyed in this combat. Though Guillaume is carefully looking at the board here.
And
trying to figure out what he wants to do. So he can play Centaur Battlemaster and set up a sweet turn next turn, and that's what he's going to do here. No attacks. Guillaume Wafotapa, known for being a patient Magic player.
Gives Chris Pikula an extra turn for him to not only draw Wrath, but for have someone print it, build a time machine, and insert it into the set.
That's right. Now, this was critical, though, because this is going to mean that Chris Pikula is going to get advantage off of his Divine Verdict. He can use it to take out. I don't think that Anthausa is going to be... It could be a target, but the Centaur Battlemaster is going to be a big issue as well, and he's going to have to kill that at some point, too. This is where, our friend the Sedge Scorpion...
Yeah.
Where are you at, Sedge Scorpion? Yeah. Because he does a lot of work versus a deck like Guillaume Wafotapa's.
By the way, on the back table, our Argentinian friends will be happy to hear that Mario Cartacchini is up 1-0 against Andrew Cuneo. So it looks like a Leaf Crown Dryad has enchanted the Phalanx leader.
And this Phalanx leader is doing so much work. Guillaume still has that big play in his pocket too, and but for now he's just content to just build out his board. And I mean, he has just put out a massive board presence here, and Pikula's in an awkward spot because I think he kind of wants to get that Divine Verdict out of his hand at some point here, but he didn't do anything on his last turn. And Wafotapa says go. He just says go.
This is like when the heroes all just amass outside of the walls of your city.
You can hear them rumbling.
Just see their campfires burning in the night.
I think that Owen's up a game over Antoine Ruel on one of our side tables there. Those players both sitting on 7 wins. All right.
Yeah, this is a crucial match. These players are both 8-2 here.
And is that the Vulpine Goliath there?
That is the Vulpine Goliath.
All right, so Vulpine Goliath. And again, Guillaume Wafotapa, since the earlier turns, has made it clear that his game plan is to just build out.
He knows his opponent is green-white. Like, there's not that many things his opponent can do. He can just build up this board and then just really exploit the leadership skills of his white uncommon.
Of his Phalanx leader, yeah. He has been doing that. I think that's a time to feed there.
That is a time to feed.
I would guess that Guillaume is going to have the bigger creature most of the time.
All 3 God's Willings in hand for Chris Pikula.
He's only got 2 planes, so he can only fire off 2 of them.
He's only got 2 creatures.
And he's only got 2 creatures anyways. Oh, man.
Was that the battle cry of the Centaur Battlemaster ringing in our ears?
But Guillaume Wafotapa commands a lot of authority while playing Magic, and we see that here. Wow.
What if you just Warriors lessons here, Anthausa and Phalanx leader? Like, what is Chris going to have?
So Chris is at 15, and I think it's just a math question here. I mean, if Guillaume decides, okay, one of my guys gets blocked and lives, one of my guys gets Divine Verdict, what happens?
Wait, that sounds like this is what he's going to do.
Warriors lesson. Now, triggers are going to go on the stack.
He's like, these 3 lands are going to become creatures before the Phalanx leader ability resolves.
That's right. Can I get some more dice in the feature match area, please? There we go. So that's a 3-3, that's a 3-3, and that's a 3-3. Now that's only going to stay that way.
It's like Oprah Winfrey. Everyone gets a 3-3. And his Anthausa gets a little bonus.
Yeah, that's right.
The Fox is gigantic. The Centaur Battlemaster is gigantic.
7-6 trample. Battlemaster is a 5-5. And I think this is the time to feed. Unfortunately, he has to tap one of his 3-3s to do it. And that's going to do it. Chris Pikula. The writing was on the wall for him probably 3 turns ago. He was just waiting for Guillaume Wafotapa to pull the trigger and finally finish him off. And he does exactly that. Wafotapa up a game over Chris Pikula. Theros is available now on Magic Online. Play in sealed deck and booster draft release events from now through October 23rd to add the Harvester hero avatar to your collection. And then get ready for the Face the Hydra challenge running October 24th to November 6th. For more information, visit mtgonline.com.
A couple of people on Twitter asking, yo, Guillaume, where the islands, bro? Disappoint. He certainly is known for that. You walk up to anybody in this hall and say Guillaume Wafotapa, and they're going to think islands, control, I think
slow down.
I imagine if we check back in with him during the constructed rounds that commence next round, we'll probably see some islands.
But I like it that he's
islands.
Yeah, I've seen some of his decks are blinding. Pretty cool though that he's able to switch gears and go for completely different archetype in draft. He's not a one-trick pony, Guillaume.
Chris Pikula doing a little sideboarding here.
Got a really nice feature match area here. We've got Alexander Hayne and Martin Yuza battling on one of our side tables. We've got Owen Turtenwald versus Antoine Ruel. Yeah, all 4 of those players that I just mentioned are sitting on 7 match wins, 21 points as we look at it down here. And there's also Mariano Cartaccini from Argentina playing against Andrew Cuneo, another player well known for liking to play slow blue-based decks.
Yeah.
My land's a giant grows for that.
And we have a confirmation from Tim Willoughby down in the feature match area that, in fact, Andrew Cuneo is doing just that. Playing some blue cards, playing a little slowly. He really is a master of it, though. He sees things differently than most players.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And decided to work on his own. He's a Team Star City Games member.
Yeah, they will happily take his
and they'll
advice.
happily take him. But he decided to work on his own for this event. And he said, he's like, I wasn't really able to get there the full week before. I wasn't able to commit the full week. And so for me, what I need to do then is play test on Magic Online. I need to play my decks. And he's like, I honestly just don't want to play my decks in secret. You know what I mean? He's like, and I don't want to have to ruin anyone else's deck, so I would rather just play by myself, draw my own conclusions about the format, rather than,
And I mean, that can work out. It's a risky proposition because you might miss something. And when you have a whole group of people, they don't. But works out pretty good. Two prospective Hall of Famer. I hear Chris talking about the good old days of Stone Rain everywhere.
Demolish. That's actually better in this format.
Couple of veteran players.
I had a lot of tough decisions. I did them to myself, so I want to play.
So apparently Chris 2-0 so far in this draft in this draft pod. Apparently his last opponent had 3 Phalanx leaders.
Wow. And now he's facing down more.
That was his first. Yeah, he's like, wait, you have a Phalanx leader? My last opponent had 3 Phalanx leaders.
Jeez.
Which, by the way, he beat a guy with 3 Phalanx leaders.
Yeah, by the way.
All Phalanx leaders, no targeting. See a blinding hand by...
Sweet, both players keep. That's what we like to see down in the feature match area, and no turn 1 play here. That's pretty normal for limited, though.
I mean, sometimes, very rarely there are turn 2 plays. This is a format that takes a little bit of time to develop.
It does.
But the Phalanx
is this a
nope. Phalanx leader.
So Pikula gets to breathe a quick sigh of relief there.
And there's the Agent of Horizons.
All right, here's Laganaban Elder No bonus from it, but still a fine 3-2 body here to face down the 3-2 body Chris Pikula had made on his turn with Agent of Horizons. He's got a 4-drop to follow up. It's actually a Leaf Crown Dryad, which is going to be making Agent Horizons a lot bigger, and he's going to send it in there as a 5-4. And it's a nice tempo play from Chris Pikula there that's going to put him in the driver's seat here to keep the pressure going. When you're playing white-green BDM and you've got a 5-4, you got to feel pretty good about attacking for the rest of the game with it. I mean, you can represent 100 different combat tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. There are +2/+2 pump spells all over the place in green-white in both colors.
Is that a Staunch-Hearted Warrior?
That is a Staunch-Hearted Warrior. Take a look at Guillaume Wafatapa's hand. He had 2 Staunch-Hearted Warriors, and he now has 1. Reverend Hunter, Vulpine Goliath, Savage Surge, one of those pump spells, and a Time to Feed.
That's a lot of beef.
Yeah.
Time to Feed works really well with Staunch-Hearted Warrior as well. The trigger actually happens such that you can stack them so that you make sure that your Staunch-Hearted Warrior becomes a 4-4 before it fights, so and that's important.
There we see Chris Pikula's hand, Nylea's Emissary, a Divine Verdict, and a sideboarded Glare of Heresy.
Awesome.
Yeah, those cards have become a big deal.
Yeah.
We saw Gainsay on each side of the table in a blue matchup.
2 in one hand.
Yeah, 2 in one. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We saw 3 Gainsays.
Yes. It was like Benthic Giant Gainsay. Like, what? That was a sweet one between Kai Budde and Rob Dougherty.
Glare of Heresy gives Chris Pikula an early game answer to a quick Phalanx leader.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot too because we do see that Chris also hit his island. And that means that his Agent of Horizons can become unblockable, and it's a 2-turn clock. Like, right now, Guillaume Wafatapa has to do something about the Agent of Horizons, and what he's probably going to have to do here is use his Time to Feed on his Staunch-Hearted Warrior and trade it off. So he's, he can decide right now, what if he attacks with Staunch-Hearted Warrior before combat here? Try to get a little greedy and get that 2 damage, and you can't imagine that Pikula is going to trade off his Setessan Griffin here for it. But he doesn't. He decides not to. He's going to play it safe, and actually just take out the Setessan Griffin here. So he's actually going to be able to do 7 to Chris Pikula this turn.
He is willing to race.
Well, because the 3 life gained from the Time to Feed creates an actual extra turn of clock here for Chris Pikula. So this is going to be a tight one.
And he can sneak in an extra 4 points of damage. Oh, actually more than that. He has the Savage Surge.
And he's going to play it right now. So that means that thing is 6. It's an 8/8.
Yep. He's getting in for 11 this turn.
Wow. So aggressive stuff here from Guillaume. It looked pretty good for Chris Pikula, but things have turned around sharply here.
And what was a 2-turn clock
is now a 3-turn clock. And by the way, he's facing lethal damage. So Pikula kicks things off by attacking his 5-4 Agent of Horizons, does not activate the unblockable, sends it in there, and Guillaume now has to decide if he wants to block with his 6/6 Staunch-Hearted Warrior. He's tapped out, but Pikula has 6 untapped mana, and again, he can represent any number of combat tricks. It looks like Guillaume wants to block here. He does. He blocks. And Divine Verdict to take down the Staunch-Hearted Warrior. And there's even a follow-up play. Glare of Heresy is going to take down the Lagana Band Elder, and Chris Pikula with a huge stabilizing play there. All right, Vulpine Goliath, though, is lethal for Guillaume Wafatapa on its own. So let's see what happens now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bestow. He's going to put Nylea's Emissary on it.
He's willing to trade here and then get 2 creatures out of it.
It's an 8/7.
We know that Guillaume is happy to just
start developing his board out here. Yeah. I mean, right now that Centaur Battlemaster that Guillaume just played is not lethal, but we know that he's 1 combat trick away from making it lethal. Okay, there's your beloved Wingsteed rider there.
Looks awesome right now.
That's a Savage Surge that Guillaume just drew too. So very nasty. Just update from the back table. Martin Yuza up a game over Alexander Hain. He just won game 1 there.
Wow, that took a while. Look at the tools that Waffatop has to work with. He has a Reverend Hunter, he has a Staunch-Hearted Warrior, he has a Savage Surge. Things are looking pretty bad here for Chris Pikula.
They really are. Just so much action on Guillaume Waffatop's side of the table. Staunch-Hearted Warrior number 2 plus the Savage Surge. That's lethal. Savage Surge on his Centaur Battlemaster would be lethal. It's just such a tough spot for Chris Pikula here.
Yeah, Chris has just a Forest in hand.
Reverend Hunter, pretty sweet card for Guillaume as well, can be a huge threat later. Guillaume has to decide if he wants to go for it here, how he wants things to play out. One card in hand for Chris Pikula. Waffatop doesn't want to run into a second Divine Verdict here.
Yeah, Reverend Hunter comes into play as a 5/5 here.
For 3.
Yeah. All the Juzam Jin, 3/4 of the price.
I think and no downside. I think did he just play it?
Yeah. Again, not a lot of danger of going. Here it comes.
So 2 cards.
So will Chris block both?
Reverend Hunter is actually a 6/6 because it gets at 5 counters.
Oh, yeah.
And
you're
it's
right,
a 1/1.
It's 6, so it's even better.
It's even better.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, so Guillaume does attack with both of his creatures, and this is going to put Chris Pikula in such a bad spot.
Right. We know he has to block with both.
He does. If he does not, he will lose. Guillaume decided to take the risk on. Remember, Chris could have, he can have a few things here. He can't have Grip Tide, but he can have Voyage's End potentially. Yeah. But does your opponent really splash a Voyage's End? It doesn't seem that likely.
How is Chris blocking? If we could get the overhead view. I saw him. Yep, he pushed his creatures. He pushed the bigger creature in front of the Trampling Vulpine Goliath. Mm-hmm. He pushed the Wingseed Rider in front of the Centaur Battlemaster.
So blocked perfectly, given the only choice that he had. But Savage Surge is actually going to hit Vulpine Goliath here.
And untap it.
And make a trade. And that's going to knock off the 2 bestow creatures which are left over from the Agent of Horizon. So Chris can make that play and feel pretty confident there. What did he draw? He drew a Sedge Scorpion. Oh. Like the best possible card against that Centaur Battlemaster. Also, the Reverend Hunter. So a really good draw for Chris Pikula. Is it going to be enough? Staunch-Hearted Warrior for Guillaume, and he just has to pass back. So we get draw steps. Unfortunately for Chris, it was a land. But he's going to make sure to keep maximum bluff equity going. He's got both cards in his hand, so he can try to represent any number of spells. And there's a Nessian Courser. Chris is at 5 after taking that 1 trample. What did he draw? God's Willing?
God's Willing, yeah.
Not ideal here. It's more a creature game, but he'll take it.
Oh, and that is an Observant Alciad.
Yeah.
And that is... that's pretty brutal on a Centaur Battlemaster.
I mean,
it comes in 8/8.
It would, except for that Scorpion's going to be like, dink, hit its ankle, and down it goes.
That's true, yeah.
But at some point, Guillaume is just going to accept the fact that he's going to have to trade something in.
He's going to send something in.
I mean, maybe it's just a Reverend Hunter. Maybe he waits till he draws a combat trick.
I mean, he can send in anything. He can send in the Courser.
Yes.
Right, and it eats any creature.
That's right.
But no, he is going to play the Alciad as a bestow creature.
Looks like he's going for the Staunch-Hearted Warrior.
Right.
It seems like a perfectly reasonable choice.
Maximum big dudes.
That's right.
That becomes a 6/6.
And he actually has some really nice attacks here if he wants them.
This is certainly the problem with being green-white, is you just don't have the same recovery ability that some of the other decks offer you. I kind of like the blue in this deck for Chris, actually, for the Voyage's End.
Waffatop is sitting at 13 life, so he can send in a bunch of his creatures and not have to worry too much about the swing back from Pikula, who has 3 cards in his hand. And
Just those?
looks like Wafotapa decided to leave back the Centaur Battlemaster and just attack with those 3.
So he
Pikula's
can
got to
put-
make some decisions here.
So he can actually
He can do some work.
he can actually get 2 uses out of the Sedge Scorpion because he has God's Willing. in hand.
Absolutely. Tough spot here for Chris Pikula. He's been behind for a while. He was ahead for a couple of turns early, and now he's just been scrambling to not die. These things all happen. Scry 1, ship
Pushes
that
very
away.
quickly.
Yeah, when you see that, it's almost always a land.
I go to 2.
That dies, and Chris Pikula drops down to 2. All right, so this is it. This is the draw step for Chris Pikula. If he doesn't hit something here, what did he draw? It was not a land. I didn't see what it was, though. I think it was a traveling philosopher.
Oh.
That is what it was. So that will keep him alive this turn, potentially. And what is it for Guillaume? It's not time to feed,
It looks like
is
it's Warrior's Lesson.
Warrior's Lesson, okay.
Yeah, he's like attack with everybody.
He does exactly that, attacks with everybody. Chris is going to put Sedge Scorpion in front of Centaur, in front of Centaur Battlemaster. And then we've got a chump and a trade here. So everybody gets blocked for Chris Pikula. Okay. So that's going to leave 1 creature left that is kind of like 2 creatures.
Yeah, a pretty resilient one.
It is, and they're both lethal. What is it for Pikula? He's drawn a creature. Is it an Essian Courser?
Yes, it is.
It is, but unfortunately it's an Essian chump blocker this time. And he does just that, doing everything he can to stay in this game. What was that?
It's the Heliod's enchantment.
Chosen by Heliod.
Chosen by
okay.
Heliod, yeah.
Yep, and Chris Pikula plays his land for the turn, passes the turn back.
Does he have Divine Verdict?
Is that a Voyage's End in his hand? What is that? It is Voyage's End. So, we were talking about that earlier. If Guillaume Wafotapa could really put Chris Pikula on Voyage's End, well, he absolutely can. And he's got it. Bounce your Staunch-Hearted Warrior back to your hand. That's going to drop off the Alsea. That's also going to get rid of Chosen by Heliod. Or Heliod's, yeah. So there's a 2/2. And yet another lethal threat. Chris Pikula
Pushes the card to the bottom.
Down. Yep.
Yeah.
And here comes Staunch-Hearted Warrior again. This should do it here. And that's going to do it. Chris Pikula falls to Guillaume Wafotapa 2-2-0.
And that means as we head into the constructed rounds,
Fall behind in that race real fast.
that's 9 and 2 for Wafotapa, 8 and 3 for Chris Pikula. Still alive for
Very
top 8,
strong, yes.
top 16.
Ultra Pro is the leading manufacturer of trading card game sleeves and deck boxes. If you're looking for official Theros portfolios, card storage boxes, deck boxes, sleeves, and playmats, Ultra Pro has you covered. For more information, visit wizards.com/magic-merchandise. So Cuneo versus Mariano Cartacini is where we're going to be going here.
Yeah, Mariano Cartacini is a very popular Argentinian player on social media.
He is. You put that as subtly as possible. There's a bit of a campaign. And here he is. You take a look at Andrew Cuneo, one of the game's true veterans. Been around forever.
Oh, yeah, a couple of Team Pro Tour top 8s, top 4s.
Back in the day, as we say.
In Madison Square Garden.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So, Mariano Cartacini, by the way, is playing in his first Pro Tour.
Okay.
He's a 28-year-old PTQ winner from Argentina. He has 1 lifetime pro point from 3 GPs.
Hey, that's what I have.
Do you?
Yeah.
Are you still waiting on your first Pro Tour?
I am. I find that it's hard to
And there we get a look at
make
Andrew
time.
Cuneo's record.
2 Pro Tour top 8s. Yep.
38 years old, 120 points, $50,000 in winnings. 1 Grand Prix top 8, which is something we saw him do with Mihara when we were in, I believe that was in Nebraska. In Lincoln. So off to a not so rip-roaring start here.
But like we mentioned earlier, Andrew Cuneo, Cuneo is known specifically for playing control decks. He's a very patient player who will take the game to the extreme long end of it, and looks like he's aiming to do that here. This is going to be Thassa's Emissary. Is this going to? It does resolve, so no dissolve here for Andrew Cuneo. He for sure would have used it there unless he has some other answer, but he doesn't.
And he is playing 2 dissolves.
He is playing 2 of them. Didn't happen to have one there, and now the Emissary here is going to start doing some serious work. Martin Yuza on our side table just defeated Alexander Hayne 2-0.
So he is also at 8-3.
He is.
And
good to see him succeeding here. Yeah. Hopefully he can keep it up.
Omen Speaker just kind of, oops. It looks like he's like, oh, I don't have a second blue.
Yeah, he didn't have a second blue, so instead he just has to pass the turn back.
He's like, I will just show you this.
You see a keepsake Gorgon here.
Prescient Chimera.
Yeah.
You can somehow see it coming.
He just made Andrew Cuneo the prescient one out of the group.
Prescient Cuneo.
Yeah. All right, so actually it wasn't the keepsake Gorgon that he played. He has drawn a Sealock monster for the turn. He's decided to play that instead.
And he could give Kartakini his extra island he needs.
He could. He could also just make it a double island. All right, there's an Ordeal of Nylea and an attack here. So this is a 4-4 into a 5-5, and Cuneo says, okay, man.
He's like, I don't know
Show
you.
me. Savage Surge incoming. That it is. Savage Surge incoming. But you know what? Cuneo says, sure, I'll trade my card for your card, and you don't get to draw an extra one.
Right.
And now he has a better chance of sticking that keepsake Gorgon. But he's got a 6. What is his 6? Sip of Hemlock. Yum, yum.
Yeah.
Crack the crab.
Card that's been just going up and up, right?
Agreed.
In terms of your black pick
It
orders.
has, and that's also why we were talking a little earlier about Divine Verdict. And, I like the ability to just kill something. There's a lot of, big green creatures that you need to kill in this format. And Cuneo now following up with the keepsake Gorgon.
There are 3 Sealock monsters in Andrew Cuneo's deck.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, really interesting.
Sealock control.
Both of these players, both of them, are playing a card I haven't had a chance to play with personally.
Which was?
And something I know people really like. They both have Curse of Swine.
I've played with that a bunch. I don't know how it is that I open that up all the time, but that card is sweet.
Yeah, is it? I mean, I understand it. I just haven't had a chance to play with it.
It's really cool. All right, here it is. Andrew Cuneo battling with his Gorgon. The Staunch-Hearted Warrior can do nothing. And Cuneo has a Coastline Chimera for the shields up backup plan. He's got another play here, though.
Oh, and another Coastline Chimera.
Coastline Chimera. So he just added 10 toughness to his board this turn. Yeah, I've had the Curse of the Swine into Sea God's Revenge. It's pretty sweet. This little piggy went to market.
And these 3 little piggies drowned.
Yes. Oh, and I scry one. All right. So no big plays here. Disciple of Nylea there for Mariano and pass the turn back. So Andrew.
Curse of the Swine is going to be pretty nice here for Mariano if he could draw an island. Get rid of those flyers. Deal with that Gorgon.
Yeah, take the keepsake Gorgon out. I mean, Andrew Cuneo is sitting, trying to decide what he wants to do. He's got 2 cards in hand at the moment. And he has the mana to pay the monstrosity cost for his keepsake Gorgon.
Yeah, I mean, can't you just, yes. He's going to send it in, just those 2, just the flyers.
Yep, that's the Cuneo method, do the least possible each turn. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he actually played anything. Yeah, he didn't. So he's just going to leave up his keepsake Gorgon mana here and pass turn back.
There we see a Wave Crash type Triton.
Yep.
Also holding a Artisan Sorrow, which I imagine he saw something that he wanted that for.
Yep. All right, so Andrew Cuneo is deciding. Now we're on Mariano's end step right now, and he's deciding if he wants to use up the mana and fire off that keepsake organ, and if so, what he wants to target with it. A lot of his decision making is going to be based on how he wants to sequence his mana. If he doesn't use the keepsake organ now, he can have that ability for a bigger, more important threat later.
He knows there's no grip tide, right? Because only 3 mana up, no blue up. This is about as good a time as any to do it.
And he does, in fact, fire it off. So now the question becomes, what do you kill? And it's going to be the Staunch-Hearted Warrior.
Yep.
He's going to kill the card with the most potential upside here for Mariano. And this is going to allow Cuneo to keep the beatdowns going here. He is ahead in the damage race, and he just drew a Dissolve. He's got to be so excited to see that. Counter spells for Cuneo. He's very comfortable with those in his hand, and now he's got a backup plan. He's going to leave one of the Coastline Chimeras back on blocking duty. He doesn't want to trade 1 damage for 3 damage at this point, so he just swings in there for 4. Keepsake Organ, one of the best uncommons in the set. It is a complete stop sign for anything that wants to attack.
Yeah, we've talked about how big that, what a factor Death Touch is.
Yes.
In making decisions and how it deals with all these kind of like creatures that you can't really hit.
Right.
With the majority of the removal, they're just too big.
That's right, and all of a sudden, Keepsake Organ does it by itself and also becomes that sip of hemlock that you didn't pick up.
Yeah.
You know, it costs a little more, it's a little different, but still.
So Nylea's Emissary with Bestow targets the Wave Crash Triton.
Now, even if Andrew were to dissolve this, it has still been targeted. So the trigger is going to happen. Something's going to get tapped down. It's going to stay tapped down for a turn. But Andrew is going to fire off Dissolve on the Emissary. This is going to get a Scry here. And this is where Scrying becomes incredibly good because it starts to become almost card-like when you ship away a land. Yeah. It's close to drawing a card. All right, Mariano attacks with both of his creatures.
Get a 19.
And 1 damage comes in there. Now, Andrew Cuneo, his Keepsake Organ's not going to untap until next turn, but no big deal. Did he draw another Dissolve? I couldn't quite see.
It looked like he drew Curse of the Swine.
Oh, his own Curse of the Swine?
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
I mean, he would be upgrading possibly the Wave Crash Triton.
Yeah. That's more insurance, though, for Andrew Cuneo, just in case Mariano comes up with something insane.
Right. Something like,
Prescient Chimera.
Something like Arbor Colossus.
Yeah, something like that. Good example. Arbor Colossus, that is a magic card, BDM. That thing does serious work. All right, so same play as last time. Except for we have a Savage Surge now, and that actually is going to get through that Coastline Chimera. I don't think the Cuneo's too worried about it, though. It's like, whatever. We got another one. Cuneo draws his card for the turn. It was a Vaporkin. Cuneo attacks with his Keepsake Organ. It has its 1 monstrosity counter on it, so that's going to be 3. And there's a Vaporkin and an island. It says go. So Andrew Cuneo still looks very much in the driver's seat here. He also has 3 power of flying in the air, which represents 3 turn clock.
And no second blue here for Karkini. He's been waiting all weekend to get it on the camera, but a little disappointing.
As a reminder here, these players are tied at 1 game apiece, so this is the Game 3 decider for this last round of draft.
This is the last match in the feature match area. Everything else is resolved. This looks like a Baleful Eidolon for... Yes, it is. Freshly drawn Baleful Eidolon.
All right, Cuneo's going to battle here. This is for 5. This is a nice little attack. It's going to set up the win next turn.
On his Chimera.
He does.
He's like, not only is my guy really difficult for you to attack through, but now when it blocks stuff, it'll die.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. You don't usually see bestow creatures played so defensively.
And hey, we finally found an Artisan Sorrow target.
Make it live.
Yeah, and he's just going to rip through now. He does finally find that second island, And he's going to have to put it on top. It's a bit of a bummer to have to put a land on top at this late stage. I mean, he's already got, what, 7 lands? But
well, he did get to push the other one, right?
He did. It was a forest, and he shipped it. So this is going to allow Mariano a chance to finally. He pump faked us on that prescient chimera earlier, but now he actually gets to play it. Andrew Cuneo has his dissolve mana all set up there just to intimidate. Doesn't have it in his hand though, so we'll resolve.
Mariano's at 3. What is his best course here?
He has to play a flyer right now.
Well, he could also play Cursive Swine.
Okay, and get everything down on the ground.
Get everything down to 3 2/2s.
I like that.
Because as it stands now, he can't block the Gorgon, so he's got to just trade a creature.
He can just chump it.
Yeah, he can just chump it.
Yeah.
So,
I think he's just got to fire off Curse of the Swine here.
Yeah.
Just make some pigs. He does. Target your 3 creatures. Cuneo looks at his hand, says, "Oh, I've got one of those. I like that artwork." So Mariano attempting to go hog wild here. And it happens. All right, so release the pigs. There they are.
Right.
I think they're technically boars.
Yeah, I don't have a specific.
But I'm not going to get technical here. Yeah. They certainly don't look like boars, I'll tell you that. And that's a nice little stabilizer there for Mariano Carducini.
Yeah, so Cuneo can get him to 1, but it would come at the expense of some pork.
Yes.
And
that
he would be down to 2 creatures.
Yeah, an untenable situation there. So this could get really interesting here.
Of course, he could cast Curse of the Swine on Mariano's creatures, attack with everybody. Mariano has to trade 2 tokens for 2 tokens,
yeah.
And Andrew has the last pig standing.
That's right. This was interesting last
but he
turn.
Just chooses not to do that.
Yeah, because last turn Andrew could have attacked with his coastline chimera.
Combo.
Oh wow!
There's your combo.
Wow! I just mentioned that, but let's wash away. Looks like he's going to be patient here.
Yeah.
And it's a read the bones for Andrew Cuneo.
That patience might get him because now. If Andrew were to swine these 3 creatures, he would have to take.
He would just have to trade off all his team.
All of them,
yeah, you're right. Well, it was interesting
but
because
I don't know. And there's
the turn before
Erebos?
The turn before Andrew Cuneo could have attacked with his coastline chimera. He decided not to. He was at 17 life, and he could have actually got Mariano down to 2, but he didn't. He wanted to leave it back to block.
There's the Whip of Erebos. We just saw this card.
Oh, no.
Played to devastating effect
This
by Budde.
This should be not quite game here, but there's the Sealock monster, and thanks to the island that Mariano just naturally has here, it can, in fact, attack. Doesn't need to be, no monstrous needs to happen or anything like that. So send it in. It's lethal. And Mariano's trying to decide if he wants to chump block or put multiples up. Right now, Andrew Cuneo completely tapped out, so Mariano has perfect information about what risks and rewards he's going to get from different blocking scenarios. Seems like a chump block is in order here. I mean, the thing has to go away anyway, right? So it's just a matter of what creature do I want to lose.
5 life there.
He does. All right, so you got to figure Sea God's Revenge is in the works here now, right?
Yeah. Sea God's Revenge, those tokens, I don't know how, doing a little quick creature count on who's there. There's an Omen Speaker. I see a Baleful Eidolon. We know those 2 Horizon Chimeras are there. There's still a Keepsake Gorgon in there.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There isn't. The Curse Exiles.
Oh, that's right. The Curse does. So those are all sitting on the side.
Yeah. So
that's really important here.
There's definitely an Omen Speaker and a Baleful Eidolon.
Yeah, but that's really important here.
Yeah. Here comes Sea God Revenge.
I love this card.
Scry.
Yeah. Sea God's Revenge. He's going to return
Well, first he's going to scry.
Scry once, twice.
Yeah.
Tragedy at the Porkyard, a flood. And Mariano is really deep in the tank about this scry. He gets another scry, and he's just, of course, going to leave it there.
Can he afford? Oh, I guess he can't afford to do that. There's no.
He's just going to be taking one here. But you got to wonder if you want to take any damage at all at this stage.
Well, you know, it's funny. It's one unless, you know, he draws a bestow creature. Right? It could be.
That's a good point.
You know, if he draws like any kind of like bestow 2.
Yeah, Cavern Lampad.
Yeah.
He's got the mana to do it. All right.
It's like such a Cuneo thing to do.
Now, Cuneo can also
crack the whip back for an Omen Speaker.
It is, but he can actually, this is interesting because he can do this to his own creature if he wants to and upgrade. But he's not going to. He is going to create a lethal threat instead with an insatiable harpy. So this is a huge draw step here for Mariano as he's at 2 and facing down a 2-power flyer on the other side of the table. He does have Prescient Chimera on his side, so he's got a blocker.
And we know he
but
kept,
he is in a precarious.
And we know he kept Savage Surge on top of his library.
That's what he kept?
Yeah. I believe so.
Okay, Nessian Courser.
Oh, I'm sorry, a Feral Invocation.
Okay. Combat Trick. Ooh, and Andrew Cuneo does what he does best, draws a counter spell off the top, and is looking to be in the driver's seat.
Well, he just can swine away the flyer.
Looks like he's going to go for the team here. It does downgrade all of them, and that's going to do it. Andrew Cuneo pulls out the victory. Mariano Cardicini falls 2-1.
Right. And Andrew Cuneo goes to 7-4, still fighting for a.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth.
Andrew's still looking to make a deep run. Maybe not make top 8, but still finish top 16, top 32 at X and 4, X and 5,
and start stringing things together.
Yeah,
that's how they
stringing
do it
them
out
together.
Here.
Exactly.
I mean, it is a grind. You do have to, sure, sometimes you just make a top 8 run and it happens for you, but oftentimes it's a matter of being persistent and putting together solid finishes.
Right.
Top 32s consistently will reward you greatly.
And every match ends up meaning something, right? Every pro point ends up meaning something at the end of the year when you stack them all up on top of each other.
In a big way. Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff. We got to see some veterans of the game down there in the feature match area, some relative newcomers as well.
Yeah, well, I mean Mariano Cardicini, he's just playing his first Pro Tour.
Literally his first Pro Tour.
And we're going to put you on camera playing against Andrew Cuneo. Let me tell you something. I've been playing Magic for a long time.
Yes.
I've been playing for just under 20 years, playing Magic. Been on the Pro Tour, played at Grand Prix, been on camera in front of, untold thousands of people.
Writing articles, doing all your stuff.
I had to play against Andrew Cuneo at Grand Prix Las Vegas on camera. I was terrified. I was terrified.
I was commenting that one. Yeah.
I was terrified.
Yeah. He has been playing forever. I mean, he's been playing for.
I think he might be playing longer than me. He might be a beta era player.
It's pretty cool. I mean, we really did get the full gamut there.
Yeah.
We have a guy that's like, "Hey, I'm at the Pro Tour," and then we have Andrew Cuneo. All right, so it looks like Richard Hagon is ready to take it away. Back at the news desk.
He's now 9-2. That means John Finkel 0-3 this draft at 7-4, right on the edge. Not absolutely out because he had a good run to start with, but 7-4, last chance saloon for him. And then Jeremy Desani, your other co-leader at 10-1, he defeated Lucas Yaklowski. Yaklowski now 9-2. Now on the other side, we were following pod 3, and there they were already with 2 losses coming in at 6-2. There you see it on the right-hand side. Let's tell you how they did. Peter Ingram won to go to 7-4 over Ola of Sweden, the Hall of Famer, now at 6-5, definitely eliminated from top 8 contention. Hao Shanghuang is 8-3, but the big winner at this table is Ben Friedman, 9-2. Luke Southworth is 7-4. Pat Chapin 8-3. He beat Luke Southworth in the last round. Christian Calcano 8-3, having lost twice to Ben Friedman, as I say, so far this weekend. And your number 15 in the top 25, Luis Scott-Vargas, clinging on in there at 7-4. Calcano beat him 2-0 this round. All right, so that's up to date with our scoreboard. We'll bring you a full master list as we head back into standard. But it's lunchtime. We've got a ton of features, and we're going to begin with first pick, first pack. Hello everyone, welcome to First Pick, First Pack. I'm your host, Rich Hagon. It's a bit of a game show feel to this one. Zac Hill is my lucky contestant, and he is going to make not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 8 first picks, first packs, and I'm going to give him exactly the same amount of time the players did. 45 seconds a pick. Zac, you ready for this?
I can't wait, Rich.
Okay, and just to be fair, we didn't let him cheat. He has not
I haven't seen any of these packs. I have no idea what's coming.
Okay, but this is the draft viewer, so you can follow this along at home if you want. We are going to get to the big board. I'm going to give you 45 seconds. Let's see where we're going to start. We're going to start with Paul Reitzel of the United States, the man who did the draft first thing this morning. So let's go. Let's see what we've got. I am going to give you 45 seconds to pretend to be Paul Reitzel, starting now.
All right, so you take a look at this pack, and cards that stand out to me, you've got Wave Crash Triton, you've got Polis Crusher, huge monster, but it's a commitment to green-red. You see Horizon Chimera, great card, but it's another commitment to 2 colors. I think Polis Crusher is a better card. I'm also looking at Sip of Hemlock, Disciple of Phoenix, but Heliod's Emissary, actually, the big standout card of this pack. I like it a whole lot, but I think I'm going to go with the Polis Crusher because it's just so good and it can crush so many of the other decks, including whoever gets this Heliod's Emissary, and it's going to be really exciting.
Okay, you've still got 10 seconds. Are you nervous about a gold first pick?
I am very nervous about a gold first pick. It's pretty easy to lose that color commitment, but there's not a lot of other good red-green in this pack, so I'm hoping to get paid off in pack 2.
Okay, there you go. That was the 45 seconds. What did Paul Reitzel actually take? Answer, he took Polis Crusher. So he's with you. All right, so let's get back to our table. Sitting to Paul Reitzel's left is the Frenchman Jeremy Desani. I'm going to give you 45 seconds for Jeremy Desani's first pick, starting now.
Okay, so again, you look at this. You see Chronicler of Heroes, another gold card, card advantage, sized very well. Baleful Eidolon, great card, staple of the black deck. Prophet of Krufix, very, very, very good. I personally not a fan of blue-green in this color, or in this format, but a lot of people are. I think that's standing out. Again, Sip of Hemlock, good card. You don't really want to take it too late. But Dauntless Onslaught, amazingly powerful card in the heroic deck. I'm looking at that first and foremost. Grey Merchant of Asphodel, the card that more people have been kind of talking about this weekend than any other card.
10 seconds.
I think it's really good, but not as good as Dauntless Onslaught. And when in doubt, I tend to go with a cheaper card. I'm going to take Dauntless Onslaught.
Okay, and there's your pick. So let's see what Jeremy Desani did. He went Dauntless Onslaught as well. Zac Hill is doing pretty well, 2 for 2 in terms of what they're doing. But let's see who's next round our table. Well, Jeremy Desani was passing to Makihito Mihara. Now, spoiler alert, Makihito Mihara went 3-0 in this draft. I wonder how his draft began. Let's find out. Here's Mihara's first pick, first pack.
Okay, standout cards again. You see Voyages In bounce better in this format than it is most other formats. You've got a Griptide, kind of a better bounce spell than Voyages In. Farika's Mender, 4-3, source of card advantage, but again, a commitment to black-green, not my favorite color combination. Erebos, God of the Dead, I think actually a bit of a trap. It doesn't turn on that often. Even though black is a great devotion color, I would not first pick the card, even though it's a mythic rare. Disciple of Phoenix, again, really good. Wouldn't first pick it. Destructive Revelry, good card. Don't want to commit to the colors.
10
I'm
seconds.
looking at this Dauntless Onslaught again and thinking that's exactly what I want to go for.
5.
I'm taking Dauntless Onslaught again.
Dauntless Onslaught, he says. Now, what about Mihara? I bet he takes something black. Does he? Let's see.
Oh, really?
Griptide. Okay, that's...
I respect that, though.
Fair enough. Now, I don't think that's where he ends up. I'm pretty sure
Really?
he ends up more or less mono-black, which is very interesting seeing what those black cards are going by. Back to our table. Mihara was passing to Lucas Tajak of Germany, whose draft did not go well. He ended up 0-3, losing to Sam Black at the end. But Tajak's draft began with these 14 cards. Let's take a look.
Okay, so you see a Thoughtseize. I'm kind of tempted to rare draft it.
Oh, stop.
Okay, maybe not in the Pro Tour. Thassa's Bounty, a card that I like, but most people don't like at all. It tends to go really, really late. Read the Bones, great source of card advantage and very, very good in your blue-black control decks. Your black decks of all colors really smooths your draws. Fanatic of Mogus, a card that a lot of people view as a signal into red, both it and Ill-Tempered Cyclops. Very, very powerful cards. The Ordeal of Heliod, the Ordeal cycle just gets better and better for me the more and more I play with them.
Sure,
I'm
10
staring
seconds.
at that card. Evangel of Heliod I like, but way later, I'm going to take Read the Bones. I can cast it early. It makes my deck more consistent. Card advantage is good.
Read the Bones for Zach. What about Lucas Tajak? He goes for Read the Bones. Very, very good. We are halfway round our table already. Reitzel, Desani, Mihara, and Tajak. And now we get Sam Black, one of our co-leaders. Let's see what Sam Black had to work with in Pick 1, Pack 1.
Okay, so Sam is looking at a Sylvan Caryatid, really good. The green, the 1-2 Satyr is a good version. This is kind of rare, a little bit better than that. You've got Griptide, which we've already seen first picked. It's good for exactly the same reasons it was good before. Prescient Chimera, a comparably good card, probably even a little bit more powerful than Griptide, but definitely more of a commitment. Sedge Scorpion, I don't want to take. Divine Verdict, great piece of removal, but I don't really want to take it either. Ditto for Crackling Triton. I'm torn between Griptide and Caryatid, or however you say that card.
Caryatid.
Caryatid. But I really like the mana fixing. I think it's good in Black-Green Devotion specifically, so I'm going to take Caryatid.
Sylvan Caryatid, he says, and the answer is Griptide. That's 2 people taking Griptide first pick. That pack didn't seem super strong, Zach, overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are really 2 of the better cards, but you're right. Not the best first pack we've seen.
All right, let's see who's next on our Wheel of Fortune. It's David Kaplan from Canada, creator of Canadian Threshold. Let's see how he does with his first pick, first pack.
All right, so we've got Artisan Sorrow, one of the very few ways to actually gain card advantage off an opposing bestow creature. I prioritize it highly for that reason. You've got a Cavern Lampid, kind of an bestow creature. Chronicler of Heroes, which as I said before, I really like. I love being in the green-white heroic deck. Sip of Hemlock, great, don't want to first pick it. Voyaging Satyr, excellent green common. Divine Verdict, a pretty good white piece of removal. And Wave Crash Triton if you're trying to draft kind of the blue tempo deck. I'm torn right now between Chronicler of Heroes because I love green-white so much. I would probably take that, but I think if you're not so into that archetype, you take Voyaging Satyr here.
Well, let's see whether David Kaplan was into that archetype or not. He picked Voyaging Satyr. Very good. You're just picking what all the pros pick. You're very. Have you played this game before, Zac Hill?
I may have done this a few times.
All right, now we go round to the man somebody at the table we said had to go 0-3. It turned out to be John Finkel, but all that was in the future when he looked at this first pick, first pack.
All right, so you see a Rescue from the Underworld, a card that's very, very good with Grey Merchant of Asphodel, Disciple of Phoenix decks. You also see Grey Merchant of Asphodel, a card everyone talking about, good with the Rescue that you might even be able to table in this pack. Night Howler, though, is a legitimate bomb in my opinion. It's a bestow creature, it's huge, it's very, very powerful. Unfortunate that 3 black cards really stand out. Other things, Observant, Alseid, I really, really like. I like white cards. It's both an enabler and just powerful card in the abstract. God's Willing, some people are saying is like the best white common, but I think you just have to take the bomb rare here and go for Night Howler, even though it's a little less synergistic than Grey Merchant.
Okay, and then you just hope that the people to your left, if they go into black, that's their own fault.
Yeah, just pass cut them.
All right, what did he go with? Answer, Night Howler. So just what you said again. All right, that's John Finkel. And that brings us on our table to Lucas Jaklowski. We're almost all the way back to Paul Reitzel now. What did the Czech man, top 8 from Worlds 2010, take in his first pick, first pack?
All right, so Wingsteed Rider, by miles the best white common. I've been convinced of that by Sam Black. I would tend to agree. Triton Fortune Hunter, kind of a very comparable card to Wingsteed Rider in a different color. Spear of Heliod, extraordinarily powerful. Lash of the Whip, one of the very few instant speed removal spells in the format. I'm torn because I want to take Spear of Heliod, but Wingsteed Rider, a very, very clear signal. The rare's missing, so hopefully they won't interpret it that way. I like Lash of the Whip, and I actually like black a lot in this format, but again, I'm going to try and depersonalize a little bit. I think Spear of Heliod is just so powerful that you can afford shipping yet another one white card to your left, and again, you don't have to care that much about who you ship to your left. So I'm taking Spear of Heliod here.
Zach takes Spear, Lucas Jaklowski takes Spear of Heliod. Very good. So that's our table. And you are pretty much spot on with what they went with. One of the things, just a little tip at home, if you're using the draft viewer, it's great to see first picks for everyone, but I think something that you almost never get a chance to do in real life, Zach, or even on Magic Online, is see, okay, I open this, what does everyone take from that pack round? So if you start with Paul Reitzel's pack 1, then go to the next player and look at pick 2. The third player round, pick 3, the fourth player round, pick 4, until you see John Finkel picking number 7 from that Paul Reitzel pack, because it gives you a real sense of the flow of the draft, which is a massive thing. It's so hard to do when you're just starting out.
Yeah, and it lets you really get into the minds of the pros in a way that very few other things do, so I really enjoy that feature.
Well, that was first pick, first pack. Very impressed. You did a lot of analysis in not very much time there. Very, very good. Now, one thing that we didn't get a chance to speak with you about was when we had a chance to come to Seattle and do inside R&D for Theros, because although you worked on Theros, you weren't in the building when we were in, because you've moved on to Pastures New, I know. But yesterday we saw parts 1 and 2 of our inside R&D documentary, and now, well, it's time for part 3. See you in a little bit. Even in an epic setting like Theros, there are still those who rise above the rest, becoming woven into the storytelling fabric of future generations. These heroes, these monsters, these planeswalkers are the iconic standouts that help us forge our own Theros legends. Let's meet them.
Xenagos the Reveler is a satyr planeswalker from Theros. Before his spark ignited, he enjoyed the typical freewheeling life of a satyr in the Skola Valley. And then his spark ignited and he ventured out into the multiverse, thinking this was an opportunity to enjoy all the vast pleasures now available to him. But what he found was disillusionment. Compared to the infinite, he felt really small, and as an arrogant satyr, it is the last thing he wanted to feel. So he's got plans.
In the early designs that I did for Xenagos, he actually had sort of a goat head, and we thought that was a little too demonic, a little too inhuman, and we needed a character that you could identify with. So he went from sort of a goat-headed, goat-legged, sort of creature into an actual, more of a satyr kind of look, but with this very body paint revelry-looking kind of look to him.
So with Elspeth, Sun's Champion, the plus ability on her is just like, in many ways, her iconic ability, which is putting tokens into play, 1/1 tokens. This has been true of many of her other versions. In general, we've tried to key in on what is iconic for each of our planeswalkers and what is most essential and core to that planeswalker, and every time we repeat them, try to give them some of that flavor.
It's interesting to see these characters slowly go through worlds where they might change costuming and stuff like that, sort of adapt to the world a bit. It's also interesting to see them interpreted by different artists.
Her second ability is, destroying big creatures. It's sort of appropriate, we feel, for a lot of the imagery you've seen with her in terms of taking down a big Hydra or whatever. It's, a reprisal type of effect that we've seen on white cards before.
We are re-envisioning Elspeth. She is going to find her courage. She's going to find her firm foundation. This is the place where it all matters for Elspeth, and I really think people are going to like who she becomes.
Ultimates, we in many cases want to make sure they end the game. If you've been making a bunch of 1/1s and you can't quite end the game, and it feels like you've taken control, but we just need a way to end the game, it's a very nice way to just, all your stuff's super awesome and incredible, and it's really going to be hard for your opponent to survive after that.
Unlike Xenagos, who's from the world of Theros, and Elspeth, who we've seen before, Ashiok is from a world we haven't seen. Ashiok's past is a mystery, and that kind of, in a way, plays into the character of Ashiok here. We know that this person's past is supposed to be shrouded in mystery, is their identity is supposed to be sort of trailing away into dreams and nightmares. And that, in a way, helps establish what we already wanted for the character, is for there to be this halo of unknowability, of uncategorizability. If we had chosen someone who had been from this plane, they wouldn't have quite the same sense of mystery about them.
A lot of human identification, like identifying with other humans, comes in the eyes. You read a lot from the eyes. Even if someone's smiling, their eyes may not be, that kind of thing. And a character which is completely lacking not only the eyes, but part of their skull, the whole top of their head, with just some smoke represented there that basically that's where you want to look, but there's nothing there to connect with, was meant, specifically planned by Jeremy just to be unnerving and uncomfortable and disorientating. And I think the effect comes across in the artwork.
Daxos of Miletus is one of my favorite characters. He befriends Elspeth. He kind of is her guide through the world. They become close. He makes her sort of reconsider her worldview and what she wants from life. So he is an Oracle of Heliod, and he has an interesting perspective that Elspeth, really needs.
Daxos of Miletus is a card that has this, what we call a saboteur ability. When it hits your opponent, you get to do something cool, and he needed an evasive ability. So we went all the way back to the Legends set, to Amrau Kithkin, and that card can't be blocked by creatures that are bigger than it. So we gave that same ability to Daxos.
We're very excited to have a legendary Hydra. Pelukranos is the most fearsome Hydra on Theros. This is a monster that has terrorized humanity on this world for a long time. Pelukranos is one of the reasons you do not venture out from the Polis. The Hydras have become Green's rare iconic, which means the creature that we go to, that's the creature that we go to for Green to represent these rare and mythic rare creatures. It just sort of worked out well that we headed to this Greek myth-inspired world where Hydras had a perfect home. Maybe angels don't fit quite as well here, maybe demons are a little stranger, but Hydras were right in the wheelhouse for Theros.
So one card I will always remember from Theros development and in editing is Pelukranos World Eater. So huge Hydra. Originally in design, it wanted to fight multiple creatures, but we never use fight to describe a kind of a group battle. Fighting is always one creature versus another, just because it gets kind of awkward if a 4/4 fights multiple creatures. What does that mean? No one really knows. It's ambiguous. So Pelukranos also appears in the Heroes versus Monsters duel deck. which means it had to be worked on a little bit ahead of time. So we're trying to figure out Monstrosity, we're trying to figure out its other ability, which was really long. And finally, one of the problems that came up is we really wanted X. So and the appearance of X in its Monstrosity ability was super important to development. You could pump this thing as much as you can. But then also the second ability, when it dealt damage, also wanted to refer to X. Now by rule, these two abilities don't talk to each other. The value of X has to be defined in each one. So this was a problem we kind of wrestled with for a while, especially from the rules point of view. And then it finally hit me. Well, I could just write a rule of the Monstrosity saying if the X is in one ability, then the other ability knows it. And it was that moment that I realized I'm kind of just making these things up. We can just write the rules the way we want them to work, and people will have fun, and people will get it. So that's how it happened.
Timrit the Murder King is a former hero who died, escaped the underworld, and then went on to lead other returned from the underworld. He was never a nice man. He was a killer and great warrior throughout his entire life, and since he lost his identity when leaving the underworld, he sort of maintains that same rhythm of causing mass death everywhere he goes.
So Timrit the Murder King, from my memories of development, was actually changed quite a bit very late. A lot of it was just to create a card that would just sort of be a pain in the butt to control decks. That you'd keep finding ways to keep bringing them back, find ways to keep throwing creatures that you had in play at your opponent, and sort of that there would always be this threat that you could keep bringing back to the board, sort of regardless of what your opponent might be trying to do.
So Enthusa is one of the legends in the set, and she's also a character in the novel. She is a fierce Setessan warrior who has allegiance to Nylea, and she is going to be crucial as things kind of start going wrong in the world. You'll have to wait and see.
Enthusa illustrates one of the examples that we were trying to go for with Heroic, is to make each and every instance of targeting the creature matter. Where possible, we wanted to incentivize and create turns where you're going to target her, and I targeted her, now I have 3 lands that are active, and I targeted her again, there's another 3 lands, and for example, in some of the early designs, she turned on all of the lands but was weaker in other ways, but this was just one of the many examples where we wanted to reward you each time you did the Heroic trigger.
Metamai the Ageless is a character in the book, and it's hard to impress him. He really, you could tell him all the secrets of the world and he'd be like, I don't care. So he's kind of crabby and inscrutable, but he's a pretty fun character.
We have this bulletin board where we post all the mythic rares, and people put post-it notes on them and discuss them and try to make sure that the mythics are as cool as they can be. And Metamai was a mess. He had so many words on him, and it was almost impossible to understand what he was supposed to do. And we finally managed to figure out a concise, easily understandable English language way to describe what we wanted him to do, and that was very satisfying to not have to print this ridiculous card with tiny type on it.
So Akros is the Sparta analog of what would be in the real world. Anaxis and Cymede are the king and queen of Sparta. And so sometimes we do show 2 characters on one card teaming up. Tibor and Lumia is another example. And so we wanted to get these legendary characters that are iconic into the set somehow, and this is a great example of that.
We wanted to do a neat rare heroic card, and the idea was that it was some kind of leader of some kind, and that you would charge this and then it buffed all your whole team. And so the thing about it was we didn't know exactly what it was going to be, and so what Creative did, which was pretty cool, is they said, we want to show the leader of the city of Akros, and here's a neat idea, we're going to show a married couple of warriors, which is completely new, it's not borrowed from Greek mythology, it's just their spin on it, and they sort of attached it, and it's really neat how sometimes we made this very flavorful card, but when design set it up, we didn't know where it was going, and that Creative was able to then take it and do something very cool with it.
Hythonia the Cruel got legendary in part because her art was so awesome. Chris Ron's piece of this Gorgon sitting on her throne made for past petrified victims was just too cool, and we thought this has to be a particular person.
So in the beginning, when we made the set in design, we had 2 main Gorgons. One we called Baby Gorgon and one we called Mama Gorgon. And so both of them are still in the set. they changed a little bit. So the biggest change on Mami Gorgon is that originally we were cute, where it had death touch, and then when you monstrosity, it did damage to everything. But ooh, we're clever. It's got death touch. And then development said, guys, you're being a little too clever. It just kills everything. But one of the things they included that we did, which is, by the way, is not actually technical Greek mythology, it's our version, is we decided that we didn't want Gorgons hurting Gorgons. No Gorgon on Gorgon violence is what I say. And so in our world, the Gorgons are able to, like, they don't turn themselves to stone. Because I wanted love. I wanted love for the Gorgons. I wanted the Gorgons to get together and not like, go, she's pretty, and then, can't move. So in our world, which is not true, by the way, in the actual Greek mythology, they could affect each other. But in our world, we made a better world in which the Gorgons know love.
Whether you want to be the adventuring hero, taming mythical monsters, fighting alongside planeswalkers new and familiar, or even setting yourself up against the gods themselves, Theros is the place to do it. Join us again next time on Inside R&D for Born of the Gods. But until we meet again, I'm your host Rich Hagon, saying bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the News Desk. Rich Hagon sitting alongside two very important and lovely people. First of all, we have Hélène Bergeau, the Director of Global Organised Play for Wizards of the Coast. And on the far side of the desk, Mr. Aaron Forsyth, the Director of R&D. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on the show, and we've got some things to talk about. So, Hélène, why don't we get straight to it, and let's take a look at the dates for the 2013 to 2014 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour season. Let's put them up on the big screen. There we go, and we can take a look there. So what have we got, Hélène? What can you tell us?
Well, we already had announced the cities where we would go with the Pro Tour next year, but we're thinking that for completion, to make sure that all players could have planned already their year, it was time to have delivered the exact dates of the Pro Tour next year. So of course, obviously, the season starts with Dublin. It's and everybody has a good time so far being in Dublin. Then the next Pro Tour will be in Europe, in Spain, Valencia. We're going to be back in Spain, Valencia, in February for Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Then moving on to back to the US for Journey into Nyx, because we will be in the US in Atlanta on May 16-18. Right. And then the last Pro Tour of the season will be like the Pro Tour for the core set in Portland, in the US, back again, early August. And like this, so since we announced early September all the Grand Prix schedule for next year, and now we have also the dates of the Pro Tour, we have a full schedule for the year. Of course, the important date also that we should mention is about, Worlds Week.
All right, so let's get to that. Let's take a look at the World Championship, because a lot of stuff has changed here. Talk us through this. This looks very exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, we are extremely excited to share the news about the World Championship, where we decided actually to increase the number of invites. So far we had 16 invites, and we are going to move to 24 invitations in total. And of course, as we are increasing the number of invitations, so is the prize payout.
Hooray.
So where we go from $100,000 to $150,000.
Okay, tell me about those dates, because there's a December the 4th missing in there. What's going on there?
Absolutely, because it's important for us to when we run an event to see how things go and to bring some improvements for the next iteration of that event. And one thing that became very clear for this year World Week was that it was extremely long, because we went back to back, having the first day of the World Championship, and then straight into the World Magic Cup. Right. And we had a number of competitors that were playing actually in both.
Sure.
And so it's a lot of magic.
It really is.
It's really a lot of magic. So what we did, just like what we are going to do for next year, is we are going to add a day in the middle so that people can take a break. Everybody will be able to take a break and come back to the World Magic Cup, completely refreshed and just like ready to battle again.
Okay, but then the Sunday, that will be the culmination of both tournaments, right? Just as we did this year.
Absolutely. We are not changing that setup, because like this we have a very exciting Sunday, because we are both crowning the team and also the world champion at the same time.
So
December 4th.
Yep.
It's my wife's birthday, so they have a trip to the south of France lined up.
Good. I think that it's a good plan.
And the thing is, she'll never know because obviously she's
we're going
not
to take
watching.
the day off for your birthday, honey. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, now Aaron, let's talk a bit about who's going to come to this event then, because we've got 24 invites now. So who gets to come to the World Championship?
Well, we listened to players. The players that played in the event over the last 2 years. In 16, they were saying there was a lot of 2 teams dominating the competition. We wanted to broaden it a little bit so we wouldn't have the same decks playing. So we wanted to open it up to more players.
Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see who we've got exactly. We're going to start off with the reigning world champion. There you see it. Away you go, Aaron.
That's Shenhar. He'll be back.
So he's already crowned.
That's
so
right.
He will be back. We know one player already.
The player of the year at the culmination of this series of Pro Tours. The rookie of the year, which is a new person that we're adding.
Excellent.
So we'll get some fresh blood and see how the young player can do against the fresh blood.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, he's going to have a lot to prove in that room full of platinum players.
Indeed, they do. Sure.
Then that's normal.
But of course, there'll be one extra because we have Magic 2015.
That's right. I'm really looking forward to that event as the lead designer of M15.
Yeah, there's some exciting stuff coming there for sure.
Magic Online champion. We've done that already. That was Budde this year, so we'll keep doing that.
Okay.
And this is a new one. And Raphael Levy will be thrilled to hear this. The national champion from the World Magic Cup winning team.
So he is already in. Raphael Levy, the Hall of Famer, will be there.
Right. We wanted to recognize the World Magic Cup, as a pillar of the Pro Tour year, and a good way to do that is to have them at the World Championship.
All right, I'm pretty sure that's not 24 yet, so let's move on and see who else we've got coming to play. And I guess we now go to regions, Aaron, is that right?
Right, so typically we've invited the top player from each region, and we're doubling that now to the top 2 from each region.
Okay.
There's no pass downs for any of these categories, so if Pro Tour winners are from Japan or Europe, they'll take those slots, but we'll make sure that there's at least 2 from every one of these geo regions. So that'll add a nice diverse touch to the field.
Fantastic. And then the at-large invitation. So we just basically say the next people down the chain on Pro points.
Fill to 24 based on the top pros from there on down.
Fantastic. All right. Well, the next thing we want to talk about is the Pro Players Club, which is always evolving. We have 3 levels. We have Platinum, Gold, and Silver. Let's take a look at those. And you need certain Pro Point thresholds to make it in. So 20 for Silver, 35 for Gold, and 45 for Platinum. Now that bottom bit's very important. The Pro Tour and World Championship winners immediately get advanced to Platinum for the current season and all of next season. So the winner here is locked for basically 2 years. Fantastic.
Yes.
That is super exciting. Let's take a look at the benefits then of the Pro Players Club. Silver, this is pretty much what you'd expect, as seen before. Invited to the first Pro Tour after reaching silver status. That's why we have so many silver players here this weekend. And you see the rest there. But now let's get to the fun stuff. In the gold, there are some new things to announce. Ellen, tell me what's going on here.
So, you can read by yourself the main benefits. But the things that we are adding in terms of benefits for the gold is the fact that they will get 1 buy at the World Magic Cup qualifiers.
Okay.
And so that's really something which is very important to us because, these events qualify for the World Magic Cup, which is a very exciting competition. So we want to encourage our pro players to be participating in that event.
Okay, so if you're already giving out a buy to the gold players, let's see what that means for the platinum players. Let's see that read down here. 2 buys at World Magic Cup qualifiers. There's more.
Yes, there is more.
Go on.
We really want to make sure that our pro players are encouraged to participate in these events. So we're also adding a $500 appearance fee at the World Magic Cup qualifiers.
Wow. So if you're a Platinum Pro and you're, let's say, in the US, they're basically saying if you want to go to all 3 of your World Magic Cup qualifiers, that's $1,500 coming your way to help you get there and defray all that hotel cost. That's going to make for some fantastic action, Aaron.
Right. And we've also made sure that it'll be easy for the Platinum pros to decide to go to those events we're not scheduling any Grand Prix that weekend.
Brilliant.
We're not going to compete with those slots. We want those tournaments to be the focus of what's going on at that point in time and make sure the best players are at them.
Sure. Now, Ellen, tell me a little bit about the dates for the WMCQs. I know that later on today we'll be able to read precisely the dates on Daily MTG. Trick Jarrett's putting that up. But give us a sense of the overall timing within the year.
Okay, so there's, again, that was a learning opportunity for us this year, because this year we were having the first World Magic Cup qualifiers happening before the end of the pro season and before the national champion was identified, and it was not, it was a little bit awkward. So we decided to, have a way better setup for next year. So the season will close at the Pro Tour M15. Early August. So this is when we will be, able to identify all national champions.
Yes.
And then the World Magic Cup qualifiers will be the first ones will be scheduled a couple of weeks later, so mid-August. Then we have a second weekend of World Magic Cup qualifiers late at the very last end of August. And then the third weekend of qualifiers mid-September. So like this, you have a very, very neat schedule. As Aaron was mentioning, no GP that weekend. And so, like this again, you will have the full picture of the whole year.
That's absolutely fantastic. Now, of course, a lot of that stuff is sort of months or even a bit of a year in the distance. But some things are coming up right now. It turns out that next week is game day for Magic the Gathering. We hope you're all going to go down to your local store and face the Hydra, because that's a little bonus feature we've got at this year's game day. Why don't we take a look? We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. But first, here's Nate Holt from Walking the Plains to tell you more.
Continue your quest down the Heroes path on October 19th and 20th at Theros Game Day. Gather the hero cards that you collected from the Theros pre-release and launch weekend and get ready for a brand new and totally unique play experience. Face the Hydra. Here, a few players got a sneak peek at what the Hydra is capable of and survived to tell the tale.
Are you guys shuffled up?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think so. I don't think the Hydra can cut our deck.
Are we allowed to look at each other's hands like two-headed giant?
Of course we can. What you got?
My hand is sweet.
Reveal the top card of the Hydra's library.
Noxious Hydra Breath. Choose one. Noxious Hydra Breath is 5 damage each player, or destroy each tapped non-head creature. All right, let's go. All right, so
2 dead
combat damage. I'm going to kill this Hydra head. Everyone gain 2 life.
And I think we do the same with the other one too.
Yeah.
So we only have 1 Hydra head left?
I mean, it could all go bad.
I guess. We haven't had any of the elite things or whatever.
I mean, if you want to just try and end it here, I can Searing Spear that thing.
Yeah, just like a normal game of Magic, a lot of it's the draw. If the Hydras, spawn 2 at a time, then you're gonna have a hard time. It's got some nice imagery too. You kill a head, are 2 more gonna pop out, or is it not gonna grow any? And then the spells, because the Hydra's doing stuff on its turn as well. It's not just sitting back passively, right? Like it can really hose you. It can kill all your creatures, or it can deal you 5 damage, and that's each person that's taking 5.
It's definitely been tested a lot, and it's actually I thought it was a lot of fun.
I lost. It was a close one. It came down to I had Advent of the Worm, and if I didn't die that turn, I was really going to start taking down those heads. But he got me, right in time. Well, it was fun playing with this for the first time because I didn't even know what all the cards did. Like every turn, I'd draw something and have to read it and not know what was going to happen. So the unpredictability and like the challenge of playing around effects that you don't necessarily know what they are is pretty interesting. You can just play by yourself, like that's what I did right here. I didn't even have anybody playing as the Hydra, I just used the cards on my own. And B, you can play a non-competitive game, like if you and your friend want to play Magic but not necessarily like play against each other. Maybe you don't have 2 decks that are equally balanced, then you play together on the same team against the Hydra. It's a lot more fun.
Should you succeed in vanquishing the Hydra, you'll be rewarded with Planeswalker points, the Slayer hero card, and the good graces of the gods of Theros. For more information about Game Day, contact your local game store. To find a store near you, go to wizards.com/locator.
All right, so there you go. That's the story of game day and facing the Hydra, which I'm certainly looking forward to. So, Aaron, tell us a little bit more about that, because that's not all that happens at game day, is it?
No. It's the Face the Hydra challenge is part of the Hero's Path, which is our block-long series of special fun things to do to tell the story of Theros. But game day is still happening as it always has. It's still going to be a standard tournament. You can show up, you can compete, win the playmat and all the other things that you would normally do at game day. The Hydra deck is just a side dish, a fun thing to do. So you can show up and play in the tournament and not worry about the Hydra, or you can just drop by the store and battle the Hydra kind of in your spare time while game day's happening.
Okay, now where will these decks actually be? Because you can't build it before you go, so they're just waiting for you in store?
Right, so the stores are getting copies of the Hydra deck. Every store is getting 1 or 2 copies to have on hand. The deck can be played. You can have someone else play the Hydra, or you can just do it yourself. It's kind of an autopilot experience. And also, if you really like it and want to play home with your friends, there'll be some copies for sale there as well.
That sounds fantastic. Now, one of the things that I thought the pre-releases this year were a fantastic success, because so many people wanted those cards with the view to using them.
The hero cards.
Yeah, the hero cards to actually use against the Hydra. But you get another hero card if you beat the Hydra. So are these challenges going to scale up?
Yeah, they keep going. So you earn more and more, and there's 9 different hero cards you can get. And the one you earn beating the Hydra here, you can use to face later challenges for each set in the block that get more and more intense. So we have a couple more challenge decks coming as the year goes on. You'll have to wait and see what those are, but they scale up in difficulty.
Right, so once we get to Journey into Nyx, we'll be able to sort of basically do the 3 and feel properly Herculean about it.
That's right.
All right, fantastic stuff. Can't wait for game day. That's next weekend. Might get a chance to play that at GP Louisville. That sounds that's going to be a great place
I'll try to have
to
them
do
on
that.
hand.
Yes, please. All right, so many thanks to Aaron Forsyth, the Director of R&D. I'm going to take you to our leaderboard right now, because we're heading back into Standard. Let's take a look at what is now the actual top of the standings here at Pro Tour Theros 2013. I can tell you that right now we have a 4-way tie for the lead. We have the number 20 ranked Makihito Mihara of Japan. We have from France, I told you this guy was a monster, and he's delivering in spades. From France, it's Jeremy Desani. On debut, no less, good boy, Raymond Perez Jr. of the United States, and tied for 25th right now, but not for long, Sam Black is 10-1. Then you see every single one of the 9 and 2s, just one round out. Dagen, Reitzel, Friedman, Yaklowski, then Phillips, Zatlkaj, Yamamoto, Boney, Schaffman, Linden, who I haven't really seen much of. He's obviously firing his way up the standings, and Guillaume Wafatapa. David Kaplan heads a bunch of 8 and 3. So that is your actual leaderboard here at Pro Tour Theros 2013. We are closing in on the start of Standard, and I've been joined by Marshall Sutcliffe. Hello. You and BDM, I've been listening to you in my ear all morning. I get the feeling the two of you are having some fun.
Yeah, the talking doesn't stop, right? We end with the booth, we're off the camera, and then we just keep saying the exact same things as we walk over to eat some food or get a drink of water or whatever. Great stuff from the limited portion, especially today. Yesterday went pretty quick, a lot more aggressive than we expected in the feature match area, but today was absolutely excellent. We saw some huge plays, some back and forth, some great players. I mean, I don't know if you wandered through the feature match area much, but geez, there's PT wins, there's Hall of Famers all over the place here at PT Theros.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I was trying to get a handle on the speed of the format.
Yeah.
And it's really tough because there are some very sort of conflicting signals.
Yeah.
Partly, you and I were sort of joking about the fact last night over dinner that, your local sort of F&M draft, even a fast format, takes 50 minutes per round. Because we're like, I'm going to sit here and think about this for a minute. Okay, I've thought about it. Let me read that card again. And there's an element of you really want to take your time, and it's much more relaxed and casual. Here, the actual speed of play, nothing to do with the turns, is incredibly fast.
Yes, everybody's playing really quickly. You get that with experienced players, especially players that have had a chance. I mean, remember, Theros is still pretty new. Right? It's the new kid on the block. Right. But for these players, you walk up to a Sam Black or somebody like that, and they're like, I've drafted 40 times. Just casually, whipped out 40 drafts, no problem. So, they get used to the cards, they get used to the interactions, and that's the kind of the learning curve that a lot of us go through over the course of the entire format. They'll cramp that into 2 2 weeks of hardcore drafting where they're trying to figure out things like what you were talking about earlier, which is the speed of the actual format itself. And, you were saying you had a hard time getting a grasp on it. That's not surprising.
Okay.
I don't think you can, and I don't think you should even try to.
Right.
Yeah, the reasoning for that is that some formats are slow. We had Magic 2014 recently, and it was slow. There was not a fast deck available in that format. I mean, every once in a while you'd see one, but it was very rare to get a truly fast deck, and it wasn't easy. In Theros, the entire gamut is represented. We have fast decks. You will bump into decks that can beat you down before you even get your feet under you.
And we watched the favored hoplite in feature match action. It's like this on turn 1, I'll bestow it on turn 2, off we go.
Yeah, and we actually saw 2 favored hoplites in back-to-back matches, and they were more favored than the other favored hoplites because they had all types of enchantments and combat tricks hitting them.
Highly favored hoplites.
Yes, highly favored hoplites. Right, and that's a deck that can happen. That type of strategy works. There's also mid-range decks, ones that want to kind of get to the bestow stage of the game, want to kind of slow things down and try to dig to maybe their Grey Merchant of Asphodel, something like that, right? And then you've got the really long games, the ones that are trying to resolve huge threats, Colossuses of Akros, those type of things that you can go super deep on, the type of deck that we saw Luis Scott-Vargas play yesterday as well. Those are the type of things that can go. All of these are viable. You will see all of these. So if you sit down and you're like, hey, is this a fast format? Don't ask yourself that because you're not doing yourself any favors. Is that person have a fast deck? Well, you're going to find out shortly, but you should be prepared for anything.
One of the great conflicts that I saw across all 6 rounds of draft and out on the tables in general was almost a conflict between what I might call vertical and horizontal. You would see on one side a creature.
Yes.
It maybe had been monstrositified, maybe it had got 2 bestows on it, maybe it had got super heroic, but it was essentially a stack, right?
I see.
And
this is working for me.
Right, and that's your vertical.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you would have 3, maybe
Phalanx
4
leader
creatures,
deck.
right?
Yeah.
And the sort of balance was between, could the vertical be so big that the horizontal had to sort of concertina itself in to go, I'll put 3 in front of this to try and reset the battlefield? Or, as we saw earlier this morning, I can't remember which match it was, but we certainly saw the vertical that was utterly enormous.
Yes.
But there was so much wide on the horizontal that the horizontal could just go, I'll jump here and then I'll hit you with these 3 guys.
That's a great visual for that. I like viewing it that way, and these are things that we see time and time again, and they even affect individual gameplay within Theros, which is that you must decide often, okay, so I've got a creature on the battlefield, and I've got a bestow creature. Am I going to bestow the creature and go vertical, or am I just going to play it and go horizontal? It's really interesting stuff.
Vertical, horizontal, whichever way you play your Magic, we're about to get into standard. 5 rounds to go. All the 10 1s, the 9 and 2s, it's starting to brew very nicely. Let's get you down to round 12 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hello and welcome to the booth. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zac Hill. We're going to be going down to the feature match area very, very fast now. The players just shuffling up and doing their mulligans, and we've got some nice feature matches this round. I think that's basically going to be true every single round for the rest of the Pro Tour. The cream really rising to the top here. We've got Sam Black, only 1 loss so far. Makihito Mihara, only 1 loss as well. Both top 25 players. They're our video match. We've then got Goodman Reed Duke against Ben Stark, the newly anointed Hall of Famer. They're both at 24 points. They're going to be on text, but hopefully we'll see a little bit of them. Then Jeremy Desani of France. He's up against Raymond Perez Jr., currently the #1 ranked player in the standings, and he's at his first Pro Tour. Great performance there. And then finally, the noisiest match in the feature match area, David Ochoa against Camille Cornelison. Both at 24 points, both playing very well. David Ochoa 6-0'd his draft. He's really, really on fire in this tournament. But we're going to head down to the feature match area right now, though, because it looks like Sam and Makihito Mihara are ready to play Magic. Let's go and see what they got for us. Welcome to round 12 of Pro Tour Theros here in Dublin, Ireland. We've got Sam Black on your left, Makihito and Mihara on the right, and both these players very, very devoted in their own way, but to two different colors, Zach.
Yeah, you've got Mihara with basically a base green devotion deck, light splashes of red for Domri Raid and Xenagos the Reveler. That devotion powering Nylea, God of the Hunt, and importantly, Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, powering out huge fatties in the monstrous ability. Sam playing mono blue devotion with 4 main deck Thassa Gods of the Sea, as well as Biden of Thassa to draw tons of cards, Cyclonic Rift to cast the kicker on, and 1 Nykthos Shrine to Nyx of his own.
And a Burning Tree Emissary here from Mihara. He's always able to get some super fast starts. Obviously, green has loads of acceleration, but with Nykthos, it just gets crazy, right?
Yeah, a very interesting draw from Mihara. The deck tends to want to accelerate mana, but instead he just casts 2 2-drops. Doesn't really have any mana acceleration. Then from Sam's side, we see him keep a 2-land hand with 3 Master of Waves, double Biden of Thassa. All he really wants to do right now is draw some lands, because Mihara doesn't really have very many ways to remove the Master.
And they're a slightly sad-looking Burning Tree Emissary without any friends to bring along afterwards. And yeah, if Black can get to 3 lands, you know, Thassa's coming down. From there on, drawing the right cards is kind of perfunctory, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, Thassa is going to help that process out. Ooh, but he misses his 3rd land drop, instead playing a Judge's Familiar, which is not really going to block very profitably, and that's a Pulchrinos that...
Wow. That was a super fast game. Sam never getting to the 3rd land, and Mihara just executing on getting creatures onto the board, and ultimately executing Sam.
Yeah, I mean, if if Sam had enough mana, he would have been able to play a Master of Ways. It could have dealt with all of those 2/2s, but missing his 2nd and then 3rd land drop, and Pulchrinos coming down from Mihara's side made really quick work of Sam.
We'd like to thank Card House Games for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Enter the code PTDUB when ordering on cardhousegames.com for 10% off your next purchase. For more information, visit cardhousegames.com. So we saw some really good work there from Burning Tree Emissary. The card that is able to really accelerate both the red decks and the green decks while having plenty of devotion.
Yeah, the card was designed as a hybrid card because green sort of accelerates mana and fixes it. Red gets temporary mana, so this card does a little bit of both. You can chain several of them out, one into the other. It's obviously really powerful. But as we saw that game, 1 Burning Tree Emissary, even into just a Scavenging Ooze, is a really fast clock. And, the 2nd Burning Tree Emissary that Mihara cast didn't even accelerate into anything. But because they're sitting on the table representing that many green mana symbols, it means that any Nykthos Shrine to Nyx that he draws is going to add like 7-8 mana to his mana pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy all of the things that the hybrid creatures suddenly do in Standard now that Devotion's a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that hybrid mana symbols still count for Devotion. So even though that green, that little broccoli in the top right corner is very small, it counts just as well for all of the Devotion cards.
The clovers and the fireballs all teaming up to help your Devotion whichever way you want it to be.
Yeah, so I mean, as I look at the sideboard from Mihara, I mean, he's got 1 Mistcutter Hydra that seems sort of tailor-made for this matchup. I have to think that Mizium Mortar is also very good. Chandra Pyromaster does a fair amount of work on the little guys like Judge's Familiar and any top deck Cloudfin Raptors. I wonder if he's bringing that in, and then, I don't know... Probably not Burning Earth.
Yeah, Burning Earth, not really for this matchup. I mean, Sam's deck actually doesn't even have the full number of Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. It's only got 5 non-basics in total, right. 4 of which are Mutavault, which obviously plays very well with Master of Waves. And in terms of what Sam can do, gainsays, not doing a whole lot.
No.
Negates, I mean, they stop Planeswalkers, and we know that Mihara has a lot of them, but I guess the interesting thing for me is this is a red-green deck but it's really, really a green deck.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure whether or not it'll be obvious to Sam that he's playing against a deck that's quite as heavy green as it is.
Right, and quite as reliant upon mana acceleration into Planeswalker. And you see 4 Garrett Caller of Beasts, so if I had perfect information and I was Sam, I would absolutely be bringing in negates, but it's hard to tell how much Sam knows. The other card that I would want if I was Sam was Rapid Hybridization, extraordinarily powerful against Mihara's 4 copies of Polukranos, because if you Rapid Hybridization in response to Polukranos' ability, it never ends up dealing the damage, meaning for a single blue
that's
mana,
very cool.
Exactly, you can net almost an entire turn.
And I guess the other thing is, there's only one Mistcutter Hydra in Mihara's deck. There's very few ways that Sam can profitably interact. He's got, Mutavaults to block, but the tokens that Rapid Hybridization makes, they're green, right?
Right.
Green frog lizards, I believe.
I believe they're frog lizards. That is correct.
So yeah, that gives him, if all he needs is time, that buys him an extra turn blocking, because realistically, Mihara can make these big Hydras, right?
Yes, that's true. But again, there's, with one Mistcutter and Polukranos, I mean, you can deal with a 3/3 a lot easier than you can deal with a 5/5.
Sure.
That grows. The other cards that I think will matter are Sam's 4 copies of Tidebinder Mage, which are very, very good at locking down Elvish Mystics and good at stopping the bleeding if Mihara gets another draw like we just saw.
So we get a chance to look at the players' hands now. Looks like they're both kept, which is good. Get to see a nice, neat game of Magic. And they're a Temple of Abandon, so Mihara here able to improve his draws just a little bit with that Scry.
Yeah, we see a Sam Black keeping in Night Veil Spectre. I was not sure whether that would happen. It's hard to tell how many of Mihara's cards he can profitably cast, but at the same time, just having 3 blue mana symbols in a 2/3 flyer that can gain card advantage and help you at land drops is still evidently very powerful.
I mean, your Bident of Thassa gets an awful lot worse if you can't get through an attack, right?
That's true. I mean, that's the thing about Sam's deck is it's so synergy dependent that you have to make sure not to over sideboard. I mean, you want to have access to the curve of turn 3 Spectre, turn 4 Master of Waves, especially against a deck with as little removal as Mihara's has.
And a Sylvan Caryatid there from Makihito Mihara. He's already accelerating a little bit. 4 mana means 2 Voyaging Satyrs there, so he's going to have access to a huge amount of mana next turn, though nothing to stop that Night Veil Spectre thus far.
Yeah, although we do see in Mihara's hand a Arbor Colossus, which can both block and then kill the Night Veil Spectre with a monstrous ability.
That's a Nykthos Shrine to Nyx straight off the top. If you're going to steal things with the Spectre, stealing lands first has got to be the right way to do it, and this was the land that they added to the deck quite late and think they probably should have more of on the Star City team. So a big hit there for Sam Black.
Yeah, this is going to mean that Sam is going to be able to deploy all the cards in his hand a lot quicker. The question is in what order he wants to cast these. Double Rapid Hybridization going to do a good job of holding off that Arbor Colossus. But Mihara is still potentially capable of casting Garrett Caller of Beast next turn, even if Sam had played a Tidebinder Mage.
It sounds like we got a result from the back tables. Camille Cornelison already 1 game up against David Ochoa. They're both on 24 points. And it looks like Sam Black has decided to lead with the God. Thassa, she only needs 1 more blue mana symbol on his side of the board in order to be suitably devoted and able to swing in.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sam's hand. He just drew Cyclonic Rift, which that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx is going to be able to power out. Absolutely incredible hit off the Night Veil Spectre. Mihara, his own Nykthos Shrine to Nyx right off the top. Garrett Caller of Beast, Arbor Colossus, both options for him this turn. But he's going to need to do something about that Thassa sooner rather than later.
And it's really, really awkward for him here that a large proportion of his mana is creatures, right? Because that Cyclonic Rift, it can't do anything about lands,
right?
But it can do quite a lot about literally everything else on Mihara's side of the board.
So right now, Sam's Nykthos netting him +1 mana, but that can get out of hand potentially very quickly.
And Mihara here conveniently giving us a few dice so we can see exactly how much mana he's got, because he's able to untap his lands with the Voyaging Satyr, and this is where things just get really filthy.
Yeah, most of the time you're used to Voyaging Satyr, of course, adding only +1 mana, but being able to untap Nykthos means that can go crazy.
Yeah, this is the reason that potentially the gods in Mihara's deck, Mihara ranked 20 in the world, he can just pile up on Nylea, God of the Hunt, and just power things out, so they're just colossal.
Yeah, right. And Nylea, 4 mana to give something +2/+2, but when you have 12, 13 mana a turn, that turns out not to be as much as an obstacle as you might think. So it looks like 6 mana from Mihara's side right now. Or is that just so many mana that the die is off there to the side?
And having a look at Mihara's hand, he's got a few things that he can do with that mana. A second Planeswalker sounds pretty solid, but Arbor Colossus is able to deal with that flyer, and that will keep Devotion right back down.
Right, and if he plays a Planeswalker, he's got to worry about it getting attacked by that Thassa right there, which is very easy for Sam to turn on with just 1 more blue mana symbol. We're taking a look at Nykthos Shrine to Nyx now, the card that's causing all of this madness. Basically, it says you pay 3, 2 plus it. You're going to add mana to your mana pool equal to the number of symbols and permanents you have. So the more stuff you cast, the better this gets. And the better this gets, the more it helps you cast stuff. So kind of a very degenerate
when it's good, it's very, very good.
Exactly.
When it's bad, well, you're in trouble anyway.
Yeah, right. And when it's bad, it still taps for colorless.
And yeah, nice little feature there, because it's been compared to things like Gaia's Cradle and Solarian Academy,
Cabal,
some of the most
Coffers.
powerful cards in the game. Many of them do not tap for mana. This, it's always worth 1. And there is Garruk, Caller of Beasts, almost immediately putting in the call to get an extra creature on the board. Let's see which ability he's going for here.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, Tim. He could use the middle ability to just immediately put Arbor Colossus into play, but I have to expect him to want a lot more cards than that.
Well, if you're looking for things to do with lots of mana, Polukranos, not a bad choice. And there is that Mistcutter Hydra. Sam Black is not going to be happy to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, Mihara, they're missing on his Domri raid. Lots of permanents in play are in his hand, potentially off Nyx. The thing that Sam has access to is Cyclonic Rift. He's got, it looks as though he can add 4 or 5, I guess he's 1 mana short of being able to radiate Cyclonic Rift. That was the playtest name.
Overload.
Use the really good part of it.
To bounce just about everything.
Yeah, to bounce just about everything, but he's just not quite there, even if he makes another land drop. So he's got some choices to make right now as to whether he wants to attack with Thassa when he casts something, and where to direct that Knife Veil Spectre as well.
Yeah, Night Veil Spectre being asked to do like a little bit more work than it can really handle here.
Yeah. Exactly. Sam still does have, he can play the non-kicked version of Cyclonic Rift. He has 2 copies of Rapid Hybridization with which he could deal with some of those satyrs, which would also reduce Mihara's count of green mana symbols. So if he's able to take out the Garruk and convert 2 of Mihara's permanents into tokens, that can stop some of the insanity that we're seeing now.
So there we see that. There's the Voyaging Satyr being tapped down. Tidebinder Mage, not just about the blue mana symbols, though they're certainly a big factor.
Right, yeah, and neutralizing that Satyr is huge right there. I mean, that stops, I believe, somewhere close to 4 mana from Mihara.
And that's only going to get bigger as the bigger threats come down as well.
Because it's 3 into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so essentially 3 into 6 mana, the potential that Satyr represents.
And just a quick update from one of the back tables. It sounds like Ben Stark has won game 1 against Reed Duke. You can see them just at the back of the area there. That match being covered on text by Toby Henker, so you'll be able to read about it later on magicthegathering.com.
Okay, so Sam activating Nykthos for 6 blue mana. Again, not quite 7, but he does have the ability to cast Cyclonic Rift, deploy Bident, and play 1 or both of those Rapid Hybridizations.
So all of the Satyrs, for now, dealt with. One of them's coming back, but in the meantime, Sam has got the opportunity for pretty much the first time in the game to get some proper hits in.
No, so Sam, interestingly, casting Rapid Hybridization on the Voyaging Satyr before attacking with Thassa. Of course, he can use the ability, Thassa's ability, to make it unblockable so that Mihara can't protect his Garruk. That does cost 2 extra mana, however, in order to do that.
Mihara here, just taking it all.
And playing, of course, Bident of Thassa can allow him to draw some cards.
Well, that's going to be a Planeswalker that might be a little bit tricky for Sam Black to cast. But you never know. I mean, the good thing about the Night Vale Spectre is that sooner or later, like, as fun as it is casting the spells in your deck, casting the spells in your opponent's deck just feels filthy. Like, I love it. It's something that, even when it first came out in the pre-release, I was kind of excited playing it. And at that point, it was just like, yeah, you know, I'm taking your basic lands and casting a few little spells. When you're casting some of the powerful spells in Standard right now, it's just incredible.
Taking a look here at Garrett Caller of Beast, which just died. Of course, Sam, the reason he's prioritizing killing that so much is that he doesn't want Mihara to draw another 3 cards like we saw in the last turn.
And just another update, it sounds like Jeremy Dazani has managed to continue his winning streak. He's 1 game up against Raymond Perez Jr. from the USA.
I'm looking at Sam's mono last turn. He cast Rapid Hybridization, Biden of Thassa, gave his creature unblockability, and...
I'm not sure he did give unblockability. I think that Mihara was just content to keep his creatures on the board for now.
Oh, okay. He just decided to keep the 3/3. I don't know. A lot happened that day. I feel like I'm watching a Storm combo deck that's like just a bunch of creatures that do things.
Well, I feel like this is part of the reason that Finkel really likes this deck. It's like a Storm deck that also gets to play with like 20 Shadow Mage Infiltrators.
Yeah, Biden of Thassa, one of my favorite cards. Coastal Piracy was always in my top 10 since I was playing in Mercadian Mass Block PTQs over a decade ago. I'm glad we've got something like that back again.
And that there, the lizard coming in, the frog lizard for 3. And I can't wait to see what's next in the Mihara show here. He's just... The mana engine, like, once it gets going, he can cast so many threats. This is such a fun format. You can just pile monsters onto the board.
That's yet another Voyaging Satyr.
Well, it's the same one that got bounced.
Oh, yeah, sure, okay. So it got bounced. Okay, one was... No.
One's locked down and one got Cyclonic Rifted.
No. Sam still has Cyclonic Rift in his hand. One got Rapid Hybridization, the other got locked down, yeah. But so that is the 3rd... copy of Voyaging Satyr, so it seems like sooner or later Mihara is going to be able to have a ton of mana, whether Sam likes it or not.
Pelucranus feeling a bit tasty here. He's getting in a fight, killing off the Night Vale Spectre. That making a big difference in terms of the overall board, it meaning that now Sam, just with the 1 creature to attack with, and any more removal, which we know Pelucranus can fight on its own accord, not just with Domri Raid.
Right.
And that will suddenly mean that it may end up that Thassa's just chilling.
Now, Sam does have the another mana, so he is able to overload Cyclonic Rift this turn if that's what he wants to do.
Overload?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Deep sigh from Mihara.
All my hard work.
And not only does that make Mihara reset his board, but that powers down his Nykthos, meaning it's not going to be just as easy to cast all those spells again right from his hand. He doesn't have the mana acceleration that allowed him to do that. And then 2 more cards from Sam. Goodness, Biden of Thassa is a beating.
Yeah, and especially good when you've got that Shrine in play, because it means that all those cards that you're drawing, it's not like you're ever in a position where you're drawing cards that you can't cast. You can just cast all of them.
And of course, you're making sure that you're drawing the right cards, because Thassa is letting you scry every turn, on top of smacking your opponent upside the head.
On top of making sure that your creatures can get through by making them unblockable. As it turns out, if you give a god its own weapon, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Very on theme. So Amizium Mortars from Mihara, not exactly what you want against your opponent's 5-mana indestructible creature, although getting rid of the Tinebiter Mage would at least mean that Mihara had access to another... Oh, no. The original Voyaging Satyr that was locked down got bounced too. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just doesn't really accomplish a whole lot except for killing a 2/2 that's 2 mana symbols. I mean, it's possible he could just do it and hope that Sam doesn't have any more blue mana symbols, but that's not what we're going to see.
As it turns out, Rapid Hybridization there, meaning that even though the Tidebiner Mage got killed off, there's a 3/3 to replace it.
Yeah, exactly. And what that allows Sam to do is make both of his creatures unblockable, assuming he can get his Devotion high enough, and he's threatening to end the game this turn.
And this kind of the thing that the blue deck does, it just sort of gradually reaches this inevitable position of being able to just crush in games. And so Sam Black there, able to square it up. We're at 1-1 in this matchup now.
question. Can you use the bathroom? Yeah, that's fine. I've got you on a separate clock anyway, so we can.
Qualifiers for the next Pro Tour have begun, and the format is Theros Sealed Deck. You could be on the big stage for Pro Tour Born of the Gods, taking place February 21st to 23rd in Valencia, Spain. For more information, visit wizards.com/PTQ. So, that Pro Tour, you can still qualify for it, but we've got plenty more to go in this one. And how big was Thassa in that last game?
Oh, it was the defining card. I mean, not only was it a 5/5, it killed Garrick, stopping Mihara's card flow. It allowed Sam to become the aggressor very, very quickly by just making all of his creatures unblockable, clocking in for 5, 8, 10 points of damage. And, the Scry was what ensured that his draws were solid enough to allow all that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's other formats where you'd play your crystal balls and similar just to sort of make sure that you can control a little bit what's on the top of your deck. And I'm sure that there will be control decks that just sort of say, most of the time, I'm just going to scry each turn, and that's pretty good. But the extra abilities on there and the fact that sooner or later it just chunks in, it does not take very long for Thassa to kill someone.
No, I mean, and it's like you said too, very, very good with Abidant. The unblockability means that your creatures are going to be connecting. Playing a bunch of creatures means that she's going to be a 5/5. You can use her to block, and she's big enough to kill even Pelukrinos, which we've seen come out today, or just hit your opponent upside the head for 5. I mean, I was so amazed at how quickly that game Sam's deck was able to become the aggressor.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that we sometimes say about big bounce spells, they get so much better when you have just a little bit of pressure. And Sam's deck can actually exert quite a lot of pressure when it wants to.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the deck list, you see 4 Judges Familiar, 4 Tidebinder Mage, 4 Cloudfin Raptor. You're not really thinking it's killing the opponent that fast, but it's the combination of all of those cards, the rapidity with which Master of Waves can turn you basically from doing nothing to having 10 points of power on the table. And of course, Mutavault just being exceptionally powerful to persevere, even if your opponent is trying to remove all of your creatures.
There we're seeing some of the other players out in the area, not in the feature match area, but just an abundance of talent here at this Pro Tour. It's been kind of crazy, the quality in the feature match area, and the fact that sort of there are so many Hall of Famers doing well, so many old pros, so many new pros, just really on top of their game at this event.
And this is one of our biggest Pro Tours that we've had in recent memory, a combination of invites from the World Magic Cup, silver level pros being able to be invited here.
One, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean that we've got almost old school size Pro Tour, a little bit, little more than 400 players, I believe. So the feeling in the room is there's a ton of energy, there's a ton of anticipation, and the top tables are some of the game's most popular players. So really exciting Magic that we've been watching, and the players have gotten into it as well.
It's funny. I was speaking to Ben Stark about exactly this as he was waiting to talk to the team just after he got his Hall of Fame ring, and I was like, "So Ben, do you like having bigger Pro Tours? This is a particularly big one." And he's like, "No, every extra player just makes it harder for me to win the Pro Tour." He was sort of saying, even if there was just someone who's back in the booth here, welcome back. Even if there's one more player, even if they're just showing up and conceding to other people, that means that other people are doing well. I want a nice small Pro Tour so I can win it. I mean, he's won one already.
I was going to say, he knows a thing or two about winning Pro Tours.
But yeah, I mean, it's great for us. We love having the big room, but it makes it super tough to do well. And the players that are doing well at this one, it's a big game.
Oh yeah, I mean, and we saw even the top end of the field pretty tightly clustered. There weren't undefeated players past round 9 or so. The draft pods were just completely brutal. I mean, yeah, it turns out it's pretty hard to win one of these things, and it's harder when the field is huge.
Yeah, it's the big field. I mean, I'm used to European GPs, so this feels like a compact little. It's a little gathering of friends, and it does feel like a gathering of friends because all of the best players are here, and there's people I only see once or twice a year that sort of they're going to be at the Pro Tour.
Well, I mean, it's so cool to see. I mean, we saw Camille Cornelissen in the feature match area, John Larkin back. He's like, I haven't played Magic in a decade. He's casually just smashing everyone, representing
absolutely,
his hometown,
Team Ireland,
home country, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Go Team Ireland. And I mean, we've seen Rob Dougherty, who did a deck tech with
absolutely.
us, also smashing some face. So I mean, yeah, it's on the other end though, we have people like Jeremy Dazani, who's had a great last couple of years.
Oh, Dazani is on fire at the moment. And I mean, thinking about European GPs, he's one of the players that we know to look out for at every GP. He's just a machine at the moment, just always putting up good numbers. I mean, not necessarily winning everyone, but as it turns out, no one can win everyone anymore.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and the end result of all of that just means that, whether it's the old, the new, kind of the top 25 or the Hall of Fame, there's always, or even like Star City Games or Channel Fireball. I mean, there's all these just different people you can be rooting for.
Well, yeah, and sort of thinking about the role of the old pros and the new pros, I was talking to Finkel about his place on the team. He's the second in lifetime earnings in Magic winnings, and on this incredible super team, I was sort of saying, you've got Kai and you got John and you got Gabe, and like three of the top players in the history of the game. Yeah. And he's sort of saying, well, to be honest, if you had to pick someone on our team to win it, it might well be Sam Black or Owen Turtenwald or Reed Duke. At the moment, they've not got a Pro Tour win, but they're just on fire at the moment. All three of them in the top 25. And we're actually going to be jumping across to someone else from the top 25. Ben Stark, he's playing against Reed Duke. We're going to be able to see a little bit of their match now because they're just shuffling up for the next game.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, speaking of star standout players, I mean, Ben's been around for a while, but he's really had his greatest success over the last couple of years. And Reed Duke, I mean, arguably the hottest, most on-fire Magic player active right now.
Yeah, like Reed Duke is just, I mean, he's a real student of the game, and this is part of what I love about him. I mean, part of it is just he's a super nice guy, but like when he's playing, he will just put together, he'll look at what he's doing, he will figure out where he's potentially made a mistake. He's quite humble, he'll take opinions on, and he'll just figure out what he needs to do in order to succeed.
A quite humble Magic player. Please tell me more about this.
Just the one. and then Ben Stark. Actually, I mean, Ben doesn't toot his own horn. What I like about Ben is that he's always trying to make everybody better.
Oh, that's what's so cool. I mean, he was like just sitting at breakfast this morning, just like riffing on opinions, but not in a way that like, oh, I want to hear the sound of my own voice. But he was like, oh, whoa, talking about draft. I want to share thoughts. Can I receive your thoughts? I was just like, this is a man who's excited about Magic 8 o'clock in the morning.
And it looks like the players are just getting close to be ready to play now, just sort of shuffling up, getting ready to kick off. I believe that we're one game in here. The first game you'll be able to see entirely on text, but the second game of this match, we're going to the video right now. So we're actually going to get game 3 on this one, so the rubber game to decide who's going to win between Reed Duke and Benjamin Stark.
Ben aggressively shuffling his cards, trying to summon the right mix of lands and spells toward the top of the deck. I'm not quite sure if that's how it works, but, hey, whatever is effective. We're seeing the Channel Fireball version of the red Devotion deck, also featuring 4 Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, and then Reed on exactly the same list that Sam is.
So this is going to be pretty cool, because now we're going to get to see the same deck that we've seen Sam playing, but how it performs in a different matchup. I mean, the plan's got to be kind of similar in terms of drawing cards, but some slightly different threats to worry about here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Channel Fireball deck, its mana acceleration doesn't have all the creatures, doesn't have Voyaging Satyr, etc., relying basically solely on Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, has a little bit more aggressive of a beatdown plan, though. Burning Tree Emissary, Ash Zealot, Frostburn Weird, all cards that are capable of coming down pretty early. He's also able to interact with Reed's permanents a little bit more. He's going to have, after sideboard, Shock, Anger of the Gods, Ratchet Bomb, potentially up to 4 copies of Mizium Mortars, and maybe even Destructive Revelry for Reed's Bidence. So I think a little bit more direct interaction in this matchup.
Yeah, at the very start of the event, maybe like 3 or 4 rounds in, when we had started to see the relative constructed decks, I spoke to Josh Utter-Layton about how he felt about the Star City Games deck.
Yeah.
And he was sort of saying, well, they've got this Cyclonic Rift, which is lovely, but Mizium Mortars is just kind of like a better version.
No, that's a good point. We're seeing a Frostburn Word from Ben and a Omen Speaker from Reed, suggesting this is not going to quite be a blazingly fast game. Look at Reed's hand, though.
Wow, that's some devotion. So the plan from Reed here is presumably play a bunch of Frostburn Weirds, then make a billion T tokens, right?
Yeah, and the Omen Speaker was what set his deck up to allow him to have the mana to do that. So we might be seeing a lot of waves crashing in, and the protection from red exceedingly relevant against Stark's essentially mono-red deck.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's the lesser thought of ability because it's not making a million guys, but protection from red's super important, especially about keeping your guys alive. And when you get multiple Master Waves, those tokens all get bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The elementals get +1/+1 ability stacks. We see from Ben 2 Domri Raids in his hand, but no green mana to cast them. Like we said, an essentially mono-red deck, but not quite, though. And that means that he's got to just kind of pass to Reed, who missed his 3rd land drop, but has another Frostburn Weird.
I mean, at least Ben's got the good courtesy to also be missing land drops. Like, if they're both doing it, then we just get to see these flurry of spells at some point. But it looks like Reed has found the 3rd land now, so he's successly able to get stuck in there with his 2 Frostburn Weirds.
This Frostburn Weird duel here.
The amount of devotion to blue on these boards.
Yeah, Ben unintentionally devoted to blue, perhaps.
It looks like he's got a stomping ground there now, so Ben able to start firing things out. And he's the one with the Nykthos, so as and when he gets a chance to get going, it's not going to be difficult whatsoever for him to overload that Mizzium Mortars.
Right. And the question is now basically just what he wants to prioritize. He could cast Porphyros this turn. He could cast Xenagos. He could cast Domri Raid. He could potentially Mizzium Mortars if he wanted to. A lot of options for Ben, but he's a little bit behind on tempo, so he has to make sure to not set up for too long.
And he's gone for Xenagos, so this is another way of accelerating his mana potentially here as well, right?
Yeah, exactly, because he can play a 2/2, hope that Xenagos doesn't die this turn. If he does, he's going to take Reed off essentially all his mana, and if he's able to untap, Xenagos can add 2 or even potentially 3 mana depending on what Ben decides to cast.
Also, a way of fixing the colors on his mana, so he can cast more red-green spells if he needs to.
Right, not limited by just that single stomping ground for green mana. Okay, so Reed, though, hitting his 4th land finally, using that Omen Speaker to great effect. The question is, when he starts casting Master of Waves, does he want to start doing it now with 6 Devotion, or does he want to get mega greedy and throw yet another Frostburn Weird onto the table before he starts attacking with a Master of Waves?
I mean, this is not Greed Duke. I'm pretty sure that he's going to just get the creatures out right now.
Well, or he's going to prioritize the Xenagos so highly and just say, okay, I can be patient with my Master of Waves, make sure Xenagos is off the table, and get that 3rd Frostburn Weird down there to make sure that my Master of Waves is essentially lethal when I cast it.
Yeah, this is going to be a terrifying board position all too soon.
Well, and what's terrifying for Ben Stark about this board position is that he's missing his 5th land drop. He had to wait on the stomping grounds, but if he had lands consecutively, he'd at least be able to set up Mizzium Mortars, not only taking care of the Master of Waves token, but just wiping Reed's board of blue Devotion, ensuring that the next several Master of Waves are just a lot less scary. But without the ability to get to 6 mana, that's not going to be in the cards for him this game.
And of course, this being the deciding game, if it's not in the cards for him now, then he's going to have to worry about it some other match.
Right. Now, if he deploys enough red mana symbols onto the table, that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx is going to give him the amount of mana he needs. But that's going to require, I believe, 2 more red mana symbols.
So there we see a bit of fighting going on. Just enough mana to pump that Frostburn Weird so it can favorably fight the Tidebinder Mage, beating its way out of the cellar it's been locked up in thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, Reed, okay. Oh, wow.
Rapid hybridization. Yeah, that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx now looking at green Devotion, I guess, because it makes no difference. There's 1 mana symbol of both red and green now. And yeah, a 3/3, not quite good enough.
Yeah, Reed knows about the possibility of Mizzium Mortars, who is probably going to use that rapid hybridization anyway. But the fact that Ben played the Domri Raid and activated the fight made the hybridization even more of a blowout.
So just the 9 tokens here.
A mere 9 tokens. That's not bad value for 4 mana, is it, Tim? That's.
I mean, also the body that. So it's 10 creatures total.
One of which has protection from your opponent's deck.
But for the frog lizard that you've generously given them. Reed Duke, always a caring, sharing, giving individual.
Caring, sharing, giving of frog lizards.
Reed, of course, currently ranked number 5, up against number 2 ranked Ben Stark. These heavyweights of the game right now, and both on currently 24 points, looking to go up to 9 wins after this round. A great position to be in at this stage in the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, great position any way you look at it. You know, they're setting themselves up for a top 8 run, but you've got to think that Reed has the a little bit of an advantage in this current board state.
And Ben here just sort of having a look at everything that Reed Duke has done.
Why tackle him? Send all 3 of those Domri dies.
Oh, this is a Ben Stark play I love, which is trying to help your opponent make better plays to kill you.
While your opponent is got 9 elementals.
Wasn't good enough.
I mean, that's the thing. Pro Tour used to be a lot more kind of cutthroat of a, you know, I'm not going to give my opponent any amount of edge, but all these guys know each other. They played against each other a million times. They're totally willing to just kind of talk about the matchup.
And this is a matchup that, I mean, in some respects, this is kind of the iconic matchup of the event. The 2 biggest teams coming into the event, the 2 hallmark decks that they're each playing. Really interesting to see how the 2 decks sort of square off against each other.
I have to ask a rules question. Can this fight him be a Domri?
An interesting question there. Can the Frog Lizard token fight via Domri Raid on Master of Waves?
Another target creature this is targeting.
Right. Ben gets it right. Basically, it can't because it's Domri that's doing the targeting. The Gruul Guildgate that Ben drew, just kind of taunting him with double Storm Breath Dragon in his hand. He really is able to cast Porphyros. He can hard cast both Mizzium Mortars, but that's not going to do anything. It's an army of elementals. Not looking good for Ben right now.
Those seahorses, they're coming in. They're going to get you.
That needs to be a kids' TV show theme song.
It could already be.
Yeah, so Ben just trying to figure a way out of this situation. I mean, he has access to Domri Raid. He has access to a Mizzium Mortars. But with Reed at 20 life, Porphyro's probably not going to do that much damage right away. Just not a whole lot in Ben's arsenal right now. He just kind of needs to figure out if there's any way he might survive.
I just can't wait for the moment that Reed decides to go big, play the second Master of Waves, and we get to see the judge staff run around to try and find lots of tokens.
So so Ben has 2 blockers at 15 life. He has a Planeswalker too, so I mean it's possible Reed is gonna like try to attack the Planeswalker or something like that. You see Reed just doing the math to try and figure out what's lethal. But with the second Master of Waves and those current Elemental tokens getting even bigger, this is almost certainly gonna be a lethal attack.
Never a good feeling when you're looking across at the other player and they're doing like the visual math thing. They're like pointing at things on the board and then they just sort of shrug and go, right, let's do this.
Right, yeah, we see not a second Master, but a Tidebinder Mage tapping down one of Ben's blockers, and the team is coming in with 2 mana up to pump one of the unblocked Frostburn Weirds for even more damage if that's what Reeds wants to do.
Zach, you with these.
Just the cheeky little attack, just to make sure that Domri gets killed off, just in case.
Alright, so Ben can block one of the 2 ones. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17 without any pumps. Yeah.
And there's the handshake. Congratulations, Reed Duke beats number 2 ranked player Ben Stark. We can expect a lot of these rankings to change this weekend.
It's just marginally better creature than the non-active Tidebinder Mage.
Sure.
I figure either you kill the slightly worse creature or I get in 2 damage.
So like I have to like Wrath to be able to win that game. So like it's a 2-power creature without spending mana on it, since you have 3 different.
You can play Magic at a store near you every Friday, earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. October's FNM promo card is Gorklan Rampager. Visit wizards.com/FNM to find a store near you.
all about clocking me as much as possible before I can wrath.
Well, it's like if I have mana available, then they represent creatures that you have.
So it sounds like we're going to get a little bit more magic. Jumping back across now, on the left of our screen, that's Sam Black. On the right, Makihito Mihara. And we have just having a couple of cameras moving around, getting everything in place to show you the deciding game there. We know the deck on the left. Remember, even though the deck on the right looks kind of similar, this is Mihara's more or less mono-green devotion deck rather than the more or less mono-red devotion deck that we saw before.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to see a Xenagos, a red-green token, a Stomping Grounds. We see Xenagos there. He both makes 2/2s with haste and adds mana to your mana pool for each creature you control. The boards right now look rather similar, but yeah, not the same decks from either, or from between Mihara and Stark. Same exact 75 cards between Sam Black and Reed Duke.
And another pair of top 20 ranked players, but in this exact event, these two are pretty much battling for the lead. They're each on 30 points at the moment, and at the end of this game, one of them's going to be on 33.
Yeah, what I'm looking forward to seeing are the cards in Mihara's hand right now, because he has a decent amount of mana. It looks like he lost his Xenagos, or no, he still has access to his Xenagos at 1 loyalty counter, so potential for a lot of mana this turn if he's got the cards in his hand to make use of it.
I mean, I can see that there's a Voyaging Satyr in there for future turns to get plenty of mana going. And ultimately, this is not necessarily the kind of storm deck that the blue deck's trying to be.
Right.
It's more of a sort of rumbling machine that slowly but surely just defeats all opponents under its sort of juggernaut-like movements. And yeah, we just see there Amizian Mortars killing off Frostburn Weird. Mihara very keen to keep Black off Devotion there and using his spells fairly aggressively to keep the board as clear as he can.
Yeah, I mean, if Mihara were to play more creatures, that would add more mana to his mana pool, both with Xenagos and because Nykthos Shrine to next could eventually be activated to count those two. But it is a huge priority of his to try and keep Black off Devotion, because an active Thassa, in addition to just killing Mihara, is going to make that Xenagos not stick around for much longer. So we're actually seeing Mihara say, no, I don't need any mana. I want a 2/2 hasty creature to start putting some pressure on you.
I mean, he's probably going to have to hold back one of those creatures, right? Because there is a Mutavault on Sam Black's side of the board. He doesn't want to just lose Xenagos for nothing.
No, that's a really good point. I mean, Black has some bounce spells, but he doesn't have a lot of them. And, 2 more damage is certainly not worth not having a Planeswalker on the table. Evidently, I said Black has bounce spells. Oh,
Sam Black has
Sam
bounce
Black
spells.
has bounce spells.
It wouldn't feel entirely inappropriate for me at some point for Sam Black to change his name to Sam Blue.
He is known to play the blue cards.
And they're the Voyaging Satyr. That's going to be a big one in future terms. There, a Mutavault on the top of Sam Black's deck. Let's see whether or not he chooses to keep it. He does get to scry every turn thanks to Thassa, God of the Sea.
Yeah, Tom Martell, I was talking to earlier about this deck, said he would play 6 Thassas if he was able to do so, even though it's legendary, because it's just so important to have a Thassa on the 3rd turn of every single game you play with this deck.
And that one of the cool things about Thassa is that it costs just 3, so you can get it down really early. Like, you can get up to Devotion faster to attack if you want to, but also you can just start smoothing your draws super early and just always have a good game.
There are games like this one, though, that you really do start to appreciate the drawback. I mean, Sam has 2 more copies of Thassa in his hand. 2 Rapid Hybridizations, which are great cards, but are not cards that turn on Thassa's Devotion ability. Sam electing to draw a Mutavault there, again, to put more pressure on the Xenagos. But really not a lot of action for Sam right now. He kind of needs to use that Tidebinder Mage aggressively to either keep the Voyaging Satyr in check or to try and remove Mihara's blocker, which is what he's going to do to make room for his Mutavault.
So Mihara put to a decision, would he rather keep Voyaging Satyr around or keep his Planeswalker?
I think you'd much rather keep your Planeswalker. But I mean, Black can't be too upset with this. He's basically able to turn his Mutavault activation into a Strip Mine, keep a creature off the board that makes Mihara's Nykthos a little bit worse and the ability from Xenagos a little bit worse. But that means Xenagos is going to survive an untap and either be able to generate yet another mana for Mihara or put some more pressure on black and protect itself even more too. We've got...
Can we see Mihara's hand?
Yeah. We take a look at Mihara's hand. We see a Mizzium Mortars, a redundant Nykthos, which thanks to the new legend rule is not always a bad thing because it can essentially reset itself. The question for Mihara, I think, is how all in does he want to go on a single creature if it's going to just get hit with a rapid hybridization? Or is it better to, not worry about monsters, just put as many threats on the board as you can and use that to power up Mizzium Mortars, which would get Black's Tidebinder Mage off the table and again strand Thassa from ever realistically being able to activate in the near future.
I mean, if he plays Arbor Colossus, then Black has to answer because it basically gives him enough devotion that he can do everything, right?
Right. I mean, that would be my guess, is that Arbor Colossus, when you cast it, it allows Mihara essentially infinite mana the next turn, from a practical perspective, and is just a huge threat that can kill any of Black's Nightveil Specters that Sam would be likely to draw. So I like the play of Arbor Colossus here, but a Polukranos means that, again, he would be able to remove that Tidebinder Mage. He would eventually be able to protect Xenagos from Mutavault activations. So I think it's pretty close, but Arbor Colossus is a better use of mana and a bigger threat.
And there it is, the 6/6. A really powerful card, that one, and one that, Sam, I mean, we can see the rapid hybridizations in his hand. Surely there has to be one being used here, and he is using the legend rule to divert a lot of mana to play something else at the same time. He's got 5 mana. He's playing Polukranos as well. Okay,
so he is willing to kind of throw away one of the copies of Nykthos in order to power out 2 threats this turn. So I was kind of expecting that he would be a little more hesitant to do that, but a single card to essentially have a Dark Ritual for 4 mana is very, very, very powerful, and now Black is under a lot of pressure right here.
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later he was going to have to play the second Nykthos. It wasn't as if Sam was playing any land destruction he needed to worry about. So it was just a matter of when he was going to fire it off as a ritual.
That's a really good
cards
point.
In hand, so
yeah, you see your opponent's deck with Nightveil Spectre. You're not really expecting Encroaching Wastes to be a big threat. Yeah. Spreading Seas would shake this format up quite a bit. Yeah, Thassa would approve of Spreading Seas. We're taking a look at the Arbor Colossus. It's on the table right now. It's a 6/6 reach. As if that's not enough, it can get even bigger and destroy any flyers that Sam might have. So one of the 2 very huge monsters on Mihara's side of the board right now.
And one of the cool things about Arbor Colossus is the monstrosity cost compared to the actual cost of the card. It's only 1 more, so it's like very, very achievable to make it a monster on its first attack if you really want to.
Now what we're seeing there is Sam using Thassa's unblockable ability to finally get that Nykthos, get the Xenagos off the table. Again, a lot more challenging to both use Thassa's ability and attack with Mutavaults, which is what Sam had previously been doing. But I think that Mihara got plenty of value off the Xenagos already.
Yeah, and we know, it seems likely that Sam here, he can't really be casting a huge amount. So it's basically just going to be rapid hybridization 1, rapid hybridization the other. At some point you got some 3/3s, but you know what? It could be a lot worse. They could be Polukranos and an Arbor Colossus.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And we got a result from one of the other tables. Jeremy Dazani has defeated Raymond Perez Jr. He now advances to 33 points, and very, very few players at that points level in a fantastic position for his first Pro Tour Top 8.
Now, we're seeing something pretty interesting here. Black using rapid hybridization on Mihara's turn after letting Mihara untap. I think what he's trying to do is set up a Nykthos activation from Mihara on Polukranos, because Mihara trying to capitalize on the fact that he was granted access to an untap phase, which sets up Sam's second rapid hybridization perfectly and time walks Mihara's entire turn. So I think Sam's engaging in a little bit of a mind game here with Mihara.
Now Mihara, he's in contention. He's well got the Pro Tour points to be able to qualify for the Hall of Fame. currently at 281 lifetime pro points, former world champion. Do we think he's going to bite on this?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it depends on whether you think your opponent's making an error or whether your opponent's trying to get you to do something.
So he has gone for monstrosity. There's the rapid hybridization. And yeah, Pelukronos, you can go bye-bye. Instead we have, and indeed Upper Colossus too, just a couple of 3/3s.
Yeah, a pair of frog lizards. The other upside to Sam of letting Mihara untap and use Pelukronos' ability is that he's not getting attacked for 6 by those frog lizards this turn.
Yeah, they currently have Summoning Sickness, just chilling in the back row there. And Sam's not really too worried about blockers because he's got Thassa on board.
That's true. I mean, what Sam might be worried about, though, is the Scavenging Ooze that Mihara just top-decked. Several creatures in the graveyard right here, meaning that Ooze not only can get big, but can gain Mihara a lot of life if Sam is eventually able to try and pull out of this.
Now, is Master of Waves the right answer here? He's got 3 Devotion on board. He's going to be able to make 4 guys, not quite have Thassa turned on, but I guess have a bunch of blockers.
Yeah, I think you have to respect Master of Waves here. It's one of your best top decks. Even if Mihara spends his turn on Mizzium Mortars, you still get to keep your Master of Waves. You make Mihara spend his turn. You make him use the Mortars. We're seeing an unblockable attack now from the Tidebinder Mage, and that means Mihara's not making his Scavenging Ooze huge. If he does try to go all in on the Scavenging Ooze, and if he picks up his 6th land from Mortars here, which he does not, you've got enough blockers that the Ooze is not going to pose much of a problem for you.
And Mihara, we see there, has drawn another Pelukronos. That potentially a better use of mana for this turn.
Yeah.
Plenty of things to fight there, and protection from red does not equate to protection from Pelukronos. The big green monster, it eats worlds, it also eats various creatures on Sam Black's side of the board.
So an interesting decision for Mihara right here. If Black blocks Scavenging Ooze with enough creatures, Mihara is going to either have to let the Ooze go or not cast Pelukronos this turn, which could be a big tempo pull for Sam, given that Sam's essentially looking at 2 cards a turn with the Thassa on the board. And Thassa now, of course, very, very close to coming alive.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect draw for Sam here would almost just be like a little creature to turn on Devotion and still have enough mana to activate his Mutavolts and make a really big swing.
Yeah, like even Judge's Familiar is not bad right here. I think you're kind of just trying to draw a spell if you're Sam.
And conveniently with Scry, that's a perfectly reasonable goal.
Mihara, of course, agonizing about this attack. The board is flooded with creatures, and you have to decide if you're holding Mizzium Mortars, do you want to start trading with wave tokens and lose the value of being able to overload that? Or do you want to, allow your opponent a chance to untap with an attack that's not necessarily lethal, but is going to take a huge chunk out of your life total?
I mean, I think Mihara here, you can see that sort of things are building up on the other side of the board. I mean, he knows that he's got the Mizzium Mortars. He's a little shy of being able to use it right now. He's got to get something going, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Sam, I think the decision here is just how many blockers do you put on Scavenging Ooze? Because, Scavenging Ooze is going to be able to kill all of your wave tokens. But you kind of want to make Mihara spend mana right now because Mihara has 2 cards in hand, and mana is somewhat of a limiting factor for him. So it looks like Sam gonna try to deal with at least one of the 3/3s and throw a lot in front of the Ooze. And interestingly, putting Master himself in front of the Ooze on top of everything else. Again, you see your opponent's Nykthos, and you kind of want to get rid of his colored permanents.
So a little bit of dinner going on here for Scavenging Ooze.
Unfortunately for Sam, the 1 mana Mihara has to spend to wipe Sam's board leaves him exactly enough mana to be able to cast Pelukronos this turn. A huge draw for Mihara right now.
There it is, and 2 shots at a huge draw for Sam Black here. Let's see. He scries and fairly quickly puts that one on the bottom.
I believe that was an island, which is not really what he's wanting right now.
And that Frostburn Weird, it does represent 2 loyalty, which is just enough to keep Thassa devoted. even in spite of having lost his Master of Waves, but the board not looking nearly as scary for Mihara right now.
No, that Pelukrinos was absolutely huge, and while Black is going to be able to turn Thassa on, he's not going to be able to stop Mihara from activating Pelukrinos on that Tidebinder Mage.
And once Pelukrinos gets in its fights, it also gets big.
Yes.
And Sam, without really the life total to be able to afford to take any big hits.
Sam is able to deliver, if he wants to, a pretty big hit by making Thassa unblockable using Nykthos, Shrine Tinnix, and all of those Mutavaults. But in doing so, he'd have to lose access to the Mutavaults as blockers. So by attacking and not making it unblockable, he's saying, look, okay, I can at least get the Satyr token off the board, or, for some reason, Mihara might just block the Thassa. And Thassa, of course, as a 5/5 indestructible, not going to mind that block from Mihara too much.
I mean, the challenge, I guess, with Thassa is it can't really stay back and block because it's so obvious that Mihara has ways of taking him off devotion when he's at exactly 5
well,
devotion.
That's exactly right, because the 5 mana that Mihara's representing, the 5 lands, are exactly what Pelukrinos needs to do 2 damage.
And Black effectively has been on a double mulligan this entire game because there's not really any way that Mihara is interacting with that Thassa God of the Sea, and the 2 that are sat in his hand, as much as you can do clever tricks with Nykthos in terms of the legend rule, there's really nothing that you can do with Thassa. She doesn't like to play those games.
Yeah, I mean, you could attack with one Thassa and then play another one to block, assuming you had enough devotion to do so, which is actually a pretty strong play, I think. But Sam doesn't really even have the mana available to do that. And again, he knows his Tidebinder Mage can get killed, so there isn't a ton of value in being able to do that. You also lose a card in your hand of which your opponent's unaware, which means that you're not able to bluff as many potential tricks.
Sure, we know that Sam is quite happy to play mind games. For example, the play that we saw early on with the rapid hyperization.
Now, a big top deck for Mihara. Xenagos the Reveler here going to allow him to keep up the pressure and serve as at least a virtual mana source for him to be able to kick his Mizium Mortars next turn if he's able to untap.
Yeah, I mean, Xenagos the Reveler almost free on mana if he wanted to tick up the loyalty, because he could just sort of say, pay 4 for it, +1, gain 3 mana.
Right.
I mean, it's a real sort of tempo play. It's not dissimilar in some respects to the Burning Tree Emissaries.
Yeah, and it would give him an additional green devotion to turn on Nykthos Shrine next if Nykthos were untapped. So yeah, and that's exactly what we see him do. Now, it could have been a huge blowout for Sam if he was able to remove one of those creatures in response to the Xenagos activation. It would have kept his Pelukrinos from there being 5 mana available to activate Pelukrinos, but if he had that, he probably just would have used it on the Pelukrinos.
Does that work? Does the first ability on Xenagos not count as a mana ability?
I think the loyalty happens and then you do that. I don't know that, though. I don't know how mana abilities work on Planeswalkers. I assumed they worked at sorcery speed because of the way the rules are
Sure. I mean, it's mainly just because I know that you can't do that with Nykthos.
Yeah, you definitely cannot do that with Nykthos. So yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that. It's we haven't had. I don't believe we've had a direct mana ability on a Planeswalker before.
Koth of the Hammer had one, didn't he?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Koth's middle ability added mana
Much
equal
used.
to your mountains. Yeah, right.
The main thing to worry about here is Pelukrinos has had a little bit of a Barney and is now getting stuck into the sort of yellowy, beigey zone.
Formerly defined as the red zone before the rebranding of the tables.
So that 12 damage coming in Sam Black's direction on just 9 life. Looks like there might be a few Mutavaults jumping under some buses here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That looks like what we're about to see. Some double blocks, at least trying to get the 3/3 off the table from the rapid hybridization. So, this really does eliminate a lot of the threats from Mihara's side. It's just the Pelukrinos, a.k.a. the one that matters the most. There. All right, I'm getting confirmation from our judge on the floor, Rashad, that it is an actual mana ability from Xenagos, so you cannot respond to it.
Yes.
Essentially meaning that number's
Rules
locked in.
lawyered.
The gotten man. So Sam drew, what's that? I can't quite tell it, but I don't think he scryed anything away.
It looks like just an island and those two Thasses.
So
and
he did scry
handshake.
away and just didn't draw what he needed
So
to.
Makihito Mihara, he advances to 33 points. He will be likely, I guess, playing against Jeremy Dazani, the only other player still on 33 points. Turns out, if you're a former world champion, you're pretty good at Magic.
And I mean, he brought an amazingly innovative deck to the table. I think it's one of my favorites I've seen in the entire field.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many of the devoted to blue decks, which are very cool. There's a lot of devoted to red decks, but turns out devotion to green's a great thing too. And we're going to go back to the other studio so we can have a talk about exactly where this Pro Tour is going, because it's getting close to top 8 time now.
And at the video wall, we have patiently waiting Brian David Marshall and one Matej Zatlkaj. We've got a fantastic deck tech lined up. So here we go. It's our first day 2 standard deck tech.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Theros in Dublin, Ireland. I'm Brian David Marshall, and I am here with Matej Zatlkaj, and we are going to look at one of these Master of Waves blue decks that we've been seeing. Although this is a slightly different take. Matej, your version is 6-0 currently in standard at this Pro Tour. Deck you call Blue Danube.
Yeah.
Tell us about the name.
It stems from the name of the team. My team is called Danube Monarchy because it's players from Austria, Hungary, Germany, and Slovakia, so all along the Danube. And we play a blue deck, so Blue Danube, our river, so that works nicely. And Master of Waves, that's nice waving.
This is a little bit of an evolution from the European Union from the previous Pro Tour.
Yeah, correct. We switched up the teams a little bit just to try out something different, and it worked so far.
Okay, and there's a couple of, I think, unique characteristics about your deck.
Yeah.
But let's start at the bottom of the curve here.
Sure.
Tell me about the 1-drops. What are you trying to do? Judges Familiar, Cloudfin Raptor.
Basically, the plan is to start on the board on turn 1. Cloudfin Raptor is good to get aggressive because you have a lot of 2-drops. And Judge Familiar, although just a 1/1 for 1, we've seen in Craig Westco's deck at previous Pro Tour that just the threat of it being on board limits your opponent's possibilities by so much.
From something like an Advent of the Worm. It can trade, not necessarily, maybe not going to trade 1-for-1 with it, but certainly force them to look at turn 5 or turn 6, depending on how they drop.
It's very good against Sphinx Revelation, for example, because they have to keep a mana up so they draw less cards, gain less life, and so on.
Right. Okay, so then you said 2-drops. Let's take a look.
Vaporkin, yeah, right. I mean, it's very surprising to a lot of people. Not everyone is playing it. It only has 1 blue mana in the mana symbol, so it isn't that good for devotion. However, it evolves your Cloudfin Raptors even past.
If they've evolved once.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Also, another advantage, it's also an elemental. So once we get later, that is relevant.
Well, we don't want to give away all your elemental secrets. You've actually sandbagged a couple people in this tournament who didn't realize all the elementals in your deck.
It did happen, yeah.
Tidebinder Mage is a Merfolk Wizard.
Tidebinder Mage is great because it's a 2/2 for 2 with 2 blue mana symbols. That's super relevant. Additionally, it's just randomly good against a lot of decks. For example, people are playing Frostborn Weird in their decks, and I can use my Tidebinder Mage to tap him.
Get it out of the way. And 1/4 is relevant. It's not just the double blue in the mana cost. You said you like this card. You would consider playing it even if you weren't playing a deck that was looking at devotion.
Yeah, maybe if the card costs 1 mana and 1 mana, I would probably still play it because the 4 toughness is very important, and it's a good card just to get on the board, get a lot of damage in, and it's just overall a very solid card.
Have you given people Frostburns this weekend? I mean, have you killed them with the guy?
Yeah, I did several times, especially with Thassa. You make it unblockable, swing for 4. But we'll get to that.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's take a look. Again, some interesting choices now. Jace Architect of Thought, 4 of. This is not something we've seen in the main deck of a lot of these blue decks.
Yes.
Why Jace Architect of Thought? What is that card doing for you?
We've seen a lot of the other decks, or other people on Mono Blue, basically run Biden of Thassa or other 4-drops. But we figured Jace Architect of Thought is really good against aggro decks because you play him, you +1 him, gives you a lot of devotion, and it's very hard to kill. Additionally, against control, it just gives you additional cards to pump up. And the biggest difference is that against control decks, it's a Jace battle. our deck plays Jace, we -2 get new cards, and they have to +1 it because we have a lot of creatures threatening to kill their Jace. So it's very relevant just to use this as an advantage in the control matchups.
Okay. Claustrophobia, another card I think probably catches a little people by surprise when they see it in your main deck or even in your deck at all.
Yeah, actually Claustrophobia is really good, especially against cards such as Boros Reckoner, which caused us a lot of problems. It's very hard to get around. Also maybe cards like Chandra's Phoenix, Nightveil Spectre, and other just hard to remove creatures. It gives you Devotion. It taps any guy, even Polukranos or Arbor Colossus.
So it's removal that gives you Devotion, which
important.
is unbelievably important in this format. Also, I find kind of interesting as we look at Dissolve, fairly self-explanatory, that this is where maybe some of the blue decks we've looked at have been like almost pure aggro decks. This is really feels much more like a classic Merfolk deck to me in that it's aggro control. You have all these aggressive early elements, and then you're backing it up with Jace, you're backing it up with Claustrophobia, you're backing it up with counter spells.
Yeah, it works really well with the sideboard plan, where in some matchups you become the control deck, and with this main deck setup, it works much better.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we're doing with all this Devotion.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Now, Master of Waves. This is what we're seeing in the more aggressive decks. But you're saying your deck isn't really a Master of Waves deck? That's not sort of the central focus of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, Master of Waves is an important card. Obviously, when you have a lot of Devotion, it just creates a lot of creatures and so on. But I actually didn't get so many kills with Master of Waves just because people have been kind of anticipating. However, it still plays a super important role against Mono Red because it has protection from red, obviously, so that helps. And in general, it's a good win condition. And like we said previously, sometimes on the play, I can get to keep Claustrophobia on turn 3, and then I can play the Master of Waves, already have a sizable amount of tokens and can put some pressure on the opponent. But the most important card in the deck is certainly Thassa, God of the Sea. It's won the most games. It's just a huge beater, 5/5 for 3 if you have Devotion, which isn't usually a problem. And the ability to make a creature unblockable for a turn is very relevant with Frostburn Weird. It can leave it to itself, so 5 damage just is very fast. And additionally, the Scry 1 helps in both aggro and control matchups to get you to the cards you need.
So, I mean, it's just got to be amazing going into turn 4 of a game and just knowing that you're going to have like this 50% better deck card selection every turn.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's really good. Not only because of this and the control matchups, especially in the aggro matchups, where you can go turn 2 guy for 2 Devotion like a Frostburn Weird, turn 3 Thassa, and on turn 4 you have like one of the other guys. You can play Claustrophobia. You can play 2 smaller guys and attack. And it's just a lot of damage very early, and there's just no cards that are capable of dealing with Thassa in this format yet.
Right. So let's go to the next slide, look at your lands. I'm really curious to see what you've done with Nikto's Shrieking Nyx in this deck.
Nothing, as you can see, nothing. We're not playing. We were aware of the card, but we didn't want to play it in the deck. We played 19 islands and 4 Mutavaults, whereas we debated actually running fewer Mutavaults because the hands with an island and Mutavault are deceptively not good, because in long term you need a lot of islands. So I did keep a few island Mutavault hands, but those didn't contain any 2 mana 2 drops in blue. So also relevant because we decided not to run Nightveil Spectre in the main deck. If we did, we would have run only 3 Mutavaults and 20 islands, but no Nykthos, because we think it's a bit of a win more.
Sure.
In a situation where you already have a lot of stuff on the board.
Sure. We've seen decks that are using Nykthos to go, 1 drone drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, and then like 2 big, like a 4 drop and a 5 drop or something crazy like that. Whereas you don't really have anything to do on top of that. You're looking to establish yourself very early, disrupt their plan, and get in.
Yeah. The only advantage I see is when you get a Thassa and Jace on the board, it gives you more mana to make your creatures unblockable and start swinging and use Frostburn Weird at the same time.
All right, let's take a look. Let's just go through your sideboard here and see what we've got. Negate, Essence Scatter, and Nightveil Spectre.
Yeah. I actually don't really like playing cards such as Essence Scatter in the sideboard, but however, we talked about getting into the control matchups. Essence Scatter is a really good answer to Polukranos. It's a really good answer to black, white, red creatures such as Obsidian, Bloodburn of Viscopa, Desecration Demon, and others, where you have your Claustrophobias to deal with them, but not always you can get them. So extra counter is fine because you can afford to leave your mana up. Negate is another card against control, and Nightveil Spectre comes in usually if we board out some of the smaller creatures.
Okay, and let's power through here. 1 extra island for the control matchup. What's Domestication for? Is that for the mirror?
It's the best card in the sideboard by far. It's the best in all the matchup. It's great against in the mirror matchup. You can steal Thassa, and if you have your own, you can put it in the graveyard immediately. You can steal their Nightwell Spectre and completely rendering their Devotion nil. And it's great against Boros Reckoner. It's great against some other cards as well. To add to that, Wretched Bomb, mainly used because we were fearing Mistcutter Hydra. And Aetheling ties in nicely with the island because we only have 23, so we need one extra.
You need to be at 24 minimum to be able to reliably cast an
Aetheling comes in control, Budde also against control as a one-off, just because it's legendary. Funnily enough, we also board an island in the aggro matchups, but we take out a Mutavault, especially because we talked about the risk of island Mutavault hands just so big.
Right, so you stay on 23 lands, but you just switch up the mix. That's really interesting. 6-0, it's been working for you so far. I'm going to let you get back to the floor, get back to the hard work. Matej Zatlkaj, Brian David Marshall, Thassa God of the Sea. See you back on the floor.
Ride the wave.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Matej Zatlkaj there. Matej Zatlkaj just about to get back into standard action coming up because we are heading for round 13. Let me tell you some of the scores. Let's take you to the leaderboard. This is live. This is the full standings at the top. This is where the action is. Two co-leaders, Makihito Mihara of Japan, Jeremy Dezani at 11-1. Then you see all the 10 and 2s. Raymond Perez Jr. hanging on in there in his very first Pro Tour. Pierre Dagen with one GP top 8 to his name. Yaklowski from the top 8 of Worlds 2010. Tied for 25th in the pro rankings, Sam Black, now at 10-2, falling back. He was leading overnight at 8-0. Matej, we've just seen at 10-2. Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan. And finally, Guillaume Waffa-Tapper at 10-2. You've got some 9 and 3s there. There are plenty of them. We've got some great feature matches for you this round coming right up. BDM can't wait to see some standard action. Let's get down to the booth. It's time for round 13 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Thank you, Rich. Back in the booth here, about to start round 13 of Pro Tour Theros here in Dublin. And I'm Tim Willoughby. This is Zac Hill. We've got some great matches for you, and you've just seen Big Z on camera. Matej Zatlkaj, he's going to be on video in the feature match area very, very shortly. My co-commentator on the European coverage team on GPs. Super happy to see him doing so well again at the Pro Tour. He's going to be playing against Pierre Dagen of France. Now, Pierre, an interesting one. We already know that Jeremy Dezani is stood right near the top of the standings. Pierre on the same team as him, I believe on a similar sort of deck. We're going to see an awful lot of waves in that matchup.
What were you saying? They were going to be flooding
the board with creatures.
I'm preempting that pun, so he doesn't get to get us with it later on. Yeah.
But we also have 3 other great matches. Chris Calcano still doing very well. He's on 9 and 3. He's up against Patrick Chapin of the USA. Now, Calcano, the one playing the control deck, but Chapin, he knows control as well. That potentially a good matchup. Hopefully we might be able to have a chance to jump across to that one a little bit, depending on how quickly the big wave mirror happens. Then we've got Brad Nelson up against Max Sobum from Finland. And finally, Conley Woods against Owen Turtenwald. Former teammates, now on different teams, playing against each other. That might be an interesting one to see if we can catch a little bit of as well. But let's have a look at these two lists, because there's a few little differences between the blue deck that Big Z's playing and the blue deck that we're seeing from Pierre Dagen here.
Yeah, so one of the really interesting choices to me about Matej's deck, not only the 4 main deck Vaporken, which is by no means standard, 0 Nightveil Spectre, and in Z's deck, no Biden of Thassa, a card that we've seen be integral to the success of a lot of these other decks. Dagen's deck, main deck Rapid Hybridization in the slot that Star City is kind of playing Omen Speaker. 2 Cyclonic Rift we've seen before, only 2 Bidens of Thassa, only 24 lands, 21 island, 3 Mutavault. An interesting decision. And again, the full 4 Nightveil Spectre from Dagen.
Well, I mean, the card that I'm most interested to see is coming out of the sideboard. It's one that Big Z mentioned in the deck tech. You can go back and watch that again as and when you need to. Guessing you probably saw it just now, but definitely not a bad one to check out again. I'm going to be doing so before game day next weekend. The card that I'm interested in is how Domestication is going to play in this matchup.
Yeah.
Stealing a Nightveil Spectre, getting all the devotion in the land, starting to attack with Thassa, huge.
Yeah, I think Domestication, is a card a lot of players sort of forgot about. I mean, the fact of the matter is it is a control magic. Now, you're not going to be stealing Pelukrinos with it, at least for very long, but in these mid-range matchups with smaller creatures, not just in the mirror, but even against some of the green decks, I mean, I'm not going to argue with stealing a Voice of Resurgence with it. I'm not going to argue with stealing a Fleecemane Lion. I think that's a card that could be one of the breakout stars of this entire tournament. The downside for Z, though, is that he does not have any main deck Nightveil Specters and only 2 out of the sideboard. Now, he does have Claustrophobia to deal with problematic threats, and interestingly, Dagen's Cyclonic Rifts can't target his own creatures. So
that's kind of funny.
Yeah, like once they're locked down, they're locked down. So enough differences between these decks, even though it's a mirror match, that I'm really interested to see what winds up becoming the most important things that matter.
By watching a mirror match, that's the bit where you start to figure out what the really important cards are in the matchup, which are the sort of defining things that make the best version of the deck. Because ultimately, this is the Pro Tour. A lot of these decks are brand new, but in 2-3 weeks' time, it's not going to be about having the new deck. It's about having the best version of the best deck, right?
I mean, that's always the best feeling in the world. I think that's why we play Constructed Magic, is for that elusive, fleeting possibility that we're going to be on top of the world one time.
The best deck is only ever the best deck in a moment. It changes from moment to moment, but yeah.
And that's one of the important things to remember when we see a tournament like this, when we go to our local tournament, there is no just sort of like form of the best deck, that just like in a given format, it's like this is the optimal thing. The environment changes from week to week. Your expectations change week to week. And so much of positioning yourself well at this tournament is thinking about what you think other people believe the field's going to look like. So there's kind of this weird meta element to what makes a good deck. And I think that's one of the reasons Constructed Magic's so interesting.
And that's what we call the meta game, of course. That's trying to play the game of, right, if you think that this is the best thing, then I need to do this to beat you because that's what I think's the best thing that they think. It all gets a little bit complicated, but
precisely.
If you can figure out what everyone else thinks and play around it, then you're doing pretty well in the meta game. And it looks like the players just sort of shuffling up now. We're going to be moving across to them very, very shortly because Big Z was telling us about his deck. He's just sort of settling into the feature match area somewhere where it looks like he's going to have to become increasingly comfortable being on camera on that side of things rather than just talking to you guys on the European GP circuit.
This would be back-to-back top 8s for Zatlkaj if he's able to make it that far?
I mean, he's currently 10-2.
Jeez.
There's still a bit of work to do.
Oh, of course. Yeah, nothing's set in stone yet.
But yeah, he's in a very enviable position. There's only a few people in the entire room. In fact, they're in the feature match area as well. Anywhere close to him. And so, yeah, all he needs to do is just squeak out a few more match wins, and we could be seeing back-to-back top 8s, and that does not happen very often.
No, it doesn't. I mean, on the other end, Dagen, extremely solid player. I believe is a silver level pro. I might be wrong about that, but he's on the French team. Really, really good players have been bringing innovative decks to tournaments for the last couple of years right now, and they're not disappointing with their current list either.
I mean, the Frenchies on the GP circuit at the moment are a force, and it's because we're not just talking about one player here. This is a team who are testing together and testing together well. The fact that Jeremy Desani and Pierre Dagen are doing well at the same event, not surprising to me in the slightest, because they're strong players, and if one of them's got a good idea, they're both going to be executing it to the hilt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that is always impressive to me about veterans of the Euro GP circuit. I mean, in the States, there's a lot of excellent Grand Prix players. In Europe, that's the same thing, but the tournaments are 3 times as big. So, really, really impressive to succeed upon that tournament circuit.
But it sounds like the players are about ready to start, though, so we're going to get down to the feature match area. We're going to get a chance to see Pierre Dagen against Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj. Let's go and see what happens. Hello and welcome to round 13 of Pro Tour Theros here in Dublin. We're about to watch Pierre Dagen of France up against Matej Zatlkaj of the Slovak Republic. Pierre on your left, Matej on the right. Both of them playing a mono blue Master of Waves deck, but a few little differences in there. It'll be interesting to see quite how this one plays out. Initially, though, we're talking about differences. The exact same start of Cloudfin Raptor on both sides, and the fact that Dagen on the left is on the play means that his gets to evolve first, his gets to attack, thanks to that Judge's Familiar.
Well, it does get to evolve and it does get to attack, but it does not get to be accompanied by a second land drop, which cannot be where you want to be at this point in the game.
Oof. And 2 Judges Familiar, it's all about the flying men of sorts in this format. 1/1 flyers for 1, or in this case, 1/2 flyers once the Cloudfin Raptors evolve. And looking at Dagen's hand, this is the most mirror-ish of mirror matches imaginable right now, at least looking at the board. But for that concerning lack of lands for Pierre Dagen.
Yeah, and Matej having the ability to dissolve potentially, or no, I guess he doesn't have 3 lands either, but being able to counter your opponent's first spell even when they hit that land drop can be absolutely soul-crushing. We see Zatlkaj's Cloudfin Raptor evolve into a 2/3. Taking a look at Cloudfin Raptor, there haven't been that many constructed playable 1-mana 0/1s, but...
yeah, this one definitely qualifies. And Vaporkin, effectively in this match, it can block anything. It's a 2/1 flyer that can normally only block flyers, and normally that means that it's not doing a whole lot of blocking. Right here, it's just going to get stuck in, and every single creature on the board can fly.
Yeah,
but for that new Frostburn Mage, I guess.
Zatlkaj trying to decide what to do with Vaporkin. It can hold back and block Cloudfin Raptor if Raptor doesn't evolve. But interestingly, in an environment with so many flyers, like in this mirror matchup, Vaporkin kind of just like a bad coral eel in some situations.
It looks like it is getting stuck into the red zone, though. I guess that, like, Matej kind of wants to pile the pressure on while Dagen's short on lands, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think getting one of those, the Judges Familiar off the board means that Zatlkaj is going to be more likely to be able to resolve that dissolve if he ends up getting an extra land, which is reasonably important given that you're assuming your opponent has a handful of very good cards when they've been stuck on 1 mana for several turns.
But it looks like even with a second land, Pierre still not able to cast anything. So Matej Zatlkaj, Big Z on the right of our screen, he's just going to keep on piling in, and not really even any good blocks here for Dagen. This could be a very, very quick game 1.
Yeah, okay, so we see Zatlkaj elect not to pump Frostburn Weird in order to keep Dissolve mana up. That, at the very least, would eliminate Dagen's Judge's Familiar, which is doing a decent amount of work now, given that Zatlkaj himself has 2 1-mana 1/1 flyers on the table.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because basically, if you had to describe these decks, they're Skies decks, aren't they? I mean, Skies was a deck back in Mercadian Masks block constructed, lots of powerful flyers and then some counter magic. This kind of working on the same axis, a little bit less counter magic, but some of the threats just powerhouses.
So we see Zatlkaj there. Last turn he elected to keep Dissolve mana up. This turn looking to pump his Frostburn Weird and play another Frostburn Weird. So I kind of decided to shift his priorities up a little bit.
And he may come to regret that because Dagen did find the 3rd land, played a Night Veil Spectre. That evolved the Cloudfin Raptor. So Pierre Dagen now has 2 2/3 flyers, which are pretty much roadblocks for a large proportion of Matej Zatlkaj's attacks.
Yeah, those Night Veil Spectres very, very good at stopping the Judge's Familiar. On the other end, Cloudfin Raptor still pretty big. Frostburn Weird still capable of attacking through that Spectre, or at least trading with it. Ditto on the other Cloudfin Raptor. The question now is just how what Zatlkaj prioritizes, whether he wants to pump and get damage through, whether he wants to play Tidebinder Mage, or whether he wants to leave up mana for Dissolve, again remembering that Dagen has a Judge's Familiar on the board already. Yeah, when we get the life totals updated, I was like, I don't think Dagen is at 16 life anymore.
Yes, 7, a pretty dangerous spot to be with 5 creatures on Zatlkaj's side of the board. And each of those Frostburn Weirds, you know, they work for Devotion, but unblocked, they could quite easily be coming in for 4 here.
Right, yeah, I mean, Frostburn Weird, a card that really wasn't heavily played in the last standard environment, but is a card that's pretty heavily pushed. You know, it's better in 3 ways than Plated Sea Strider, which was a card that saw some fringe sideboard play already, and it's really become kind of a staple of the current format.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was Aaron that I was talking to at Pro Tour Return to Ravnica, talking a little bit about it, saying that it was one of the last cards added to the file to help push Izzet in total, right?
Well, it was originally cost 2 and blue/red, and it was upped into 2 blue/, or just blue/red, blue/red to make Izzet a little bit better, yeah.
Just a quick update from one of the other tables. It sounds like Owen Turtenweld is already 1 game up on Conley Woods there. Owen from Star City Games almost certainly playing a pretty similar deck to one of the ones that we see on the board here with Dagen versus Zatlkaj.
So right now, Z is getting his Cloudfin Raptor blocks. Look like it's going to trade with Night Veil Spectre, and he's just trying to decide how many damage he wants to get in for with the Frostburn Weirds.
So it looks like Zatlkaj getting in for 3 there. That puts Dagen on 4. And with 3 Frostburn Weirds, not quite sure what Dagen hoping to draw here to get back in it.
I mean, Master of Waves gets some of the way there, but not all the way.
Yeah, that one pretty much decided on turn 2, I guess, when there wasn't the second land for Pierre Dagen. As much as you might have very cool hand, I mean, almost inevitably, the hands that don't have many lands end up looking kind of cool just because they have lots of spells.
Actually, I think Jace that game would have been really, really good for Dagen there too, because Zatlkaj had just so many 1-power attackers.
Show your devotion to Theros today by purchasing your magic apparel at mtgmerch.com. We're both wearing these shirts, and I'm pretty keen on, I would say, pretty much all of them. Do you have a favorite there, Zach?
I kind of dig the Elspeth one, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know. I feel like you could accessorize with it pretty well. I'm rocking the Planeswalker symbol next version right now, and I kind of like the crypticness of that.
Yeah,
what is this?
I like the shadowy Planeswalker symbol on the right. That's not one of the ones that we got access to this weekend, but I'm thinking I might pick one up because I just think it's a very cool symbol.
Oh yeah, it's neat.
It's not one you necessarily see on quite so much of the other Magic apparel at the moment, at least. And so yeah, that's kind of my favorite, I think, at the moment.
The shadow one kind of reminds me of the old Star City Games shirts.
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
creeping up your shoulder. Takes me back.
Nice high contrast shirts there. And of course, not a huge amount of contrast in terms of the 2 different decks from Matej Zatlkaj and Pierre Dagen. But now that we move to sideboarding, there are a few key differences that we might see.
Yeah, I think if you're Dagen, you want to bring in Triton Tactics. It seems extremely good in this matchup. I think you want to be able to go up to 4 Jace Architect of Thought, both because the +1 ability is so powerful and the -1 ability helps you keep up on cards. I don't know about Negate. It seems very good to be able to counter Thassa, but I don't like having to sit around and hold up mana in a matchup where it looks like you're tapping out as much. So I'm a little curious about that. I think you probably would bring in Ratchet Bomb, even though both of you have similar permanents, because if you're ahead, you just don't use it, and if your opponent's ahead, you blow their thing up.
But it's the double mutable 1 island hand.
And yeah, I guess on Big Z's side of the board, there's some similar considerations, but some of the cards that Dagen is thinking about bringing in, actually, Big Z already has main. So one of the big ones there is Jace Architect of Thought.
Yeah, exactly. I think Z has the advantage in the mirror for precisely that reason, how many Jaces that he has in the main deck. I think you want to bring in, of course, the domestications we heard about. You probably bring in the extra island. You bring in Night Veil Spectre. I think you take out Vaporken. I think you take out Judge's Familiar, although I'm not as confident in that. It could be either Judge Familiar or maybe Tidebinder Mage, although I don't like having just a 2/2 ground creature in a format or an environment defined by access to Frostburn Weird. Then again, if your opponent's taking out their Tidebinder Mages, yours paradoxically become better because they size up well against the Flyers.
That metagaming all over again. And I mean, the first ability, very relevant against so many creatures.
Talking about Jace Architect of Thought right now.
Yeah. The second ability, I mean, card advantage, always important. The last one kind of icing on cakes that very rarely get eaten, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very good in control mirrors where you steal your opponent's Aetherling or get yours there. Interestingly, in development, we made the card not literally fact or fiction, where it buried the cards instead of putting them on the bottom of your library, both because it was really good with flashback and because we wanted the card to synergize with itself. So you could put back cards that you'd use the ultimate ability to then go get out later, which we thought was kind of neat. But yeah, I mean, Jace was designed to be one of the marquee cards of Return to Ravnica, and it certainly earned that reputation given how many were played at the Block Pro Tour.
Yeah, 24 in the top 8, that's pretty much perfect.
Well, look, we know players like Jace. We think Jace is awesome. We think drawing cards is awesome. We made that other 4-mana Jace probably just a little too good, so now he doesn't have his hood on. He's a little less powerful, but still plenty potent for a modern Planeswalker.
Absolutely, yeah. Jace, pretty much the gold standard for blue Planeswalkers. A few others have been able to sort of muscle in on his territory a little bit, but ultimately, you know, the blue house is Jace's house. And the awesome sweeping shots across the room again. We can see plenty of matches still going on here at Pro Tour Theros. And that Hall of Famer, William Jensen, there standing up. His match, by the looks of things, just finished. LSV already finished as well. But one match that is not finished, this one against Pierre Dagen, with Pierre Dagen against Matej Zatlkaj. Matej leads by 1-0, but there's plenty of play left in it. And a little update from one of the other games that was going on just while they were sideboarding. Owen Turtenwald now 1-0 up against Conley Woods. Patrick Chapin 1-0 up against Christian Calcano.
So is this Matej now taking a mulligan?
Difficult position to be in, but I mean, I guess that these decks, because they've got lots of low drops, they can kind of mulligan a little bit better. They can do something on early turns after a mulligan, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I think like even flooded hands, you just have, you know, when you're both presenting 4 Jaces to one another, you have to expect that assuming you can cast spells, you'll be able to draw into more relevant cards. They each also both have 4 copies of Thassa, and she helps you smooth out your draws as well. So I think, Biden from Pierre to and Z, if he brought it in. Again, once you're able to hit 4, I think you can, you're not sure, but you have at least a reasonable expectation of access to a continuous stream of cards.
And cards, what it's all about. One of the most powerful sets of words on any Magic card. Draw a card.
Draw a card. Very powerful phrase. Extremely good phrase. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I mean, there's still other things that the guy could have brought in. I mean, I don't know about Jace Memory Adept. That seems totally reasonable to me. I don't know about... I mean, you could imagine even Wall of Frost if your opponent's siding out a lot of their flyers, because that blocks Thassa. Or I guess it doesn't, but it makes you spend mana on Thassa all the time.
It seems a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, if you've got 4 Planeswalkers that you're bringing in, then protecting them is a reasonable goal, even if it's quite a difficult goal.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Omen Speaker in already. You got Frostburn weird, so I really don't know how to sideboard in the mirror of this matchup and what cards are important and what come out. So eager to see how that plays out in this match.
And Dagen, the one with the quick start this time, he's got the turn 1 Cloudfin Raptor, evolving it with Frostburn Weird. Looks like Zatlkaj's hand. He has kept in the Tidebinder Mages. Dagen there, pretty solid hand also. I mean, by the looks of it, we're going to have a pretty good game of Magic here.
Yeah, I mean, Z is on 6 cards, so that's going to cramp his style just a little bit, but Mutavault getting on the table, able to threaten any Planeswalkers that come out.
Fortunately, of course, for Matej Zatlkaj, he has a little bit of style to spare, so even cramped, he should be all right. But
there's no style deficit, you're saying? I think actually the last time we cut to Z's hand, it was leftover card information from the last match. We see now he's got Claustrophobia, Thassa, Master of Waves, and Dissolve. So he did leave in Dissolve, which was one of the questions we were asking between games, whether players thought they'd have the ability to leave mana open.
The cool thing here, I mean, look at that Claustrophobia. It's going to be huge in terms of generating devotion, right?
Wow, but look at this Biden right here, turning on Thassa and drawing 3 cards for Dagen, in addition to dealing 8 points of damage to Matej. What a huge play that turn.
Yeah, I mean, that potentially changing the course of the entire game. And Matej previously had to deal with a small amount of threats coming in, but at least they were more or less even on cards. He was 1 card down to the mulligan. Now he's lots of cards down and huge amounts of threats on the board down as well.
So it looks like Matej did leave in Vaporken, which was yet another thing that we talked about. Claustrophobia could theoretically, claustrophobia dealing with Thassa. But again, the new legend rule really playing into Pierre's advantage here, because you can just play another Thassa and say, all right, this one that's locked down, you can go ahead and bite the dust.
Kind of funny to me that Thassa might be afraid of closed spaces, but I guess it kind of makes sense. If you're the god of the seas, they're all about the wide open spaces.
There
right?
you go. Yeah, it doesn't want to be just shoved into a closet somewhere.
And we see she breaks out of that closet thanks to the legend rule. As you so correctly mentioned, a second copy of Thassa coming down, allowing Pierre Dagen to keep the pressure up on Matej Zatlkaj, who looks to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, Matej digging for something, but I don't really know how much there is that can get him out of this.
Fascinating games. Oh, very close, so close. Very close.
And it looks like that a very, very quick deciding, very quick equalizer there from Pierre Dagen. We are going to be on to game 3. Wonder how much sideboard changing there's likely to be, because we didn't really see all that many cards in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Matej basically mulliganed and just didn't do anything, and Pierre got an incredibly fast draw.
Yeah, like every decision is so important.
Correct.
So it looks like there's plenty of shuffling going on.
Agreed.
Looking to ignite your competitive spark? Take your game to a Grand Prix and see how you fare against the best players in your region, as well as top visiting Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Louisville, Hong Kong, Antwerp, Santiago, and Valencia. For more information, visit wizards.com/Grand Prix.
So you're going to be covering any Grand Prix soon?
I am going to be covering some Grand Prix soon. I am going to be all over the place. I'm actually going to be on text for a few. Still like to keep my hand in there a little bit. It's been a little while since I've done the text, but it's something that I do like to get involved with, get a slightly different view of things. But yeah, you will be seeing me on predominantly the European GPs. I'm not signed up to any further afield, though I guess there's a potential for that in future, maybe in 2014. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, the amount of miles that I'm getting flying around Europe is still pretty solid.
That's actually why we all do all of this, is just
it definitely
purely
helps.
for sky miles.
But yeah, I mean, I'd never been to Ireland, for example, before this PT, which is ludicrous considering it's about an hour's flight away from where I live. But I may well be back now that I know what it's like. I've enjoyed myself quite a bit around here.
Well, I mean, that's one of the great things about going to all of these is, I mean, I've traveled, to probably 25 countries because of Magic or something crazy like that. I mean, it's really a rare opportunity to, see basically the entire world.
And to gradually warp your accent to have more and more different cultures in there.
Oh my goodness. It's only when I'm around you.
It's entirely possible that by the end of the weekend that Zac will be talking in some sort of strange cod English accent. / Irish, I guess, given where we are.
All of them at once. It's really bad when I'm around all the Croatians.
And actually, thinking about it, you were on a team with Matej Zatlkaj for Berlin, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or actually, no, that is when I first met Matej, but he was on a different European team than I was on. I was on the team of other top 8 competitor in that tournament, Jan Dwaz, as part of the Belgian team, which was a bunch of Belgians, including 4-time top 8 competitor Marine Leibart.
Another
Stuart
coverage
Wright.
guy.
Yeah, exactly. And the great Frank Karsten, another coverage guy.
Yeah, the European coverage team, pretty stacked. And we're gunning for another top 8 here.
Yeah, exactly. That just keeps up your tally.
Absolutely, yeah.
Raphael Levy also on the European coverage team.
Happy to have Raf on the team as well now. And Oloradi was on text for the last GP I was at as well. He, obviously, another Hall of Famer, and also playing in this Pro Tour.
Is that how y'all recruit your coverage squad? Just go down the list of Hall of Famers and see who's willing to show up?
We're working our way up the list.
Well, so I guess you and I have got to work on our Pro Tour skills.
Well, this is the reason I like to be in the host seat, because realistically, the gulf between being the expert and being the host is just getting wider and wider and wider.
Actually, I appreciate the humility it takes to...
It looks like Big Z happy with his hand, and this time it's Pierre Dagen's turn to shuffle it up and go down to 6. Still looking pretty happy to be there, though. Obviously, great to be in the feature match area anytime, especially to celebrate the fact that you're currently 10-2 at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, a crazy record. I wish I'd been able to see the hands these guys were mulliganing, because I'm wondering if it's just strictly a lands and spells thing, or if it's, there's certain hands that just you don't want in the mirror for whatever reason, because there's certain cards that just underperform.
Or cards that you would rather draw them like on turn 6, that they don't do, like, as good as Jace might be, in the early game, I'd rather just make sure I hit my lands and spells, because I know that the game should go on long enough I can draw into it.
Right.
But like not losing to a quick start from my opponent, given the quick starts that can come of these decks, is pretty important to me.
Yeah.
So we see a turn 1 Cloudfin Raptor here from Big Z, and just a pass there from Pierre Dagen.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be pretty excited, I think, when your opponent doesn't have a turn 1 play. And wow. This might be why Vaporkin remains in the deck after sideboarding. We see it's a 2/1 flyer, can only block creatures with flying, but really fast start following up a Cloudfin Raptor, and crucially, unlike Tidebinder Mage, you can cast it off Island Mutavault. Now, we see, obviously, Z has islands to play, but you really want to play Mutavault on your second turn so you can start attacking with it as soon as you can.
And another limited hit here. Omen Speaker coming down for Pierre Dagen. That allows him to scry for 2, and it looks like both of those cards going on the bottom there. Those are the scries that really feel the best, right?
It's like when your opponent shuffles off Ponder.
But I mean, as the person scrying, when you put 2 to the bottom, it's like, I got full value out that scry.
Yeah, exactly. We see a Domestication Z top deck now, so he's got a pair of very, very good 4s. Does not attack with his Mutavault there because it would just get blocked by Omen Speaker, but now Z can represent a Dissolve for whatever threat Dagon's able to cast.
And this a fairly clear tell for Dagen that there is not a Dissolve in Matej Zatlkaj's hand, because I'm pretty sure he would be using it on Thassa God of the Sea given the opportunity.
So we, and that Thassa is still not actually fully active right now. Z probably going to attack. The question is what he does with his Jace. Does he tick it up? Does he draw cards? Enforce Dagen to use his Mutavault? Or he's got a lot of options right here.
I mean, he's going for the Master of
Waves. Oh, okay. Just top deck Master of Waves this turn. A huge draw for him right there. That's going to be 3 2/1 tokens and an Evolve for his Cloudfin Raptor. It's going to really let him keep up the pressure as he's really sat in the driver's seat this entire game.
And we've just had another match from the back table. Everyone, apart from this match, is just on their game 2s, because Max Sloban has just got a first game against Brad Nelson. Brad playing a red-green deck that I believe that just him and Brian Braun doing are on, and he was very happy about his deck.
Yeah, he's really excited about it. Features some spicy technology and some fuse cards from Dragon's Maze that I'm hoping we get to see on camera. But yeah, a really solid deck from him and BBD.
And so Dagen here having a little bit of a think about his scry. Every draw is so important in this matchup. He's already a little bit behind and needs to catch up. Goes with a Tidebinder Mage here.
Now, he has his own Master of Waves, but I think the key here is you want to cast Master for as many tokens as you possibly can, because basically whoever has the biggest Master is going to win parity here. So as long as you can make sure not to lose yours. Oh, is this a rapid hybridization?
It looks like a rapid hybridization on Master of Waves. This big board might just be turning into the Frog Lizard board rather than all of those seahorses.
Yeah, so a massive play for Dagen there that's really helping him set up his own Master, which is going to be for potentially even more. Now, he is at 12 life. That the Frog Lizard going to evolve Cloudfin Raptor, meaning that even if he's able to flood the board with tokens, like we said, he might not kill Matej before Matej can beat him in the air.
Yeah, this turning into an old-fashioned race, and the fact that Vaporkin can fly, super relevant here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm probably wrong when it came to my claims about what to do with Vaporkin. Now, interestingly, Z here does not play Jace. He's leaving his Mutavault open. He's got Domestication in hand. Oh, but he just drew a Dissolve. Matej top deck after top deck. First the Master of Waves, now a counter spell for Pierre, who behind on the board is really counting on this Master of Waves to resolve.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty devastating dissolve on Master of Waves here, because Dagen, he can't afford to hold back. He has to commit something to the board, get in this race, because he's on just 7 life.
Right, exactly.
And he's facing 5 power in the air.
5 power in the air, and of course the Frog Lizard, which is going to force him to sacrifice something or get another blue mana symbol on the table.
So he's going with Jace. That gets dissolved.
Yeah, Z casting that about as quick as you can imagine. Just like, no. We are not letting that happen.
To be honest, I kind of feel like any spell that Dagen tapped more than about 2 or 3 lands for, he was going to dissolve.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just such a huge tempo play. You don't want to have to keep 3 mana open over and over and over again. And of course, Jace really, really good on top of everything else.
That's good.
So big swings here coming from Big Z, and there's the handshake. Matej Zatlkaj advancing to 11 and 2.
Yeah, I know. The mulligan. I mean, I was
right
still,
by the top of the
I
standings.
was hoping you would play,
I believe that we're going to have a little bit of a chat with Big Z, but just while they de-sideboard, let's have a chat about that game.
Yeah, I mean, that game really showcases the power of Vaporkin, a card that a lot of people weren't playing, a card that I was thinking you might ought to side out. If you play turn 1 Cloudfin Raptor, turn 2 Vaporkin, and have anything else, it just becomes very, very challenging for your opponent to stabilize.
Well, it's just a... It's not situational in any way. You know exactly what it's going to do, and what it's going to do is crack in for 2 every single time.
Right. My intuition was that, it might be more important to have 2 blue mana symbols from Tidebinder Mage and 2 points of toughness, but you don't have to care about Omen Speaker, which you know your opponent has, if all you're doing is attacking in the air. So obviously some draws are not going to be able to have such a, prominent air force, but it's nice to be able to relegate your opponent's defenders to is largely useless. I think we didn't see Tidebinder Mage out of Z post board. We did see it though out of Pierre, and a lot of that might be the function of Pierre not having access to Vaporkin.
Yeah, it's interesting to me where the 3rd flyer comes from in the matchup, because actually, if you look at the likes of the way that Joel Larson is playing it, his 3rd flyer is Gale Rider Sliver.
Oh, really?
So he's got an extra. He can make his Mutavaults fly as well.
Totally, and Mutavault, of course, gets boosted by both the Sliver and the Master of Waves, but that also helps you get through defenses on the ground, like the Omen Speaker that we just saw.
But by the sounds of it, we've got Rashad Miller, our sideline reporter, down in the area, getting a chance. I'm quite jealous, actually, to speak to Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj, after his win. Let's move down to the floor.
Hey, Rashad Miller with Matej Zatlkaj. How you doing, Matej?
I'm doing great. Just won. Feels great.
I hope this mic is on because I don't hear myself in my ear, but that's okay. So we just saw you showcase your deck, in a deck tech with Brian David Marshall, and now you get to come to the feature match area, which I don't know if you've been, in the top seat of the feature match area with your deck. And it's a mirror match. So tell us how the mirror match usually goes with the mirror matches that you've been playing against, since I know there's a lot of differences with the way you all built your deck compared to, some of the other mirror matches.
Yeah, this match was actually really tough because it's very volatile. Usually the first player to land Thassa on the board wins, but we mulligan we both mulligan game 1, I mulligan game 2, and he mulligan game 3. And being on the play was also important, so it just felt that the person with the bigger board advantage just managed to win out the game, and Pierre played well. I didn't play as well. I made one big mistake which could have cost me game 1, but in the end it worked out also because I think I have a better sideboard.
Now I seem to remember you. Can you repeat that last part, since I kind of snatched the mic back at the end, so the guys want to hear that again?
Yeah, I think I have a better sideboard than they do, because Domestication is the best card in the mirror match, so that's why.
Yeah, we definitely saw Domestication do a lot of work over in the side matches yesterday, and it seems like the last time I saw you up in the feature match area a lot, you top 8'd a Pro Tour. I think it was the last Pro Tour. Are we trying to do the 2 top 8s of 2 Pro Tours in a row?
Everyone keeps telling me that, but everyone keeps forgetting. Makihito Mihara was just 1 loss going into this round, and he also top 8'd the last Pro Tour where he defeated me in the quarterfinals. So I would love to, of course, but there's still 3 rounds to go, and so 1 match at a time.
All right. Well, obviously, the best of luck to you, Matej, and I'm Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
a chance for revenge there for Matej Zatlkaj if he gets to face Mihara again in the top 8. Mihara, of course, a formidable opponent that we've seen in the feature match area already very, very recently. But we're actually going to be able to get a little bit more magic for you in this round. We spoke a little bit about Brad Nelson and the deck that he's very excited about. This a red-green deck sporting a few nifty little choices. We're going to get a chance to see him playing against Max Sjöblom of Finland. They are in the feature match area. They are currently 1 game in, Max leading at present, and they've just started their 2nd game. So we're going to move right across right now.
I'm going to giggle. I'm sorry. I'm still on the feed. I'm giggling.
Well, I mean, we will move across soon enough. But in the meantime, let's have a quick look at the deck lists. We've got a blue-white deck. It's actually been a little while since we've seen regular, just straight-up blue-white control in the feature match area, right?
I really like blue-white. I think the mana bases that Esper decks are ambitious, to say the least. But it looks like we're actually watching Magic now instead of us staring at one another, which is always relieving.
Lovely. The frozen stairs. We now have one player trying to freeze the game to last as long as possible. Max Sjöblom, of course, ideally wanting this game to go kind of long so that he can deploy his Sphinx's Revelations, use his Elspeth Sun's Champions, use his Jace Architect of Thoughts. And then you've got Brad, who just wants to make colossal monsters.
Yeah, and Brad's deck, really awesome red-green deck, uses both Elvish Mystic and Sylvan Caryatid, 4 copies of Scavenging Ooze, 4 copies of Polukranos, 4 copies of Stormbreath Dragon. Basically just all about monsters, all about playing tons of land. The card that we were sort of sandbagging this entire time is Flesh Blood. A card that I'm going to get up on the screen right now in a minute because it does about 2 million things. But the operative variable is it has tremendous synergy with the monstrosity mechanic.
So in the meantime, we just see that Sjöblom at the moment just trying to develop his board. Already a Domri Raid on the board. That being neutralized by a Pithing Needle. Very efficient 1 mana answer there that does a lot against monstrosity as well. But in the meantime, Brad not too worried because he has, that looks to be a destructive Revelry to immediately deal with the artifact and deal a couple of damage on top.
Yeah, a really powerful play from Nelson, and I think normally you're bringing in those destructive Revelries to deal with detention spheres, but it's Pithing Needle, great weapon against Domri Raid too, which is one of the defining cards of the format and one of the ways that you beat blue-white control decks. So destructive Revelry is just going to allow that Domri to remain active. So I'm looking at Flesh Blood. The gimmick in this deck is that both Polukranos and Stormbreath Dragon get huge and have monstrosity mechanics that deal damage. And then on top of that, if you use Blood, that can be 7 or 8 or 9 damage for just 2 mana. And with Sylvan Caryatid, you actually can generate black mana so that you can cast Flesh and Blood at the same time on one of these giant monsters, creating, of course, the opportunity to kill people from like 20 out of basically nowhere. And Brad's been telling me stories all weekend of some of the crazy stuff he's done with this card.
I mean, one of the things that's going to be interesting to me is we don't know whether or not Max Sjöblom has seen this card in Game 1. There's a very real chance that he could just be caught napping and be just absolutely devastated by a huge amount of damage coming out of nowhere.
I admire your use of the word devastating.
Yeah, I heard it somewhere and it kind of rubbed off on me, and I think it's a powerful word, and this is a powerful deck.
Speaking of being caught napping, I think Max is kind of being unintentionally caught napping right here with only Syncopate and Aetherling in his hand. Not just a whole lot of action. We see a Polukranos from Brad. Have to expect it's going to get syncopated, but Brad's hand by no means out of gas right now.
Yeah, and of course, Domri Raid, a fine way of ensuring that you stay in gas, and that loyalty getting up high enough that we could see a Planeswalker Ultimate this game.
Yeah, and Planeswalker Ultimate really, really good against a deck that's trying to kill all of your creatures at sorcery speed.
So yeah, Max having to send the Mutavault in here just to keep Domri in check. Of course, in the meantime, all that Domri Raid doing for Brad, giving him lots of extra cards in hand, lots of ability to just keep the pressure up, which is exactly what you want to be doing against these control decks, because at some point there's a very real chance that supreme verdicts are going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Brad has to assume that Max has something right now. Max representing Dissolve, so Brad thinking about, okay, of Xenagos, and I believe he just drew a Scavenger. I can't quite tell. Yeah, he's not going to cast his other Domri Raid, but the question is, do you run Xenagos out there and try to get countered? Do you see if your opponent has Azorius Charm? Do you, leave open the opportunity to activate Scavenging Ooze? And it looks like he's just going to be content hitting Max for a few points of damage, missing on his Domri Raid, which he's probably not content to do, and just playing some conservative threats to the board.
Yeah, it's funny to me that when Domri Raid first came out, people looked at it and sort of said, well, you have to play basically nothing but creatures, and even then you miss a bunch of the time, so, how good is the +1 ability on it, really? And it's like, well, every time you hit it's so good. And it costs 3, so it's very easy to get in play, and especially now when you're fighting with things like Pelukrinos, Domri Raid is a very, very big game indeed.
Well, I mean, I was sitting inside R&D saying Domri Raid is too good to print. So definitely it is. Its impact is being felt across many, many, many different formats. We see now a Jace from Max stemming a little bit of the bleeding. Even the Xenagos only going to be able to attack for 1. That means that Jace likely to be alive right here unless Domri Raid's able to hit a big haste creature. Brad, though, does have 4 copies of exactly that in his numerous Storm Breath Dragons. Goreclam Rampager off Domri would also mean that Jace was biting the dust this turn.
As it stands, though, it looks like Brad's shaping up to play Xenagos. There he is. And he can immediately put a 2/2 Centaur token in play. That can only attack for 1 on Jace, but every point of loyalty you can take off kind of counts. And yeah, there we see the creatures rushing in, all attacking Jace, because Brad understands that while that Jace is on the board, it's a fairly big threat, not just of Slowbum drawing the cards he needs, but also just Brad can't really kill him very fast while it's out there.
Now, Max could have activated Mutavault and potentially blocked one of the creatures, but with Domri Raid on the table, that would mean that Brad would be able to fight one of Max's lands. Brad missing time and time again with Domri, meaning that it's not getting him as far ahead as he would probably like it to. That said, Jace down to 2 loyalty, and Domri up to 6, so still threatening ultimate for a meaningful amount, even as Max's hand still predominantly lands.
Yeah, I mean, this is not really the time to deploy Aetherling, right? Aetherling's the card that once you've got a little bit of nominal control and plenty of lands in play and the potential to maybe continue to threaten counter magic is when you want the Aetherling in play. At the moment, I mean, I guess it's all he can do.
Well, no, I mean, I think you play it because you're able to hit another land drop, and this allows you to play Aetherling with enough mana to flicker it out. Otherwise, you'd be exposing it to get fought by Domri Raid, so the card actually does a decent job of protecting your Jace and trading with your opponent's creatures, as well as threatening both Xenagos and Domri. Now, you don't know that your opponent has another copy of Xenagos and Domri Raid in his deck, or in his hand right now, so he doesn't care as much that those are getting threatened. But I do think you have to respect that Domri Raid ultimate that is likely to hit likely to impact the board on the very next turn.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the main thing for Brad is he's ahead on life, and he's got so much on the board that he can do his big attacks every single turn.
Right. So Brad getting the Jace off the board, meaning that Showblum, basically it's Aetherling versus the world right now. Aetherling and 2 Mutavaults, which, to be fair, Brad is at 18. So that's a pretty fast clock from Max, even if all anyone's doing is just slinging creatures at each other. And Brad, you see him with lots of lands on the table and really not hitting anything off that Domri. Got to be pretty disappointed in the quality of his draw steps.
I mean, the quality of draw steps on both sides of the board in this game have not been super exciting. Brad missing on Domri a fair amount, sat with 2 redundant Planeswalkers in his hand. But actually, on Slowbum's side of the board, he's, as much as we love to say that control decks like to just hit their lands every turn, they kind of want to be doing a little bit more than that.
Well, they do want to be doing more than that. On the other hand, Shoblum hit a Jace a couple turns ago that was very good, and he just drew Jace this turn as well. So while he is a little bit mana flooded, he is able to get at least a little bit of a velocity if he wants to use that Jace and to draw cards. Now, the downside for him is Aetherling really needs to clear out Domri Raid this turn, otherwise he's looking to just probably die in short order, and that's going to require a lot of mana. Brad also left back a Elvish Mystic, meaning that Max is going to have to pay an additional mana to make it unblockable if what he wants to do is kill a Planeswalker.
A huge amount of different things going through Shoblum's mind. The first thing that he knows he needs to do, deal with Domri, and he's successfully done so. What he doesn't realize is that Domri, he's coming right back.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming right back with fewer loyalty. You see Brad asking Max to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, Brad, hungry to make sure that he can win this match in time. He's currently down a game. He knows he needs to pick up 2 of them.
And I mean, I think Brad was saying, like, look, we all know what you're going to do with your Aetherling. Make sure to do that on time. But Brad, wow, just a Forest again, not hitting anything. Another Domri comes down to the table. What are we seeing on top of the deck? We're assuming he's going to tick it up. No real ability to fight, and he finally hits a creature, and that Gore Clan Rampager means that all of a sudden Max is facing a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he can just Blood Rush it out and just generally find the right thing to pump to get through even with Trample if he needs to. Mutavault blocks are just not really going to do a whole lot here. Xenagos the Reveler getting another 2/2 Satyr in play. So Brad with lots of attackers here and able to really put pressure on the fact that Max is on just 11 life.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look at Gore Clan Rampager. For those of you not quite familiar with the card yet, it's 4/4 trample for 4, but the operative ability is it can give any attacker +4/+4 and trample. So even if it's blocked, it can still potentially do a lot of damage. And it sort of acts like a spell that you can hit off Domri Raid, which is the way that we see it played a lot of the time.
And I know that one a card that you're a particular fan of, and it's currently the FNM promo card in October. So
really?
If you go to FNM and you either get the door prize or you do well enough, then you can win yourself a foil special art version of Gore Clan Rampager. A little bit of an update from one of the other tables. We just heard that Patrick Chapin has won his match against Christian Calcano. He now advances to 10-3, so very much in the race. Congratulations to Patrick. Here, things are looking a little bit tighter, and Brad Nelson getting stuck into the red zone, forcing some blocks from Lax Slobum here.
And Brad, not only does the Gore Clan Rampager pump any creature for 4, it makes Scavenging Ooze 1 bigger as well, assuming Brad is willing to pay the mana. So Max needs to account for that math as well. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 potential damage coming at him. So he's got to make sure to get these blocks exactly right.
Yeah, exactly the sort of decision that Pro Tour matches are a little bit longer than matches you get at a PTQ or at a GP, and it's because these big decisions mean a huge amount to the overall course of the tournament, and it's worth it taking the time, especially on blocks like this.
And I think, I mean, if Brad doesn't think Max has anything, I think this is lethal. We see 3 from Scavenging Ooze. Oh, okay, Max switching around his blocks because he might have realized what you and I just realized. That would have been 3, 4, 8 from Scavenging Ooze, 9 from Elvish Mystic, 2 more from the unblocked Satyr, being exactly 11. So that's looking like Max needs to block the the Scavenging Ooze with Aetherling in order to stay alive. And what that means is he's not going to be able to flicker out the Aetherling, because if so, he'd be taking lethal damage.
Yeah, Trample, of course, just checks how many creatures, how much toughness in front of the creature at the point that all damage is resolved. And if the Aetherling's gone, all that damage will just trample straight on through it. It's as if it wasn't block at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's just trampling right over where the creature used to be.
Running on through.
So you see Brad using the Rampager. Max is trying to figure out what exactly to do with Aetherling. Yeah, I definitely probably don't want to flicker it out.
Okay. And you're doing what?
One more time to toughness.
And then he's, Brad gonna
getting
exile
toughness as high as he can. A little bit of munchies there for Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, so Max pumping the toughness, essentially gaining a life. And it's, Tim, it's not often we see an Aetherling hit the graveyard.
Yeah, Aetherling, not a fan of getting in a regular, honest-to-goodness fight, unless it's definitely winning.
Yeah, especially with a creature that tramples.
Yeah.
Oh, we get 2 extra turns now?
Oh, by the sounds of it, time has been called. But because there were some issues around play speed, there's going to be a couple of extra turns. I believe that's what's going on.
Okay, yeah. So 2.5 minutes left on the clock, we're being told, on top of the potential extra turns. So, I mean, you have to think that a shorter game favors the more aggressive deck. That said, Brad's deck not so traditionally aggressive that he's likely to be able to just end the game on the 4th turn. So Brad wants to get this started as soon as he can.
From the Adventures of Planeswalker Dagen in the Magic the Gathering comic produced by IDW. A special promo card unique to the IDW comic series is in each issue. Find out more about these comics at wizards.com/magic merchandise. You checked out those comics, Zach?
I'm actually have not. I hear they're about the greatest thief of the multiverse, though.
They're pretty awesome. Like, I've read some of them. I've not read all of them yet. But like, I tend to pick them up at GPs.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like the cards in them are kind of cool. And then, yeah, it's an extra story. And like, I'm kind of hoping at some point we actually get to see a Dak Faden card.
I think that, not that I know anything about future sets or anything, so I'm not commenting on that phrase.
That's fair enough.
At all. I will say we just got a correction in from the floor. While there are about 2 minutes remaining in the actual tournament, the feature matches got started a little later, so there's still about like 12 minutes in this match, plus the additional turns.
Fantastic. So we're going to get
to see
hopefully a proper game of Magic here. I mean, I'm guessing that both these players will be looking at the pace of their play fairly carefully. A draw not particularly helpful to either of them.
Well, that's the thing.
So, yeah, ultimately, as you say, probably a good thing for Brad. As they're going to Game 3, here's the deck that has the better ability to just present a formidable clock.
Right, exactly. I mean, you're looking at Gorklan Rampager, Stormbreath Dragon, Flesh Blood, Domi Raid, Xenagos, 4 Scavenging Ooze, Afterboard, Mistcutter Hydra if he brought it in. I'm actually kind of thinking about, I love he's got Scar Guildmage out of the sideboard.
Ooh.
Represents a lot of haste damage when your opponent can't kill your guys. I like the Hammer of Perforos against control decks because it lets you turn your lands into threats. It's another card they have to Pithing Needle or Detention Sphere.
Yeah, just so many different things for Pithing Needle in this matchup. It can't stop everything, right?
Yeah. We're seeing out of Showboom's deck Celestial Flare to be able to kill the dragon. Pithing Needle for
everything.
Domi Raid, yeah, and everything.
He's only got 2 of them, though. He has got a Ratchet Bomb here. Will he to get up to 1 to get rid of that Elvish Mystic just to slow down Brad a little bit? Or is it sort of hoping to go bigger or stay at 0 to get rid of tokens?
I think if it were me, I'd get rid of it. I mean, being able to Stone Rain essentially for 2 mana is very powerful. And you don't want to get too greedy on it. I mean, you see your opponent having a Sylvan Caryatid, but he's probably not going to play a second one to present an appetizing target for your Ratchet Bomb.
And that Mistcutter Hydra in Brad Nelson's hand, potentially enabling a huge amount of value on the Ratchet Bomb. As it is, Brad just accelerating out a dragon if you're trying to win a match fast.
What an incredible Stormbreath Dragon right there. I mean, that, you can play it basically with abandon because your opponent basically just spent mana on his turn. You're not going to get hit with an Azorius Charm, and that's a lot of damage, and it's threatening its monstrous ability pretty early in the game.
So a little bit of extra time for this match, so we think that it's likely that we should be able to get the whole match in without it being too over-accelerated. But now Slowboom having to pump up his Ratchet Bomb more just to make sure that he can deal with what's on the board. Jace comes down, immediately goes up so that it's not going to just die to that dragon.
I think the screen said double Hammer of Perforos, but I think it's 1 Hammer of Perforos and 1 Stormbreath Dragon that was the information. Yeah. At least I hope it is, because Brad only has 1 Hammer of Perforos.
That's what it looks like to me there, actually looking at his hand. And also a Domri Raid in that hand, which potentially could do quite a lot here, and if nothing else, just pad out Brad's hand even more.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't want to play a second Hydra to open yourself up to just a huge Supreme Verdict. You see your opponent hasn't deployed a second white mana source yet. So yeah, Brad playing the hammer, immediately activating it to get a land and attack for 7 points of damage, getting that Jace off the table. Because yeah, the dragon attacking for 3, the land attacking for 2, but that basically meant that Jace did absolutely nothing but gain Max 5 life, and Max is in a very dangerous position here.
Yeah, that Ratchet Bomb up to 3 tokens here, but I mean, at the moment, all that means is it can deal with the hammer, which is a noble goal, but there's plenty of threats on the board at this point.
Well, I mean, and we're just saying, Max decided to keep the Ratchet Bomb on the table to deal with a bigger threat, but that meant that the Dragon came out on turn 3. The Hammer attacked and sacked a land on turn 4. That means the Hammer's in play, giving all of Brad's creatures haste. If he's using the Ratchet Bomb on the Hammer, that means he doesn't have anything for the threats that are actually on the table.
So Slowbum here looking at his hand, he's got a dissolve, so he could wait for what comes next from Brad, though if that's a Mistcutter Hydra, that would be unfortunate for him. Alternatively, he could try and deal with what's already there with that Detention Sphere.
Yeah, he can use Detention Sphere, but again, there's just not very many exciting targets for it. I mean, you can get rid of the Golem, but and that's probably what he's going to do, but you're just not really efficiently, you're essentially getting willfully 2-for-1 by the Hammer of Perforos, and the biggest threat that your opponent has is still on the table.
So he has used the bomb to get rid of the Hammer. He has used his Detention Sphere to deal with the token made by the Hammer. There's still a dragon on the board, though.
Yeah, there's a dragon on the board. Brad has 5 mana. He's got Stomping Ground in his hand, so he's threatening to use the dragon's ability for lethal. And he can play Temple of Abandon and Domri Red this turn without even having to commit another threat to the board to get Supreme Verdicted.
So Brad quite aggressive there in attacking with his Elvish Mystic, and it did get killed off with by Mutavault, but we see why now as Domri Raid comes down. The dragon then fights the Mutavault to kill it off, and this is Brad trying to make sure that Max is short on mana in addition to him having the biggest threats on the board.
Yeah, and I love that play from Brad, because that means that you're not going to have to worry about protecting your Domri Raid from Mutavault, and you're keeping your opponent off mana for the late game and the Aetherling, and all the while it just means your dragon is attacking over and over and over again. Plus, when your opponent's only out really is Supreme Verdict, your elf is going to die anyway, so
sure.
Why not take a Mutavault along with it?
So Mistcutter Hydra's here. He's got 2 of them in hand. Brad is now in a position where he can just say, you can play all the Planeswalkers you want, I'm going to kill them each turn, and gradually build up a bigger and bigger board that it's really quite tricky for you to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Brad looking right now to decide whether he wants to attack just with Stormbreath Dragon, but I mean, if all Jace is doing this matchup is gaining 7 life, Max doesn't really have much of a long game beyond Sphinx's Revelation, and Brad already killed one of his lands, so we're not going to be seeing any just huge revelations this game any way you look at it. I think what we're going to see is a 3/3 Hydra. That means Jace is going to get attacked exactly for 5 between the Hydra and the Dragon.
Exactsies. Someone take a photo. So yeah, there's Jace gone, and did Domri Raid get activated that turn?
I do believe it did. It looks like it has 2 loyalty counters on it.
Yeah.
And Shoblum right now with 2 counters just not going to help him against Nelson's incredible board.
Oh, we just said that Domri got a Gorklane down Rampager last turn, so that's like a huge draw, and Max now nearly dead just on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Brad, you're not going to get too greedy with a Rampager here.
Cards in hand.
He's going to ask about it. I mean, your dragon can't get Azorius Charmed, but you can just activate the monstrous ability.
Trigger.
There we go.
Or sorry, trigger for monstrous.
This ability, of course, super powerful against exactly these kinds of decks, and that's part of the reason that this card was made.
Oh yeah, this card
right?
was made specifically to hate on blue-white control decks, and it's doing a pretty admirable job of that right now.
So casting Sphinx's Revelation in response to the ability.
And then I'll take it. You go
2. The math on that doesn't seem to work out super well, but maybe it does, and I'm not counting correctly.
Maybe he did it after the ability had happened.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
That like floating the mana. Okay, gotcha.
As it is, though, not drawing the cards he needed. Hand gets extended by Max Slobum. Congratulations to Brad Nelson. He wins that one. Brad now on 9-4. So realistically, probably a bit of a big ask to think that he would make top 8, but he's looking to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, with a really innovative deck.
Yeah. Really interesting to see the way that he put that one together. I know that it was a small team working on it, but he and Brian Braun-Duin were working on this deck together. He said that they both had very similar sort of views on the format. They kind of figured out how it was going together, and lots of innovation in there.
Well, a ton of innovation while still maintaining a really high average degree of card power. I mean, you look at Elvish Mystic, Sylvan Caryatid, Scavenging Ooze, Pelucranos, Gorklan Rapture, Stormbreath Dragon. 4 copies of each of these cards in addition to Domri Raid. I mean, these are some of the most powerful things you can do in the entire format. You're playing 4 copies of each of them, so you're going to draw what matters. And, you know, you have tremendous synergy between all of these cards as well. So anytime that you can capitalize on both raw card power and incredible synergy, I think you've got a pretty good deck for a format.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like the plan here is basically go big, then go home.
And, you know, the Flesh Blood, you know, you're playing it mostly for the blood side of the card, and that just means 2 mana for what's got to be in this deck on average between 4 and 5 damage. I mean, it's slightly conditional, but not really. I mean, you just have so many threats.
And that damage kills Planeswalkers too, let's not forget. I mean, it's one of those things where sort of you can send it to the player, but if you need to, yeah, you can clear the board with it too. And we've seen Brad do both those things to great effect.
Yeah, a really awesome match to watch.
But I'm Tim Willoughby. This is Zac Hill. We're going to be heading back to the booth now as we come out of round 13 here at Pro Tour Theros.
That's right, Tim. 13 rounds are in the books. 3 rounds are to go. And that means we are starting to fill up those 8 precious slots in the Sunday countdown. I'm going to present to you Makihito Mihara of Japan, who is the closest to certain we can find. He is at 12 wins and 1 loss. So if you can find someone to draw with him some point down the stretch, pretty much Mihara will be in. Can't be sure, he could still go 12-4, and that would be a monster story. But Makihito Mihara, the 2006 world champion, looks like he could be #1 in the top 8. 11 wins, Jeremy Dezani, Matej Zatlkaj, Kentaro Yamamoto, Guillaume Waffatapa. There you see the scoreboard as we see there. Dezani at 11-2. Across the other side we go. Waffatapa is now up to 11-2. Yamamoto, Zatlkaj, Sam Black still there. He defeated Joel Larson, and with 9 wins and 4 losses now, that's right on the edge of the end. So Ben Friedman in trouble, Phillips, Calcano in trouble, and Marcelo Mazzarino, who's been long time up near the top of the leaderboard, he's now starting, looks like his challenge is starting to wane. But Jake Van Loonen's in there, Nico Boni, that's the state of play on the scoreboard. But I'm delighted to say we have another standard deck tech for you, and this one is a little bit saucy. It's from a gentleman named Michael Durso. He is in his first PT, and his deck is awesome. Check it out.
Hi everybody, this is Brian David Marshall coming to you from the Tournament Center at Pro Tour Theros here in Dublin, Ireland. I'm with a familiar face to me anyway, Michael Durso. Mike, playing your first Pro Tour?
Yes.
But you've been playing Magic for a while. You were at my old Grey Matter events way back in the New York region.
Playing dual lands in Type 2. Actual dual lands. You don't have like shock yourself.
Got back into the game about a year ago playing Duels of the Planeswalkers?
Duels of the Planeswalkers. Also, Marshall's podcast, Limited Resources, was very integral in me getting back and drafting, going to F&M.
Awesome.
So.
And then win a Grand Prix trial, go to Grand Prix Pittsburgh. You suddenly find yourself in the top 8. You did pretty well.
Yep.
You qualified yourself to get here. Now, what do? You got to build a standard deck.
Yep, so we gathered a local group of degenerates and PTQ grinders and just denizens of the local store. Threw some stuff against the wall, see what stuck, and this is what we came up with.
And so the enchantment stuck is what you're telling me?
Yes, so the idea was to be pre-boarded against the creature decks, and then post-board we can have a transformational package against control and other strategies.
All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of these cards. Green-white hexproof is what we've been calling the deck, and one of these cards starts out with hexproof Witchstalker, which you said this card is
easily the best card in the 75. Once you toss everything on him, you're abyssing your opponent, and once the courage goes on there, trample. I mean, it's almost impossible to interact with short of a wrath.
And again, you talked about pre-sideboarded. You have a little bit of
yes, it actually does have very relevant text. I had him without any enchantments. I had him naturally up to a 6/6, a 3/3 with 3 counters on it. So
that's awesome. Fleece Main Line, a little more of a puzzle to solve in terms of getting it to hexproof, but if you do, it's a monster.
If you have a lion draw, you have to be much more conservative with your auras, so you don't get 2, 3, 4 for 1. You know.
Right. I saw a game where it's basically you and your opponent were both dancing around a hero's downfall. Right?
Yes.
You had 5 mana untapped. He had a hero's downfall in his hand, and you're both kind of staring each other's down. And he wants the hero's downfall, but then you're going to make it indestructible. Yeah. And then if you go to make it indestructible, he's going to cast hero's downfall.
Once you have an Unmonstrous Lion with 5 mana up, there's a very, very interesting game of chicken that happens, you know, and you have to like look for the right window. Sometimes you like during your upkeep, you activate, force them to like tap out on their turn, you know.
Sure. Let's take a look at some of the other creatures that are going on here. Elvish Mystic, we've seen this in a lot of different decks.
Mystic is very important. It enables turn 2 Smiter, also turn 2 Witchstalker, and that, you know, you can get very, very well ahead of your opponent with that.
Right. Voice of Resurgence, obviously.
Voice of Resurgence, just an excellent magical card.
Yeah, it won the last Pro Tour.
Yes.
As did Advent of the Worm.
Yes, Advent of the Worm. In the original sketch, it was not in there, but I like the resiliency. You're able to play a bit of a rope-a-dope game against control, where you force a Wrath, EOT Advent, and then we have some other spicy stuff to make that Advent even more deadly.
So let's move ahead on the next slide. And we see Boon Satyr, Ethereal Armor, Unflinching Courage, you know, and the interaction between Boon Satyr and Ethereal Armor is very interesting.
It's adorable.
It's a little subtle sometimes.
Yes.
Your opponent might do some bad math.
Yep, absolutely. Boon Satyr, it's awesome because post-Wrath, you can just flash in a 4/2 and get back on the beatdown plan too.
Yeah, and then if you put an Ethereal Armor on a Boon Satyr, it gets +2/+2, which is kind of cool.
It's not nothing, right?
Yeah. Unflinching Courage, also
I mean,
a pretty self-explanatory card.
It's Armadillo Cloak. It is totally backbreaking in like creature matchups.
And I assume if you play a red deck, it's got to feel
LOL.
Unbelievable.
Like, yeah, I mean, we play Lockstone Smiter, which essentially has protection from red, right?
4. Yeah.
And this guy.
So tell me about a Johnny Caller.
So in the original list, we had Gift of Orzhova in this spot.
Okay.
Gift of Orzhova is a little more synergistic with the ethereal armors and stuff. Also more lifelink effects for the creature-based matchups. A Johnny synergistic in a different way. He synergizes with just killing your opponent.
Right, you're like, let's see. What if I give him flying and double strike and you're at 10? Oh, you're dead.
Kill you.
Yeah. But let's take a look at how do you pull this together with your lands?
Yep.
15 basics. And
yeah, the 3 guild gates were a bit of a point of contention. The deck's designer James Wollmacher lobbied very hard for the 4 guild gates, but it's such a small margin. But being able to turn 1 a Mystic is so important to this deck's game plan. Also, it does not scry.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I was gonna say. So let's take a look at the next slide. And then we see the 1 Rogue's Passage.
Yeah, this is the spiciness. I think a green-white deck in one of the open top 8s last weekend was running this. We had that technology beforehand. Originally, this was a Mutavault, and then I'm like, well, what about this card?
Right, and I don't know if you could see here on the artwork, that's a Boon Satyr carrying 3 auras running through the back door. Okay, let's take a look at your sideboard here.
Yep.
Pithing Needle.
So, I wish I listened to the deck designer because the Pithy Needles were Ranger's Guiles up until the night before. And I just made an executive decision at like 2 a.m. in the morning here.
And you're going to have to issue an apology to your shareholders?
Yes, Mr. Wollmacher, I'm very sorry. I should have played the Ranger's Guiles. My idea was that this gives us tons of game against Planeswalkers, stuff that we have just trouble dealing with. Jace is a huge problem. If you're able to shut down Jace in the Azurius or the Esper decks, he's like their main like card advantage engine.
So Glare of Heresy, obvious.
It's just an awesome card.
Yeah.
Kill stuff.
Gideon, Mistcutter Hydra, Selesnya Charm, another Advent of the Worm. Selesnya Charm, nice little instant speed creature for you.
So against control decks, we take out all the auras and we sideboard into very resilient, hard to deal with threats. The control decks only have so many detention spheres. They want to detention sphere my needle. So if we can draw out the detention spheres, get a Gideon online, they typically have a very, very tough time dealing with that. Also, Gideon matches up against Elspeth okay.
Sure.
Mistcutter Hydra. So through pure serendipity, we did not come up with a mono blue deck, mono blue devotion deck in testing. But I am so happy I had 3 of this card because I played the deck twice yesterday, and he was integral in beating the deck both times.
Yeah, there's very little.
They can block with Mutavault, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so, and you know what? You come to your first Pro Tour, you go 2-1 in your first draft. Very impressive, but then you go 5-0 in a brand new standard format with this deck. Very exciting. Well done. We hope to see more of you. You guys might want to try green-white hexproof, maybe with a couple of Rangers Guiles. For Mike Durzo, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, well, thank you so much to Michael Durso there. I thought that was one of the most energetic, fun, and informative deck techs I've seen in a long time. BDM, how was that for you?
That was a lot of fun. I mean, we talked yesterday a little bit about the idea of people playing in their first Pro Tour, sort of embodying that role of the, someone referred to it on Twitter as the 0 to hero role. I have 0 pro points. Well, he had some from Grand Prix Pittsburgh, but, 0 Pro Tour experience to hero of the Pro Tour.
Absolutely fantastic. Why don't we take a look at our leaderboard with 3 rounds to go, because now you're starting to see the last rounds really take shape. You are going to look at 1 heading the field, Makihito Mihara, which logic says he will be in the top 8 on Sunday, barring some very strange circumstances.
He could lose, and draw.
Quite. And then we've got all those 11 and 2s, Dazani, Sam Black, Matej Zatlkaj, and Kentaro Yamamoto. Also Guillaume Wafatapa there on the right-hand side, you can see. The 10 and 3s, Raymond Perez, Pierre, Dagen, Lucas Yaklowski, Paul Reitzel on the right-hand side, still alive, Jake Van Luna, Nico Boni. The 9 and 4s, they're pretty much gone. There may be a few more 10 and 3s now working their way up. But one thing that BDM does quite a lot of, you're a big fan of social media, I know.
I am.
Okay, well, it turns out that the hashtag PTTHS has been very busy this week. We've got a couple of videos to show you what some of the people have been saying. So why don't we check out what people were saying, first of all, before the event.
Maybe they use some of my tweets.
So that was what happened before the event. Well, since then, we've had a day 1, and the Twitter's been on meltdown. So let's find out what happened on day 1 in the world of social media. All right, so that's what's going on in the world of hashtag PTTHS. Join the conversation and let's get to business, BDM.
How do you think Arbor Colossus feels about being called lovely when he's monstrified?
Oh, that's lovely. Tell you what really is lovely, round 14 of Pro Tour Theros. It's coming up right now.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Brian Kibler, special guest in the booth here, along with Zac Hill. He's also special.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go into that.
Yeah, how about we don't?
I think I'm very special.
Yeah, so welcome to the
My
booth,
mom
Brian.
says
We're really
that.
glad to
Thank you
have
very
you
much.
here. It's always great to have a working professional player in the booth to give us up-to-date information and somebody specifically who's tested this format extensively.
Working professional, Brian.
We've got Kai Budde versus Patrick Chapin down under the lights right now. So why don't we head down to the feature match area immediately for the next round here from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros here from Dublin. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Brian Kibler and Zac Hill. We've got quite a feature match here, gentlemen. We have Kai Budde on the left, you see him there, versus Patrick Chapin. They were teammates testing for this event on Team Star City Games, and we are underway here. Zac, what is Patrick playing?
Patrick is playing a kind of black-white mid-range deck. It's like half of a white weenie deck and half of like a black-white control deck. It's got Soldier of the Pantheon Precinct Captain, and then a bunch of 5-drops and removal spells. It's one of the 2 decks Team Star City Games came up with, and one of the 2 decks that was undefeated on day 1.
All right, now Kibler, we've seen quite a few devotion decks out there. Tell us a little bit about Kai's deck.
Well, Kai's deck is a mono-blue deck that uses Devotion primarily to activate Thassa, God of the Sea.
Okay.
Many of the Devotion decks in this field have specifically tried to abuse Nykthos, but this deck only has a single copy of Nykthos, which you can use to power up cards like Cyclonic Rift, but doesn't really rely on it nearly as much as the other decks.
Okay, yeah, you can see that he's kicked things off with a Cloudfin Raptor and a Frostburn Weird.
Yeah, and then Precinct Captain from Chapin's side right now is, again, one of the deck's semi-aggressive starts, backed up right now by a Hero's Demise, or Hero's Downfall, and that's going to be a 1/1 token for Patrick.
One of the great things about Precinct Captain is it plays offense and defense both very well. Against creature decks, the fact that it's a 2/2 first striker can hold off a lot of aggressive creatures, but against control, it's just an army in a can, a single creature that can provide enormous threat.
We saw Ash Zealot play a similar role where it can block well or attack well thanks to his first strike. Let's take a look here at what Kai Budde has planned for the turn.
We've got
he's already deep in the tank.
Yeah, he is. So we've got Tidebinder Mage, really, really good in the format in general. There's so many red decks, so many green decks, but against Black-White, you're playing well, what would normally be a difficult to cast 2/2 with no abilities. Still turns on your Devotion, but a lot less exciting than when the card essentially Necrotalls the opponent. So Kai trying to decide, I think, how much tempo he can afford to lose to the Precinct Captain.
Yeah, he's in a really tough spot here. None of his creatures really interact profitably with Precinct Captain until he gets Thassa online, and he's quite a ways away from that.
Yeah, that Hero's Downfall, I mean, just any removal spell is so good against Star City's blue deck. I mean, it doesn't really even have that many ways to protect its creatures. And when Thassa's not a 5/5, it's really hard for the deck to apply pressure.
Yeah, did you see that when you were playing in this event, Kibler, that people were starting to aggressively take out anything that had 2 colored mana symbols that was a permanent?
One of the things that I think is very important about Devotion and reacting to Devotion is being able to use your removal to turn it off. This is one of the reasons that I think that Patrick's deck is actually quite well set up for this field and this matchup in particular.
Okay.
He has a lot of spot removal, and being able to just remove permanents from your opponent's side of the board to turn off Thassa, to turn off Nykthos, that sort of thing, is very, very valuable.
Yeah, you saw him waste absolutely no time killing that Frostburn Weird early in the game with really one of his best removal spells. Instantly, he's just like, that's dead.
Yeah.
I mean, it helped that he was able to get a 1/1 counter out of it. We see him not attacking this turn due to the 2/3 Cloudfin Raptor, but that's just going to set
up. 3/4 now?
Oh, 3/4, yeah, I guess it
was
evolved
2/3
due
his
to
turn, yeah.
Right, and then I guess Thassa is what evolved it?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty good to have a 3-mana 5/5 indestructible, but Patrick's Doomblade now going to be able to take that Cloudfin Rafter offline and make Thassa go hang out in the stars for a bit.
Right. We also see that Patrick just cast Thoughtseize to take the last spell out of Kai Budde's hand. A little bit late here, but he'll take it. And like you mentioned earlier, Kibler, a lot of spot removal in Patrick Chapin's deck. He's got a Doomblade left in his hand along with another Hero's Downfall plus an Obzedat Ghost Council. So pretty stacked hand here for Patrick Chapin.
I think Patrick's in very good shape here. He has the well, this is an interesting attack.
So he's attacking with Desecration Demon and Precinct Captain. I think potentially he's just going to...
Doomblade pre-blocks here?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, now this attack makes sense.
Yeah.
I was like, what's going on? But no, the Doomblade being able to turn off the Devotion for Thassa, get the 3/4 Cloudfin Raptor off the board, potentially allows both the Demon and Precinct Captain to get through.
Okay. And Kai says, okay, sure.
And now Kai's creatures are totally outclassed here. One of the weaknesses of the Blue Devotion deck is that individually its creatures are quite weak. It relies on the synergies between your Devotion and Thassa as well as Master of the Waves to actually give you powerful plays. But right now he has a 2/2 and a 1/1 in play, and he's facing down a 2/2 first striker and a 6/6. He's in a really bad spot.
Really bad spot. Kai Budde, he took all the damage, dropped him down to 10, passed the turn back. You see him deep in thought here. He's trying to decide if he wants to keep the card on top. He's using the his Thassa.
Chapin with little table talk. Something that's close. Weird. What could that be? It is interesting to note that these two players did playtest together. They are both from the same team, and they're well aware of each other's deck lists. So Patrick's probably wondering what card could he possibly be thinking about here. What could be almost good enough, but not quite good enough that you definitely want to keep it.
Right, because if it's something like Master of Waves, you're just going to slam it immediately. If it's a land here that doesn't do anything after you've been Thoughtsseized, you're like, okay, get that out of here. So there are only a few cards that could cause Kai to be thinking this much.
Interesting.
It was a
Bident. Okay, that's interesting.
Right, so does that get him back up? Yeah, it does get him back up to enough Devotion to have Thassa active, and it also potentially gives him a way to draw some cards here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the reason he was thinking about it is, I mean, it's an offensively minded card. It turns on Thassa, and it's hard to pass up an opportunity to do that, but it doesn't really solve the Desecration Demon problem right now. And if he's forced to chump block with Judge's Familiar, which is a card you usually want to be using to attack and draw cards with Bident of Thassa, he's going to, again, lose his Devotion for Thassa, God of the Sea.
Well, he does have the option of just sacrificing creatures to Desecration Demon's ability to keep it from attacking. And he does have the Mutavault in play as well, which he can potentially pay mana to turn into a creature to sacrifice to demons so he doesn't lose Devotion as well. And there he found the land, which will allow him to potentially activate Mutavault and make that play.
All right, so pretty tight one here for Kai Budde already. And off the top of the deck there, it was a
Desecration Demon trigger.
It looks like he's going. You hear Patrick Chapin going directly to combat.
Would you like to take 6?
And he is just sacrificing the Familiar, which does not yet turn off Thassa, or it does? No, it does not yet because the Bident.
Not yet.
He has 5 right now. Though Patrick now has the option of playing Hero's Downfall on that Tiebinder Mage, which would clear the way for his Precinct Captain because Devotion turns off.
I have to say, coming into this event, if you would have told me that we would see Hero's Downfall hit a Tidebinder Mage that has done absolutely nothing, I would have questioned you. But we are in that position here.
Yeah, he actually doesn't need to use a removal spell at all. Precinct Captain, because of it, his first strike can just attack.
Before I declare attackers after
there we go.
Hero's Downfall, the mage. Sure.
All right, gets it out of the way.
We're seeing Patrick just playing very aggressively right here. I mean, Kai's at 10. Without the Desecration Demon doing anything, he's representing 5 damage. And with that many 1/1s out, I mean, you can just start attacking through Kai's blockers, assuming Kai doesn't have the actual card Master of Waves. And it's going to be hard for Kai to muster enough defense to stay alive through the Precinct Captain. We also see Obzedat in Patrick's hand threatening 2 points of direct damage.
All right, Kai is going to push this card down to the bottom and get a fresh one. Let's see what he's drawn for the turn.
I mean, Thassa just, being a whole mana cheaper than other gods.
It is.
It is another Tidebinder Mage. Again, still no target. Does Patrick's deck dodge Tidebinder Mage completely?
I think it does. Yeah. There's no like weird hybrid things going on with like Boros Reckoner.
That's one of the weird interactions that you get with a Tidebinder Mage is that it hits some decks that you wouldn't necessarily think it would.
Get in there?
Wow.
So he's going to attack with That's a God of the Sea. That's going to allow him a draw step here.
Which is...
Oh, he made it. Did he make her unblockable as well? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely wants to be up a card, but I mean, it's awkward that Chapin's at 16, so I mean, it's still a 4-turn clock if all he's doing is attacking with Thassa, and not having the blocker this turn seems a little risky unless Kai's play is just like, I've got to have Master of Waves, it's got to resolve, and I just have to hope Patrick is out of removal spells.
I think he might be in a position where he basically just has to dig. From the board here, if Patrick just attacked him, he could block the Precinct Captain. He would have to sacrifice a Mutavault to keep off the Desecration Demon, and he can't just keep that up.
Right.
He needs to fuel his ability to feed Desecration Demon or find some way to deal with it. Some way to deal with it being basically Master of Wave to create a bunch of creatures that he can then proceed to sacrifice for the remainder of the game.
Okay.
You see Chapin, Sin Collector.
So he's going to play a Sin Collector.
Kai appears to have no sins.
Yeah, he has no sins. He has a Night Veil Spectre, but that is going to stay in Kai's hand.
I mean, and a lot of the time, it's nice to be able to have that card just to have perfect information of knowing that like your opponent doesn't yet have the Master of Waves, is still digging to it.
Right.
Could theoretically affect some of his decisions.
All right, now we're going to see the Mutavault play that you described earlier, Kibler. Mutavault gets activated. It's going to get sacrificed to the Demon. The Demon's going to get a +1/+1 counter, but it's also going to be tapped, which means that Kai gets to live another turn here.
I mean, the nice thing about that Mutavault being off the board is that you know your opponent can't rip Runner land Cyclonic Rift, which is basically one of his only other even potential outs from this board situation.
Cyclonic Rift is a card that really hasn't seen a lot of standard play, but feels like it could at some point here.
Well, especially if Nykthosing out huge spells is as popular after this tournament as it is during this tournament.
In between match, we'll get a chance to chat with Kibler a bit about that. He's got he's been working on some pretty sweet Nykthos builds, and he's got one of the decks that he thinks is the best one out in the field here. And it looks like Patrick Chapin is victorious in the first game over Kai Budde here. We'd like to thank Gaming Etc. for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Use a promo code Dublin when ordering on GamingEtc.com to earn 10% off all signals and accessories. For more information, visit GamingEtc.com. All right, let's take a look at some of the interesting and cool cards that we have from Theros. One of them is a removal spell that we haven't seen before. It's Hero's Downfall.
Well, we've seen sort of a version of it before in Dreadboard.
Yeah. Right.
But it is really interesting, in my opinion, the difference between a 3-mana instant and a 2-mana sorcery. They're kind of capable of doing very different things. I mean, we've seen a lot of deck. One of the reasons Mutavault is so good and such a priority for players at this tournament is so much of the removal in the format is sorcery speed. And then obviously being able to take out a Planeswalker at the end of your opponent's turn when your opponent is thinking that you're going to prioritize attacking it instead of the player can totally change up the dynamic of a combat step. So this is one of the cards that R&D made basically like Thoughtseize to give black a way of dealing with problematic non-creature permanents.
As somebody who's played blue-black control myself before, also mono-black I've played a little bit of. This is a blessing. You know, this is the type of thing where if somebody plays a turn 3 Planeswalker, Domri Raid or something like that, and you just roll your eyes because it's like, this is going to be forever before I can deal with it. Those decks have a hard time putting it up, and this can deal with it even after they've already played it.
I mean, frankly, I think that Hero's Downfall is perhaps one of the most important cards in Patrick Chapin's deck. It's a card that allows you to play a large amount of removal spells in your deck that aren't just dead against control decks.
Right.
One of the problems with playing a deck that relies on killing your opponent's creatures, because that's what this deck has to do. Its creatures are generally weaker, well, unless it's playing as mono blue. Its creatures are generally weaker than the creatures its opponent is going to play, so it needs to be able to get them off the board. And you can't just play 7 Doomblades. But when 4 of them are Hero's Downfall and can kill cards like Jace or Elspeth or Ashiok, it's a really big deal.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I think this deck is so impressive is precisely for the reason you just mentioned. I mean, against Control, you have discard spells 4 Thoughtseize and 2 Sin Collector, but like if you're playing against a red aggro deck, like Sin Collector can still take Advent of the Worm. It's still a 2-mana, or it's still a 2/1 body, and Thoughtseize can take whatever.
Creature. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then with the removal, the only dead spells you have in a Control matchup, are essentially just the 3 Doom Blades. And with 3 copies of Read the Bones, you can usually churn through your deck enough that you're not going to get, it's not like Jund in the old Standard where you'll just like have a handful of removal spells that aren't doing anything.
Now, talk to us a little bit, Kibler. So we saw in Game 1 that Tidebinder Mage was pretty underwhelming for Kai Budde. Can he take it out and still be able to have enough devotion around to keep Thassa active?
I believe he can. He does have Omen Speaker to bring in. Omen Speaker is quite good against Patrick Chapin's Soldier of the Pantheon as well as Precinct Captain. It gets in the way of both those creatures and lives. I believe he's going to go into a more controlling sort of build of his deck. You look at his sideboard, he has 2 copies of Jace, Architect of Thought, as well as 2 copies of Aetherling. And those sort of cards are, just as we were saying, some of the cards that can make decks like Patrick's have some trouble. He does have those 4 Heroes Downfall, but those can't deal with Aetherling.
That's right, and this will be interesting. We had a deck tech with Matej Zatlkaj earlier, and they actually were running Jace, Architect of Thought in the main deck as instead of Bidens, basically. They said, well, look, we can get card advantage this way, and it also keeps our devotion count as high as Biden does, and on top of it, it's pretty good against Control because they have to plus their Jace while we get to minus ours, and we can grind out a big card advantage. So that could be interesting here. I mean, how would you classify Chapin's deck? Is it a mid-range deck? Like, is it one of those decks that kind of choose what it wants to do?
I think it's a very mid-range deck. I like to think of mid-range decks as decks that generally play cards that can go different ways depending on the matchup you're playing.
You are the authority.
Well, I mean, really, cards like Soldier of the Pantheon. Soldier of the Pantheon is a great aggressive card against control decks. A 2 power, 1 cost creature. It also happens to hold off all of the best creatures in the format. It can block Voice of Resurgence, not Boros Reckoner that well, but Fleece Mainline. All these very powerful creatures, it just has protection from them. It's also immune to many removal spells, Abrupt Decay, Putrefy. It's just able to... Yeah, absolutely. So it's a great card whether you're on offense or on defense. It can protect you very well or go aggressive. And we were saying the same thing about Precinct Captain before. Precinct Captain, as a first striker, is great at holding off the small creatures out of an aggressive deck like Red, but it also is able to put a ton of pressure on control decks.
Yeah, where you can just play it and say, this is what I'm going to do. I will keep hitting you with this, and you don't have to overcommit at all. All right, so players are taking a look at their opening hands here. It looks like Kai's decided to mulligan his, but Chapin has kept. So Kai on the play going down to 6 here in Game 2. I'll get you guys some updates from the side tables once I get those from you too. I'll give you a quick view of what we have. We have Sam Black versus Matej Zatlkaj. I just mentioned him playing a similar list to what Kai's playing, but some pretty big twists on it. Nico Boni is playing against Paul Reitzel on the side table, and we've also got Reed Duke versus Camille Corneliussen out there as well.
I'm interested to see how Patrick sideboarded too. I mean, we just talked about Soldier of the Pantheon, but it seems a little bit weak in this matchup. I'm also, I don't really know how good Sin Collector is. I mean, I'm assuming there's not a lot of targets, but the ones that you could hit are powerful. And, your opponent, as many removal spells you have, might bring in more spells after board. I don't really know how this matchup works. How did this sideboard work in your experience, or have you not really played against this deck?
I haven't really played against this specific build of this deck, but the important things against devotion decks are keeping things off the board.
Yeah, it seems like it.
One of the most important things is just being able to spend mana for mana with them, and if you can use a cheap removal spell, particularly to kill something that costs more than it, it's great. So cards in Patrick's sideboard, things like Last Breath and Doomblade and Farika's Cure, those are all great ways to keep Kai's small creatures off the board to prevent cards like Thassa from being able to take over.
And right, especially when your opponent has cards like Bident of Thassa that are going to turn creatures into more cards. If you can get to a point where you just kill literally every one of their guys, their deck doesn't do anything.
All right, we are underway here. Kai Budde kicks things off with a Cloudfin Raptor. So he has the 1-drop. That's a good start for him. Let's see what Patrick can answer with here.
Play about 6 enter the battlefield tapped lands. And hope to not get killed by a Cloudfin Raptor. We see in his hand, he's got Thoughtseize, he's got Soldier of the Pantheon. He could theoretically cast either one. Devour Flesh, Hero's Downfall, Read the Bone, really kind of an ideal hand. He just needs to make sure to get his mana base online.
All right, so he is, in fact, going to kick things off with a one-drop of his own. You just mentioned this card, Brian. It's going to be able to apply pressure early here.
Yeah, it's not nearly as important in this sort of matchup as it is in many others. The protection isn't terribly relevant, but it's going to be able to apply pressure here as Kai misses his second land drop.
Ooh, this could get ugly.
Wow.
A quick update from the side table. Sam Black versus Matej Zatlkaj each have a game, so they're going to go to game 3 here. Paul Reitzel's up a game over Nico Boney.
Yeah, we see Patrick taking 2 from the Gala Shrine. I think he probably wants to do that so he can Thoughtseize this turn and play an Orzhov Guildgate, setting him up for Hero's Downfall on the 3rd turn if he needs to take out something specific.
Kai's hand is pretty speculative here. He has 3 things that cost 4 or more and only 1 land, and Patrick takes his 2 costs, so he is very far from being able to really do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, Patrick attacking for 2 is saying, all right, if you want to trade with Cloudfin Raptor, that's perfectly fine with me.
Well, it's an 0-1.
It's actually doesn't even have power yet.
Oh, wow. Wow, yeah. Worst case scenario. Shit.
Yeah. Now, best case scenario here for Kai Budde, he did draw a land off the top and played it. He doesn't get to do anything thanks to that Thoughtseize, but hey, at least stage 1 complete. He's still got a couple of more land drops to hit before things really get rolling for him.
He did forget to say "had it" when he played his second land.
We'll give him a warning.
Missed opportunity. Yeah.
God the Shrine and 2 Thoughtseize.
All right, so that was another Thoughtseize from Patrick Chapin.
Did we see what he got with that Thoughtseize?
I think he took Thassa.
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
Leaving Kai with 3 things that he's well away from being able to play.
Yeah, he's got a Biden, he's got a Master of Waves, and he has an Aetherling in his hand. And Patrick Chapin, not messing around, kills the Cloudfin Raptor right now and gets in there for 2 more damage.
Yeah, and that makes sense because your Devour Flesh is, he's going to sacrifice his worst creature at some point anyway, and you might as well allow him to only gain 1 life off of the Cloudfin Raptor as opposed to gaining more when it's bigger.
Okay. All right, Reed Duke versus Camille Cornelissen, also tied at 1 game apiece, so action happening quickly there. Now, a little bit of a reprieve here for Kai Budde. He's not going to be facing any permanents this turn, it looks like. Well, maybe potentially, but it's a Read the Bones for Patrick Chapin. I see that he's already got a Pithy Needle in his hand. He also has... he took both cards off the top, so things looking pretty poor here for Kai, especially considering that cards like Biden of Thassa don't do anything unless you have creatures that can attack.
Right. Kai's just grip here is not very impressive. If he can cast an Aetherling, that would be sweet, but he's pretty far from that.
He is.
I have to imagine that's what Patrick Chapin had in mind with that Pithing Needle in his hand. Both Aetherling and Jace Architect of Thought are great cards to shut down with Pithing Needle, though it's not allowing him to apply much pressure here.
Interestingly, Kai Budde significantly ahead in the damage race here. Hasn't actually attacked yet, but Patrick Chapin has taken 8 from his combination of lands and Thoughtseizes.
Well, and I do think Patrick wants to Thoughtseize yet again here. It looks like he has a 3rd one in his hand, but he really needs to take that Master of Waves. Otherwise, he is under realistic threat of just dying. Patrick has yet another... Patrick has several removal spells, but what he doesn't want to do is spend all of his turn casting removal, applying no pressure to Kai, and give Kai time to draw out into Aetherling.
Yeah, this is one of those interesting situations, Zach, where there isn't a ton of pressure on Kai Budde here, and if he's got now a Thassa online that can help him find more land drops. Chapin has been doing a great job of tearing apart his hand and preventing him from really developing his board, but it's also prevented Chapin from developing his own board.
I'm somewhat curious with what Patrick chose to scry with that Read the Bones, because he has an abundance of removal, but he doesn't really have much pressure. And casting Read the Bones there, I think I would be looking for more ways to actually end this game. Kai is in a position where he doesn't have anything in play, and you just need to actually deal damage to him.
Yeah, I saw that he drew a Doomblade off of it. I don't know what the other card was.
The other card was his second Orzhov Guildgate.
Okay.
And he definitely wanted more mana. But I agree that, threats are a priority right now. Doomblade is always going to be good, for the reasons that you were saying. But at the same time, if you know your opponent's plan is Aetherling, you've got the Pithing Needle, but that's still 2 cards that you have to devote to answering it. I feel like you do just kind of want any sort of threat right here.
So you think Patrick could afford to be a little more picky there and not just say, well, it's a spell, I'll take it. You know, he wants to go deep and try to find something to actually get pressure going.
I would have been looking for something like a Desecration Demon. I want to end this game. You know, Kai is in a position where he is unable to cast the spells in his hand, and you know that.
Yes.
And what you really want is to just punish him for the fact that his hand is full of expensive spells and he's short on land.
Okay.
That said, I definitely also, I mean, I'm the kind of person, I really don't like to throw away spells on Scry if I can help it, especially a spell like Doomblade, even though it's not helping the immediate situation. I mean, you know you're going to have targets for it. You know your opponent is holding targets for it in his or her hand. So, I mean, I definitely understand the reasoning behind keeping it. But I tend to agree with Brian that, like, your clock right now, I mean, again, you're doing more damage to yourself than your opponent's doing to you right now.
I'm also a little bit suspect of, with the cards that Patrick has in his hand, his choice to take Master of Waves with his Thoughtseize. I think that either Aetherling or Biden are actually somewhat more threatening.
Interesting.
Given that he is unable to actually remove the Biden from play, and it's threatening to turn on Thassa, which his removal spells that are sitting in his hand cannot kill.
Right. Like, if Kai draws another 2-mana card that isn't a creature or that can stay alive, or if Patrick just has to tap out for something, that means that Kai gets to attack at least once with Thassa, and Patrick's at 10 life.
So Kai Budde has found his 6th land, but he just knows that he can't run the Aetherling out there without another land. So he just passes the turn back. I mean, again, we've said this before, but look at the damage race. It's like Patrick just recently got ahead on it. He's going to drop Kai Budde down to 7 here. Now, let's see if he could find something to add to the board. It looks like not. He's got a land and 3 answers in his hand. You can see it on the side there. Pithing Needle, Doomblade, Hero's Downfall, and a Plains. So things aren't going to change much on this turn. And Kai, he is getting closer. He has the ability here. All right, here's the preemptive Pithing Needle.
Yeah, and I think you really need to play that Pithing Needle there. Otherwise, Kai gets to cast Aetherling and protect it, and you're going to want to Doomblade it because you don't want to get hit for 5 and give your opponent a card. So I think it's important to get the Pithing Needle on the Aetherling ahead of time.
That's right. All right, so Kai taking a close look at that card off of his Thassa trigger and ships it back. I think he drew a Nightveil Spectre there.
Which certainly not going to get hit with a Doomblade.
That's right.
See here, now Kai actually just gets to cast the Aetherling knowing that he doesn't care about protecting it. It can't be protected anymore.
Right.
So now Doomblade takes it down. Thassa still doesn't get a hit in. It still took Chapin 2 cards to deal with that Aetherling.
Right, that's the thing. And, like, you're up 2 cards from reading the bones.
Well,
you're down 2 cards for having to 2-for-1 yourself to kill Aetherling.
He's up on quite a few cards, but many of those are land. If we look at Patrick's board here, he has 8 land. He's a 9th in his hand. He's in a little bit of trouble here, actually.
Yeah, and here's the Nightveil Spectre.
2 cards, right? Taking a life.
And right, so Patrick gaining a life off of off the Spectre, which actually matters given that Thassa puts on to drill. Wow.
Okay, and so Kai drew another Spectre, and he's played both of them, and all of a sudden he's getting a lot more stable. Thassa is active, very active, like twice over.
Well, that's one of the reasons Thassa is just an incredible card.
Yeah, a heck of a magic card there, Zach. Going to attack in there for 5, draw him a card. Kai Budde at 5. He doesn't have any blockers currently, though.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick is not dead.
Patrick is not dead, and Kai is not dead either.
Yeah.
It's close, though.
Patrick just drew an excellent one in Obzedat here.
Ooh.
That is a hot one.
So that could leave Kai Budde at 1 life here.
It threatens to kill Kai during Patrick's upkeep because he can play the Obzedat here. Hero's Downfall, one of the creatures. That leaves Patrick out of range of just dying to the Nightveil Spectre plus Thassa.
Right.
And the enters the battlefield trigger of Obzedat on Patrick's next upkeep will reduce Kai to -1 life.
All right, so things looking very good for Patrick Chapin here. He's going to start things off with the Hero's Downfall on the Nightveil Spectre on one of them. And here comes Obzedat. And Kai can't be happy about that. It drops him down to 1. And is there any way for Kai to interact with the interaction of Obzedat entering the battlefield?
I don't believe so. I think
so. He has to kill Chapin right now.
And I don't think there's any way to do that. I don't think he has any way to do 2 extra damage here.
Now, what is the reasoning for using Heroes to Mine on the main phase?
Just in case Kai has something like a dissolve, coming in from the sideboard or negate, perhaps.
Dissolve, negate. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
So things looking pretty grim here for Budde. He needs to find a way to deal 9 damage to Patrick Chapin, and he doesn't really have the tools to do that. Now, is there a chance that he can hit with Night Veil Spectre? Is there anything that he could hit and cast that would matter here?
There's...
Like, a Pithy Needle doesn't do anything. He only has access to blue mana.
Right, yeah. If he hits Soldier of the Pantheon, it's not like any of the cards from Theros that let you cast it with
There's
any
no
color
colorless life gain. You know, I mean, he clearly has to just do it to find out, but...
He's got Biden, but yeah, I mean, I don't know any number of top decks.
I'm just wondering what the top decks from Patrick Chapin.
Yeah, right. You've got 2 decks worth of top decks.
Yeah, he does.
You got a trading post in there somewhere?
This is where you want Doxos instead of your Night Veil Spectres. It seems like most situations you'd rather have a Night Veil Spectre, but...
Man, letting you attack with your Thassa. Sort of nice. Yeah, I mean, the Obstinate was just a huge top deck.
Yeah, that was massive.
It was the perfect card. It was, it actually not only keeps him alive, but threatens to end the game on the next turn. It was the absolute perfect draw for him.
It really was. Now here's a Scry 2 from an Omen Speaker. Those both get shipped down to the bottom of Budde's deck and attack you.
Okay, saying like, okay, I'll just see what I can look at. That'll be 2 cards from his own deck and 1 card from Patrick's.
Yeah, so let's flip this one over.
Nykthos, you have an out. Okay, I actually drew my one Nykthos.
Oh!
If you have Nykthos, I have 1 Freakus Cure.
Oh my goodness! Oh dear.
Gain 2 life.
Oh, I can survive that thing?
What? I might not want to have said that.
Yeah.
Devour Flesh, right?
It's already used.
This is what happens when you have teammates playing against each other. It's like, this is exactly what I can do.
Yeah.
You got
See what he comes up with.
Roll it.
He's not showing it to him. And that's it. Patrick Chapin defeats Budde 2-0 in the feature match area. Wow, that was good fun.
And thanks, Patrick, for doing some of our work for us.
Yes.
Are you ready for the next step on the hero's path? Come to Theros Game Day on October 19th and 20th and put yourself to the test in the Face the Hydra Challenge. For more information, visit wizards.com/Magic Main Day. All right, we're going to be bumping over to one of our other feature matches. It is going to be Reed Duke versus Camille Cornelissen. They are back at the back table there. We have Sam Black has defeated Matej Zatlkaj 2-1. Nico Boni and Paul Reitzel, I believe, are still playing in their 3rd game.
And I'm interested in seeing and hearing about Camille's deck, which is apparently the beta version of the deck that you guys at Channel Fireball were playing at this tournament.
Yeah, there's a very funny story about this. Frank Karsten just started testing with us for this event, and he wanted to get some games in at the local pre-release. Mm-hmm. And he built a version of what he thought was a pretty obvious deck, which was a Nykthos red deck. This was something we had discussed a little bit, but not seriously. And he played some against Camille, who had a variety of decks that he basically beat all of with the red devotion deck. Mm-hmm. And Camille apparently just decided, hey, this deck's pretty good. I'm going to play it in the Pro Tour. So the deck that Camille is playing right here is really the first iteration of the deck that our team actually did end up playing.
Interesting. So your deck that you actually played was a heavily tuned version of this one?
Right. This is basically the deck prior to the addition of Domri Raid, and obviously green as well.
Interesting. So this will be kind of cool to get a chance to see this early version of the deck in action.
It's clearly still pretty good.
Yeah,
Camille's pretty deep in the start of it.
Now, Reed Duke, do we know on which side of the fence he fell? Is he on the island side or the black-white?
Yes, he is on the island side.
All right.
With, I think, the exact same list as we've been saying.
As Budde?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you guys like that one, you're going to get even more of it here. And here we go. This is Game 3. We're getting down the stretch. The 5th-ranked player in the world, Reed Duke, playing against Camille Cornelissen. And that is an Ash Zealot entering the red zone. Let's see what Reed Duke can come up with here. Kibler, how does this matchup normally go?
Well, the most important card in this matchup is Master of Waves out of the blue Devotion deck. Master of Waves with protection from red is very difficult for the mono red Devotion deck to handle.
Okay.
it's still possible for the mono red deck to get a really explosive start, including Nykthos, and just win the game before Master of Waves can get online, or just fly over it with Stormbreath Dragon. But if Master actually happens, it's very difficult to deal with.
Okay, here's a Hammer of Perforos, no attack for Camille Cornelison.
There is a Nykthos on Camille's side, so he is building up his devotion.
And that Nykthos already, with nothing else hitting the board, essentially ramps for 2. For Temple of the False God right now. So, I mean, you don't even need a whole lot extra to make Nykthos into an incredible card.
To start getting advantage, and then it can get downright explosive later in the game.
I mean, Nykthos is Tolarian Academy for mana symbols. If you're playing a matchup where creatures aren't dying, if things are just sitting in play, Nykthos just does absolutely gross things later in the game.
Okay, we see Thassa, God of the Sea, for Reed Duke. So he is building up, really both sides of the field here doing kind of what they want to do in the early stages.
And we see now Camille having 2 removal spells. He's got a Mizium Mortars and he's got a Magma Jet that works very well with the first strike damage from Ash Zealot. I have to think he's going to want to get Frostburn Weird off the table with Thassa staring at him. The question is, what's a higher priority? Dealing with Frostburn Weird or getting Perforos onto the table and starting to take advantage of that?
I actually think what he wants to do is start establishing his devotion so he can get Nykthos online to generate a lot of mana. That Mizium Mortars is much more powerful when you're able to add 6 mana to your mana pool with Nykthos than when you're not.
And that's kind of one of the only ways that he can deal with Master of Waves. I mean, it doesn't kill the actual 2/1, but kicking the Mortars at least deals with all of the wave tokens.
Right, and I imagine here what he wants to do is play the Perforos, get that online, then he's threatening to, just send in tons of damage himself for the next turn, and they're in sort of the god race, basically.
Yeah, we have a god fight here as Perforos does hit the battlefield here. It's active, and it has haste.
Yeah,
so.
the Hammer of and the Perforos.
They happen to work well together.
It is interesting, though, that we've seen that on both sides here. We have the Hammer, and we have Perforos, and we have the Biden with Thassa, so I'm sure that was no mistake in R&D, Zach, but it's working.
Oh, yeah. Camille probably not wanting to sack lands anytime soon, but, Fervor, not a terrible effect with 2 red mana symbols and mana cost.
Now, Kibler, we just saw Reed Duke use the Scry ability from Thassa. How good is just that ability?
Scrying is very, very powerful. I actually think that the Scry lands are super powerful, and Thassa giving it to you every turn is super, super important. It gives you a ton of selection, and here, there are very important cards in this matchup that Reed needs. This turn, one of them being an island to actually allow him to cast these spells.
Right.
But being able to dig for Master of Waves, as we said, the really important card in the matchup is very crucial.
It's really interesting to me that even in a mono blue deck, several of the players that played a version of the Master of Waves deck today are still only playing like 2 or 3 Mutavaults, just because basic island is such an important card to this deck.
When I actually saw the Mutavaults in the Star City Blue Devotion deck, I was a little surprised because I thought that it would conflict both with the ability to cast Night Veil Spectre as well as your ability to play more Nykthoses. The 4 Mutavaults obviously work very, very well with Master of Waves, as well as just give you a threat that doesn't cost mana, but they can definitely mess up some of your draws.
Okay. Reed Duke thought about that turn for quite a while, ends up playing a Night Veil Spectre. That is going to activate his Thassa, but he's just going to pass the turn back, so it looks like it's going to be a defensive Thassa here.
So Camille draws another Nykthos. That actually enables that Mizium Mortars in his hand, because he's able to use his 2 mountains and his Nykthos now to generate 5 mana with his current devotion, play a second Nykthos, lose the first one, tap that one for mana, and overload Mortars, and just wipe the board.
That is incredible.
No, that's not what he chose to do, though.
Oh, he didn't want to do that. He looks like he wants to add another Ash Zealot. Do these Nykthos decks...
Oh, he still has mana. Okay, no. This is going to work anyway.
Oh, he does still have mana because he used Nykthos to catch the Ash Zealot.
Yeah, I didn't see the second Ash Zealot in his hand, but this is going to be, the second Nykthos is going to provide enough by itself to cast Mizium. This is how powerful this card is.
This is incredible.
That Ash Zealot was essentially free.
Yes.
On top of everything else.
Yes, it was. This is incredible.
Now imagine if that was Burning Tree on the side.
Right. And there it is. Kick Mortars. He's showing it to Reed Duke in case he hasn't read that card before. And down they go. Picks up the
Just
2
kill
for
you.
1 and kill you. And that's it.
Wow.
Unbelievable. So that's going to do it. Camille Cornelison defeats Reed Duke 2 games to 1. Incredible stuff down there. And wow, such power. powerful turns. Do these Nykthos decks usually culminate in one huge turn, or is it continued advantage?
Both of them, really. The ability of Nykthos to both just give you incredibly explosive individual turns, as well as give you just tons of incremental value over the course of a game is huge. Okay. Yeah, I actually had a number of games in this tournament in the brief period that I was actually playing in it. That I was able to do unbelievable things thanks to Nykthos. In one game, I after activating my Ember Swallower, generated 40 mana in a single turn. Activated
4-0.
Yes,
welcome back to the booth, by the way.
4.
After sacrificing 3 lands.
After sacrificing 3 lands.
Unbelievable.
Activated Perforos 13 times and attacked with a Stormwrath Dragon for 20.
That is amazing.
A totally fair draw.
Yeah. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian Kibler and Zac Hill. Some interesting stuff in Standard now. Some of these decks have such just robustly powerful things that they're doing. We haven't seen it like this in a while. It's been a little bit more like grindy, and then the most powerful things we've done are, things like Sphinx's Revelation or something like that. And now we're doing, hit you for 20s.
Well, and it's not surprising to me, actually, that the people that are building these Nykthos decks, you've seen Mihara doing some crazy stuff. You guys on CFB, Star City adding Nykthos very late to their deck. But it's been a long time, I think, since just raw resource advantage has been very good in Standard. And I think players that have kind of came of age or whatever in recent memory and kind of modern Magic, it's easy to lose sight of how powerful just dark ritual effects are.
Yeah.
And I mean, it turns out they're incredible.
Well, it's not just dark ritual. It's actually how people, when they first saw Dark Ritual, thought it worked. It's Dark Ritual that stays in play.
Just does it every turn.
Yeah, I would like my 3 mana every turn, but now it does. Yeah, and that was one of the ones that I was chatting with you about a little earlier, Kibler, was a deck from Mihara that's a mono green version of a Nykthos deck, and you said you thought it was the most all-in Nykthos deck in the field.
I think Mihara's deck is the best deck in the field. I think that it's actually very similar to a version we were testing at one point, but dismissed because we thought it was too weak against Supreme Verdict. It has 12 mana creatures and goes all the way up to Garruk 6. Right. And I was watching him play at Table 1 earlier, and his first turn was Elvish Mystic.
Yeah.
His second turn was Elvish Mystic and Voyaging Satyr. His third turn was Garruk, draw 3 creatures. And his fourth turn put 20 mana worth of things with Nykthos untap with Voyaging Satyr.
Which is unbelievable.
He played Burning Tree, Nylea, something else.
Pelucranos.
Pelucranos. Activate my Pelucranos, kill your creature, play Domery, fight your creature, Scavenging Ooze, kill, eat both the creatures that I just killed with, go.
Unbelievable.
I took a picture of it. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get a chance to see some stuff like that. For now, though, we're going to send it back over to Richard Hagon at the news desk.
All right, thanks very much, Marshall. Welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagon here. I'm not going to give you many results right now. In fact, I'm only going to give you one, and that is the news that at table 10, Lukas Jaklovsky of the Czech Republic defeated Jonathan Hickerson by 2-1. And that means that Lukas Jaklovsky is still very much live for top 8. More importantly, he's standing to my left, getting ready to do a deck tech with Brian David Marshall on a really cool deck. So here we go with another standard deck tech.
Hi everybody, this is Brian David Marshall coming to you from the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Theros in lovely Dublin, Ireland. And I am here with Lukas Jaklovsky. Lukas, I don't know if it's a European modesty or if you're being completely fair, but you're not in love with your deck. That's 7-1 right now in the new standard, a deck we've been calling Demons and Dragons or D&D.
I wouldn't really call it modesty. It's just the way I feel about the deck. I just don't think a deck with basically a bunch of removal and nothing else could be good.
But you found some good matchups. It's been doing well for you, and it's certainly something that we're going to take a look at and see how it works. You're describing it as, well, so you have 7 creatures?
Yeah, that's right.
Demons, dragons. What made Desecration Demon one of the soldiers you wanted to go into battle with this weekend?
Well, since it's just a very huge body for mana, and not many of the red-greens and Naya decks could really do anything about it, maybe with an expansion of Celestia Charm. And other than that, then just basically fall to it.
Sure. And then Stormbreath Dragon, one of the new cards from the Theros. What's the thinking there?
Well, that's basically the kill condition of the deck, because because of the production from white, it's really good basically against every control deck, even though we can basically win game 1 against any control deck like Esper, because we're just, as I said, we have just a bunch of removal. So post board it should be better with all those duresses and stuff like that.
So you describe that as the way you win.
Yep.
So is Desecration Demon more like something that's just there to soak up their creatures and force them to just keep their creature count low?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's talk about what you do with that low creature count. First you start attacking their hand.
Yeah.
Foxy's newly reprinted.
Yeah, right. Actually, the interesting thing about those two cards are that when you're playing against a red-green or Naiad, it's actually, those cards are actually good. Like, you actually board in Rakdos Return against Naiad.
Right, which would be counterintuitive because they're able to come out so fast and do so much damage.
Exactly, but with all those Planeswalkers and like Bolokranos and stuff like that, it's actually really good because they just basically have also like 4 mana cards, 5 mana cards, the dragons, maybe sometimes even Rurik Tark or something like that.
Right, and Thoughtseize the same thing. Their cards are sitting in their hands, and you can sort of bide your time and find the perfect window to disrupt their plan.
That's there basically for Domri Rade and stuff like that. You can't really do anything about it.
Right, your Black Red.
Yeah.
Well, Black Red suddenly has some answers to Planeswalkers. You know, there was a time where it was pretty difficult to kill a non-creature permanent in Black Red.
Right. And now it's easy.
How important to the deck is the ability for these 2 spells to kill a Planeswalker?
I would say very, because you can win after like 1 activation of the Domri or after 1 activation of Xenagos, so they're still very good against it.
Right. But you might have to reach into another color if they weren't available.
I don't think we would.
Yeah. Or would you play this deck though if you didn't have the ability to attack Planeswalkers?
I think I still would.
Okay.
If Stanislav would tell me that.
Okay, so this is Stanislav Sivka's build.
Yeah, and even Floch.
And even Floch. So let's take a look. We have Devour Flash, Magma Jet, Doomblade, a bunch of cheap removal. I guess Devour Flash works really well with Desecration Demon. It seems like it's going to be best in that kind of deck.
Sometimes you can actually just target yourself and gain 6 life or so when you need it. As far as the Magma Jet goes, that's probably the worst card in the deck that virtually doesn't do anything at all. It's just basically a scry to nothing else.
Really? It's just card selection?
Well, basically, we thought it could be good, like about the 2 damage are just
So is that something you're siding out a lot?
Yeah, basically in every matchup. Even against red-green, it's horrible.
Okay. So Doomblade, a staple everyone knows. Anyone who's ever listened to a set review knows what Doomblade can do. It kills everything.
Basically, yeah.
All your favorite mythics that are being printed dies to Doomblade. Let's take a look at some more cards. Speaking of killing things, Anger of the Gods. How has this card been?
That's probably the most important card in the deck. Like, you can basically win against the red-green without playing Anger of the Gods. So that's about it.
What are you looking to like? What are you looking for from that? Are you looking to get a 2-for-1? You're looking for it as a 1-for-1? How do you see that card function?
That depends on the situation, but most of the time you'll get 2-for-1 from it, and that should be enough if you kill like a Sylvan Caryatid and some creature. It should be good.
Right, and it's non-targeted removal again.
Yeah,
so.
and it also kills the Voice of Resurgence without the token. So.
Okay, nice. Right, because exile it instead. And then Chandra Pyromaster. This is a card that we've seen do well in even older formats than Standard.
Well, also, once again, to be honest, I don't think this card is very good in the deck.
Now, is this something you're siding out a lot?
Yeah, being on the draw, I would sideboard it out in most matchups.
Now, is that because, so you guys have Magma Jet, you have Chandra. Did you think there were going to be a lot more smaller creatures in this format?
Yeah, we thought that there's going to be like more Monoreds and maybe Celestians, against which this is actually okay, because they're playing like, most of the time they're playing Llanowar Elves, the Giant Militants and stuff like that. It
hasn't worked out that way. It doesn't matter. Lots of 5/5s for 4 mana.
Yeah, that's not exactly what Chandra is made for.
Okay, so let's take a look at your lands. 4 Mutavaults, 4 Blood Crypts, 4 Rakdos Guild Gates, and then on the next slide, this is an interesting card. It was kind of misleading as to what your deck was. The first time I was looking at deck lists, I'm like, oh, a red, white, black list.
Yes, but it's just there for the scry, and I couldn't agree with Stanislav. He played 3 of them. I think 2 Temple of Silence and 1 Temple of Triumph. But I just don't like my lands going into the game tapped.
So this is, and it's just there to scry.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything else in terms of providing colored mana.
That's right. It also mystifies opponents, so I guess that's good.
Okay, all right, so there's a little bit of misdirection going on there. Your opponent thinks maybe you have something in your sideboard that you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's take a look at your sideboard. Duress, Lifebane Zombie, Doomblade, do things that are obviously matchup dependent. Where are you bringing Duresses in? Mostly in control?
Against control, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I didn't sideboard it against red-green, even though Rakdos Return is good.
How Lifebane Zombie, I assume, comes in that matchup?
Yeah, that card is just great.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it all weekend long, being a 2-for-1. You take a creature out of their hand, and then they're like, well, I really need to get rid of that guy.
Yeah, right,
and you're
right.
like, either you're going to be able to attack with it, or they're just going to run a creature into it.
Yeah, and also it threatens the Planeswalkers, so that's also good.
Underworld Connections, Mother Rakdos Return, Thoughtseize, Shock. Shock, I assume. If you don't like Magma Jet, I can't imagine that you've brought in Shock.
You're completely right.
And let's take a look if there's, is that it?
That's it.
Oh, that's it for the sideboard. Okay, that went by pretty quick. So you are 7-1 right now with the deck.
That's right.
And in pretty good shape here?
Well, I think so. It depends on the matchup in the last round.
Okay, so we're going to let you get back down there. Lucas, thank you for joining us at the Tournament Center. I'm Dagen Marshall. He's Lucas Tchaikovsky. He doesn't love the deck, but it's 7-1.
Lucas Tchaikovsky is a terrific player, and he's a lot of fun as well. I watched his match with Jonathan Hickerson, being joined by BDM here, as we start narrowing down what's been happening in round 14 for you. Now, to start with, we were looking at a match which we were hoping to bring you, which was Kentaro Yamamoto up against the leader, Makihito Mihara.
I really wanted you to see Yamamoto's deck. I really wanted you to see it, Rich.
Yeah. Yes, I know you really did. Well, here's the thing.
We might see it on Sunday?
We might see it on Sunday, because Makihito Mihara on 36 points has conceded the round to Yamamoto. So Yamamoto joins him on 36 points.
So I've seen blue devotion decks.
Sure.
I've seen green devotion decks. We just did a piece
with Mihara,
that we're going to show you guys later. We've certainly seen a lot of red devotion decks. I don't think there's a white devotion deck. I mean, there's not really. No, I haven't. But the black devotion deck is quite exciting. You may have seen some stuff where, people make a lot of tokens with their master waves. These blue tokens.
Sure.
But that doesn't help your devotion.
Well, no, because although they're blue, they don't have any mana.
They don't
cost.
have a pip.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they don't have mana cost. Mm-hmm. But pack rat tokens are exact copies of a pack rat. Oh, by the way, Pack Rat is probably in the top 8 of this constructed Pro Tour Sunday.
Oh dear, that's just fantastic. Oh yes. So that's Kentaro Yamamoto on table 1. Now, what else have we got coming in? Lucas Tchaikovsky, who you've just seen, he defeated Jonathan Hickerson, and that puts him to 11 wins. So he's at the point where you kind of think, if I win, I get to 12, and at that point, I look at standings, see whether I can shake someone's hand, or whether I'm desperately having to play.
Sure.
All right, so if you think at the end of this round, 11 wins is where you want to be. If you're at 10, that's 10-4. That's kind of on the outside looking in, praying for a bit of tiebreak help. Maybe you're the one lucky loser, as it were, at 12-4.
And again, remember, because having the better record means you get to be on the play on Sunday.
Yes.
Which is become increasingly relevant. I mean, very, very matchup relevant.
It's a thing.
It's important. We've seen more and more players choose to play in those final rounds. And so, for example, Craig Wesco gets into the top 8 of Pro Tour Dragon's Maze with an X-4 record because people played in that last round.
Right. So fewer handshakes, more magic. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
That sounds good.
Which sounds awesome to me.
I'm all for that. All right, so that's Yamamoto, that's Yoklowski. Now, Pierre Dagen of France, he's still hanging on in there. He defeated Carsten Linden of Germany. Haven't seen much of Linden, but Dagen's still in the hunt at 11 wins, 33 points. David Schafman, your Pro Tour Nagoya champion from 2011, he is still live for top 8, 33 points. He defeated Raymond Perez Jr., which I think may be as far as the debut hero gets to go.
Puts him on the 4-loss path. But, he gets to the top 25. His path could continue.
I think so. So then we have a terrific match. Jacob van Lunen up against Kenny Oberg.
Oh, my God.
And that's one where you kind of want them both to win.
Yeah.
Two of the good guys of Magic.
And two really innovative deck builders. People who, put on their own drum synth beat when they're building their decks.
Sure, yes. And not necessarily one you can buy in any good record stores.
Would you like me to loan you a drum? No. I use my own drum beat.
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
The winner of that was Jacob van Lunen. So Van Lunen at 30. Let me just check this. Hang on. Don't want to give you the wrong information. Let's just double check back here. Yes, Jacob van Lunen defeats Kenny Oberg of Sweden 2-1. Sorry, Swedish fans, didn't want to give you a heart failure there. Van Lunen wins and advances to 33. Now, what about Sam Black? Of course, you want to be 8-0 overnight. No one wants to be in the pack. You want to lead. But it can be a little lonely up front, and it can get equally scary when you go 8-0 on one day, and suddenly you're like 1-2 or 2-2 the next day, and there are all these great names circling around you, maybe even now around ahead of you. Sam Black's just played Matej Zatlkaj, the Slovak Republic. Sam Black is your winner there. Now, that means that he has gone up to 36 points to 12 wins, so he is now right on the verge. He came in the top 25, and that's just super big result.
And so that was a matchup between the Star City Blue Devotion deck and the Blue Danube Devotion deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now what that does mean is Matej Zatlkaj is still very much in the running because it was a matchup of 33s.
It's just his third loss.
That's right. So he stays at 11 wins there. And then we go to Patrick Chapin against Kai Budde, which you saw. Patrick Chapin defeating Kai by 2-0. And that means that Patrick Chapin goes up to 33 points. Kai, 10 wins, 4 losses. Right on the verge, so we'll have to see. Now, let's take a look at the leaderboard. What does that all do to the shake-up? Let's take a look on the screen for you now. We'll take a look at our big board. Makihito Mihara there at 12-2. Sam Black, 12-2. Kentaro Yamamoto, thanks to that concession from Mihara, 12-2. Then you've got some 11 where you see Dazani still sitting there waiting for his result to go live on our big board. Matej Zatlkaj 11-3. Yoklowski now 11-3. Guillaume Wafatabe, here's a shocker BDM. Deep in the round, the Esper control player Guillaume Wafatabe is still playing.
Oh no!
Yeah, he really is.
Where did it all go wrong?
Where did it all go right? The longer it goes, the more likely it is he's winning. 11-3 for Pierre Dagen. Reitzel at 11-3. Boney now at 10-4. Van Lunen, Chapin 11-3. And as you see, Linden, Budde, Oberg down at 10-4. And that means that they may be struggling. All right, so that's what's happening live. Now, a little while ago, we assembled many, many moving parts and attempted to bring you a little bit of an unusual deck tech. So the thing is, most of the time, we speak English. Do you speak many other languages?
No.
No, neither do I. Not an awful lot, and neither of us speak Japanese. But sometimes someone is so good and so tremendous that we really, really want them in the deck tech area. And that is certainly true of Makihito Mihara, one of my favorite players. I know you have.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone who's on my Hall of Fame ballot this year. I think if this is a 5th top 8 for him, which it's certainly looking like, you have to consider him, one of the early favorites for next year's class.
Absolutely, and I better brush up my skills if I want to interview him at the desk. It was a little bit easier with Luis and Ben and William Jensen. So, here's what we did. We brought in a translator from the Nico team who are streaming live to Japan this weekend here in the building. Very helpful, great guys. So, we're going to show you now the deck tech of Makihito Mihara in his own words.
Hello everybody and welcome to the tournament center here at Pro Tour Theros in Dublin, Ireland. I'm Brian David Marshall and it is my pleasure to have with us Makihito Mihara, Pro Tour top 8 competitor at the last Pro Tour and pretty much locked up as a top 8 competitor at this Pro Tour. With us is translator James Spahn. He's a producer for Nico, one of the other producing the Japanese stream for this Pro Tour. And we're going to talk about a deck that's really exciting. It's another devotion deck, colossal green-red, colossal gruel. What were you thinking about when you were building a deck for this tournament? What was going through your mind as far as what you wanted to do? Because I know you built this deck yourself.
とりあえず我々は、コロサルグリーンデッキもバカでかい緑と赤のデッキで、読んでるんだけれども、デッキを作るときにどういうコンセプトでどういう組み方を考えながらデッキを作ったかっていうのはぜひ聞かせてほしいと。
もともとニクサスで、コンボデッキを作ろうと思ってまず作り始めました。もともとは緑単色でした。
So, Mihara-san actually started with just a green deck, but then he decided that
Nikto Shrine to Nix?
Yeah,
I heard the words combo deck in there
combo
too.
Deck, yeah, exactly. And he decided that he would do that and build a combo deck in prepping for today's tournament.
Well, let's see what that deck looks like. Let's start throwing some cards up on the wall. We'll start with Mana Acceleration. Elvish Mystic, pretty self-explanatory. Sylvan Caryatid, also pretty much we understand it. But a card I think very surprising. Voyaging Satyr. Is this one of your big combo pieces?
Yes.
Yes, no translation needed. This is a combo card. This lets you untap Nikto Shrine to Nix and make incredible amounts of mana. So let's take a look. Let's go a little further in and see what you're going to do with all that mana. Well, also Burning Tree Emissary, a key devotion engine. So Burning Tree Emissary into Scavenging Ooze. So you can go Elvish Mystic on turn 1.
Very cost performance and creature. Mana, big mana ですよね。
You can go turn 1 Elvish Mystic, turn 2 play Burning Tree Emissary, and then Nykthos. And
1 mana elf and 2 burning ace and nexus. It gets 2 turns is 5 mana.
Yeah, you have 5 mana on turn 2 if you go elf, Burning Tree Emissary, and then you can play a Palochronos, you can play an Arbor Colossus. It's a lot. So let's take a look at. So this is what you're doing with all that mana. Tell us about Nylea, God of the Hunt.
マナをいっぱい貯められるデッキなので、そのナイレアはどういう風に今後使っていこうと思いますか。
Big creature is Volcrus and Colossus and big mana creature, but not trample. It's in trample.
So you're giving these guys trample with the God of the Hunt. Okay. And you can also use all that mana to make a big.
Yes.
So let's keep looking through the deck. Let's go to the next slide, and we see 3 Planeswalkers. Domri Raid, we know, but tell me Xenagos. X mana again. You're using the +1, and then Garrett Collar Beast, 4 of this one.
Yes, it's a very good card. Okay. It's key card, combo key card.
Key combo card?
Big mana and Garak in the hand and mana creature in the hand. Its mana is increasing. Yeah.
So you have all this mana, and then you're able to draw a bunch of cards and play them out, or you could also use it to play something for free if you have something big in your hand. Phenomenal. And 4 of them.
Yes.
It's that important. This is not a card we've seen in a lot of decks this weekend, but you think it's really super important.
他のプレイヤーのデッキではほとんど入ってないけれども、三原さんは4枚も入ってるのはなんでそんなに多いんでしょうか。
Not beat down deck. It's combo deck.
Combo deck.
This combo parts.
And this is a combo part. Excellent. Let's keep going, and we'll look at the lands. 9 forests, mostly green. 2 mountains. And then 4 stomping grounds. 4 Temple of Abandon. Okay, so 10 red sources. And then the big one. No! It's so good. They want to play more of them. That should be a 4, I assure you. 7 tried today. But with Voyaging Satyr, it is like you have 7. Because you get to use it twice in 1 turn. Is this the most important card in Standard?
Yeah.
Yes?
Most important standard card. Yeah.
Wow. So, do you see a time where people are playing Encroaching Wastes to kill Nykthos, or is it too fast?
エンクローチングウェイストを使ってネクトスを倒すっていう、そういう、プレイする方っていますか？そういうのを予想されますか？
いや、あんまりいないと思うので。
Yeah, he doesn't really expect that to happen.
Yeah, it comes to, again, turn 2, we talked about being able to play a 5-drop, or, where you've already played 2 other cards. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your sideboard. Wasteland Viper is machine gun when you have Polychronos.
Polychronos machine gun.
Yeah.
And green deck is sideboard best card.
It's the best card against green?
Yeah. This green deck is a big creature. Its creature is blocked.
You just put it. You just play it.
Yeah.
And just get it in the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Mistcutter Hydra against those pesky blue decks.
Yeah, blue, white, and Espark sideboard.
Okay. Destructive Revelry, another new card. Pretty good. Mizium Mortars.
Yeah.
Easy to overload.
Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Okay. And then, wow, a lot of Burning Earth, Chandra Pyromaster, Nylea Disciple.
Sideboard is red deck sideboard.
What's best card in the sideboard?
Yeah, best card. It's best card sideboard. Red deck.
Wow. Another Xenagos, and then Sylvan Primordial. Where do you bring that in against?
And Mirror Match, and it's control deck. But maybe Mirror Match.
Okay, Mirror Match, and in the control decks. So, you think you feel good about this being your 5th Pro Tour top 8, possibly? You feel like you're in a good spot to make the top 8?
今のところトップ8に入るっていうふうに見込んでますかと。
Yes, at 1 ID is top 8.
All right, he needs 1 ID to top 8. I'm going to go let him shake hands with his opponents. I'm Brian David Marshall. That's Makihito Mihara. That's James Bond. And I'm sending you back to the desk. Hi everybody, welcome back to the news desk. I'm Brian David Marshall. I've got a special guest here with us today. It is one David Ochoa. And David, you said that in your week of playtesting, we got to the hotel like on Monday, and you guys had taken over and you're just drafting. You were there for how long?
We were able to successfully infiltrate Ireland a few days before and got there on Saturday, and we just stayed there nonstop. I only went out 1 time from then until now. It was the best setup in the world. Couldn't have gone any better.
Countless drafts.
Oh, a few, yeah.
Yeah, but a very countable number of wins for you. You didn't do very well in the playtest drafts.
No, I had some pretty rocky results. Most of my drafts were 1-2s and a few 0-4s. I managed to 2-1 once. I was very happy. I lost in the last round. I was just crushed. I was looking for that 3-0 and couldn't find it.
Okay, well, maybe you were saving it because you're one of a handful of people who went 6-0 across 2 drafts this weekend.
Yes, I managed to do that. It was pretty nice.
A little modesty there. I have to assume that as you go through that kind of like humbling experience at the Bewley's Ballsbridge conference room.
Don't tell anyone.
that you're learning something about the format. You're playtesting. It's not just playtesting constructed. You're playtesting limited.
Right. We're definitely trying to draft and learn from our mistakes, and just figure out what's good and what's not, and go from there.
So tell me, where do you start? You have this new set, and maybe done a pre-release. Maybe you've played around a little bit online, but like you sit down for your first 8-man draft. You have pretty competitive. Everyone, I think everyone on your team, with the exception of maybe 2 players, has a Pro Tour top 8. So everyone knows what they're doing. What are you looking to do in a Theros draft that's at that level of competition? What was your first instinct?
Well, I was kind of curious about what the best synergies in the set were going to be like, if you could actually support a lot of bestow guys, just any what the best rares were, if an aggro deck's viable, stuff, heroic. I mean, that was any mechanic in the set you want to thoroughly explore, and if it ends up being playable enough, then you want to see if you can find any niche decks that most people won't know about, that you can take advantage of, that use certain cards, like in Innistrad block, for example. There are a lot of decks that would prioritize certain cards much higher than any other archetype, and you could get those cards very late in packs, and that would make your deck just very good.
Right. So you're talking about something like the Spider Spawning deck, where a runic repetition becomes essential to the deck.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh, I can wheel this around the table. I can just take this.
I can take this removal
very
spell.
Very good card.
Yeah.
And know that this will come back around to me, which is incredible to be able to do, right? To be able to get 2 picks out of a pack is a rare treat.
Yeah. And unlike Innistrad, though, with Theros, I haven't really found that there's a lot of niche decks, but there are still multiple ways to draft each color, and so that sort of breaks down into multiple archetypes, which prioritize the commons and uncommons slightly differently.
I've communed with a lot of gods and not found it to be effective in this format, trying to replicate the success of Spider Spawning. So what does your first deck look like? I mean, where did you end up? What did that first deck, what colors was it? What were you trying to do, and how did it fare?
From my very first draft?
Yeah, from going back to your first practice drafts.
Okay, well, what I started doing was I wanted to make an aggro deck, because a lot of people on our team like to play slower controlling decks, and
so what you're doing is the what wouldn't LSV do strategy.
We're balancing some scales, or at least trying to.
You're like Boulder Fall, favorite hoplite.
Yeah. I don't know how many favorite hoplites equal a Boulder Fall, but I know that one Boulder Fall can kill 2 hoplites, so it's somewhere around there. But yeah, I started with trying out aggro decks, specifically white-based, white-blue, white-green, sometimes the red, splashing red, just because red has a pretty low curve and it's got a lot of tricks. And I wasn't really successful in the beginning. Granted, that's from just not knowing what the best order to pick commons in a set is. But I found that I didn't really like dedicated aggro decks, because I found that your average creature is just really small, and eventually, if your draw is a little below average, then you'll just end up running into bigger creatures, and you won't have your opponent down low enough to where you can actually sort of force through that final damage.
Right. So the games go long enough that your creature's just going to be outclassed.
Yeah, it seemed like the games were going much longer than I would have liked them to from an aggro point of view. So I started going with drafting more bestow creatures that were good early and late, and also monstrous creatures, and sort of tried to develop a mid-range strategy that had...
Are you in the Heliod's Emissary over Wingsteed Rider camp?
I don't know. I'm more of a fan of Wingsteed Rider, but that's because I like enchanting it with an Eidolon and turning it into a Baneslayer Angel.
Right. Turn 3, Wingsteed Rider. Turn 4, Hopeful Eidolon. Win the game.
Yeah, or at least, I mean, that 8-point life swing is just usually will give you enough of a difference to make your opponents go back on their heels.
Yeah. So even though the heroic deck would work for you, you're talking more about like the hoplite based, like 1 and 2 drop 1. You'll still play with the heroic cards. Yeah, and there are definitely some heroic cards that are very good, like Battlewise Hoplite and Phalanx Leader. Those the heroic cards that generate a permanent effect. I mean, just putting on +1/+1 counters. I don't want just a 1/3 that gains 2 life. I want my guys a little bit larger. Sure. So you go through that, you start experimenting with the mid-range, and is that where you ended up coming into this event, where you're like, I like these mid-range decks, like I like Ill-Tempered Cyclops and Stone Shock Giants and things like that? Yes, for the most part, yeah. Okay, so walk us through a little bit of Draft 1. Tell us how did that work out for you, Draft 1, once you were here? Okay, so my first draft, I opened up Sea God's Revenge, which our group came to the conclusion, well, a few people like Ben Stark and Raptor, Josh Utter-Layton, they both sort of looked at the card and said, yeah, this card's pretty good. You should not take very many cards above this. And after a few treacherous after some forays on the sea that were more treacherous than I would have liked, so I was a believer. I want to know more of the Sea God's Revenge, and I desired only to play with it. Okay. So that was your first pick of this tournament? Yeah, and what I got past was a bunch of small white creatures that as I said earlier, I don't really like playing with. But one of them was a Phalanx Leader, which made my small guys good enough. I ended up getting a Evangel of Heliod and a few of the white bestow commons, the Faithful Oread, or the Alseid. Alseid, yes. Yeah. And Observant Alseid. Observant Alseid, yes. There we go. I'll get it eventually. And Observant Discussers of Magic. And that deck was a little underpowered, but I had a few of the bounce spells from blue. Like I had you had the Sea God's Revenge. Yes, I had the Sea God's Revenge. I had a Voyage's End, and I had a Griptide, I think. Sure. And I had a Triton's Tactics, which really made things tricky for my opponent. Okay. And do you find Phalanx Leader, I mean, obviously you look at it as it costs 2 mana. Mm-hmm. Do you see it as more like a 4 or 5 drop sometimes? I know when I've played with it, I kind of I don't anticipate playing it on turn 2 against a lot of decks. Yeah, depending on what you see initially, you may want to hold it back, especially if you're playing against a deck that can remove it with like a Lightning Strike or any other cheap removal, which there is actually very little of, since there's very little removal, it's important to get to that point where you can actually start casting your more expensive spells. But with Phalanx Leader, sometimes you want to play it on 2, and sometimes you want to play it on turn 3 or 4 after you've got a few creatures and you want to pump. But if you have a spell that targets it, like with, for example, God's Willing, then you probably want to hold it for 3 mana if you can actually afford to have triple white up. Sure. Some decks will. Do you find there's any incentive to maybe put a couple creatures on the board, other creatures on the board first, see if you can work out some trades, and if not, be able to go Phalanx Leader and then Chosen by Heliod and just lift up your whole team. Optimally, what I would like to do is be able to get as many creatures in play as possible before using the cards that'll trigger heroic. Just because I'm getting the most value out of that. I'm putting a ton of +1/+1 counters on my guys, and I want to play it in such a fashion so that it'll impact combat profitably for me. I want to be able to make it so that you can't actually block with any of your creatures, or you could, but if I have something, then that's going to be very bad for you. Okay. Just leverage the board and sort of generate some tempo from that. So someone gets a Sea God's Revenge, they get a Phalanx Leader, they get a couple of things. What are the key cards you need to have in that deck to make that work, or is it just Phalanx Leader and Sea God's Revenge? Well, getting one of a specific common is not necessarily something that's going to happen just because uncommons are harder to get, but you want to be able to have flyers like Dawnstrike Paladin or the Vaporkin or you were talking about Vaporkin as a card. I thought your take on this was kind of interesting. You get a 2-drop, you think about it. I know, thinking about it on just like a very basic level, I think, I get these really aggressive 2-drops and I'll kill my opponent with them. Mm-hmm. I'll put it down on turn 2 and then I'll attack, and then they're going to die. Mm-hmm. But for you, it's a slightly more nuanced position. Well, with
with this set, a lot of the flyers have equal power and toughness. It's not like with M14 where there was Seacoast Drake and there was just a lot of
toughness running around.
A lot of toughness in the flyers. With this, I mean, there are a bunch of 2-2s and 2-1s and all that sort of stuff. And so your Vaporkin is probably going to be able to bash through most of that. There are a few exceptions, but I mean that Vaporkin is just going to keep on attacking and be able to get in there, just get more and more damage. So,
but you also described it as saying that then eventually it's going to eat one of their cards, right?
Yeah, it's going to have an impact on the game on turn 6, for example.
Right. And then, so you threw out that draft. What was your second draft deck? Did you end up doing something very similar or something very different?
Well, both, actually. I did open Seagod's Revenge again.
Yeah.
I took that, but the pack was also really deep. It was Seagod's Revenge. It was the Blue Emissary, Thassa's Emissary.
Thassa's Emissary, yeah.
There was a Voyage's End.
Wow.
There was a the 4/5 Death Touch Asp.
Sure.
The green one.
Yeah.
And then the one with monsters.
The Nessian Asp.
Nessian Asp, yes.
Yeah. Not Reach, not Death Touch, yeah.
Or yeah, Reach.
Yeah.
And then the rare was the blue-white rare. The 2/2.
Daxus.
Daxus, yes.
Yeah, Daxus of Miletus.
That guy gets pretty nasty, especially if you can put...
I haven't gotten a chance to play with him yet.
Oh yeah, he's good. You should try it.
Yeah, I should just take him.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this pack and I'm thinking, oh man, there's so much blue. I mean, the best cards are all blue, and there's that Asp there that I don't want to snatch it up. So I take the Seagod's Revenge, and then I get past another pack, and there's another Daxus. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is just not where I want to be, because not only am I going to get no blue from pack 2, I don't even know if it's open for pack 1.
Right.
So I end up taking another blue bounce spell of Voyage's End second, and then
which you think is the best blue common?
Yeah, it's one of the problems with or one of the interesting things about this format is that the amount of removal is pretty limited in terms of how cheap it is. There's Lightning Strike and there's Voyage's End and Time to Feed. And everything else is really expensive. There's Divine Verdict, there's Scriptide, there's Lash of the Whip, there's Perforos's Revenge. Those are all really expensive spells. And once you reach the 4, 5, and 6 mana spells, those get really clunky and you can't really execute good turns very well. And it clutters things up, and that's not good.
So you see God's Revenge, you have a Voyage's End. Where does that go? What's your other color?
So I'm looking at this and I see there's greens open. So I start taking green monsters. And I think there was a the 3/3 common center that gains life.
Yeah. Oh sure. Nylea's Disciple.
Yeah, there was a Nylea's Disciple, and I just took one of those up because I saw that there were like about 3 green cards. So I figured, yeah, this is good enough. So I went into it, and thankfully that was rewarding in pack 2 because there were very few people who were green on to my left.
Sure. I've had a fair amount of success with green blue. I mean, I find you get those bounce balls. Seagod's Revenge is so good in that deck in particular because you're just mounting this kind of army of asps and centaurs and really fat things.
Yeah, you have all these big creatures, and then when you can bounce all their guys, all your green creatures are generally larger than their creatures, so it makes blocking pretty difficult.
Cool. And so 6-0, are we going to get to see some videos and some walkthroughs from you regarding this draft format?
Yes, I would definitely suspect that there will be more than one.
Okay, we're going to see some battles of good versus evil?
Yes. There will be much battling, and I can only hope that evil doesn't vanquish good.
Okay, awesome. For David Ochoa, this is Brian David Marshall. We're gonna swap out a David Ochoa for a Rich Hagon, and we'll let you get back to the remainder of your tournament. Thanks
awesome.
a lot.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Steve. Now, I could be wrong, Brian David Marshall, but I think what just happened there is that the strategic content went down and the hair content went up. I think that's approximately what just occurred here at the studio. I come bearing gifts, the kind of gifts that you really like. And do you remember the end of day rap yesterday?
Yes. Are you going to hit me now?
When you wouldn't show me any of the standings? No. Okay. So first of all, let's get to the leaderboard and we'll slowly walk through what's going on because it all gets pretty complicated down the stretch. So let's take a look at the leaderboard as it stands after 14 of 16 rounds. We have Makihito Mihara of Japan on 36 points. That's 12 wins and 2 losses. We also have, tied for 25th on the rankings, Sam Black, 12 and 2. And we have Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan, 12 and 2. So they're the 3 co-leaders. Now, before we started that piece with David Ochoa, we didn't actually know what had happened to Guillaume Wafatapa and Jeremy Desani. And we said, sort of semi-jokingly, the longer it goes, the more likely it is that Wafatapa is going to win with his Esper control deck. Well, actually, turned out the longer it went, the more likely it was going to be a draw. And that's what happened. So Desani, you see there, 11-2-1, and Wafatapa, 11-2-1. So now, BDM, talk us through all that just incredible talent at 11-3.
Unbelievable. Paul Reitzel, your Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, just, I mean, you and I just love talking to him. Mm-hmm. We love watching him play Magic. He's someone who, perhaps doesn't have as much not year-round dedication to the game, but he just doesn't have that ability to travel to Grand Prix and play maybe as much as everyone else.
Time. That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Time.
He has a job. He has this kind of real life that, not necessarily solely a professional Magic player, and really brings this intense focus when he gets to play. He takes those opportunities very seriously now.
Oh, and he said he was just so excited. He said, I don't think I've ever felt prepared in the way that I have this week.
Working with the Team Star City group, he's playing the black-white mid-range deck, but he still gets to play like little white guys that he has really become known for. He gets to play like Soldier of the Pantheon and Precinct Captain, but also gets to play these big control cards later in the game.
So you've got the likes of Reitzel there. You've got Dagen at 33 points. Let's go back to our scoreboard as we show you Lucas Jaklowski there on 33 points
We just did an interview with Lucas Jaklowski talking about his Demons and Dragons deck that was designed by Stanislav Sivka. That he's a little like, I don't know how good this deck is, but I'm 7-1 with it, so 8-1 now.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, well, by the looks of things, that's a Pro Tour champion.
Multiple Pro Tour Top 8 competitor. Multiple Pro Tour Top 8 competitor with a Hall of Fame. Pro Tour champion. Hi, Raymond Perez. How are you? Enjoying your first trip to the Pro Tour?
Absolutely. Now, we think that the 4th loss is pretty critical. We've been saying that all along. But people with 4 losses still have a ticket to the dance. And this is how it works, because we've now got pairings for the penultimate round. Ooh. And as BDM said, everything shifts because of this excitement over will they keep on playing because of getting to the play or draw rule in the top 8. So, Sam Black and Kentaro Yamamoto, they are playing both on 36 points. Now, realistically, they will shake hands and walk into the sunset, one would think, because then that's them pretty much locked in on 37 points. Makihito Mihara, having just conceded the last round, remember, now faces Guillaume Wafatapa, who absolutely has to play this round because he only drew last round. So we'll see that in the feature match area. Table 3, Jeremy Desani, 43 points. He is up against Patrick Chapin on 33 points. So, again.
Also worth noting at this point is you're talking about the sort of people playing versus drawing.
Yeah.
Especially when you get large teams, Star City Games, Channel Fireball, specifically, teams with 15 players, teams that, players that have that kind of experience and pedigree where they're going to be making deep runs in tournaments and they're going to be clogging up the top tables.
Yes.
Well, suddenly, Sam Black may look at his matchup and, think it's favorable and, he realizes Patrick Chapin sitting there on X and 3, maybe wants to give him a slightly better shot at getting in with 4 losses.
Wow.
I don't know this, but this is what we've seen happen. This is why there have been a couple more X and 4s. It's not just the idea of I want this positioning, but you know what? I also want to maximize my team's chances.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly we used to sort of laughingly refer to Channel Fireball as the Dream Crushers, because with 2 rounds to go, they'd have locked up 4 of the top 8 and then just go, now, who will we not have join us this year? Which was kind of brutal, but also that's what it's for, that's the game. So Desani and Chapin, 34-33. Reitzel, Jaklowski are on 33 points each. The winner here gets to 36, then has to start looking at tie breaks and seeing whether they can ID. David Scharfman and Camille Cornelissen,
Wow.
the same thing. So, which is a huge match.
Have you explained to people anything about Camille Cornelissen's deck?
I have not. Very briefly, it goes like this. At a Dutch pre-release, Frank Karsten was going, hey, you know what? Mono Red Devotion, I bet that's kind of fun. I'll jam some cards together and play a few games with my good friend Camille Cornelissen. Camille's a bit busy, doesn't play a lot of Magic, but found time to play the pre-release. He played the pre-release, had some fun with Frank, then went, you know what, I might turn up to this, but I haven't done any testing. I know what I'll do. I'll play Frank Karsten's pre-release Mono Red Devotion deck. By the way, Channel Fireball, brackets with Frank Karsten, have tested and tested and tested and arrived at a Mono Red Devotion deck. Guess who might make the top 8? I'll give you the clue. It's either Camille Cornelissen or Channel Fireball, and it's not Channel Fireball. Wow!
Throwback red.
Throwback red indeed. And finally, Pierre Dagen on table 6 up against Jacob van Lunen is the deal.
Wow.
So, here's the thing. There are only 13 players left with 2 losses or better, 11 wins or more. There are 25 more players sitting on 10 wins. So there are so many people trying to kick the door down. If any of these top tables stumble or do the math roly-poly and suddenly end up 9th, 10th.
And it's not to say that it's 8th place or bust at this tournament. Keep in mind,
sure.
we have a lot of players who are playing their first Pro Tour or playing here on a silver Pro Tour invite. You know, playing, so they have one shot, their silver bullet as we called it. People are playing from the mocks. So, you know, people playing to get into that top 25 and string some Pro Tour appearances together.
We are going to string a round 15 appearance together. Roundabout now, it is time for the penultimate round. It's an incredible hour of Magic. Don't you dare go away. Round 15 coming right up.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian Kibler, and that is a Zac Hill over there. We've got Paul Reitzel down in the feature match area against Lukas Jaklovsky. They're both sitting on 33 points, Brian. How does it look?
Well, we have the standings right here, and we're getting to the point where players are looking to see if they can draw. Now, these players are both in a position where if they can win this round, they're looking to get a draw out of the next round to reach that critical X3-1 record.
And so both of these players are seen in our other matches that we have in our feature match area. Makihito Mihara versus Guillaume Afetapa. Now, this is a little bit different. Mihara's on 36, and Guillaume is actually on 34, so one ahead of our other match there.
Right, so Mihara's in the position where if he gets a draw, he's very likely in at any point from now. Whereas Afetapa, if he gets a win, he's at that same point. He has the 37 points, the sort of crucial break point where you start being in contention for top 8.
So one win out of either this round or the next round, and he could be
Absolutely.
in. Okay, and then our other matches are Jeremy Dezani versus Patrick Chapin, 33 and 34, and then David Scharfman versus Camille Cornelissen, both on 33. But we are ready to go down to the feature match area for the second to last round of Swiss here from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros here from Dublin. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with special guest Brian Kibler. Also, Zac Hill is with us. We are taking a look here at Paul Reitzel on the left versus Lukas Jaklovsky on the right-hand side. Brian, what is Paul playing?
Paul is playing a aggressive white deck, which actually he has named White Meanie. It's a white-black deck that has sort of mid-range style of deck. It has aggressive creatures with Soldier of the Pantheon and Precinct Captain, and backs those up with a lot of disruption and removal. He has Thoughtseize, Hero's Downfall, Sin Collector, a whole array of sort of mid-sized creatures as well.
All right, Zach, what are we looking at for Lukas?
Lukas is on a black-red-white deck, it is a straight black-red deck.
Interesting.
Kind of
we haven't seen this
deck.
one yet, at least when you and I have been in the booth here. Why don't you take a look at that list? I think I saw a few people playing this out in the feature match or out in the main area when I was out wandering around. In the meantime, Paul Reitzel has led things off here with a Soldier of the Pantheon and another tap land into well, just a Mutavault here for Zatlkaj. That's a little bit weird of a start there. What does the early game look like for Lucas here?
Well, Lucas's early game is a bunch of removal spells. He's got Dreadbore, Devour Flesh, Magma Jet, Doomblade, Anger of the Gods.
Wow.
So I think his plan with turn 1 Mutavault is his hand's pretty mana dense, is just to attack with it.
I accomplished something, when they say that
and
no responses, right?
And to set up Anger of the Gods on the third turn.
All right, so Paul Reitzel is going to fire off a Read the Bones on turn 3 after an attack here. And he's taking a look at his hand and comparing it to the scry options. He's going to put one on top, one on bottom, and then draw 2 here. Brian, is this what Paul wants to be doing on turn 3?
Absolutely, actually. Lucas's deck is really set up with a ton of removal spells, and it really aims to trade 1-for-1 with you, and then end up getting ahead with either Read the Bones or Chandra or Rakdos Return, things like that. Paul just wants to present a clock, present threat that's going to start getting damage in and putting pressure on Lucas, and he also has his own Read the Bones to sort of get ahead.
Okay.
I think the Obsidots we see here in Paul's hand are going to be very crucial in this matchup. A lot of the removal in Lucas's deck is sorcery speed, stuff like Dreadbore.
Right.
And those aren't able to actually kill Obsidot. Same thing goes with Doomblade. So he's going to be leaning on those Obsidots to try and win the game, I think.
All right, so we just see Lucas has drawn his own Read the Bones. He got in there with his Mutavault last turn. Paul Reitzel not committing anything to the board, just playing Lance and saying go after that initial Soldier of the Pantheon. Right now it's Lucas's turn, and he is taking a look at the full grip that he has here and trying to decide what he wants to do. Now, Lucas was on the draw here, so a Read the Bones would be a discard.
Yeah, he'd need to discard to Read the Bones, but what he needs is a second swamp for that Desecration Demon. Despite the fact that he has 5 mana sources, one of which is a dual land, he doesn't have the second black. So either he draws the cards trying to get to that, or says, okay, I don't care, and just plays Stormbred Dragon, but it looks like he is willing to discard that extra card just to dig a little bit further.
Okay, so he sees a swamp, which he's going to put on top, and I couldn't see what the other card was, but he shipped it to the bottom, and he's going to draw 2. He draw 2 here, lose a couple of life. Actually, it actually wasn't a swamp. It was a land, though.
Yeah,
it's like a Guild Gate.
The other card that he ended up drawing is a Hero's Downfall, which will be crucial against the Obsidots that are in Paul Reitzel's hand.
Okay, and he should have 8 cards here, right?
Yeah, that's what they're discussing right now.
Okay, cool. So he does discard there. Paul Reitzel draws Plains for the turn, gets in there with the Soldier of the Pantheon, and does he have a play? Is this Obsidot? There it is. Obsidot goes Council. You just mentioned it, Brian. You said this is going to be an important one, and Paul, on the earliest turn possible, has it on the battlefield. He does exile it on end step as well, and things are looking pretty nice for Paul Reitzel here.
Yeah, I mean, even if Lucas is able to use Hero's Downfall, I mean, he still gets drained for 4.
The fact that Paul also has a second copy of Obsidian in his hand puts Lucas in a pretty tough spot. He does have Stormbreath Dragon, which is protection from white, but that doesn't stop the drain that Obsidian is able to do every time it enters the battlefield each turn.
So that can give Paul Reitzel some inevitability and really put the onus back on Lucas. But instead, well, it looks like Lucas is just going to pass the turn. He wants to leave Hero's Downfall up to take care of the first Obsidian here.
And here we see one of the strengths of Paul's deck. Lucas has a fistful of various removal spells, but none of them are good. Yeah. He's in a position where Dreadbore can't kill either of the creatures in play. Anger of the Gods could kill Soldier of the Pantheon, but it's an incredibly inefficient answer there.
Right.
And he has to use the removal spell to kill this Obsidian, and it's just going to follow up with another Obsidian, which leaves Zatlkaj with no real answer.
And Zatlkaj, I mean, he's holding Rakdos Return, which usually would be pretty good in a matchup like this, but he hasn't applied any pressure to Paul. Paul hasn't had to commit anything to the board, so he can't even threaten Paul's entire hand.
Right. This is one of the reasons that a card like Soldier of the Pantheon is so good in Paul's deck, because it allows Paul to actually keep his opponent on the back foot. Lucas's life is very, very low here.
Yeah.
And if he had no cheap creatures, like a lot of white-black sort of control decks only really have the expensive stuff, but Soldier here has put Lucas in such a tough position. Look at it. He's sacrificing a Mutavault to block.
Right. He has to do this. He's going to set him back a land drop. It also makes cards like Thoughtseize that Lucas could draw or Read the Bones a lot more awkward.
Well, that's the thing. Both of these decks have access to Thoughtseize, Read the Bones. The difference is Paul is able to get on the offensive on the first turn of the game, making the life payments actually matter for one of the two players.
Okay. All right, so that all happens, and there's the second Obsidian. We saw that before, and this could be a really, really, really tough thing for Lucas to deal with. He needs, what, basically another Hero's Downfall?
A Downfall or a Devour Flesh. I think one of the reasons he got rid of the Soldier of the Pantheon was to set himself up to be able to cast Devour Flesh.
That makes sense. Yep. Yeah, good call, Zach. That makes perfect sense.
And here he drew a Thoughtseize, which is not very good right now. What matters is not in what's in Paul's hand, but what is waiting in exile to return to the battlefield and smack him on the chin.
Now, as it sits...
And yeah, Paul just shows him the Hero's Downfall, and that's enough.
Yeah, all right. And Lucas seemed to have a pretty good read that could happen here as he just sort of paused, and Paul Reitzel takes game 1 of this late feature match.
What's your motor name? MS Dots. What is it? MS Lock.
Show the world you watch the Pro Tour coverage with the Theros Tourist Achievement. Just log on to planeswalkerpoints.com and enter the redemption code IWatchedTheros to earn your reward. So one of the key cards in that game, in fact, it was probably the key card, was Obzedat Ghost Council. Brian, why is it so good?
Obzedat is an incredibly powerful threat that is very resilient to removal. Because it's only ever in play on your turn as long as you want, as you choose to use the ability, you can't kill it with any kind of sorcery speed removal. We saw Dreadboard just sitting in Jaklowski's hand, totally stranded that game, unable to kill it. And it's also a creature that can continue to threaten your opponent with a life drain, even if they have blockers. So even if Jaklowski had played Stormbreath Dragon there, which has protection from white, Obzedat is a white creature, it wouldn't have actually stopped the lethal life drain when it came into play.
Yeah, Zach, we see here that a few slides about, or a few bullet points about how it was in R&D. It says it was changed from 4/4 to 5/5, partially so that it could be exile, bust, lessen a charm. One of the strengths of Obzedat Ghost Council, Zach, is that it is so resilient to removal.
Well, and actually, one of the reasons we decided to put this much power into this card and make it so resilient to removal was precisely because we knew Ravnica Block, as a gold set, would have a lot of just sort of generically good, appealing removal spells. And we knew there'd be a lot of them, but we didn't want to enable a deck that was like too good to be just like card draw, removal, kill everything. So part of that is we tried to make different removal good at doing different things, kind of having different, some of it like Dreadboard kills everything, but it's a sorcery. Other cards like, Mizzium Mortars can't get super big cards. Other things like Celestia Charm can't get small cards.
Right.
But we also wanted cards that, like, if all you were doing was just like casting card draw and killing things, it was going to be really hard to beat a card like this.
Yeah, it's got an appropriately rough casting cost as well. I mean, I think that's one of the things that you can overlook pretty easily is just say, this card's insane. It's also very difficult to cast with black, white in its mana cost.
Not for Paul Reitzel's deck.
Not at all. Now, Paul doesn't get to run Mutavaults or anything of that sort. Because
he
has one? Okay.
Little ahead of one Mutavault.
Just the singleton Mutavault. All right. Yeah.
There is one pretty neat interaction in Paul Reitzel's deck involving Obzedat. He has one copy of Whip of Erebos. And not only is Whip of Erebos great with Obzedat's 5/5 body, getting you 5 points of lifelink each turn, but because of a sort of trick with how Whip of Erebos actually works. When at the end of your turn, you have to exile the creature you return with Whip of Erebos. And you have to exile it if it would go anywhere other than exile. If you exile it to its own exile ability, it actually still returns, and it's considered to have satisfied the requirement to exile it for Whip of Erebos.
Very tricky.
If you have a Obzedat in your graveyard that your opponent has managed to kill, as difficult as that may be, you can actually return it with Whip of Erebos, and then exile it to its own ability, and it'll continue returning every turn.
Oh man, that's got to be pretty demoralizing to sit on the other side. I mean, it's already hard enough to kill, right?
Well, as Zach was saying, there's a lot of decks that are card draw, removal, things like that. The Esper control decks that many of us thought were going to be very popular here, they are absolutely decimated by Whip Obzedat.
I see.
You can counterspell their Obzedat. They're like, oh, I'll just whip it back into play, and now it's here forever.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible synergy there.
Also works with Aetherling.
Also true, yes.
If you're playing a blue-black deck. I haven't seen as many of those today, but precious.
Talking a little bit about sideboard, are there any cards, Brian, out of out of Paul's deck that just stand out to you from the board?
Well, he's definitely bringing in Sin Collector. Sin Collector is one of the best cards in the white-black color combination at disrupting any kind of controlling strategy that relies on removal spells, which are generally instants and sorceries.
Okay.
He has 2 copies of Sin Collector he's going to be bringing in. Some sort of questionable cards. He has an Elspeth. Planeswalkers are traditionally very powerful against control decks that rely on removal because they allow you to generate an advantage every turn they're in play. He also has Underworld Connections, which I think is a clear inclusion as well.
Okay, what about for you, Zach? You've been taking a look at the list of Lucas Yaklovsky. What does the sideboard look like?
Yeah, so one of the big upsides, actually, I think, to playing a black-red deck, I think you have to pay a lot of cost, but an advantage is you get to bring in Lifebane Zombie against the black-white decks, and they don't get to bring in Lifebane Zombie against you. Lifebane Zombie is one of the best cards in the format, really phenomenal answer to Blood Baron of Vizkopa and Ghost Council, like we just talked about, or whatever it's called.
It's called
Obzedat, Ghost Council.
It is still Ghost Council.
It's still a Ghost Council.
Yeah.
It's good
it's
against
still
that.
in its own way.
Right. So I think you definitely get Lifebane Zombie. You definitely bring in Underworld Connections. You definitely bring in Rakdos Return. And then you want some number, I think, of Thoughtseize Duress. I don't think you want to overload on those because you need good top decks, but I think you definitely bring in the Thoughtseize and try and get some of those problematic cards out of their hand.
Okay, interesting. Let's see how this plays out. Lucas Yaklovsky started off with a tap land, hasn't done anything, and there's a scry land there for Paul Reitzel. Take a quick look at Paul Reitzel's lifetime stats. He is a veteran of the game at 28 years old, 148,000 in career winnings, 3 Pro Tour top 8s.
Including a win in Amsterdam.
That's right.
Yes.
He is a Pro Tour champion.
He was also playing an aggressive, disruptive white deck there. Definitely his wheelhouse.
All right, we have a turn 2 Thoughtseize here from Lucas, and we get a chance to, or he gets a chance to see all of Paul Reitzel's hand here. There's a Sin Collector. I see an Obzedat. I see the Elspeth. He did bring it in. You mentioned that one, Brian. There's also a Desecration Demon and then 3 lands, including his his Miser's Mutable.
The Miser's Mutable is kind of interesting because with Obzedat, because you need black, white, the one Mutavault can never stop you from casting Obzedat because there's only one colorless to cost.
That's true. I like that. That's kind of cute. It works. All right, so Camille Cornelissen up a game over David Scharfman on our back table.
I actually briefly talked to Frank Karsten before the round. He said, you know who's doing the best with our red deck? Camille.
That's funny.
Clearly all the testing you did after that point
We just made it worse, I guess.
That's what this one result shows.
Exactly.
Yeah. Read the bones here for Lucas. He's going to lose 2 life. He is right now still deciding about his scry. Read the bones, not an easy card to play. A lot of tough decisions we've seen throughout the course of the week here on people playing it both in limited and in constructed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very finicky card, you know, and that, like, a lot of the power of it is getting the scry exactly right and knowing, like, when to put 1 on top and 1 on bottom. You know, the 2 life is just enough to matter. You know, but it's why you're seeing a decent number of these non-blue control decks, because it allows you to play, you know, a decent amount of removal, a decent amount of threats, and smooth those draws. Make sure you don't just draw the wrong half of your deck at the wrong time.
That's right. Now, Paul Reitzel, another tap land. He hasn't actually done anything yet.
No, he got his Sin Collector Thoughtseized,
right.
And the rest of his hand was pretty expensive, as we saw. One amusing note about Scry, as we were talking about Read the Bones, Lucas Yaklovsky actually has 1 Temple of Silence in his deck, which is sort of threw Zach off at the beginning. He was like, oh, he's black, white, red. It's like, no, he's actually just black, red, and is playing it just as a Scry land.
Oh, interesting.
New Benalia style.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we haven't seen this yet, at least since we've been on camera. We've got a Chandra Pyromaster here. She's going to jump up to 5 loyalty in an empty board. That's got to be pretty good for Lucas.
Absolutely. Chandra is a very, very powerful threat in this sort of matchup because not only is it actually capable of killing Soldier of the Pantheon for value the turn it comes into play, leaving you with a Planeswalker there, but being able to just get an additional card every turn is huge.
All right, now here's a Desecration Demon, though, for Paul Reitzel. So he's finally on the board, and it's in a big way. 6/6 flyer. That is going to threaten Chandra Pyromaster if Lucas doesn't do anything about it. I believe he's got a Dreadbore in hand, though.
He does have a Dreadbore. I think we're going to see Chandra. What he doesn't have is an additional land. So I think Yuklavsky is going to try to hit a land.
He did. He just hit a Mutavault there, it looks like.
This is one of the things about Chandra that can be kind of interesting, because Chandra actually puts you in a weird spot when you activate its 0 ability, because sometimes you actually hit a card that you don't really want to cast this time. Like in this situation, say Lucas had hit a spell that didn't actually kill Desecration Demon.
Yeah.
He needs to kill Desecration Demon
right.
in order to keep Chandra in play. So he really wants to cast that Dreadbore. So if he'd hit, say, well, I mean, he could have hit any number of cards he just couldn't cast, like a dragon. But if he hit Anger of the Gods, it didn't draw him a card. So this is really the red card drawing we see of, like, you know, oh, are you getting what you want right now? Maybe. But I mean, when you have a 0 ability that is very similar to draw a card on a 4-cost Planeswalker, it's pretty reminiscent of Jace.
Yeah,
So.
for sure. All right, Lucas is talking to himself a little bit as he thinks through his options.
I mean, does
get a look at Yuklavsky's hand here. He's got a Lifebane Zombie, a Dreadbore, a Rakdos' Return, an Anger of the Gods, a Read the Bones. Looks like one of those is gone.
Wow,
Thoughtseize.
that's interesting. So he chooses to play the Lifebane Zombie to get that Obstadat. He recognizes the Obstadat that he saw from the Thoughtseize before, I believe, is a huge threat, and this is his only opportunity to use Lifebane Zombie to get rid of it.
Okay, so he's going to take that opportunity, get that out of there. He does see there's a second Elspeth now in Paul's hand.
Taking a look at it.
Making sure he knows what it does.
That's really important.
Oh, yeah.
I had a number of games in playtesting early where I just totally forgot what cards did, or just misinterpreted what cards did. I was like, wait, this card doesn't fly, or this card does fly, or wait, what? Let's make sure what's going on here.
A pretty big bummer for Yuklavsky that the land he hit was Mutavault. If it had produced black, it would have been incredible this time.
Oh yeah, he would have been able to get that Desecration off the board with the Dreadbore in his hand.
Yeah.
As it stands, Chandra still going to replace itself, gain him 6 life, deal a damage. Not incredible, not really what you want your Chandra to do, but not the end of the world either.
Yeah, Mutavault's always an interesting question. Even in a 2-color deck like Yuklavsky's, it does have its downside.
Well, the more gold cards you're playing, of which Yuklavsky has a lot, the more the drawback's just going to come up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just less things to do with colorless mana. So we see the Chandra sticking around because Lifebane Zombie can sacrifice to Desecration Demon. I was kind of expecting the zombie to die, but it looks like Reitzel's like, okay, fine. I'll just have to sit and grow my demon.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So normally the Lifebane Zombie gets you up a card thanks to giving you a body as well as exiling the creature from your opponent's hand.
Right.
Here it sort of gives him a card in the sense that it keeps Chandra alive for a turn. But
so he can gain that card back with the activation, and Chandra gets to stay on the battlefield.
Does give him a window to cast that Dreadbore to remove the demon on the following turn.
So Paul sends his Mutavault.
Yeah, Paul could have theoretically cast Devour Flesh to try and remove the zombie. Yuklavsky could have activated Mutavault and sacrificed Mutavault to either the Demon Effect or the Devour Flesh. Probably the Devour Flesh to gain 2 more life. That said, it still would have set Yuklavsky back a turn on mana, and Reitzel knows that Yuklavsky played the land off Chandra. Although that he doesn't necessarily know that means he doesn't have any more lands. So an interesting decision point for Paul there.
And, ooh, a Desecration Demon. Does he want it?
And that's really where the +1/+1 counter on Desecration Demon just makes such a difference. Because that means that Yuklavsky can't play his demon and try to trade to keep Chandra around for longer.
That's right.
Although he's still able to stick it as a threat to threaten Elspeth if Paul tries to play one of those.
So, Zach, do you think that Lucas is pretty locked into to Dreadboring that Desecration Demon this turn?
I think you want to. I mean, Paul played around Rakdos' Return by not casting Devour Flesh. You know, so because otherwise he'd lose all of his cards to Rakdos' Return and not have an Elspeth to follow up with. So I mean, it's a trade-off, right? You can either decide to kill the demon and keep your Chandra around, or cast a demon and try to threaten the Elspeth that you've got to expect is coming. Although it might just eat a Devour Flesh if you don't have mana to activate your Mutavault.
Okay. Well, Lucas is cast Read the Bones and is just decided to keep the 2 cards instead of doing any scrying to the bottom here. And then he's left up Dreadbore mana to kill Desecration Demon. And there it goes, Demon down. And Paul is actually considering the possibility of Devour Fleshing himself here, or what is... He's thinking.
He is definitely thinking.
I mean, do you think if he thinks, well, my hand's going to be gone anyway, like I'm going to go Elspeth, he's going to Rakdos' return the rest of my cards, I might as well get something out of this, or...
It could be. It seems the 7 life here is not a huge...
Because his hand is on his head. I mean, he's really thinking about this.
He's in the tank here. It goes, okay.
Demon down.
Yeah, I mean, I think, because Yaklovsky kept the cards off Read the Bones, you can expect that he does have the remaining land, meaning that if you do anything, he can get you with Rakdos return for 4 next turn. I think by not, using it in response, it just forces your opponent to spend more mana.
Okay.
And it just gives you access to additional lines of play if you don't just jam Elspeth out there this turn. But I do think it was a hard decision.
The particularly awkward thing for Paul here is that even with Elspeth going to 5 loyalty, the Rakdos return plus Chandra plus 1 ability actually kills it.
And that will also clean out the rest of Paul Reitzel's hand?
So
wow, so this is going to be a huge turn.
Yeah, this is going to be enormous for Jaklovsky. He's going to, well, I imagine, going to Rakdos return away Paul's entire hand. He actually even drew a land, so he can just do it for 5. Yeah,
and he does immediately redirect over to Elspeth, and this Rakdos' return is one of the most powerful cards in the format if you can set it up correctly, and Jaklovsky has done exactly that.
Yeah,
wipes away.
Getting a Planeswalker with return is just the actual awesomest thing in the world.
It really is. I'm glad that you decided to say awesomest thing in the world also. And that also allows Chandra to ping a soldier, although she still does fall the next turn.
The lone Mutavault.
Yeah.
coming up big.
Yeah. That's actually probably the exact situation. They're like, if only we had Mutavault. Chandra's +1 ability to deal damage to a token and a player was designed specifically with Elspeth in mind.
Oh, is that
to
right?
start being able to pick off the tokens. Yeah.
Interesting. But it came out first. I'm so confused. It's like you can see the future.
We hire psychics, actually.
Oh, okay. That's how R&D works. So there's a Desecration Demon now for Jaklovsky as he looks to start to go on the offensive and close out this game, not let Paul Reitzel draw into any of his powerful 5-drops.
Yeah, I mean, that Rakdos return is just totally incredible. Again, one of the best possible weapons, not just against control, where it's traditionally just in any sort of mid-range fight.
And we really saw how the dynamic of this game was very different, given the fact that Paul didn't have an early aggressive creature.
Right.
In the first game, he didn't give Jaklovsky time to set up something like Rakdos return.
Yes.
He was able to pressure him and keep Jaklovsky on the back foot and really punish him for his thought seizes and his read the bones. And in this game, Jaklovsky is the one who's out ahead because Paul didn't really have that early pressure, and he was able to take the initiative and just wipe out Paul's hand with Rakdos return.
Now Jaklovsky is bringing out the big guns here. It is a Stormbreath Dragon. Paul Reitzel is going to sacrifice his soldier token to keep the Desecration Demon at bay, but he's still going to take 4 from that Hasty Dragon. Paul draws his card for the turn. It's just the only card he has access to. After that Rakdos is returned, it's left him empty. He draws a Swamp, plays it, and passes the turn. He can live another turn here, but he's got to find something next turn, and that should do it. I believe that's a Rakdos' return there for Jaklovsky. Wow. And we have a tie. It is 1-1, so we're going to get a Game 3 in this critical late tournament match between Paul Reitzel and Lukas Jaklovsky. Theros is available now on Magic Online. Play in sealed deck and booster draft release events from now through October 23rd to add the Harvester hero avatar to your collection. And then get ready to face the Hydra Challenge running October 24th through November 6th. For more information, visit mtgonline.com. Guillaume Wafotapa up a game over Makihito Mihara, I am told, and it looks like one of our other matches is getting near finished here, though I don't know exactly who won back there. Camille Cornelissen wins 2-0 over David Scharfman. Guys, let's take a look at Rakdos's return. Zach, this card's scary. Like, I remember when I first saw it, and I was like, it reminded me of Blightning, but where you could just go huge. Talk to us a little about Rakdos's return.
Yeah, so Rakdos Return was designed as kind of the mirror to Sphinx's Revelation. They were both made at the same time. Of course, one is an instant and the other is not. So that
but you're paying extra
make them a little bit less of a mirror. But I mean, they're both clearly intended to be strong cards. Rakdos Return basically feels very red-black, a good discard card that you can use in the late game. Whereas Blightning, you kind of want to just cast. I mean, it's basically good whenever. Rakdos Return is a card that you really want to set up. It can go big. It can wipe out the entire hand of a control deck, and as we mentioned, it's also a great tool for just like mid-range decks to fight other mid-range decks. If you accelerate mana, even like play a Rakdos Kiru and Rakdos Return for 3, that can be very, very good in like a Jund mirror or something along those lines.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Brian, this is a type of card that can go over the top in the mid-range. We were talking earlier about your definition of a mid-range type deck, and we were saying that Patrick Chapin's deck, which is what Paul's playing here, is doing it. How badly does a deck like this want access to a card like Rakdos's Return?
I mean, this deck would love to have access to Rakdos Return. Not only does it give you a powerful sort of card advantage tool, which would give you great ways to fight other mid-range decks, fight control decks. It's also a finisher.
Right.
This is a deck that, as we saw in Game 1, is able to get a lot of early damage in with cards like Soldier of the Pantheon, Precinct Captain, and this would be a great combination of disruption and finisher. You see that this deck already has its Sin Collectors and its Thought Seizes and the like. If it's able to cast this on turn 5, turn 6 to sort of put the nail in the coffin against other mid-range or control decks.
Yeah, now, Zach, I wanted to ask you about Rakdos's Return in the new standard. It feels like it's primed. Brian was just mentioning cards that disrupt your opponent's hand that we didn't have when Rakdos's Return first came out. Now we have Thoughtseize and Sin Collector available to us. How does that change the way that how often we're going to be seeing Rakdos's Returns for 5 that just wipe out our opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's better against control decks because now you have Thoughtseize. So you can Thoughtseize them, take their counterspell, and then Rakdos Return the rest of their hand. And unlike many other discard spells that reach a peak of usefulness because you don't want to be drawing Duress on turn 8 in the late game, if you draw a Rakdos Return on turn 8 or 19, instead of being upset, you're thrilled because the game ends in your favor and your opponent signs a match slip. You just hit them for 12 damage. So I mean,
we saw exactly that in the World Magic Cup Finals this year.
Where
the Rakdos Return off the top was just fireball.
Yes, it was. Yeah, really excellent card. I think I want to build maybe a Nykthos Rakdos's Return deck and just go very, very big here. But I think we're going to be seeing those, and we mentioned it a minute ago. But really, one of the huge upsides to this card is its ability to deal with a Planeswalker in addition to taking away your options.
And really, like a black-red deck right now has access to Dreadbore and Hero's Downfall and Rakdos Return. Planeswalkers are, they're still good because if you don't have an answer, they're, iterative card advantage, but not as strong as they would be at other points in the game's history against a deck that tries to win by doomblading all your threats.
I like it that changes throughout sets.
The real weakness of decks like these that use disruptive cards like Thoughtseize and Rakdos Return and Sin Collector is the fact that they can't stop their opponent from top decking something. Right. Cards like Sphinx's Revelation. If your opponent draws a Sphinx's Revelation off the top, no number of Thoughtseizes or previous Rakdos Returns can do anything about that. But this tournament actually saw far fewer Sphinx's Revelation decks than many players anticipated, which has allowed these decks to sort of rise to the top.
Yeah.
Than many players anticipated.
Certainly more than I thought. Or less than I thought.
Guillaume Wafotapa 2-0 over Makihito Mihara on our side table. So we've got Patrick Chapin playing against Jeremy Dizani still. And then in our main match here, this is Game 3, Lucas Yuklowski versus Paul Reitzel. Let's take a look at Paul's opening hand here. I see a couple of planes and a bunch of black cards.
I can't tell what that... Is that a swamp, the second card from the right? It looks like it might be... It looks like a land. It's a land frame. There's no casting card.
It is a land.
All right.
All right. We are confirmed. It is a land.
Confirmed land.
It looks like Lucas, though, is going to have to take a mulligan here. So he's going to go to 6. And you see our spotter there is taking Paul Reitzel's hand. So we'll have that up for you on the screen in just a minute here after he gets that punched in. For the moment, though, how important is a mulligan here? Is it a big deal?
On the draw, mulliganing is less of a big deal than it can be on the play. On the play, and particularly between these decks, with Read the Bones to sort of get them back into the game and find what they need, it's not nearly as critical as in, say, an aggressive mirror where if you stumble at all, you're dead.
Right. I mean, Paul's deck doesn't have a lot of early pressure to really power through, where basically what I'm saying is that Lucas is going to have a chance to recover even through.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a Soldier of the Pantheon or a Precinct Captain in Paul's hand, so we don't see any real ability for him to go on the offense early. And even if he does draw those, Lucas's deck has lots of early removal. It didn't match up well against the Soldier in game one, but he has a lot of ways to handle that kind of start from Paul.
I'm American.
I mean, we haven't seen Soldier of the Pantheon games 2 and 3. Is it one of those situations where maybe he boards that out along with Precinct Captain to strand Anger of the Gods from Yaklovsky, or is that kind of too clever?
It's possible that those cards end up being not significant enough threats in themselves in the way this match plays out. Specifically, especially for this game after he saw Chandra Pyromancer from Lucas's deck, it's possible that he wants to take out Soldier because it's very vulnerable to that card. And maybe he wants to lean on his more powerful threats that are very difficult to deal with, things like Obsidian and Blood Baron, that the Doomblades and such out of Jaklovsky's deck just can't handle. We do see a Blood Baron in Paul's opening hand, and looking at Jaklovsky's deck, he doesn't really have great ways to deal with that card. He does have the Lifebane Zombies and Thoughtseize that can preemptively deal with it from ever entering play, but if it does hit, he's really limited to Devour Flesh as a single card answer to it.
Right, and I mean, yeah, and a lot of his red cards, he's probably either siding out or not at their most effective. I mean, if the only thing Anger of Gods is doing is letting you tap 6 mana and cast 2 of them to deal with the Blood Baron, you can't be too sad about that if you're in Paul's shoes, right?
Right. I mean, the combination of Chandra plus Anger could kill it, and he can also block it with a Dragon, but Paul's deck has a bunch of removal spells with the Hero's Downfalls that make it very difficult for Dragon to effectively do that.
All right, so a final shuffle and cut here, and let's see if Lucas can find a 6 that are acceptable to him. This is a critical game 3 late in the tournament. This is the second to last round, and these players are in top 8 contention.
Brian, how significant do you think it is that Paul has access to 4 copies of Temple of Silence, whereas Yaklovsky only has 1, and it's a come-into-play tap swamp as opposed to a mana fixer?
I definitely think the Skylands are hugely valuable. A great deal of our playtesting involved various decks like green-black that have to play Golgari Guildgate for their mana fixing, and the ability to have the selection from Scry is huge. The Temple of Silence allows Paul to get past, lands in the late game, find him the threats that he wants over the course of several turns. Yeah. The ability is incredibly underrated by a lot of people, I think.
You think that those will become pretty ubiquitous as we move forward with Standard?
Absolutely. I think that the tap lands, the Scry lands are incredibly valuable to any deck, really, as long as it's not trying to play a first turn drop, as long as it's not some sort of aggressive deck that wants to play something on turn 1. All right. You really want to get those in there.
All right, let's take a look now. We have a Thoughtseize from Paul Reitzel. It's going to reveal Lucas's hand. He's got a Read the Bones, a Thoughtseize of his own, which Paul is going to take. There's a Rakdos' Return and 3 lands. Not a bad opener here for Yaklovsky.
Yeah, the Rakdos Return is going to take a while before it's going to be effective, but the Read the Bones is definitely a card he's looking for in an opening hand from a mulligan.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's, an incredibly powerful take for Reitzel. I mean, it basically just prevents Lucas from setting up.
Well, also, the Thoughtseize on your Thoughtseize protects his own Read the Bones and his own Blood Baron. As we said earlier, it's very difficult for Lucas to actually kill Blood Baron if it hits play, and taking his discard spell can potentially allow him to resolve it.
So that's plan A for Paul Reitzel here. He wants to keep hitting his land drops until he can play Blood Baron of his Copa, because he knows that Yaklovsky does not have the answer, at least in his opener.
Right. The only real answer out of Black-Red to Blood Baron is something like Mizium Mortars that's really commonly played, and Paul has seen Lucas's hand quite a bit this match. Between Thoughtseize and Sin Collector, he probably can deduce that Lucas doesn't have Mizium Mortars in his deck.
Okay. So Paul Reitzel's going to play a Read the Bones, and I'm assuming he just wants to make sure that he keeps hitting his land drops. He has 1 more Plains in his hand here. but he's still 2 away from playing that Blood Baron. He's thinking about it right now. He's already took a peek at the Scry 2 at sitting to the left of his hand there, and he's deciding where he wants to put those. He's got, looks like a Desecration Demon and a Hero's Downfall, I think, in his hand, besides the Blood Baron and the Plains.
That's exactly what it is.
So as you were saying before, Read the Bones and just Scry in general is one of those things that can give strong players a real leg up against the competition. There's a lot of small opportunities for decisions that you, if you make them well, can give you a pretty significant edge. And we see here, Paul sends both to the bottom, and as you were saying before, I think he's just looking to make sure he can make his land drops. There wasn't a land in those that he saw. If he can play that Blood Baron on time, he knows it's going to be a huge threat.
All right.
Interestingly, unlike the earlier games that we saw, if Yuklavsky cast Read the Bones here, even though he's on the draw, he actually won't have to discard. Which doesn't, strictly speaking, recover you from your mulligan.
Mulligans
but that's
are
what
awesome.
the play pattern is going to be anyway.
He did also get Thoughtseize, so he's already has a card out of his hand as well there too.
Yeah.
But here, the Read the Bones is not that exciting for him here. He needs to actually get something going, I feel like. We saw Paul's hand has that Desecration Demon, and yeah, he's gonna just curve into Desecration Demon into Blood Baron. And right now, Lucas doesn't have any way to kill either.
Oof.
Yeah, like Yuklavsky has the Rakdos return, but just not really a good window in which to cast it. I mean, you're almost going to have to cast it like on turn 4. Just because, I mean, you're gonna have to figure out what answers you can muster to Blood Baron. If you don't find an answer, you're gonna lose. So you kind of have to assume that you are. And by the time that you've answered that and answered Desecration Demon, you can't expect your opponent to have very many cards in his hand.
One interesting thing to me there was that Lucas just decided to play Mutavault.
He played Mutavault and not his mountain.
Right. And there's a Desecration Demon.
What could be the reason for that?
I mean, I can imagine that if Paul doesn't play anything, that he wants the ability to pressure Paul's life total with his Mutavaults. Paul's only at 12.
Paul is at 12. Yeah, that's
the Read
3
the Bones
attacks.
and Thoughtseize have taken their toll along with his pain lands. Oh, and is that a Lifebane zombie?
That is a Lifebane zombie.
Right off the top, that's exactly what he wanted.
Right on time. Now, interestingly, Zach, I do see that there's a Soldier of the Pantheon down there, so he did leave it in. We were wondering about that, but that's not what Lucas is going to take with this particular Lifebane zombie, I don't think.
And if Lucas was able to attack with Mutavault or did make that choice, Paul being at 8 means that all of a sudden Rakdos return is like very close to getting within lethal range after a single attack from essentially anything.
Oh, okay.
And it also prevents Paul from just casting further Read the Bones and Thoughtseizes without being seriously scared about what could come from Lucas's side.
That's interesting, because overall Lucas hasn't taken much damage. Again, there was the first game where we saw Paul Reitzel play a Soldier of the Pantheon on turn 1 and really put it to Lucas and punish every single one of the life loss spells that Lucas played, but that doesn't happen in game 2 or game 3, which is what we're in now. Paul draws kind of an awkward Soldier a bit late here.
Soldier, though, I think actually here is going to be quite relevant.
Okay.
Because that Blood Baron got taken by Lifebane Zombie, Paul's not going to be able to cast a 5 this turn. But he has a second Desecration Demon. Being able to cast Demon plus Soldier this turn is actually very powerful. It gives lets him add 2 threats to the board, both of which Lucas is going to have to answer.
Right.
And right as you say that, he does it.
There we go.
And that protects it from Devour Flesh.
Right.
Which is one of Yuklavsky's most potent weapons in this matchup.
Right. Seal of Devour Flesh. So Yuklavsky draws a second Rakdos' return here.
Yeah, with Read the Bones and Rakdos' return is not what you want when you're just getting attacked. he really needs some help here, and the top of his deck has not been kind to him thus far.
No, it hasn't, and this is great from Paul's perspective, because he's been able to present really lethal damage here, at least if not next turn, the turn after that, so that he says, sure, Rakdos' return all you want. Like if that's what you want to do with your turn, it's not going to kill me, and I'll discard these last 2 cards, but you're going to be taking a ton of damage. Just takes that option away from Yuklavsky.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yuklavsky kind of has to cast Read the Bones here and hope. I mean, he just needs to draw like 3 running answers to Paul's threats.
I mean, if he casts Read the Bones and draws Dreadbore, he can kill one of those demons. He can then maybe sacrifice his Lifebane zombie to tap the other one, and then hope to have another removal spell for it on the following turn. He can feed those Mutavaults to it for a little while too, but as we said a moment ago, that Soldier of the Pantheon is going to keep working on his life total, even if he does draw those perfect cards.
That's right.
No, that's a really good point, Brian. I mean, I did not appreciate exactly how good that soldier was this turn. That means that, like, even if Yuklavsky is able to assemble answers to both those demons, one of which is going to be a 7/7, very likely due to the zombie, by the time he's able to do all of that and cast 1, maybe 2 Read the Bones, he's suddenly at 2 life in just a couple of turns. So, and also Paul, somewhat not incidentally, is gaining at least a few life points, which is very relevant when your opponent has 2 X spells in his hand that deal damage.
That's right.
Casting Rakdos Return? It looks like that's what he's doing. I'm very confused by what's going on here.
Yeah, he does not have an attack with that Lifebane zombie because Desecration Demon. All right, looks like we have a judge. No, that's not the judge. That's our spotter down on the floor.
He's debating this play. Oh, he is Rakdos returning.
So he's going to Rakdos his return. That's going to let him sacrifice a Mutavault potentially here to keep a Desecration Demon down because he didn't do it for the full amount. He made sure to leave 1 mana left over. So Paul goes to 10 and has no hand.
Oh, the Read the Bones play that I described before only works if one of the cards he draws is the Dreadbore. So
exactly.
He doesn't look like he wanted to gamble on that.
High risk.
He's gambling on something else. Just at this point.
All right, well, we'll let this game proceed and we'll figure it out as we go. But here's Hero's Downfall, and that's going to do it. Paul Reitzel defeats Lukas Yuklavsky to put himself in a pretty darn good position to potentially top 8 this Pro Tour here. You couldn't tell by looking at him.
Are you really that nervous? What's that?
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe, Brian Kibler, and Zac Hill all in the booth. Great stuff, guys. That was some intricate match. I really like watching 2 decks that are kind of more in the middle go at it. There's a whole lot of jockeying back and forth in the middle part of the game for decks like that.
Oh, I love me some mid-range decks.
Yeah, but that is the thing that I think that I take away when I see matches like this, Zach, is the over-the-top play. You know, the Rakdos' return. Now, in the third game, Lucas just was out of time. He was under too much pressure to really make those work. But in the second game, we saw him use it to a huge effect. What is it? When you build a deck like that, and Brian, feel free to jump in here as well, how much do you look for those over-the-top plays?
Well, I mean, that is what I look for when I build decks. I find that, like...
every card's just those, it enables those.
I mean, if you look at decks I've made over the years, I've made, like, one good control deck ever, right? I mean, it's, like, a very underlooked ability. I think Brian would agree with this. It's just, like, killing your opponent. I mean, like, we saw in that game, it's like you couldn't even describe what happened as, like, 2 archetypes facing off. It's like Paul cast a Thoughtseize and then cast 6 6s, and his opponent was like doing very clever things, like making him discard, just like scrying and like drawing cards, and then he just died.
Yes,
to the 6/6 demons.
Right.
You know, and I really do think that is like kind of an underrated ability in Magic. I mean, you know, you see so many decks here that are like, you know, Storm Breath Dragon, they just kill your opponent. You know, you see a
card that I always think about for you, Zach, is Thundermaw Hellkite, and that's sort of the poster child for this thought process, right? Where it's like you read that card and it's like, so I play this and my opponent dies in a couple turns, I'll do that.
In a weird way, these decks are kind of like fairies-esque in that like for the first 3 or 4 turns, they play like a controlling name, like neutralizing your opponent's threats, maybe drawing cards here and there, and then it's like boom, Ember Swallower, boom, Storm Breath Dragon. I played a Nykthos Shrined next and my opponent's now dead.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of crazy how fast that momentum can shift.
All right, so we actually have down on the floor, our floor reporter, Tim Willoughby, is with Paul Reitzel for a quick word.
I'm here with Paul Reitzel, who's just locked up the 36 points. Got to be feeling pretty good about things right now, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how the standings break and whether or not I can get the draw next round and whether that's a lock. But, you know, it feels good right now. Yeah.
It looked pretty tense there. Lifebane Zombie was a big deal against the Blood Baron, which otherwise would have pretty much locked up the game in a much simpler fashion, right?
Yeah, I had a scry on the read the bones, and I put opposite out on the bottom because I figured that based upon his hand, his mulligan, and the thought sees that he'd be under enough pressure where if I curved out to Blood Baron, Desecration Demon to Blood Baron, he wouldn't have a great window to Rakdos's return me. And then when he drew the Life Bane zombie, and all of a sudden, that kind of put me in a problem. But drawing the Soldier of the Pantheon was actually fantastic, because then it let me kind of spill the rest of my hand the turn before he Rakdos returned me and just put him under too much pressure.
Absolutely. It meant that I guess that you were safe from anything forcing you to sacrifice one of your creatures, had a threat that wasn't a Desecration Demon, so it wasn't quite as easy for his Mutavolts to get in the way for a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. Desecration Demon is just going to be the best card in the matchup because it's Stormbreath Dragon's not an answer. He really just has, Hero's Downfall is the reliable answer if he doesn't Thought Seize it away. So to obviously, draw two of them and be able to curve them on turn 4 and 5 on the play, that's what I could hope for. So.
Absolutely. So just one round to go. A little bit of hope, but hopefully we'll see you on Sunday playing the top 8.
I hope so. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but it looks good, and we'll see what happens.
Awesome. I'm going to send you back to the booth because I think we got a little bit of one last match to go.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian Kibler and Zac Hill. We are going to be joining in progress Patrick Chapin and Desani. Are we ready to go down there now? I think we might actually be. Paul Reitzel putting himself, by the way, in a pretty darn good position here for the top 8. He said he's got to see how the breakers break out. We've been taking a look, but it looks like he is in a favorable Baker position.
Yeah, with his 8-0 start on day 1, Paul has the top breakers at his current point total. So I think he has a really good shot if it comes down to it.
Okay, he's just going to need to find somebody to draw with him?
Right.
Okay, well, I think we're ready to head back down to the feature match area. We are going to catch the very end of Patrick Chapin versus Jeremy Desani right now. All right. Taking a look here at the board state.
Taking a look at the board state from a distance.
He is, yeah, there we go. So we're just getting our overhead camera in place. And it looks like Patrick has just attacked with a precinct captain.
Yes.
Thanks, gentlemen. And he gets a token out of it. He follows up with one of the key cards that we saw from the last match there, Soldiers of the Pantheon. Now, Jeremy Desani on the left here looks like he's on the mono blue list that we've seen pop up quite a bit here throughout the course of the tournament. And he has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that is an active Thassa.
Yeah, Thassa is putting Patrick in a pretty rough spot here. He's only at 11 life. That Desecration Demon can't block things that Thassa decides it can't block. So.
That's right. Now these players are tied at 1-1. Right now, Jeremy is sitting on 34 points. If he is to win this match, he is basically putting himself in a prime position to top 8 this tournament at 37 match points going into the last round. Patrick Chapin, though, under much more pressure. He's at 33, and he needs to find a win here.
Wow, I think Desani just top decked Master of Waves, which is a convenient amount of mana to allow him to attack Patrick with Thassa, I think making it unblockable. Okay. Follow up with Master of Waves, which is quite a good card against Desecration Demon for any number of reasons.
Master of Waves isn't quite as good against the black-white decks as it has been against some of the decks we've seen. Protection from red doesn't protect it from things like Hero's Downfall or Doomblade, which we know Patrick has in his deck from previous experience.
All right, it is Master of Waves. Zach, you were right. And 6 elemental tokens hit the battlefield as well. They are currently 2/1s. And it looks like he's going to line up his combat step potentially here.
Oh, okay.
Feeds the demon. Then I'm guessing he's going to make something unblockable.
So this is the rare offensive Feed the Demon. You don't see it too much, but this is Jeremy's turn, and he can use that ability triggers every beginning of combat. He's going to sacrifice one of his elementals to make sure that demon can't block.
And really, that's a pretty safe play anyway, because, I mean, you have to assume that if your master isn't getting killed, you're probably in good shape for this match.
Yeah.
And assuming it does get killed, you might as well go ahead and feed the demon right now, get in some extra damage, because, if the thing, the difference between 6 and 7 is just probably not going to be that large of a difference in this match.
All right, did Chapin take it? He did. There's a Soldier of the Pantheon revealed, and Jeremy cannot cast that.
Ooh, if Jeremy finds a Nykthos, he can cast that Hero's Downfall off of his Nightveil Spectre.
Yeah.
He also could play that Godless Shrine. Can you actually do that? You can do that,
yes,
right?
you can do
I
that.
thought you could.
This is the one that you can do.
Right, because it builds you to the ability to cast it if you keep hitting land.
Right.
That's right.
So Patrick didn't get an exact look at his hand, but
I think
what
he
I
had
saw, it was
3
a lot
lands.
of land.
Yeah, I think it is a bunch of lands.
Can you bring that up for us, Zach?
Yeah,
We can see.
double Godless Shrine, double Swamp, at least is the most current.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see when your opponent has, anything in play.
That's right. Pure misery here for Patrick Chapin at 4 life. He is forced to make a desperate attack here.
It looks like he might just be hoping that Dasani decides to block with Master of Waves.
I mean, if that's what his out is, that's what his out is.
Yeah.
But
well, you got to play to your outs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Dasani just decides to protect his life total with the block here.
Yeah.
And he says, "You got it," says Patrick Chapin, extends his hand.
Good luck in the next round. Or hopefully you get the draw.
In my city, you are one of the favorite deck builders,
Thank you.
All right, so that was bittersweet compliments for Patrick Chapin. I heard Dasani say, in my city, you're one of the most favorite deck builders around. Welcome back to the booth, guys. And tough beats there for Patrick Chapin, handling it like a true gentleman as always, though. Shakes his hand, says, good luck in the next round, or even better, that you don't have to play in the next round and you can actually get a draw. So that is the way to do it. I mean, it is easy for us. We're having fun in the booth commentating. You guys are at home watching. But remember, I mean, these are huge moments down in the feature match area, and that was a really tough loss for Patrick, who's staring at 4 lands when he's trying to claw back into a game. So good on him for being such a good sportsman. So that'll do it for this second to last round. This is where things get really shaken up, guys. We're going to be keeping a close eye on the standings. We're going to get those back in the booth once we can. And, of course, Rich is going to be keeping you updated as well. So it looks like we're going to have a quick word, perhaps, down in the feature match. Or maybe we're going to go back to the booth. I'm going to let them figure that out before I don't want to send it to the wrong one. It's not good for anybody when that happens. But so we're going to be keeping a close eye on these standings, because as we work our way down to this last part, tiebreakers start coming into play. The matchup, sometimes you put yourself in a position where you can make it to the top 8 with a tie. All right, it looks like we are ready for an interview with Jeremy Dasani. Let's send it down to our floor reporter, Tim Willoughby.
I'm here with Jeremy Dasani here, having just probably locked up a top 8 now. He's got 37 points, so fingers crossed we're all right. How did that match feel?
I think Patrick not is so lucky in the first game. In the Roddy land. In the second game, he chose to block with Mutavolt. He was in this land. He blocked with Mutavolt, one of my best, stay to 2 land. But he's lucky and won the second game because he drew 3 land in 3 turns. So yes, I think it's a good matchup for my deck, but it's difficult to side in. Okay, because he know more my deck to know his deck, because he tests with Star City game and he knows the deck list, so it's more easy for him to play the game than me.
So perhaps not as familiar with the matchup, but a little bit of luck never hurts when you're playing for top 8 and these sorts of things, and fingers crossed, it looks like you might be there, so congratulations, Jeremy. Hopefully we'll see you on Sunday. Passing back to the booth now.
Thanks, Tim. We appreciate that. This is Marshall Sutcliffe. That's Brian Kibler, and that is Zac Hill. Jeremy Dasani, kind of an up-and-comer, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, Rich and I actually, in the morning show yesterday, we were talking about Dasani, and he's been having, a really, really good last couple of seasons.
You said he's a giant DI. So.
That may or may not mean anything
right?
to anyone outside of this room, but yeah, it's a big moment for him. Huge first top 8. I would expect to be seeing more from Jeremy Dasani.
All right, that's great. Why don't we send it back? Rich Hagon is over at the news desk. He's going to be bringing you all the results as they come and compiling it as we head back to the final round here from Pro Tour Theros, at least at the Swiss portion. We'll see you guys in just a little bit for that.
All right, boys and girls, hello. Welcome back to the news desk, or as we like to call it, Mathland, which is what we're doing with bits of paper and little abacuses, trying to figure out what's going on. Now, this play-draw rule business in the top 8 makes these sort of calculations pretty complicated, because in the olden days of yore, like when Camille Cornelissen was making the top 8, for example, like maybe he is today, you would just walk off into the sunset having shaken hands with your opponent in round 16 and say, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully in the final. Or if it was a bad matchup, hopefully never. So that's what used to happen. But now, the seeding of 1 to 8 determines who gets to play or draw in game 1 of each round. That'll be true in the quarters, the semis, and the final. So if you're an aggressive deck, you want to be on the play all the time. If you're Paul Reitzel, for example, you want to be on the play all the time. So that means you may not want to ID the last round if you're safe. Which means that potentially what looks like we could all just shake hands and walk off into the aforementioned sunset may not be true. This is what it looks like right now. Sam Black is on 37 points. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as we speak. Sam Black, 37 points right now on 12, 2, and 1. Kentaro Yamamoto, 37 points, 12, 2, and 1. That's because they drew with each other. They did walk off into the proverbial sunset. Now, Jeremy Desani is 12, 2, and 1, but his draw came unintentionally against Guillaume Waffatapa earlier in constructed. Waffatapa, of course, playing Esper control. They just couldn't get 3 games in time. That wouldn't be a problem tomorrow, by the way. Rounds are untimed. Guillaume Waffatapa, 12, 2, and 1. So all of those 4 players on 37 points. Now let's look at 12 and 3. You've got Makihito Mihara, ranked number 20 in the world right now. He's 12 and 3. Remember, he was 12 and 1 leading the tournament. He then conceded to Yamamoto. Now he's lost this round to Waffatapa, which means Mihara still needs points in the last round. He would quite happily take an ID, you would think. Also 12 and 3, Paul Reitzel we've just seen by defeating Lukas Jaklowski, who now falls to the dreaded 4 losses, 11 and 4. Reitzel on 36 points. Pierre Dagen is on 36 points because he defeated Jacob van Lunen by 2 to 1 in the last round. So at that point, because Victor Bitter of the United States defeated the Slovak Republic's Matej Zatlkaj, to go to 33 points, leaving Zatlkaj on 33, as you see 11 and 4 on the right of your screen there. In theory, depending on the pairings, Black, Yamamoto, Desani and Waffatapa could shake hands with each other and go to 38 points. And that would leave 4 players on 12 wins, Makihito Mihara, Paul Reitzel, Pierre Dagen and Camille Cornelissen over there on the right-hand side of your screen to shake hands with each other and go to 37 points. And then all those 11 and 4s, they can win the last round till the end of time. They still won't get in. But that is dependent on 4 sets of handshakes. And 4 sets of handshakes might not happen. That is the scoreboard where we are right now. We have all our math whizzes backstage checking out the numbers. That's as it looks right now. Right now, though, we have someone who unfortunately lost that last round, and we're very grateful to him, because when you lose, especially when it's playing towards the top 8, you don't necessarily want to front up and face the public. So a big congratulations to Jake van Lunen for agreeing to come on, do a deck tech right now, because his deck's pretty sweet and he's a terrific guy. And you're going to see him right now.
Hi everybody and welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Jake van Lunen, Daily MTG columnist, Channel Fireball columnist, occasional Grand Prix commentator and coverage writer, and this weekend Pro Tour top 8 competitor. He's a Pro Tour champion, of course, a Pro Tour competitor. I say, I'm sorry, but I was getting ahead of myself talking about Pro Tour champion. And you brought a pretty sweet list of this. You qualified to get back on the Pro Tour through a pretty gigantic PTQ. And you've been working with a group of pretty interesting East Coast players. Tell us who you worked with for this event.
I worked with Brian Braun-Duin and Jerry Thompson. I play tested mostly with old friends of mine who I've been playing Magic with almost forever. And I had a great time. Jerry didn't do much testing for the last 2 weeks, so it was basically BBD and I just going really hard trying to get this junk deck perfect, and I really like where our list is at.
So you ended up with a junk deck. That generally means green, white, black. We saw a junk list last week in the Standard Open for Star City that did really well. How similar are those two lists?
Our list is very different. We're playing not many creatures, whereas they were playing a lot of guys. We have 4 Reaper of the Wilds. We also have a lot of Planeswalkers in our 75.
You call this more or less a junk control deck.
Yes, it's very much a control deck. We have main deck Underworld connections.
Well, you know what? Why don't we take a look?
Sounds
We'll throw
good.
it up on the screen behind us, and we'll start off 2 of the cards you mentioned, 2 brand new cards from Theros, Reaper of the Wilds, and Elspeth's Unchampion. What is it about Reaper of the Wilds that stirs your creative juices as a deck builder?
First of all, the card is just awesome. Look, it's like a Gorgon, like flying through the woods, grabbing trees. It's like me when I go for a hike, you know. But the card doesn't die to Doomblade. It can't be Mizium Mortars. Celestia Charm doesn't kill it.
Pretty important.
Yeah, 4/5 is a great number. Celestia Charm, obviously, it needs to have power 5 or greater. So then once you untap with it, you get to hexproof it or death touch it, and then it becomes nearly unkillable. They can't even trade their Reckoners for it anymore. The thing that's really great about Reaper of the Wilds is that my deck plays a ton of spot removal. So once I get a Reaper of the Wilds in play and I'm able to untap against a creature deck, I can just chain removal spells. I never have to draw more land because I play a removal spell and then put the lands on the bottom and keep drawing more gas and
removal
lock the game
generally
up.
1 for 1, but it's kind of like almost like 1.5 for 1 for 1.5.
Yeah.
Because you're getting to sort through your cards a little bit.
It also works well with Voice and Elspeth because you make the extra tokens, and then those end up making you scry more, and then you find your more powerful cards more
Elspeth.
consistently.
I mean, black, green, and then white, white. This is, we've seen a lot of devoted decks this weekend. You're playing the field here.
Yeah, well, Elspeth is such a powerful card. Initially, we didn't want it in the deck because it kills so many of our creatures. You know, it kills our Obzidats and it kills our Reapers. But the -3 ability on Elspeth isn't really what you're using the Elspeth for. We just realized that Elspeth is such a powerful card. If you just constantly +1 it, it puts so much pressure on your opponent, especially if you follow up an Obzidat. Your opponent's always forced to tap mana on their turn or your turn when you cast an Obzidat, and as a result, you're almost always able to resolve an Elspeth, which can take the game home for you.
You're basically just Ication Towning with this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. We talked a little bit about the removal, the 1 for 1, Abrupt Decay, Thoughtseize, taking apart people's hands, Doomblade, Hero's Downfall. What's this package of cards? Like, how did you arrive at this mix?
Okay, so initially we had more Doomblades, less Abrupt Decays. We only had 2 Hero's Downfalls. Very quickly I learned that Hero's Downfall is very powerful in this format. There are Jaces everywhere, tons of different creatures that you can't Doomblade, things like Obzidat, which is a huge issue. Originally we were running Celestia Charm to deal with Obzidat, but then we found that it was a little narrow, and it wasn't as good at attacking Planeswalkers, obviously, as this card is. So we ended up going with 4 Hero's Downfall. It's been amazing for me. I think Brian Bronduin played 3 of it and 1 extra Vraska, but I went with 4 Hero's Downfall. I wanted to keep my deck nice and lean.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. And we see some of the other creatures you've been mentioning. Voice of Resurgence, very powerful card. Obzidat Ghost Council, really getting its day in the sun here. Sylvan Caryatid, I guess helping you smooth out your mana.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvan Caryatid just makes you have more powerful draws. Like, a lot of your cards are very expensive, so you want to be able to do things like turn 3 Reaper, turn 4 Obzidat, turn 4 Vraska. Those are really important and powerful plays. The card has Shroud, which makes it much better against spot removal, and against the red decks, you can always block because they're not splashing for Gore-Clan Rampager anymore.
Sure.
And it actually saves you a couple life points, and that makes all the difference. I actually beat mono red and was at 1 life for 3 different turns before I started blinking in Obzidat, and it was thanks to Sylvan Caryatid's defensive power.
Awesome.
Voice of Resurgence, I believe this to be the most powerful card in Standard.
Okay.
Going into this Pro Tour, I wanted to play 4 Voice of Resurgence, and that was my #1 thing going into testing. So,
what makes it so? I mean, what is it for people who haven't played with this card that is so compelling to you?
It's almost always a 2 for 1. There are very rare situations where your opponent can just 1 for 1 and deal with it, and if they do, they're almost always spending more mana than you've spent on the Voice. It's incredibly strong against the most aggressive decks and the most controlling decks, and the decks that are in the middle are decks that are very weak to my removal Reaper package. So,
okay. And then Scavenging Ooze is just, he's like the super. He comes in and fixes whatever you need to fix.
Yeah,
gain a little
he's great.
life, get that creature out of the graveyard.
Yeah, block a soldier, the Pantheon that your deck is super cold to, it's pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, blocking soldier, the Pantheon is becoming increasingly important. And here we see Underworld connections in your main deck.
Yep. Initially, this was a 1-1 split, or not initially, but last week this was a 1-1 split between Read the Bones and Underworld Connections. But we ended up learning that Underworld Connections is just so much better in the matchups where you want it, and Read the Bones is only marginally better in the matchups where you don't want it.
Okay.
So we ended up just going with 2 Connections main.
Okay. And then Vraska the Unseen, very literally unseen. We have not seen much of this card in Standard yet.
Yeah.
Tell us why you chose to include just like a Gorgon theme.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Gorgon theme deck. That's why I have it. No, I'm kidding. So it's great at killing permanents. It's just about the best thing that you can follow up a Reaper with. If you can play Reaper and then follow it up with Vraska, you get to scry, and you have this monster in play that they can't attack into. You always get to kill their biggest guy. It almost always represents a 2-for-1. And I actually had a very interesting game against Kenny Oberg in the round before last, where in game 3, I needed to ultimate a Vraska to make 2 Voice of Resurgence tokens large enough to exactly lethal him after he cast a main phase Sphinx's Revelation.
Pretty sweet. Okay, let's talk about how you make this all work mana-wise. Sounds like you take a lot of damage.
Oh, I take a lot of damage. The red decks can really hurt me, especially the Fnatic and Mogus versions.
Yeah.
The other versions, I'm playing enough spot removal where I can stay alive, and it doesn't really matter that I'm taking damage from my lands.
Sure.
But if they're casting Fnatic and Mogus, it's a disaster.
By my count, this is, 45 or 50 damage that you're doing to yourself right here from your mana base.
Yeah, close. It's 24, right?
Sure. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the next slide. And we see a couple of come into play tablets, Golgari Guildgate and Temple of Silence. A little more scrying.
Yeah, now initially I had 4 Temple of Silence because the scry effect is so powerful, but I ended up cutting one for an extra Golgari Guildgate because the deck really doesn't play that much white.
Okay, and then let's take a look. You got 3, 3, 2 in terms of your basic lands. Is that a little bit of a nod to your out of non-basics to play, or are you thinking about Burning Earth at all?
I mean, it's a nod to Burning Earth. Also, you don't want to take too much damage from your lands. I think the mana base might be a little bit off. We could probably go to 1 Plains. Okay. I don't think that's completely unreasonable.
What would you swap out for it there?
I think you could cut a Plains and then cut a Golgari Guildgate and then play a 4th Temple of Silence and then play an extra Swamp.
Okay. Something to keep in mind at home. All right, let's take a look. Sideboard, Whip of Erebos, Doomblade, Blood Baron of Vizkopa, Golgari Charm. Lots of 1-ofs here, Jake. What's going on?
I'm a sneaky snake. When I play against one guy and he goes and tells his teammates about what I sideboarded in against him, then the next guy, it's a completely different ballgame. In reality, it's just that I like these numbers a lot.
Okay.
This is what I arrived at.
Okay. And so here we see again, one Pithing Needle, 1 Underworld Connections, 1 Thoughtseize. Normally we can cover a sideboard in 2 slides, but we do have to go to a 3rd slide to get everything. Centaur Healer, this is a card I saw you playing with the last couple of rounds out of your sideboard. Where are you bringing that in?
You bring it against any of the Devotion decks. You just want to race them in most situations. If you get an Obsid out on turn 5, it's really easy to race any of those decks. He just does a lot of work. It's a 9-point swing every turn.
Speaking of getting an Obsidat.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get an Obsidat out of their hand.
Yeah, Lifebane Zombie is a nod to Obsidat and Blood Baron of Vizkopa, which is the best card against my deck.
Okay, and then again, Vraska the Unseen, you're bringing a 2nd copy in. Is that good?
Yeah, if they have Jaces, I'm bringing in a 2nd copy of Vraska.
Right, because she fights Planeswalkers better than any other Planeswalker, right?
Correct.
Okay, well there you have it. It's Jake Van Loonen's junk deck. Jake Van Loonen, Brian David Marshall, the Tournament Center. Sending it back to the deck.
All right, thanks very much to Jacob Van Loonen. Always tremendous entertainment. If you want to see more of him, check out GP Louisville in Kentucky next weekend. Can't wait to work with Jake again there. Now, before we get into this final round, just want to check in on our top 25 ranked Magic pros. Let's take a look at how they've got on. Still 1 round to go, of course. And there you see, positive record for Josh Utter-Layton, but won't be troubling the top players. Ben Stark, 10-5, very solid for him. You always think once you get to 10-5, 10-6, 11-5, that's a very decent Pro Tour outing. Shah Shenhar never really at the races at this one, but 9-6 again. Positive, Yuya and Reed at 10-5. What else stands out for you there, BDM, on the left-hand side as well?
Tom Martella, 10-5. Stanislav Sifka, 10-5. Both really important. Brian Kibler stands out, though, maybe for the wrong reasons here. 1-5. And when was the last time we saw Brian Kibler, 1 and 5 at one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you expect him to be pretty much in the conversation around 15, 16, but you can't do it every single time.
Sure,
That's
absolutely.
just the way of things. On the right-hand side, numbers 14 through 25, again, positive records almost all the way. Raf Levy, 9, 5 and 1. And as you see, Makihito Mihara and Sam Black, their number 20 and number 25, tied currently, are going to, we think, be in the top 8. So that's your top 25. Remember, these change every week, and a Pro Tour week is a huge week for the rankings.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of players, a lot of players on that list we don't see in the top 8. We don't see, with 3s and 4s next to their names. So that means you're going to be a lot of players picking up a big chunk of points this weekend who are not on that list and throw themselves into that conversation.
And just how many points we find out tomorrow. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. And we've done all the number crunching. It's going to look something like this. There you have Mihara 12 and 3, 4 players at 12, 2 and 1, 3 more at 12 and 3, and the pairings have come in, and the way it works, I'll just check this for you once and for all. Dazani against Yamamoto on 37, they will ID. Sam Black and Guillaume Wafatapa, they will ID. Mihara against Reitzel on 36, they will ID. And at that point, you're left with table 4, which is Dagen against Cornelsen. They will ID, and no one else can catch those 8. So you might be thinking, BDM...
Assuming that they will ID.
It seems... Well, the thing is, even if the 37s play, that still doesn't let a 33 in.
Sure.
And the 36s cannot afford to play because they know if they play and lose, then they're out.
Yep.
So overwhelmingly, we look like we have an 8. So, in which case, we better find them some other form of entertainment for the last round. So how about Jacob Van Lunen, who you've just seen, up against Patrick Chapin? I'd pay good money to watch that as a match. How about...
Jake Van Lunen might pay good money for a repair.
Do you think we could arrange that? Jonathan Hickerson of the United States, he's on table 11. He's up against Kai Budde.
Oh, wow.
So, let's have that. Then how about, although they may in fact decide to draw, because you often get like 11, 5 and 1, but we'll see. How about
25?
John Finkel against Owen Turtenwald?
Oh, how about that?
That would do like quite a nice kind of cap on the SCGV Channel 5, although they're together now, so, all linked in together. But we're going to start with a match that we absolutely guarantee you matters, and it matters massively. Because Hao Shan Huang of Taiwan has been around the block in the last few years and is a very, very solid Magic Pro. That is the player who stands between Chris Pikula and maybe a top 25 at Pro Tour Theros, and a chance to take his Hall of Fame dreams into another Pro Tour.
One further.
Yeah. We told you at the start of this weekend, every round matters, and there are stories everywhere you look. Right now, we're going to see if Chris Pikula can extend his run. Let's take you down for the final time in the Swiss for Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe, Brian Kibler, and Zac Hill. So we have a pretty interesting final match. Not what we're normally used to here on the last round of Swiss, but this one's got a bit of a twist to it. Chris Pikula versus Hao Shan Huang, and this is going to be an interesting one. Chris fighting and scrapping for every win he can get to try to keep his bid alive for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the story behind that, of course, Chris barely missed out on being elected to the Hall of Fame this year, but has been playing a lot of Magic. I've seen him at a bunch of PTQs up in the Northeast. I got an invite to this tournament, and a top 25 would qualify him for the next event, which is always good for your Hall of Fame chances.
That's right. Now, I think he needs something like 15 more pro points to get to the threshold.
The change in the rules is now that rather than 100 pro points to be eligible for the Hall of Fame, it's 150. So Chris, despite having an excellent career early in the game, didn't really get as many pro points as are available nowadays. He has 135 coming to this event.
Okay.
So he needs 15 more to remain on the ballot next year, despite barely missing this past year.
That's right, because he had been on the ballot for a few years, and you only get a certain run, and then you have to earn your way back on now. So in order for him to get that, he's going to have to top 25. That's going to give him 10
points for top 25, yes. And the crucial invitation to the next event.
Right, and so then he gets to go to the next Pro Tour, and if he can put together a decent run there, then he can guarantee that he gets to stay on that list and keep making the bid for his Hall of Fame.
He actually missed. He's actually several times missed by very, very narrow margins. I believe the first year he was on the ballot, he missed by a single vote. And he's been chasing ever since.
So brutal. Looks like the players are seated and resolving mulligans, so we should be able to send it down to the feature match area shortly for you guys here. All right, they're actually standing by and waiting for us. So why don't we send it down to the feature match area right now for the last round here from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros from Dublin. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Brian Kibler and Zac Hill. It is the last round of Swiss here. Now we have a little bit of a twist. We are watching Chris Pikula on the right versus Haoshan Huang. Neither are actually in top 8 contention. We have that part. What we're looking at here is a story about Chris Pikula, and he is attempting to keep himself eligible for a Pro Tour Hall of Fame ballot here. He needs to pick up 15 pro points in order to do that. The reason being that the threshold has been raised from 100 to 150 to stay eligible, and he will fall off if he doesn't meet that 150. He's currently at 135. So let's see what we have as an early start here. What is Haoshan Huang playing here?
He's actually playing a very interesting deck we haven't really seen very much. It's actually Jund. We may have thought that Jund had sort of fallen by the wayside with the departure of Farseek and Huntmaster of the Fells and such. But Sylvan Caryatid there does a very nice Farseek impression, even though, unlike Farseek, it just died to a removal spell.
Yeah, so Sylvan Caryatid dies to an Anger of the Gods. Zach, what are we looking at on the other side? What is Chris playing?
Chris is basically playing a black-red mid-range control deck. 4 Desecration Demon, 4 Stormbreath Dragons, some Planeswalkers, Mana Acceleration, removal spells. Tons of ways to kill creatures. Rakdos Return like we saw, and basically a deck that's trying to answer everything the opponent does long enough to kill them with huge monsters.
Okay, that sounds like a reasonable game plan. He used an Anger of the Gods to kill that single Caryatid. He basically turned his Anger of Gods into a Stone Rain. And he followed up by playing a Rakdos Keyrune, activating his Mutavault and hitting Domri Raid for 2. Now we're back on Haoshan's hand, and he is taking a look at surveying the scene. He plussed his Domri Raid, and he's got a Mistcutter Hydra here, which he's going to play out just as a 2/2.
Haoshan Huang was very prepared for the mono blue decks we've seen apparently with the main deck Hydra here, but not quite as hot against Pikula's red-black deck.
That's right. Now it looks like he's brought it out just to protect Domri Raid here.
Yeah, I really do like the 3 copies of Rakdos Keyrune in Pikula's deck. It's a card you frequently see like 1 or 2 of or whatever. It's been a staple in Jund decks for a little while. But the combination of that card and Mutavault allows Chris to really pressure Planeswalkers without even having to stick a big threat. And crucially, while being immune to sorcery speed removal. So the Keyrune really important now against Huang's Domri Raid.
Right. We were actually talking a little bit during a break about how the black-red decks, don't really have the same ability to pressure their opponents that some of the other decks do.
That's right.
And we saw that prove to be a problem for Zatlkaj when he fell a little bit earlier to Paul Reitzel. Here, Chris Pikula is actually able to present a pretty significant threat here just with his mana.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see that, actually. I mean, he's got 5 power available to him just through his mana sources. There's no actual spells from his hand, that he needs to play this turn to actually do this. And he's gonna activate his Rakdos Keyrune and send it a Domri Raid.
Now, one of the things you were talking about, Ryan, was how dangerous the absence of Farseek is. How it forced Jund to adapt, how it forced different mid-range decks into the environment. Keyrune, a way to sort of get around the absence of Farseek, obviously, doesn't allow you to accelerate on the second turn. But what's nice is, this deck's threat density is really high despite playing a lot of mana sources. I mean, 7 of its mana sources are able to attack the opponent.
Now, that was an interesting play from Pikula the turn before. He did have the option of activating his Mutavault in addition and potentially trading off his Mutavault for the Mistcutter Hydra, but killing Domri Raid. What would lead him to not do that? Is he representing a Doomblade here?
I think that the most likely reason for that would be if he has Rakdos Return. Rakdos Return makes all of his mana sources much more valuable because it all mean damage to his opponent and a card out of their hand. But looking at his hand, he just has mana. So maybe he just wants to hold up that Devour Flesh.
Yeah. So it looks like he really wanted to prioritize that because he could have hit Domri Raid down to 2 there, or to 1 as it sat before. It's back up to 4 now.
He can also just top deck Rakdos Return. And with Rakdos Keyrune in play that he probably wants to be attacking with, every mana source really, really valuable to ensure that he can pressure, his opponent. Because the opponent doesn't just have Domri Raid. We see Xenagos here, likely to have other Planeswalkers. Every mana source, I think, very valuable at this stage of the game.
And that makes sense, but how big of a threat, Zach, is Domri Raid to the board state here?
A pretty huge one.
Is Haushan going to get way ahead with that Domri Raid? And now he's also got a Xenagos to battle. They're good friends. They're planeswalkers of the same ilk.
They're good friends of mine as well. But no, I think if I were in Pikula's position, I would have wanted to attack with that Mutavault. I think that you're willing to trade that with how much mana you already have. You're willing to trade that for your opponent's board to get Domri off the table right away.
Okay.
This position, because of the Xenagos, forced him to use a key removal spell on a token because he has to get in and kill these planeswalkers.
Okay. All right, so let's see how the plan shapes up for him. He's left mana to activate that key rune, and is this going to be a demon? No, it's going to be a Chandra Pyromaster.
Okay, that's interesting.
And he goes into the tank. It's on the table. That's the hard part. Now he's got to figure out what he wants to do. He has no more action left in his hand here. It's got to be tempting to start plussing, but he can kill Domri Raid with his key rune if he wants, or he can just kill Xenagos. So what do you like here, Kibler?
Given the fact that he has the Chandra in play, I actually might want to kill Xenagos here.
Okay.
He has no creatures to actually, for Domri's fightability to actually matter with, and Xenagos is guaranteed value every turn. Whereas Domri, as we've seen from Haushan's previous turns, can miss.
That's right.
And you have the ability to continue pressuring Domri, and Xenagos protects itself. Every turn it remains in play, it just gives you more ability to protect itself. I think I would have gotten rid of the Reveler every turn.
Yeah, I think I would also agree with that. I think, a card off the top of your deck that you have to cast is likely worse than a 0-mana 2/2 haste.
Okay, so we see Dreadbore take care of Chandra Pyromaster, also followed up by a Scavenging Ooze. Xenagos, now he stays at 3. That is the one big difference between the two Planeswalkers.
Right.
They're both generating value, but Domri Raid actually gets harder and harder to kill the longer he's on the table, and at least if you keep using the middle ability for Xenagos, it's going to stay at 3, but man, those 2/2s add up really quickly, and now there's a Scavenging Ooze to deal with too.
It's also worth noting that one of Pikula's main threats in his deck is Desecration Demon, and Xenagos continuing to produce 2/2s every turn can just keep Desecration Demon tapped forever.
Okay. And while he's doing that, Haushan can actually keep committing real threats to the board.
Right, Haushan just gets to keep spending mana to do real things, while Chris is in the position where he needs to actually deal with the Xenagos.
All right, well, here's a shock for Chris Pikula. Interesting card, one that I've heard rumblings around that it's a little bit underrated. Now, all of a sudden, though, Mutavault is going to attack, and Haushan has to decide how he wants to block. If he wants to chump block the key rune, then Xenagos falls down to just 1 loyalty, and Haushan loses his token. Alternatively, he can trade the token for the Mutavault, or he can just do nothing and let Xenagos die here.
Yeah, I think he wants to just block here. I'm actually kind of curious with Pikula's choice there too. Just pre-combat shocking.
Right.
He could have just activated his key rune and attack with both.
Right.
Then if Haushan decides to double block on the first striker, he'd have the option of killing both of them.
That's right.
Or if he didn't block, he would have the option of killing Xenagos. It didn't really seem like he gained much value from doing that first.
Okay.
Whereas having the option to deal 2 points of direct damage to Xenagos could have been huge.
I mean, that Scavenging Ooze is threatening to get out of hand, but at the same time, so is Xenagos.
All right, so we see
there's a
Reaper
dragon.
of the Wilds. Okay, so here's a dragon, and that looks to finish off Xenagos here. But Haoshan, he played a card that we haven't seen a whole lot of this weekend, but it's made a little bit of a splash here. You know, I think it's kind of, we're going to feel this out after this tournament. It's Reaper of the Wilds. What do you guys think of that, Zach?
I think it's a good Magic card.
Okay.
I think, you know, it's especially good in concert if you have any way to make it bigger. In this deck with a lot of removal spells, it can obviously help ensure some consistency. That said, I think the issue is not how good of a card it is.
Yes.
It's how good it is in comparison to Pelucranos, Desecration Demon, more Xenagos the Reveler, other cards that you could compete in a pretty dense 4 slot.
Okay.
And how good that is remains to be seen.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I just took a quick look over at Chris Pikula's deck list. He doesn't have a lot of ways to interact with that Reaper of the Wilds.
Few decks do.
Yeah.
Considering it can naturally give itself hexproof, it can be pretty difficult to get it off the board.
All right, is this a dragon? Yes, it is. Stormbreath Dragon for Haoshan Huang. So now all of a sudden, he's got, what, 4, 8, 10 power on the table?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right with the Satyr token. I mean, the other thing I'm thinking about for Pikula is just how many of those damage that he's allocated to Planeswalkers could have just been hitting Huang upside the head.
You know, you talk about this all the time, Zach, that, you know, Planeswalkers, even if they die right away, do generate some value, and part of that value is gaining you life virtually. You know, if a Planeswalker takes a hit from a creature that you would have, well, you've basically gained that life. And somehow, even though Chris Pikula has done quite a few things, he's been using his mana up every turn. Haoshan Huang's at 18 life still. He hasn't really even got to work on his life total at all yet.
And when you have a Stormbreath Dragon who is capable of activating, you know, every one of your opponent's points of life matters.
Getting Monstrosity
He
going?
can do a lot of damage here with Monstrosity, though given that he is at 12 life, he's not safe himself. If Pikula were to attack with Stormbreath Dragon and Monstrous it, he would do, what, 9 damage to Haoshan?
Okay.
But the Xenagos the Reveler or Mistcutter Hydra that we see in Huang's hand would be able to come down with haste and kill Chris on the backswing. We do see that Chris has a shock in his hand, though, and that could mess up the math.
Okay. So these thoughts and probably more are going through Chris Pikula's head right now.
Yeah, this is not a simple matchup to play. I
No, it sure isn't.
You know, when things go well and you're just killing all your opponent's creatures and then killing them, it's pretty straightforward. But the margins really matter in a combat phase like this.
Monstrous?
All right, Monstrous is triggered. Yep. Sure.
16.
Take damage. He goes down to 16.
And 7 you.
For 7.
So that gets him down to 9, and if, you know, assuming Huang didn't do anything, he's facing 7, 10, 12 points of damage from Pikula's attack. Now, obviously, Huang also has a board full of creatures, so he can put a damper in those plans.
Pikula has left up Mutavault activation mana, also potentially Doomblade and or Devour Flesh are things that Haoshan has to be thinking about here.
That hand of Haoshan's is not good for Pikula, though. That Dreadbore that just came off the top is huge. Pikula's enormously invested in that Stormbreath Dragon. He spent a ton of mana on it over a course of several turns, and now it's just going to die.
Yeah, that's his main game plan here.
He doesn't really have much to back it up after this. Haoshan's still at 9, and Pikula, with the shock in hand, can do, even if all of his creatures get through, can do 7 total damage.
That's right, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Haoshan just has a way bigger board presence at this point.
And Huang, I was about to say, well, if he casts Dreadbore, he can't cast Xenagos, but if he just casts Xenagos and ticks it up, he actually can play, he can definitely cast the Dreadbore, and could theoretically Hydra if he wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing the math here, trying to figure out. He's not going to be able to do 12 this turn, right?
Not through the Mutavault. He could. If Chris was tapped out, Haoshan could kill him this turn. Right. Mistcutter Hydra.
Right.
All right.
But with the Mutavault up, he's threatening the ability to chump block. So that 4-power haste creature is not going to get through. But here, let's see what he's doing. I think what I would do would be play the Xenagos like Zach said, and plus it, and then use the mana to kill the dragon. Oh, looks like he wants to get into the
interesting play. Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, this is interesting too because this gives him threatens lethal on board and allows him to cast the Dreadbore. So this actually forces Chris to trade off his Mutavault or chump block with his Mutavault. So it actually gets Chris's board presence down as well. So now this is threatening lethal.
And I'm sitting there thinking, if you're Chris, what are your outs? I mean, the natural one to go to is Rakdos Return, but I think Hwang's still at just a few too many life.
Because he needs a turn. He needs to be able to activate his either the Mutavault and or the Rakdos key rune, and he can't do that and maximize on Rakdos Return.
And we were talking a bit earlier about how effective that Rakdos key rune and the Mutavaults can be at threatening the damage and threatening Planeswalkers early on. The downside is that they do require mana to commit in order to actually activate them. So Chris doesn't have the option of continuing to advance his board in the same way, as well as still get the damage in with his creature mana sources.
Yeah, exactly.
We see the chipper Chris Pikula with his hand on his head. It looks just like he's pained here, trying to figure out what exactly to do.
Well, he has to be wondering why that's a 2/2. What is the 2-mana spell that Hwang is representing right here? And he knows it can't be good for him because this attack kills Hwang if Chris has something. If Chris just chump blocks and Hwang has nothing, he just attacks back with his creatures and wins.
Okay.
The disadvantage to Chris of having to activate Mutavault right here is that he doesn't actually have extra mana to shock Hwang at the end of the turn, which I think gives him the out of ripping Rakdos Return.
Right. I think if you look at the mana, Chris has what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, he actually cannot stay alive and cast Shock End Step and draw Rakdos Return to possibly win. So this is actually an excellent play coming from Hwang here.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's an excellent play because it has just put the screws to Chris Pikula. He has been thinking about this play forever and clearly is having a really tough time coming up with the decision.
It's also hard to figure out, like, do you want to trade? Do you want to chump? You're clearly activating Mutavault here because otherwise you're dead.
Well, you do have the option to shock. That is also an option.
Sorry. Yeah, that's a really, really good point.
All right, so let me give you guys a scenario here, Brian. Let's say that Howe says, I have Dreadbore and shows it to you. What's the play for Chris Pikula if that was the case? So let's just say Chris says, I'm going to assume he has Dreadbore or something that can kill my, something that can kill my dragon.
Block the Reaper?
I'm not actually sure. I mean, I'm trying to assemble a way in which Chris wins through Dreadbore, and I'm coming up short at the moment.
Okay.
Because Dreadbore killing his dragon leaves him with just mana sources at play, and Haochuan is at 9 life. He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough mana to actually Rakdos turn him out, even with that shock in hand. And he just draws a mountain, and that's going to be the game.
Jonathan Finkel up a game.
Yeah.
On our secondary match over Owen Turtenwald. You can see them right behind there as they're going to sideboards, and it's looking like we're going to be going to sideboards pretty soon here too.
Yep. Chris finds no outs. Decides to go to the next one.
All right, so Chris Pikula down a game here to Haochuan Hwang, who is doing his very best to prevent Chris from that top 25 bid. A lot on the line for both players, let's remember.
Well, if you have a way to kill my dragon, it's not that close, I guess. You didn't draw.
Ultra Pro is the leading manufacturer of trading card, game sleeves, and deck boxes. If you're looking for official Theros portfolios, card storage boxes, deck boxes, sleeves, and playmats, Ultra Pro has you covered. For more information, visit wizards.com/magic merchandise. So pretty tight game there, guys. That was not an easy last couple of turns for Chris Pikula, and Haochuan Hwang really came up with some kind of interesting line there at the end.
Yeah, my initial assessment of that situation was different than the play that Haochuan made, and I think that the play that he did make was actually better than the one that I initially suggested. So I actually was talking a little bit to LSV, who played him in the draft portion earlier, and he said that he played very well against him, that Haochuan actually made a play to play around Triton Tactics, which he had not seen from LSV, but had just noticed that there were several of in the draft, and managed to take a game that LSV said he thought most players would have lost.
Now, one of the most important cards of the game that we just saw was Dreadbore. It came off the top for Haoshuan, and he was able to kill the dragon with it and really ride it to victory. Zach, talk to us a little bit about Dreadbore.
So we put Dreadbore in this set basically to just be iconic. It was the first thing that let you point, click, and kill a Planeswalker. It felt very Rakdos to us, black-red, really good at killing things. We made it a sorcery. Originally, it was an instant that was really, really, really good for 2 mana. And also sort of counterintuitive, although I ended up doing this with Hero's Downfall, because it was like play a Planeswalker, and it's like Dreadbore. It's like we actually get a chance to use it first. So that was another reason it was made a sorcery. But it was intended to be one of the really defining reasons that you would play black-red in Standard. And like we were talking about with Hero's Downfall earlier, it means that you can play creature removal spells that are not dead or bad or useless against control decks.
Yeah, it's definitely had a splash. It pops up pretty often here. Anytime that red and black can be played together, Dreadbore is under consideration for playing just because it's so efficient and so versatile.
It definitely falls behind Hero's Downfall for a lot of decks, because the ability to answer things at instant speed, you can kill things like Mutavault, you can kill things like Obsidian. Those are all very, very important. The efficiency of Dreadbore is very important too. We saw that game, the fact that it was a 2-mana removal spell allowed Huang to actually use 3 more mana that turn, which is exactly what he needed to present a lethal clock against Chris. So there's trade-offs either way.
Yeah, you guys get a great look at our hall here. We have some spectators here out in the field. This is on one of our sweet crane cams, and
this has been a great venue.
It's a really
Dublin
great
has been
venue.
fantastic.
Yeah, everybody agrees. This has been a really sweet place to have a pro tour, and you get a look back down in our main feature match area as players are sideboarding. Now, I do have some interesting news from two players who are essentially locked for the top 8. I mean, that's you never want to say locked for the top 8, but they pretty much are, and they've decided to play against each other for seeding purposes. This is a situation where they feel like, look, we can play, one will win, one will lose, but we both are probably going to be in the top 8 here, and it's better for one or the other here to actually be, have the choice of player draw as they go in. Brian, how important is it to be on the player draw depending on what deck you're playing?
It really depends on the sort of matchup. Generally having the option to choose is going to be better than not.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very good change to the tournament rules over the past few years with the higher seeded player getting the choice, because it really rewards people for excellent performance in the Swiss, and it can definitely make the later rounds much more exciting. So you've even seen people who would be locked with a draw have to play because the top seed really wants to lock up their slot.
Right.
Okay, so talk to me about this. I have a news bit here. So Dizani just won that. So he is going to have, well, I'm assuming he's going to have the top seed going in, and he is playing the blue deck. How important is it for the blue deck to be able to be on the play more often?
I think it's very important. The devotion decks are very much about board presence.
And these were both devotion decks,
right,
by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The devotion decks are very much about board presence, and the ability to get your things online faster is huge.
Okay.
The difference between being on the play and on the draw can mean your Thassa is in a position to block or not when you actually get to that point in the game, or he gets to attack first.
Yeah.
Which is also huge.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that with this blue deck time and time again, where if it can get off to a quick start, get like one combat step with a Bident on the table, then it sort of becomes a snowball situation where it gets out of hand quickly. Where the other side of that coin is the deck gets off to a reasonable early start, has a few things removed, and never quite gets over the hump, so that it can start doing kind of the broken things that the deck does.
Right. The issue with a lot of the devotion cards, and specifically the gods, is the fact that they require you to have a certain critical mass of stuff in play before they have a significant board presence. And if you're able to be on the play and you can play one drop 2-drop like a Frostburn Weird, then play your Thassa, and then play Nightveil Spectre, it's on and you're going. And if you're on the draw and your opponent kills one of those creatures because they have the initiative, they're on the play, and can get to spend their mana aggressively, you can be in a lot of trouble, especially if they kill it with something like Domri Raid.
That's right.
That you are behind in multiple angles.
Right. And interestingly, too, the other deck that Mihara's playing is the mono green Shrine to Nykthos.
I love this deck.
Yeah, it's a sweet deck, and you and I were chatting about it, but this combines the same elements that you just mentioned about wanting to be ahead with also being like a mana elf deck too, which would always want to be getting those out as quick as possible. So ultra important for both of them, but Dazani is the one that is victorious, and he's going to have the play.
Mihara's still in the top 8, though. And I think when we think about decks that are trying to abuse Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, one of the things you see is just whoever uses it more gets ahead. And Voyaging Satyr just absolutely
that is just
unbelievable
insane.
with Nykthos.
In play testing, when we first untapped a Shrine of Nyx with Voyaging Satyr, it was just like, this is just unreasonable.
This is unreasonable.
I mentioned in one of the earlier matches when we were talking that I watched one of Mihara's games, and by his turn 4, he had spent something like 40 mana.
Yeah, which is unbelievable.
It was just ridiculous. He had so much in play on turn 4. Like, he had a 6-drop, 2 4-drops, like 5 2-drops, a 3-drop, like, and he had spent mana to activate Pelucranos and Scavenging Ooze. All of this happened, and it was turn 4.
Yeah.
Played Grim Monolith.
It's interesting how it works out, too, because he has a few cards in here that can act as mana sinks. By mana sink, we mean a place to use all that mana, because at some point you've cast all the cards in your hand, and if you've got in the 40 mana range, you're not really, you don't have anything left. He's got Scavenging Ooze, Nylea, Pelucranos, all that can be used for that. And he also has, interestingly, 4 Garrett Collar of Beast to help reload his hand and have more things to cast.
Yeah, that's one of the issues with some of the Devotion decks, is that they can run out of gas. You have 4 copies of Garrett. Garrett can draw 5 cards with a single activation. And if you look at this deck, it's almost all creatures. It's creatures, lands, and planeswalkers, and that's it. And that's one common thread you'll see in a lot of the Devotion decks. They are very spell-light. You'll maybe see a couple copies of a few spells between them, because they need all their cards to be in play.
Yeah, all right, so we're underway here. Chris Pikula, land. On the other side of the table, Hao Shan Hang has played, it is a Sylvan Caryatid there. That's the special buy-a-box version of it.
He may have bought a box.
He may have. Yep. And one turn a little late here for Chris Pikula, but let's see if he hits something sweet.
I imagine he's going to have some options.
He does have 6 or 7 cards there to choose from.
Well, and this Lifebane Zombie is going to come up big, because we saw last game Chris really needed ways to pressure Haoshuan's Planeswalkers, and we see Xenagos the Reveler in Haoshuan's hand, and that's only a 3 loyalty Planeswalker. So if you play that and actually try and get value out of it by making a creature, it'll just die right away to Lifebane Zombie.
Yeah, nothing like playing a 2/2 for 4 mana in Standard. That's not what you want to be doing.
No.
So things are looking okay here for Chris in the early stages, though. I have to say that Haoshuan's Huang's hand looks amazing.
It does look quite good, but Chris is going to be able to take something from it.
Yeah, I saw that
looks like there's a Drag Mangler and a Scavenging Ooze, it looks like. It is a little expensive. He has Stormbreath Dragon. Oh, that Domri is an excellent play as well. But again, Lifebane Zombie giving him the ability to pressure that.
He's going to take away the Drag Mangler. That is one of the few cards that can actually block that Lifebane Zombie.
Right, that's big.
And that's exactly why I like taking Drag Mangler there. I think that Zombie is going to be so important as a source of pressure, not just for Planeswalkers, which I think is relevant, but also just to get some, get some damage on the board. And of course, exiling it with Lifebane Zombie means that it's not going to be able to scavenge.
So Haoshuan has a couple options here. My guess is that he'll go with playing Domri. Domri, because it ticks up to 4 loyalty, won't die right away to Lifebane Zombie, and he has the option to keep rebuilding his hand. And if Chris does not choose to attack it, he'll be able to actually fight with that Stormbreath Dragon on a future turn. But I imagine Chris will do exactly that.
Now, Chris's hand, interestingly, is Pithing Needle. Hero's Downfall Dreadbore.
Okay.
So theoretically, he could deal with some Planeswalkers.
With any of his cards.
And I wonder if you just start attacking Huang at this point. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you can get an attack in on a Planeswalker, you almost kind of want to.
I have to wonder whether the right play here for Chris is actually to attack Domery and then just Rakdos return for 2. Because you get Domery off the board. Oh, no, it looks like he wants to Dreadbore it. Or Devour. Oh, okay. Okay.
I like Devour,
especially he saw how expensive Haoshan's hand was, and that removes one of his mana sources. I wonder if he's going to Dreadbore here, because getting Domery off the board right away is nice, but you're using a card that could possibly have a lot of value when you could just attack twice with Lifebane Zombie.
I actually really like casting Pithing Needle here, and the reason for that is that prevents Huang from top decking another Domery Raid and like immediately getting a card off of it, and it allows the zombie to start pressuring Huang's life total right away.
Yeah, and there it is, and I agree, I like that as well. I mean, if you're going to have Pithing Needle in your deck, this is what it's for.
Right.
Yeah, those other cards can hit other things.
Right.
And, quick update, John Finkel wins 2-0 versus Owen Turtenwald on our back table. Both players sitting at 30 match points.
So particularly with the information that Pikula had, that there is a Scavenging Ooze coming to play pretty soon, he definitely wants to save his removal spells for that and the Dragon.
Right.
You know, those are things that can get out of hand pretty quickly. Either of them, really. And that Lifebane Zombie can just go to work on Huang's life total, and it does an excellent job at that, considering it has Intimidate.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is really good when your opponent's plan is to kill like literally every one of your creatures, because it means that even though it's a 2-mana 2/2 and you can cast it whenever you have extra mana, it can grow, you know, very, very large and bigger the more the game goes on. Also, the life gain, really important if you're in any kind of burn and or racing situation. And Pikula's deck with Lifebane Zombie on the table with access to Rakdos Return and Stormbreath Dragon is going to probably be trying to race, assuming it's not going to be able to get every one of Huang's threats off the board.
So that ooze has come down and...
The ooze has come down.
Green. All right, there it is. Attack for 3, and here's the follow-up play. Rakdos' return for your whole hand. Ouch.
Yeah, huge Rakdos return there, hitting both Xenagos and Stormbreath Dragon.
That card is so brutal.
Yeah, and the land he got there matters a lot, because that prevents Huang from top decking a Stormbreath Dragon right away.
Absolutely. He's way far off.
Ooze is going Eaton.
Hungry Ooze.
And the Hungry Ooze is going to get in here for some damage, but it's going to die too.
Yeah, Chris has 2 removal spells left in his hand that'll definitely take out this Ooze.
So probably just fire off the Dreadbore here.
Oh, he actually drew a Demon as well.
Oh,
so
he did.
I actually think
that changes things a little bit, doesn't it?
I think that now Chris is supposed to play Demon.
Yeah.
It's a much more efficient use of his mana, allows him to present a threat. He knows that Huang doesn't really have much because he just discarded his entire hand.
Right. So Chris Pikula looking to be in the driver's seat here. Only 2 cards for Haoshan Huang, and he asks Pikula how many he's got.
And wow, hitting that last Overgrown Tomb huge. Huang drew Vraska the Unseen.
But he still doesn't have 5, right, Zach?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
You mentioned that a minute ago with the Dragon. It's true of any 5-drop in his deck is that he needs to draw 2 cards to get there. I don't know what his other card is, though.
Something he's not terribly happy with.
Yeah, agree.
Oh, actually, it looks to be Stomping Ground, I think.
Oh, is it?
No, maybe it's a Oh, it is Stomping Ground, yeah.
Oh, okay. So he is capable of playing
Vraska. But Vraska here, he can play it and kill the Desecration Demon, but he takes 2 damage, and then he's going to lose his Vraska. I mean, it seems like that's what you have to do.
Now, is there any thought given to destroying the Pithy Needle and using Domery Raid?
That is an option. That's an interesting.
So let's see what he wants to do. There's a whole lot going on this board here, and it looks like Huang is absolutely thinking about every option possible. You can see him doing the patented pen flick there.
Yeah, Marshall, I'm actually a huge fan of the play that you're talking about, of getting rid of the Pithing Needle and trying to activate Domery Raid. I think you can fight Lifebane Zombie, it gains you a lot, like essentially more virtual life from the demon, because demon has to use 6 points of damage to deal with either Vraska or Domri Raid, preserving your life total, and no matter which one he kills, the other one can start helping you get ahead when otherwise you're very far behind on the board right now. You're going to have to keep top decking your way out of this.
All right, looks like
he took out the demon.
Decided to take out the demon, leaving him with Vraska, but like you mentioned, Brian, it looks like Vraska is going to bite it here. There she goes. Vraska down. And what does Pikula follow up with? Well, he's got a Mutavault, which is sweet, and there's the Dreadbore to take out the Ooze. So things are looking pretty darn good for Pikula here. He has still the only real threat left on the table. It is a Scry land. We talked about this early, Brian. This is where you want to be doing it.
Oh, yeah. Like, if you're going to draw a land here, you want it to be a Scry land. You know, you really don't want to be drawing lands late, but when they at least give you some option to get you past other lands or find you what you need, they're much, much more powerful than your other possible land draws.
He's actually deep in the tank on this Scry. This is the kind of thing that I love about these lands, Zach. You were talking about them earlier. They make interesting things happen, and it's just from a land drop.
Chris drew a pretty good land in Mutavault himself.
He did indeed.
Significantly increased his clock here.
He did. So there's 5 coming in. He's looking to equalize. He's looking to top 25 this Pro Tour so that he can get to the next one to try to keep his Hall of Fame bid alive. He barely missed it.
Xenagos.
Okay,
here's Xenagos, and he's going to make a Satyr.
And that's actually kind of annoying for Chris with Hero's Downfall, Devour Flesh, because like you don't want to 2-for-1 yourself by killing Xenagos directly. He has a 2/2 which kills your Mutavault if you attack with it. But if you Devour Flesh, the 2 extra life sort of matters if you draw a shock, and he can make another 2/2 next turn. It's like kind of an annoying card to present against Chris right here.
Yeah, I mean,
Chris draws a Dreadbore here.
Well, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I actually think. I wonder if you just Dreadbore the creature.
Right.
And no, you probably just Dreadbore Xenagos. Well, yeah. If you just Dreadbore Xenagos, then you get to attack with Lifebane Zombie, and just kill your opponent in 2 attacks.
Yeah, your opponent still can draw like Scavenging Ooze there though to gain a little. I think I kind of like. I mean, you're relying upon Zombie a little bit. I don't. Does Huang have Chandra, or
I don't
does
see
he not
Chandra
have
in
access
his
to that?
list.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, well, and that is.
And that's going to do it. Chris Pikula equalizes, and he's going to force a Game 3 here. He wants this, and he is going to make it very difficult for Huang to beat him here post-board. We'd like to thank Card House Games for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Enter the code PTDUB when ordering on cardhousegames.com for 10% off your next purchase. For more information, visit cardhousegames.com. Another quick update from the side tables, gentlemen. We have Patrick Chapin defeating Jacob Van Lunen 2-1. That was the last match in the feature match area besides the one that we're watching, so this will be the last one. And it's going to be a good one. It's a Game 3 here. You see Patrick and Jacob Van Lunen back there chatting, reminiscing about the tournament, talking about testing, I'm sure. They both deal in deck brews. And apparently Tim's telling us it was a very close game as well between the two. Jake had a junk deck. That's a slang term we use for green, white, and black, and he was pretty happy with his deck. And we saw Patrick Chapin's list played by multiple players in the tournament. It was
including Paul Reitzel in the top 8.
That's right, including Paul Reitzel. All right, so this is going to be it. These players are now sideboarding. Zach, do you have a feel for who has an advantage post-sideboard? We saw Pikula win, but with a sample size of 1 game, we can't really take much from it.
Sure, I do like Pikula post-board. Again, I think Lifebane Zombie just a huge part of this equation. I mean, we talked about that when we saw the black-white deck versus the black-red deck. The fact that your Lifebane Zombies are live and that Huang is relying so tremendously upon Planeswalkers, which Zombie is very good at threatening, I think makes that, I don't know if it gives the black-red deck the edge. I know that means, though, that he's certainly probably bringing in the best sideboard cards. Yeah, we're looking at Juan's list, and he plays 2 copies of Domri Raid.
I just don't understand. Domri is the best.
Does he know you can play 4?
You're allowed to play 4.
You just couldn't find any before the tournament.
All right, so players are still sideboarding here. Chris Pikula, let's talk about this a little bit. Brian, you made a comeback on the Pro Tour, and it's been kind of a raging success for you, winning a couple of PTs and solidifying yourself in the Hall of Fame. Chris Pikula, the majority of his career has taken place in a different era. He is now looking to solidify his own legacy in the Hall of Fame. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, Chris was one of the great players in the game's early years. He didn't have the same level of success at the Pro Tour as people like John Finkel or Darwin Castle. Many of the members of the Hall of Fame from that era, but he was a major figure in the Magic community back then. He was a huge advocate for fair play in an era when things were a little looser. And he was also one of the game's first real storytellers. He was one of the first commentators in Magic. He did the color commentary for broadcasts way back when. And he was a huge personality as part of the early Pro Tour. And I think that the Hall of Fame really misses him. I think it would be great for Chris to win this match and get another chance to be enshrined in the Hall.
Yeah, and it means so much to him. And we've seen him. He's been playing. I mean, he's a fully functioning adult human being. He also has a kid. It's not easy to make time to play as much Magic as you need to be fully on top of your game.
And I remember, too, when the initial Chris in the Hall of Fame conversation was coming up, and people were like, oh, Chris needs to come back and be live. Chris has been grinding PTQs.
He does,
and, doing really well at them, for a little while now. So it's not as though he's like, oh, I'd like to be in the Hall, I guess. He has been working hard at this for the last couple of years.
Yeah, he lost in the finals of a PTQ. I mean, it's been rough for him, but he is trying to capitalize on this opportunity that he's been given. As we explained earlier, the threshold for being on the Hall of Fame ballot has changed going into the next one, and it went from 100 lifetime pro points to 150. Chris Pikula is 15 shy of that, and he needs to lock up a top 25 to ensure that he can get a bid for the next Pro Tour and also take up the majority of those 15 pro points in one hit here if he can do it. And you know what it comes down to? One game of Magic here and a really tough opponent. I have to say that, he doesn't have a walk here in any way, shape, or form. Huang has really put the pressure on him and played really well here so far in this match. And here it is. Let's take a look at the opening hands from our players. Huang should be on the play for this game.
I guess you only need to play 2 Domries if you're going to draw them anyway.
Chris Pikula examining his opening hand. It looks like he's only got a 2-lander here, but he's got a bunch of good stuff. A Doomblade. I saw a Dreadbore in his hand and a Pithing Needle as well. And both players have kept Overgrown Tomb for Haoshuan Huang. Starts things off. Chris Pikula starts things off with the tap land of his own.
Yeah, Brian, the reason you play 2 Domries is your opponent's bringing in Pithing Needle,
and
you want fewer dead draws. Yeah, obviously.
All right, so another tap land for Huang here, and nothing from either player so far. So a slow start here, though neither player's decks are particularly aggressive, so this isn't unheard of at all. And are we just going to see a Domri raid right off the front?
Well, it's interesting because Haoshuan also has Dragmanglers in his hand.
Okay.
And the ability to put Chris on the defensive by playing creature rather than the Planeswalker. It looks like he's going with the Planeswalker route. I'm actually not sure I agree with that play. I think that if your deck is gonna play Dragmangler in a match like this, you want to start getting damage on your opponent. You want to present a board presence that your opponent has to deal with. And here we see that Domri Raid just get eliminated by Pithing Needle.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting because Haoshuan Huang actually had the ability to go Dragmangler, and immediately after that he could play the
Reaper of the Wilds.
The Reaper of the Wilds, and then followed up with another Dragmangler or even a Dragon.
And here's Dragmangler is attacking now, and it looks like he's trying to play that Reaper with Hexproof mana up.
Okay.
Which makes some degree of sense, except you've already seen Pikula's Devour Flesh, so you know it's not going to be invincible no matter what. And by not playing the first Dreg Mangler, you force Pikula, most of Pikula's removal is sorcery speed, so at least you're getting in damage. Now you're letting Pikula be proactive with a Desecration Demon.
Mangler is also a creature you don't really mind if it dies.
Yeah.
If your opponent spends something like a Dreadbore on your Dreg Mangler, you just you traded not great mana wise, but you can get that Mangler back with the scavenge ability on, say, Reaper of the Wild.
All right, and here's Reaper of the Wild for Hwang, but it is facing down a huge
Pikula has to kill that demon now because the ability to get hexproof. Yeah, he goes with the Dreadbore immediately.
I mean, his other option was just playing Stormbreath Dragon and trying to attack for 10, but that might just be really greedy when your opponent can untap with a hexproof creature.
Yeah, I think that you. I mean, I didn't see the Stormbreath Dragon in his hand at that point, but interesting. He chooses not to attack with the Desecration Demon. Given that he's at 15, he probably doesn't want to try and race here.
Right.
Yeah, he's also, it looks like he's got another Desecration Demon in hand, maybe even 2, and a Stormbreath Dragon as well.
Kind of wants to hang out.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to go shields up for a bit, but when he turns the corner and starts becoming the aggressor, he will end the game very, very quickly with that much power.
This is kind of interesting. The Dreg Mangler versus Desecration Demon actually gives you the ability to tap down your opponent's demon. You can't scavenge that turn, but you can make a Dreg Mangler that's going to be about as big as your opponent's demon.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It looks like Hwang is the one who has a few too many land in this game, though. His hand is just Blood Crypt and Stomping Ground, and Pikula plays another demon.
All right, so there it is, the second demon for Chris Pikula, and he is getting close. You see him shift position in his chair. All right, it's an Elvish Mystic.
Elvish Mystic is not a land, but it's about as close as you can get.
Yeah.
Now that said, when your opponent has 2 cards that allow you to fog them by sacking a creature, Mystic, not horrible right now.
Yeah, good point, Zach.
I mean, Hauschuan could play the Mystic and just get in for 6 if he wants.
Right.
And that would put Chris to 9, but that math doesn't really favor Hauschuan. He needs a little bit more than that. I don't know that he can go offensive just yet.
Hauschuan's potentially taking 12 damage in the air next turn, and remember, Chris Pikula could have a dragon. We know he does, but Hauschuan doesn't, but he has to assume that that's a possibility here as well.
I mean, taking Chris to 9 sort of gives Hwang a number of outs. If Chris were to just try to attack with everything in Mistcutter Hydra and Stormbreath Dragon, he could theoretically present 9 damage, but that's assuming that Chris does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no attacks from Hwang here. And Chris draws a Mutavault. That's a very good draw,
His awesome Mutavault, it's been good every single time he's drawn it.
Because that gives Chris the ability to potentially threaten, the ability to both block, which is big. If something like a Mistcutter Hydra were to come up, as well as just have another threat.
And huge turn here for Chris Pikula. He uses the Doomblade to take out the Elvish Mystic. That means that Hwang's not going to be able to sack it to Desecration Demon, and he also has enough mana to follow up with a Stormbreath Dragon.
This is a really bad spot for Hwang. He's going to... Even if he sacrifices one of his creatures, he's still taking 10 damage in the air, putting him to 4, and leaving 3 lethal threats on Chris's side of the board.
That cannot be blocked.
Yeah, they're all flying.
Yeah. This is one of the things I like about Chris's version of this deck. I mean, we're talking about Black-Red list, but he's not messing around. He's playing 4 Desecration Demon, 4 Stormbreath Dragon. So if he's able to get ahead at all, he can have games like this one where he's just dropping huge creatures.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. He set up to block well in the early stages, and now he's turned the corner, and he's just hitting for massive chunks of damage. I mean, minimum 4 this turn, and that's if Hwang wants to wipe his board.
Yeah.
Right? And Chris actually has the ability to attack for what, 6, 12, 16 damage here?
I mean, here, I really think Hwang is basically just figuring out what in the world can happen that lets me win this game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he is so far behind right now that he's really looking for a miracle, and Bonfire of the Damned is no longer in the format.
I'm sure you're crushed about that.
And 14 is exactly the life total he doesn't want to be at, because him falling to 4 means that even Vraska, which is probably the best removal spell he could draw right now, is not going to be enough. He deals with one of the demons, sack a creature to tap the other one, and he still takes 4 from Stormbreath.
Yeah,
Dragon.
Mizzium Mortars doesn't do anything.
There
And
he
that's
is.
going to do it. Christopher Pikula looks like he's going to be in the top 25. We see a sigh of relief and an eyebrow raise from Chris. But this is a great step towards his Hall of Fame bid, as it looks like he's going to pick up a top 25. That's 10 pro points, right, Brian? And it means that he is going to be playing in the next Pro Tour as well, where he's going to pick up a few pro points just for playing. And then he's going to try to string together just a couple more pro points after that, and he's going to be able to stay on the bid on the ballot. For
And
the
I would not
Pro
be
Tour.
surprised to see him in a few Grand Prix over the next few months before Valencia as well.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Brian Kibler and Zac Hill. Really great stuff. We're going to have a top 8, we're going to have Rich bring you all that stuff in a minute, but this was one of the matches that shows you that it's not just about the very top seeds and the very top players. I mean, those are, of course, important matches and important things happening, but there's a lot going on just below that level, too, with things like this. A lot of people fighting to stay on the Pro Tour. It's not easy these days, and if you fall off, winning a PTQ can be pretty tough to do, and getting in any number of ways through a GP. They're big fields out there now.
Oh, yeah.
So Chris Pikula getting the job done, though. He has a lot of fans. He's one of the most popular players. Brian, you were saying that back in the day, that's what we call any time before the last 5 years, he was really popular. And we actually have Tim Willoughby down in the feature match area right now to have a chat with Chris Pikula.
Hi, I'm Tim Willoughby here with Chris Pikula in the feature match area. Now, you've had some fairly high-pressure matches over the course of your career, Chris. How does this one favour?
It was actually when we determined that it was a long shot that I could make top 25, a lot of the pressure came off. So now if I make top 25, I think it's a very long shot. That would be a huge, that'd be a big win. But once we determined it's a long shot, it took a lot of the pressure off. But the previous round, I almost had a heart attack. But this round, the pressure was off a little bit.
But of course, every pro point counting at the moment. You're trying to get back on the Hall of Fame ballot because you were so close last time, right?
Yeah, my attitude is that I don't think I'm going to get voted in unless I have another good finish anyway. So it seems like if I have the good finish that I need to get voted in, that'll get me back on the ballot. So I'm actually not, I don't think I'm going to nickel and dime my way into the Hall of Fame. I need a good finish at some point, and that'll get me the points. No, I would happily nickel and dime myself into the Hall of Fame if that is an option. I'm just not sure it is.
You've heard it here, folks. If you do happen to have a vote, Chris Pikula will be very happy to receive it. And with any luck, get the top 25. We'll see you back at the next Pro Tour. And if not, hopefully we'll see you another one really, really soon.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Thanks a lot, Chris. We'll head back to the booth now.
Welcome back to the booth, guys. He will be happy to take your vote, and if nickel and diming's a way to do it, he will do it. It's interesting psychologically there. It looks like they looked at the standings and they said, you might make the top 25 with the win here. We'll keep an eye on it. I know I'm curious now, too. And it's funny how that psychologically can change. He's like, I might not make it. I'll just relax and play. That might have actually put him into the top 25. We'll find out in a little bit. But for right now, Richard Hagon is over at the news desk, and he's going to be bringing you all of the results as we are nearing the very end of the Swiss portion of the tournament here from Pro Tour Theros.
All right, fantastic job, guys. Thanks so much to Marshall Sutcliffe, Zac Hill, and of course our special guest here on Pro Tour Saturday, Mr. Brian Kibler. I'm your host, Rich Hagon, and I'm sitting alongside what I imagine is a very happy man from France, Jeremy Desani. How excited are you about coming back tomorrow for the top 8?
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's the first time for me to make top 8 in Pro Tour. I make some top 8 in GP, but Pro Tour is really different. We have not the same sensation. I hope to do my best tomorrow.
Okay, now I obviously get to come to all the European events, and for me, you are one of the top 5 or 6 European pros right now. When we look at this guy's record, 50 lifetime pro points or so, but a 72% win rate at GPs. 3 out of every 4. That's with every flood, every difficult matchup, every miscalculation, every top deck against you, and still you win 3 out of 4. That's incredible. So what are the skills that you bring to the European Grand Prix scene, first of all? What are you good at Magic?
For the GP?
Yeah.
I think I play all GP with. I am serious when I play GP. I test so much. I don't. If I think I can't win the GP or make a good score, I choose to not coming because. Yes, you need to do your best in the tournament, and if you think you are not prepared for that, you need to say, okay, I have not the level. If you can also go to a GP for see friend. I do this 1 or 2 times, but it's the 1 or 2 times I lost really, because if you are not prepared, you can't win a GP.
Some players play a style of deck, some players will play one particular deck. For you, I think of you as a Jund player. You won a Grand Prix with Jund. Pretty much whenever you can, you will play those 3 colours together. What is it about Jund that sits with your play style?
I think I love Jund because it's a deck will give you some choice in the game, and finally the mirror match is interesting in any format, in modern, in standard. It's all time interesting, and I like to play these games. So it's not all the time. If you play another deck, you play a mirror. Sometimes it's really bad. With Jund I like, so I think it's okay. And you all times the deck give you some chance against all the deck of the field. So I like to play it.
You said that the Pro Tour is a different sensation. You've played 4 Pro Tours before today, and we said 72% in Grand Prix, 56% at Pro Tours, which is winning more than losing, but it's, kind of in the middle of the pack. What has changed either about the Pro Tour or about you to bring you to this top 8? What is... I think something's changed in you, to be honest, from my side.
I think when you play your first Pro Tour, you are intimidated, and maybe you have not the experience for prepare yourself and for your mental. Yes. How you need to play with calm, and be. Yesterday I was a little stressed. A little nervous. Yes. I think you can play well your first Pro Tour because this nervosity is really bad for your results. Really bad.
Okay, one thing I've noticed about you though is that some people are very, very calm, but when you win, you show it. You're a very emotional player, and you pump the fist, and it's like yes, and it really matters in here to you. Why does Magic matter so much to you?
I think because during the game I need to keep calm and be not nervous, but I am. And when I know it's finished, the game is finished, all excite myself.
Sure. So, all the excitement comes out.
But I try to not shock my opponent because I know it's not all time.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not a good sport conduct, so I prefer to be safe with my opponent and after with friend.
Sure, absolutely. Well, listen, you deserve the fist pump today because a fantastic run, very well deserved. First Pro Tour top 8 for Jeremy Desarnais of France. Jeremy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to send you on your way and bring in, I tell you, it's a French cavalcade here at the end of day 2 because my next guest is also from France. I tell you, one, you wait for ages and then 3 come along at once, as they say. And here is, in his first Pro Tour top 8, Pierre Dagen.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure, congratulations. Thanks. Now then, you've played lots and lots of Grand Prix, 25 GPs, very good win rate, 60% or so, and was top 8 of Bochum last year in 2012. So what did you expect this weekend?
I expected to do better than my previous Pro Tours.
So you've been to 4 so far with kind of 50-50, about even.
Yeah, exactly. I was doing very bad in limited every time.
Oh, okay.
Because my decks in constructed are usually okay. Like I was 8-2 in Nagoya.
Right.
But I always thought okay, I'm winning drafts on Magic Online, so that's fine. And that was never fine.
Now, why not? What's the difference between...
The guys are much better on the Pro Tour.
Right, okay.
And I didn't give them proper respect. So this time, I tested the draft with Rafael Levy, Melissa De Torra, Timothée Simoneau, which is a very good draft player in France.
Sure, absolutely. Well, you've got 2 World Magic Cup champions there, Timotei and Raf, and of course
Jan
Melissa.
Gutmann too. All the French team was there.
Sure. Okay.
So yeah, we tested a lot in draft, and this time I went 5-1 in draft.
Right.
And that made all the difference, basically.
So where were you after the first draft? Were you 3-0 the first draft?
I was true, yeah. I was in the feature draft next to Ben Stark.
Okay.
And I was lucky enough.
That's right, yes.
Everyone had bad decks. Mine was not the worst, so that was fine. And so, I won the first draft.
Right. At that point, when did you start thinking about top 8? Were you already thinking at 3-0, hey, my deck's really good and constructed?
I wasn't sure my deck was very good.
Okay, tell us what you
much
played.
like a draft. Mono Blue Devotion.
Right, so like I said, it looked like a draft deck.
Yeah, it looked like a good draft deck, but still a draft deck. But I wasn't sure the deck would be very good. So my objective was top 25, just to make sure I would be in Valencia.
Yes.
I didn't want to expect more. Even when I was 7-0 day one, I didn't want to put too much pressure. I kept the objective. And games after games, the deck looked really good. I actually only lost to the mirror.
Right.
So I was more and more convinced I was playing the right deck, and it paid out.
Does day 2 seem very, very long when there is a Pro Tour top 8 at the end of it and you're just trying to reach that 12th ring?
Yeah, especially when you start with a loss like I did.
Okay.
Then it seems like a very, very long way because you have no joker.
Yeah. Well, listen, congratulations to you. Fantastic.
Thanks.
The second French member of the top 8 here. Pierre, Dagen, we see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to swap you in again. They're putting my language skills to shame because it's going to be a third Frenchman coming in to join us.
Goodbye.
Take care. See you tomorrow, Pierre. And now, high fives all round. And here he is, one of the most famous players in the game, Mr. Guillaume Waffatapa. Guillaume, here we are again. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now, we joked the night before that one of the great Pro Tour sites is that people will be drafting, people will be saying hi, you will be sitting somewhere reading a book. Okay? Pretty much that's what you do, and it keeps you calm, doesn't it, in between rounds?
I usually don't have much time to read in between rounds.
And that's your own fault because this man is one of the great control players of all time. Now, you played Esper. Was it an easy decision to go 3-color control rather than just blue-white or blue-black? Was Esper really obvious?
It sort of was, but even until the very end, I had doubts because of we didn't know exactly the metagame, and so there were good points to play straight blue-white, like mostly the mana base, which is not always that great with Esper, but in the end, no, it was a clear choice, I think, because I wanted to have an edge in the Revelation Mirror,
right?
Because last Pro Tour there were so many.
Yes.
So and the green-white matchup is also one of Esper's strong points, I think. So.
Okay. Tell me then about the first draft. How did you do there? What did you draft, and how did you come out of it?
I did 1-2.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a rough start.
Yeah.
I drafted blue-black.
Okay.
Like a control deck, a slow deck.
Yeah.
I like that deck in this draft format because it capitalizes on so many cards that nobody else wants. So it's kind of, you can always make it.
Yes. And there are lots of decks you can't always make.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Sure.
So and it was sort of open because I first picked with the bones and then
you get what you need.
Yeah.
So from 1 and 2 then, one of the things you must be very aware of, I'm sure you have more than your share of draws because you play slow control decks. You have certainly some draws, not maybe more than you should, but you have draws. And you have to be aware from 1 and 2, that's a certain pressure because, if you're 3-0, maybe the draw hurts less, but at 1 and 2, it's basically a loss if you draw. So I imagine you were pretty speedy when it came to the constructed rounds. Pretty quick for you?
No, I tried to avoid draws, but no, mostly because I tried to win, and that means that if I lost the first game, and so I need to win 2,
Yes.
and my deck wins slowly.
Yeah.
So I need to play fast.
Yeah.
But not because I want to avoid a draw, but because I want to
You
have
want to
a
win.
you know?
Absolutely.
So.
What do you see the field tomorrow? Now that you've seen more of the metagame and you've seen what might be out there tomorrow, do you see a chance to win like at Yokohama in 2007 where you had the teachings deck and that deck felt like an extension of you? That deck was so completely Guillaume Waffatapa. It just felt so effortless. Does this deck feel effortless, or is it very hard work against the rush aggro decks?
I'm not sure exactly because I haven't played the Mono Blue matchup, for example.
All right.
That match, so
that'll give you something to do this evening then.
Yeah, but I feel like the Yokohama deck was better, maybe because there was more instant speed.
That deck was special though.
Yeah.
I mean, Teachings was one of the best control decks of all time.
So, but it's fine.
Okay.
So, I have a shot.
You certainly do. It's fantastic to have him back in the Pro Tour top 8. Guillaume Waffatapa, our third French member of the top 8 for Pro Tour Theros. Thanks very much, Guillaume. We'll send you on your way and exchange a man who knows, may one day be in the Magic Hall of Fame with the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, who's coming in to join us. And here we are. So, BDM, we've just seen France win the World Magic Cup. Raphael Levy, the captain of the World Magic Cup team, will be at the World Championships next year, the expanded 24-slot World Championship. Desani in the top 8, Waffatapa in the top 8, Dagen in the top 8, both Ruels here. French Magic on top of the world.
Well, yeah, this is something we've been talking about for a couple of events now. Sort of reporting on the sort of sag in the French results.
Yep.
And then Raph Levy getting a little kind of getting a little frisky about it, getting a little salty, and talking about wanting to really pull it back up by its bootstraps and get some of these young players.
So we have a top 8. And they're going to be formally announced to the awaiting crowd and to you right now. We're going to head down to the feature match area. We're going to have Jeremy Desani, of course, from France, and Guillaume Waffatapa and Pierre Dagen. And then you've got Reitzel from the United States, Sam Black from the United States. So that's 1-2 from the United States. Then we've got Japan, Kentaro Yamamoto and Makihito Mihara. I tell you what, BDM, I'm not putting you on the spot because I don't know this. So if you do, fair play, buy you dinner. Last time there were 2 Japanese in the top 8. I'm really struggling off the top of my head. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
And that feels like a resurgence because although Mihara is very much old guard, Yamamoto is not, and he is a Magic Online PTQ winner with a huge standard record, which is just absolutely fantastic for him. And then, of course, along with your 3 French, your 2 Japanese, and your 2 United States players, well, you got Camille Cornelissen of the Netherlands.
Right. Very interesting. Right, the French team, big play test group. Worked very hard for this event. The U.S. team, both players from Team Star City Games, put in a lot of work. 2 different decks get pushed into the top 8. The Japanese, we know they work together and will prepare a lot for these events. And Camille Cornelissen, who did his play testing, literally did all his play testing at the pre-release.
Yeah, and I mean, he won a Grand Prix as his pre-release. He couldn't go to pre-release weekend, so came to a Grand Prix a couple of weeks later in Brussels to win that. So he's ready.
One of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, and we're going to see him and 7 more on camera. Let's take you down to the feature match area. I'm hearing. Well, sounds like they're almost ready. It's just not often, like you don't often get to be part of the Pro Tour Top 8 announcement, and they're like, "Oh, am I in here? Am I in? Oh, right, okay." And you stand with friends, and then they come over here. So I believe that they are ready to rock and roll.
Cat herding. It's very similar to cat herding. Getting those 8 players chased down. Like, oh, but I'm hungry.
Okay, cross your fingers.
All 8 are there.
Let's head for a top 8 announcement and your MC, Mr. Scott Larrabee.
Hello.
My name is Scott Larrabee. I'm the tournament manager for Pro Tour Theros in Dublin. I'm here to announce the top 8. They'll be playing on Sunday. In first place, from France, Jeremy Desani. In second place, from the United States, Samuel Black. In third place, from France, Guillaume Wafotapa. In fourth place, from Japan, Makihito Mihara. In fifth place, from the United States, Paul Reitzel. In sixth place, from France, Pierre Dagen. In seventh place, from Japan, Kentaro Yamamoto. And in eighth place, from the Netherlands, Camille Cornelissen. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 8 for Pro Tour Theros in Dublin. Broadcast begins tomorrow at 11 a.m. Dublin time. Thank you. Good night. Hang on.
So that's good night from the feature match area. At least welcome back to a rather less crowded news desk studio where most of the action is now, kind of thankfully, at the end of 2 amazing days, coming to a close. You just see them there. There are 17 previous Pro Tour top 8s sitting there in the top 8 tomorrow. It's going to be incredible. Why don't we wrap it all up? It's time to head over to the wall. Rich, BDM on the way. It's time for the end of day wrap. Hello everyone, welcome to the end, get off my final standings.
I did not think that was going to, that word that started with an F was going to be final.
My final standings. Rich Hagon, Brian David Marshall, they gave us a set each because we couldn't play nice yesterday. Welcome to the end of day wrap on day 2 here of Pro Tour Theros. It has been, I think, quite an unusual Pro Tour. I think. Well, you tell me. You've seen so many of these.
Well, you know, the big story is clearly standard, right?
Yeah.
This is our first major of the year in this new standard format. You know, we've got a couple of big events, but this is the Pro Tour. Clearly, people had some decks that were being kept under wraps. Nykthos Shrine to Nyx was a big deal. And what was really interesting about it is, unlike something like Tolarian Academy or Gaia's Cradle or Cabal Coffers, cards that people have all been compared to this card when we've talked to people this weekend, is those cards produce mana of a specific color. This card produces mana of any one color that you want based on your commitment to that color in your deck. So what that's let us do is have this really powerful card that people can theoretically take in 5 different directions. They can take it into every section of the And so we've seen green devotion, red devotion, blue devotion, and we even have a mono black devotion.
Now here's the thing. We could say that in round 5, we could find someone who was, playing all green cards and go, hey look, 22 forest, haha. And maybe at the early part of day 2, we could find someone who had jammed lots of swamps together and, oh look, here's another different deck for you. But we're not doing that. We're saying, that green deck, well, we'll see that tomorrow in the top 8. That red deck, we'll see that tomorrow in the top 8. And the blue deck, and the black deck. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a fantastic event, and even like looking at the blue deck, we've seen very, very different approaches to that deck.
Yeah.
Throughout the weekend, 3 distinct different versions of the deck that I've seen, including one that doesn't even use Nikta Shrine to Nyx. Just says, we don't even need to do that. Our devotion is entirely to our god Thassa and to, making waves.
Okay, well, we've talked about some of the decks that are making waves. What about the players making waves? Let's run you through the top 8. So who have we got number 1?
Jeremy Desani of France.
First Pro Tour top 8, a Grand Prix winner last year, amazing Grand Prix win percentage, and now first time at the Pro Tour top 8. Number 2?
Samuel Black from Team Star City Games, player playing that mono blue deck that we were talking about, and just a fantastic player playing in his second top 8. You might notice an absence of a blue pin here.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Sam's devotion to blue is so great that I gave him my pin. He's like, I have 2 top 8s, both times it's mono blue, so I pinned him.
Okay. Number 3 is France. It's a blue merchant extraordinaire. Never mind the grey merchant of Asphodel. This is the blue merchant. It's Guillaume Waffatapa because he loves his blue. He loves his control decks all around. He played Esper Control, and here he is in his fifth. Mr. Historian, top 8.
5th top 8. That's a pretty lofty number. That's kind of like the 3,000 hits.
Sure.
In baseball, when you're talking about a career resume, this is certainly going to be a provocative topic of discussion come Hall of Fame time next year.
Magic's French Derek Jeter is sort of what you're saying.
Sure, or Ichiro Suzuki, or
Yeah, I'm not sure which of those most fits him, really. Okay, number 4. Let's go to Japan.
Number 4, Makihito Mihara. By the way, talk about, the number 5. Makihito Mihara now gets to number 5. So I guess if he's Derek Jeter, Mihara could be Ichiro Suzuki.
There we are. Lovely. Still not working that Derek Jeter thing.
Yeah.
All right, so Mihara, 5 top 8s for him. Just a complete monster. He was 7-1
former
overnight.
world champion. By the way, worth noting, Guillaume Waffatapa we mentioned, former Pro Tour champion. Makihito Mihara we're mentioning,
world champion.
Paul Reitzel now we're talking about Pro Tour Amsterdam champion.
Yeah, yes, it's not just the top 8, it's going the distance. And Paul Reitzel was 8-0 overnight, one of the 2 co-leaders with Sam Black. Usually, someone on the top of the pile doesn't make it through. Today, both 8-0s went the distance. Well done to them. Who's number 6?
Pierre Dagen.
Right, so our 3rd French competitor
you had
in the top 8.
those 3 guys at the desk.
That's right.
Modestly, they were all worried about their English. They sounded terrific to me.
Yeah.
Very, very eloquent, very passionate, very emotional.
Yep.
Talking about the experience, I thought those were great interviews.
Yeah, they're lovely guys, all of them. I think Desani has a great chance tomorrow. Just as a player, he's just tremendous. So Dagen in 6th. We go back to Japan for number 7.
Yeah, and this is Kentaro Yamamoto, Magic Online PTQ winner, and perhaps the most intriguing deck in the top 8.
Yes.
Remember like the PTQs and Grand Prix a while ago, everyone was complaining about Pack Rat and Limited. Kind of like,
like in Sealed.
In
right?
Sealed.
And to an extent in Draft.
And it was kind of like, well, at least I don't have to play against stupid Pack Rat and Constructed.
Sure.
You might. He's playing Mono Black Devotion. He's playing with Pack Rats. Very interestingly, Pack Rats are the only real tokens that we're going to see that contribute to Devotion, because those tokens come into play as exact copies of Pack Rats. So they appear to Shrine of Nykthos to have a black mana symbol in them.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's the deal with that. It isn't just that he wants to make lots of Pack Rats.
By the way, he also has Grey Merchant of Asphodel. It's like the limited All-Stars constructed deck.
No Mogus's Marauders out the sideboard.
I don't know. We did see Mogus's Marauders on the floor, but...
We did, absolutely. So that's number 7. And then sneaking in number 8 is a man who went to a pre-release, went, well, I'll just play a little bit of Mono Red Devotion. My friend Frank Carsten's playing this. I'll jam a few games with him.
Our 4th Pro Tour champion in the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Camille Cornelissen, playing in his 6th, sorry. 6th.
5 on a hand.
Yeah, well,
Generally.
6 top 8. Unbelievable. Yeah, and like you said, playing with his play testing for this Pro Tour. I mean, it sounds like you're making fun of him, but I mean, it's really just a credit to his raw talent.
Yes.
That his play testing for this Pro Tour consisted entirely of going to the pre-release and playing some limited, and jamming some games of Constructed with Frank Karsten. Frank's like, oh, I have a, where's that envelope? I'm gonna sketch out a deck on the back of it.
Yep.
I think a Red Devotion deck might look like this. And Camille's like, oh, well, if I'm gonna go to the Pro Tour, I'll play a Frank Karsten list. This seems good.
And off we go.
And until round 4, had not played a match of it since that pre-release day, which is just staggering.
Yeah. He is mind-blowing. To be honest, this whole top 8 is pretty mind-blowing. This is one of the best top 8s I've seen in a long time. You have established superstars. You have people taking their game to the absolute peak with these 5th and 6th top 8s.
Comparable, I think, to the top 8 that we saw, Paul Reitzel in a couple years ago that he won in Amsterdam.
Where you've got the likes of Brad Nelson and Kai Budde and so on. Yeah, that was a monster top 8. This is tremendous. Of course, you can see all the standings on Daily MTG. Tomorrow, we'll bring you 4 staggeringly devoted quarterfinals, 2 semis, and of course, you'll see a champion crowned.
Bring a little bit of just bad news in terms of a little bit of bookkeeping.
Yes.
Chris Pikula did not finish in the top 25, so it doesn't parlay into an invitation. Tiebreakers didn't work out for him. He ended up in 33rd place.
Okay.
Jake Van Lunen, also hoping for top 25 tiebreakers, ends up in 29th.
Okay. Well,
sorry to end on a downer, but I feel like we want to tell people where those results played out.
Absolutely. As we said, results matter all the way through the 2 days. We thank you for being with us through 16 rounds. Now just 3 remain, 8 players with 17 previous Pro Tour top 8s between them. Some newcomers, some great nations. Can't wait. Make sure you're with us. For Brian David Marshall, the Pro Tour historian, I'm your host, Rich Hagon, saying bye.